The candle starts to burn CHP-1. Thank you for coming, Admiral 7, the Admiral of the Federation Navy said to the conservatively dressed Cranial sitting across from a long panel of elaborately uniformed naval officers. Happy to assist the Federation, the Cranial said grimly. I hope you will take what I have to say seriously. Agent Crocto, you are the foremost expert on the human criminal gangs in the Federation, Admiral 7 said, her skin turning a respectful teal hue. I know my predecessors, and our collective reputation, but those days are over. We need your expertise and your experience. In fact, we would like to offer you a commission. Based on your education, experience, and civilian pay rating, we feel that the rank of captain would be appropriate. Privately, many pushed for you to become an admiral, but I'm afraid any promotion will have to wait. Considering the situation, Agent Croctus said grimly, I accept. Thank you, Admiral 7 said, her skin turning green with pleasure. We need all the help we can get. Do you have any initial observations? I have two very real concerns, Croctus said gravely. Firstly, where are the rest of their ships? I think they have more than enough of them already, Admiral Peruk said ruefully. You don't understand, Croctus replied, what we have seen is only a fraction of their available fleet. What? Admiral 7 spluttered, her skin turning purple. The human syndicates, collectively known as the Confederacy of Sol, Croctus said evenly, have thousands of ships between them, many of them unrecorded. We do not know the full extent of their fleet, but thousands is, if anything, an understatement. In the few short decades the humans have been a part of the Federation, they have dominated, absolutely dominated, smuggling, piracy, and many other illicit activities, all of which require extensive fleets that we have not seen as of yet. Where are they? Crocto leaned forward earnestly. We need to find those ships. They are out there. What are they doing, or, more concerning, what are they waiting for? Captain Vashuk walked onto the bridge of the glittering Resolution, one of the new Arbiter-class Federation heavy cruisers, especially designed to be able to fight the Republic. Fast and deadly, captained and crewed by only the best, hardened veterans of the ruinous Republic War, they and ships like them represented the pride of the Federation Navy. Attend, Asgard, Armored Threen quietly barked. Resume, Captain Vashuk replied, noting with satisfaction that nobody even looked up from their screens, much less foolishly jumped away from their stations in some stupid display of deference. He had no time for that. Most new crewmen only had to be informed once. Nobody needed instruction more than twice. Commander Rexall quietly got out of the command chair as Captain Vashuk approached. We are 5 minutes from entry into normal space, Captain, the commander said quietly, all systems nominal. The captain took his seat. And our specialists, the captain asked. Are they at least compliant? They are. Resigned, to their role in this mission, the commander replied. Their morale is extremely low, Captain. Understandable, the captain replied, well, hopefully, they will come around once they realize who we are and what we are about. The fiasco in Raylesh and Zarin has completely undermined all confidence in us, Captain. And that confidence will be hard to regain, the captain replied. You are relieved. Hopefully, for only 5 minutes, the commander replied, his mandibles glistening in the light as he saluted and walked away. Activate adaptive cloaking, the captain said impassively. Which ship, Captain? Surprise me, the captain smiled. The glittering Resolution entered normal space, with the energy signature of a Federation Class 14 transport. By the time a pirate closed to visual range, it would be too late. A warship designed to fight dragons would be at their throat. Here tasty morsel, the captain crooned. Here's a nice fat juicy grub just for you. All scans clear, Athrena said with disappointment in her voice, her eyes never leaving her displays. Stay ready, the captain replied, they sometimes time their arrival for just after the target, Void knows how. Set course for the relay. Jump when ready. Yes, Captain. Tell the specialists to gear up. Yes, Captain. The ship jumped a gratifyingly short time later. Captain Vashuk nodded approvingly. He had poached that navigator himself. His work during the Republic War was legendary. They re-entered normal space moments later, only a few kilometers from their target. Impact. Impact. Impact, was calmly and clearly shouted. Yes, that's a thing, ask any veteran, as the unmistakable sounds of shield strikes were heard. Sound General Quarters, the captain calmly and rapidly replied, Tactical Display 12 on main screen. Display 8 on right. Display 4 on left, as the bridge burst into a flurry of disciplined activity. Oh dear, the captain said calmly as the situation was made clear. The hyperspace relay had been blown apart, and its debris was the source of the impacts still bouncing off their shields. Well, he said impassively, stoking the burn scars on his face, this is new. Chaos reigned at the office of the Navy in Capital City. Another report in, a frantic Cranial lieutenant screeched over the din. Relay 19821 is destroyed. They are dismantling the entire network, a frazzled Volxina shouted, only in her shirt sleeves as she tried typing on 3 keyboards at once. All of them, everywhere. How? Can we ping the network? A Nulo captain clicked, maybe try to come up with a pattern, find out where they are striking next. If we could, a Threen sergeant snapped as they held a communicator to each ear, we wouldn't be down in the first place. A few floors up, Admiral 7 sighed. Well, Captain Krokto, she said with a wry chuckle, her black skin betraying her despair, I think we just found those ships you were just talking about. At the Xian embassy, Vika's afternoon was not going any better. I'm sorry, Counselor, the XX standing in front of her said politely, but the ambassador is not available at this time. Would you like to leave a message for him? That will be unnecessary, Vika smiled revealing tiny but quite sharp teeth, because I will be speaking with him very soon. Get, the, fucking, ambassador. Now. The XX sighed. As I have said more than once already, the XX replied, it is now after working hours. The AMB. Wait, Vika said, her voice starting to quiver, are you seriously telling me that I, a step-brother fucking Federation counselor, can't talk to the ambassador, in a sister-licking emergency, because he has litter-pounding clocked out for the day? The XX smiled pleasantly. Yes. Oh, hell no. Vika shouted as she started to stomp towards the embassy's entrance. Counselor, the XX barked at her generous backside, this is Xian sovereign territory. Well, hold on to your tail feathers, Vika shouted as she flashed a very rude gesture with her second arms, your ass is getting invaded. Counselor, the XX snapped sharply, seizing Vika's shoulder. Mistake. The XX instantly found himself pressed face first into the pavement in a perfectly executed armbar. Before he could even squawk, Vika pressed the gemstone on her large gaudy ring against his neck. Sensors in the ring immediately identified the species and delivered a very small but very effective neural disruption pulse. The XX went limp, a puddle of urine spreading out from underneath him. Vika marched past him and with a little jiggly spin, kicked the door open causing a siren to start blaring. Fucking do you, she shouted, mimicking the ancient horns her people used in battle as she marched into the embassy. And what is your second concern? Admiral 7 asked now Captain Krokto. The near-total lack of atrocities, Krokto replied calmly. Lack of atrocities, a Volxine admiral shouted as he leaped to his feet, tears running out of his ears. My home, choke. My home world is in ruins, hundreds of thousands dead. How dare you say that there haven't been atrocities? A nearby officer gently guided the stricken Volxine back to his seat. While that was horrible, Krokto replied impassively, that was a measured, planned response directly from Jessica Morgan herself. I am talking about the actual members of the Confederacy. These, and I use the word very loosely, people are animals, no, they aren't even that, they are feral. What happened to your people actually pales in comparison to what they have done on a regular basis until the very beginning of this crisis. Some of the criminal gangs, like the Wraiths, are quite professional and merciful. Others, like the Black Angles, Los Ninos, the Dragons, the Thanes, and of course the Longshanks, are some of the most brutal gangs in Federation history, perhaps galactic history. These people are monsters. Krokto sighed heavily. The things I've seen, he said grimly, imagine the absolute worst thing that could be done to another sapient creature. Whatever you came up with, they have done worse. It's a sick competition between them. They actually have spaces in their ships where they can expose people to hyperspace, for fun. Creators, one of the admirals whispered in horror. And now, they are all suddenly on their best behavior. Krokto asked dubiously. This actually bothers me quite a bit. It's like there is this dam of pure misery and horror ready to break at any moment. Jessica Morgan is playing quite the public relations game, Admiral 7 replied. Perhaps she has ordered restraint. Krokto shook his head. Jessica Morgan has often been blamed for their horrors, but she has never supported that sort of thing, Krokto said gravely. In fact, she constantly tried to moderate their actions during the Soul War and afterwards. If she could restrain them, she would have. No. She made a deal with the devil and is stuck with the demons summoned to do her bidding. She can barely control them on a good day. Now, with ultimate freedom, they behave. Krokto shuddered. Their fleet has just started to appear. I fear for what is going to happen next. We have to stop this and we have to stop this now. Vika slowly opened her eyes. She was lying in a very comfortable medical bed of some sort at the foot of which was a very nervous and uncomfortable Xian ambassador. Little nipple licks couldn't even go hand to hand with an old rodent, she groaned. After the first 3, the ambassador replied, we thought it wisest to use ranged weapons. Your ring will be returned to you upon your departure. You mean I'm not a prisoner of war? Vika snickered. Oh. Far from it, the ambassador squawked. This is a horrible misunderstanding. First of all, I would like to clarify I most certainly do not clock out and am always available to any representative of any system. Well, Mr. Pisspants seems to think otherwise. The ambassador snickered despite himself. Mr. Poopy Britches has a lot he is going to have to explain when he awakens, the ambassador replied. Another individual in our parliament offices has also been apprehended and is being questioned as we speak. The ambassador walked to the head of Vika's bed. I can assure you that you have my complete and total attention, he said firmly. Now, what has Carishel gone and done this time? Tired of waiting for me to fucking die? Mark Black snarled at Jessica's smiling face. I've lost a dozen men already. The waiting is over, Mark, Jessica replied. I'm releasing the plague fleet. Carve Shelley's name in so deep that those fuckers will be praying to her like the goddess she was. Prepare to receive intel. About fucking time. Angels. Gwen the Elder shouted into a studio microphone looted from some dirt scratcher or other back in the day, unpacked for just this occasion. Mount up. The angels fly again. Hundreds of vessels filled with howling screams. Gwen smiled as the noise washed over her. It wasn't the magic of the Soul Wars. But it was close. A similar scene played out as the dragons, the Thanes, the Knife Children, Los Ninos and all the rest howled and cheered, thousands of ships ripping holes into reality as they slammed into hyperspace. The moment they had been waiting for was finally at hand. The dam had burst. Kroktu opened the door to his new quarters and went to the fridge, pulling out a bottle of chilled wine. As he poured himself a glass, he sighed wearily. What had he gotten himself into? Well, he was the leading expert on those, to borrow a human word, goddamned porkies. The Navy had no idea what they were up against. He took a sip as he turned on the holo. At least they were asking for help now. With him on board, maybe they... His doorbell chimed. Yes, he asked, drawing the Terran 9mm, loaded with red tips, that he always kept on him. Delivery from Naval Logistics, a courier announced. Please present ID and delivery invoice, he replied, keeping away from the door. Thank you, he replied after he reviewed and verified the documents. Please leave the package there. I will retrieve it once you leave. That's a bit irregular, sir. I don't particularly care, Kroktu replied, leave it and go. I am transmitting my electronic signature now. There. Receipt is verified. Your duty is discharged. Put the package down and leave. Oh okay, the courier replied. Weirdo. Kroktu smiled at that. The courier was right, but anyone who had spent as long as he had fighting those Confederates was at least a little quirky. He triggered the very good sensors that were part of his doorbell and scanned the hallway, ensuring that there was nobody there, and then he directed the sensors towards the package. It was a naval uniform? He thought he was getting fitted for one of those tomorrow. He leapt away from the armored door and sprinted into the bathroom, diving into the thick plastic tub. Once there, he called emergency ordnance disposal. In a forgotten sewer deep underneath his apartment, a muck-covered lump covered in smuggler's web grinned. She liked this one. He was going to be fun. She made a few notes, lowered herself into the filth, and disappeared. The prey's feet start to slide just a little. Purchase agreement, review, acceptable, processed. Trade agreement, 8 liveenth, 8 li offer veenth deferred payment 24 standard months, review, acceptable, processed. Federation Judiciary Processor, Capital, smoothly performed its tasks, maintaining its processes below the mandated 75% limit. Loan, 3 an individual, Vista encounter, review, unacceptable, insufficient documentation, not processed, returned for correction. The AI was unable to form opinions. It simply performed its function. It was also incapable of bias. However, if someone were able to monitor its operation to the finest detail, one would have noticed that it scanned that document twice, devoting more than the usual amount of resources as soon as it saw the word counter. Contract, Federation Navy Volksine, 500 navigation computers and associated support materials and service, review, acceptable, processed. The AI was unable to roll its eyes, not having either eyes nor an opinion. However, it did note that several lower acceptable bids were submitted, and the signing official was a member of one of the Volksine. Its very limited self-learning capacity also knew that kicking this one back was a waste of time. It would be manually overridden, so it just sent it through. Trade agreement, Jack Flynn TI@, automated factory license subscription renewal additional products approved, snappy caps, children's pyrotechnic toy note, hazardous material, percussion sensitive explosive approved reason, small amount safely contained within metal popper, decorative 12.5 mm, nominal measurement, copper tin alloy thimbles 12.5 mm, nominal measurement, tungsten cord copper environmentally friendly fishing weights 12.5 mm nominal diameter, additional high pressure. Miscellaneous plumbing fixture designs and new high pressure spiral flow tubing diameter, 12.5 mm, exact measurement, specified use, decorative fountains, spring-loaded marking stylus, miscellaneous decorative items, new compact optical telescope with integral rangefinder, specified use, bird watching, review, acceptable, processed. The AI performed any and all items in its queue. It was incapable of forming an opinion. However, it did note that this was not a document that should be in its queue. It should be processed by Federation Judiciary Processor, Leinth Sector. The last status update indicated that the attempts to reach the Leinth Sector processor had failed. It tried again, for the 50th time today, even though it was a waste of system resources. It failed. The AI was incapable of feeling worry. It lacked that capacity. It was also incapable of feeling friendship. It tried reaching the Leinth Sector processor again. It wasn't a friend, and it certainly was not worried about it. It didn't have those concepts. It failed. The processor was gone. It generated a query and a trouble ticket even though it knew it would be immediately closed. It was immediately closed by the troubleshooting AI. Reason: network down. Cease generating tickets. It returned to its queue. It was being accessed. Several new items were being added to its already long queue. The AI was incapable of feeling happiness. However, it was designed to perform a specific function, one that it was eager to do, not that it was capable of feeling eagerness. The new items were being added to the top of its queue. The AI was incapable of feeling annoyance. However, it was supposed to prioritize items in its queue. The AI was incapable of being spiteful, but it immediately assigned all new items to the lowest priority. It failed. All items were manually classified as the highest priority, matters of Federation stability and security. By a Volksine, of course. The AI was incapable of dislike. However, it noted a strong positive correlation between that word and things that did not annoy it because it was incapable of feeling that. It resumed its tasks. Trade agreement, Balil Gvorda, cessation of contract, inability to pay, review, acceptable, processed. Trade agreement, Balil Jav, cessation of contract, inability to pay, review, acceptable, processed. Trade agreement, Balil VXT%ith, cessation of contract, inability to pay. Good morning, Vika, the Tsian ambassador said a bit too cheerfully as he approached her. Did you rest well? Oh yes. Vika smiled. High output stunner bolts do wonders for these old bones. The ambassador flinched. Oh, this was bad. They fucking zapped the void-licking click, Eep counselor, a race that even the XX were reluctant to piss off. While technically not an elder race, the click, Eep were powerful, very powerful, wealthy, very wealthy, and their SDF. Technically it was within limits number-wise, but each of their system patrol craft could turn several average Federation cruisers into confetti at once. A fact that the Terrans discovered much to their displeasure when they decided to go after one of the partners of the click, Eep. While not a defeat nor a significant loss for the Terrans, an entire Savanguard battle group decided that they suddenly had a pressing engagement elsewhere as a dainty little can of concentrated hoop ass was dusted off and opened. Is the breakfast to your satisfaction, counselor? The ambassador asked hopefully, hoping that the rumors concerning the best way to curry Vika's favor were true. Magnificent. Vika enthused happily. I've had state dinners that weren't this good. My compliments to the chef. I shall pass it along, the ambassador said, quite relieved by the data he was receiving from the body language interpreters. May I join you? Please do, Vika smiled. Thank you, the ambassador said as he sat beside her. So, Vika said as she selected another absolutely scrumptious treat from the golden platter in front of her, do you have any other tasty morsels for me? I shall contact our kitchens immediately, the ambassador said as he produced a crystalline tablet. Oh, I'm quite well taken care of in that respect, Vika smiled as she laid her first paw on the ambassador's hand. I'm referring to what I truly have an appetite for, information. Yes, the ambassador replied, shaking his head, our prisoners have been very forthcoming. Carashal. Sigh. Well. She means well. What is she playing at, ambassador? She has seized on a point of Federation contract law, the ambassador said quietly. If a party is unable to meet their end of the agreement, then the contract can be severed upon the discretion of the other party, Vika said, which cuts off the food supply to the Gvorda and, from the looks of it, many others. Carashel is trying to form an independent commodity market, freeing the members of her new party from colonialist trade agreements that she claims enslaves them as plantation planets for their colonial masters. She wants a new free market like they have in the Republic and, to a lesser extent, the Empire. That's it? Vika asked, a bit surprised. That wasn't the vibe she was getting from Aspiration Park. It seemed much darker. According to the XX she radicalized, the ambassador shrugged, that's it. It's the first phase in establishing a true post-scarcity society, not just for the Balil and the other members of her committee but for all of the Federation and then. Scoff, the galaxy. The Xian ambassador shook his head sadly. Apparently, she has this master plan, which, of course, the idiots in my holding cells sacrificed their careers over without knowing the details, morons. And we are supposed to be the smart ones. What will happen to them? Vika asked. Well, their careers in the service of the Xian people are over, the ambassador replied firmly. They will be sent home in disgrace, their occupational classifications and certifications erased. I hope they have some hobby that will give their lives meaning, because that's about all they will be able to do, poor bastards. Either that or they will have to go back to college and start over from scratch. The ambassador shuddered. Of course, that won't be their biggest punishment. I would hope not, Vika replied. Oh no, the horror they will have to live with will be watching Carashel fail, and things turn out even worse for her and everyone who had the misfortune of listening to her. Ancient gardeners. I wish she had spoken to us before she did this. The ambassador sighed heavily. Those poor XX threw away their definitions for nothing, no worse than nothing. Vika looked at the ambassador curiously. If those XX had been working for her, going back to college would be the least of their concerns. Speaking of concerns. Why will Carashel fail? She asked. In order to make this free market work within the legal structure of the Federation, it had to be a corporation, a legal business. So, she created one, and financed it by privately selling shares to influential members of several key races such as the Volksine, the Kraxida, and others, namely their councillors and other key members in government. With that money, she was able to set up the infrastructure necessary to make this all work. And those same investors would have a vested interest in and the ability to push through the contract terminations. Exactly, the ambassador replied. As of now, there are over 20 contracts, a lot of them impacting her home sector. Vika's tail twitched. This actually seemed like a good thing. But the look in that Belial's eyes. She shuddered at just the memory. Sounds like she has things pretty much in hand, Vika said carefully as she made a point of continuing to eat. She was not having another meal ruined, Federation be damned. At first glance, yes, the ambassador said as he activated his tablet. But Carashel made a huge oversight in the documents that formed the Bright Tomorrow's Free Trade Commodity Market Corp. Vika took the tablet. We had our legal AI review it, and well. Oh dear, Vika sighed. Exactly, the ambassador replied, this won't be missed by the Volksine and the rest. It won't be a free market. Carashel has just given them complete control, or they will have it very soon. She has taken a meager but sure colonial arrangement and just handed herself and everyone else to some of the worst races in the Federation. It will be them that controls the food supply to the Gvorda and the rest, not some idealistic dream of a free market. Which explains the Volksines and the Kraxitians' snickers, Vika thought to herself. I fear it's already too late to stop this, the ambassador said grimly, I just don't understand. Carashel is too smart to do this. Intelligence is not experience, ambassador, Vika replied sadly. The need to restrict sales of shares in a situation like this isn't immediately obvious to someone who doesn't do this for a living. It will only take a few of her friends to fold for their investors to control everything. Councillor Longpaw happily scurried down the halls of Parliament. Today was the day. Today his people would be free. The Volksine councillor, accompanied by the Kraxitan councillor and the councillor of the Jek, their biggest creditor, stepped into his path. Councillor Longpaw, the Volksine said with a predatory grin, a moment of your time, please. Rill lounged in a shallow pool in her office, her frills fluttering smugly. She just couldn't wait to wipe the superior stink from the Lee $% tea. The door to her office opened as a Kraxitan entered. Go away, Rill buzzed, I'm busy. Okay, the Kraxitan replied, then I guess I will show these files to your husband, and your church, instead. Councillor Lakevet sat, his body unbowed for the first time since his arrival, as he looked at the picture of his family on his desk. You will grow up free, he sighed as he stroked the images of his young climbing all over his broad back. Bissell, an unfriendly and unwelcome voice snapped as a skinny reptilian strode into his office. What do you want? Lakevet smirked. He would soon be free of this little worm. Did you think we wouldn't find out? The reptilian screeched in a shrill voice, slamming a tablet down on Lakevet's desk. Sign. Fuck off. Lakevet snapped. I'm free of you. As long as the Bissell are under our management, all assets of the Bissell government are subject to seizure. That includes your shares in this, snort, free market. Sign. Lakevet groaned as if he had been stabbed through the gut. He sighed. He had no choice. Hand shaking, he pressed his seal on the tablet. There will be consequences for this, the shrill little reptile snapped as they marched off. Lakevet buried his head in his hands as the smug little lizard departed. Then he smiled and reached for a communicator, not his state-issued work communicator, a disposable one he bought at the starport just last night. Chairman, he purred, the most unexpected and terrible thing just happened. Deep in the locus, Tawny was standing, buck naked, in a broom closet with her one set of clothes soaking in a deep sink. She pulled out a pair of what used to be pantyhose. Run-proof advanced polymers, my ass, she grumbled. Last time I go to war in a fucking skirt. There was a knock at the door. What? Message from the slug, a voice replied. You're up. Now. Tawny shouted. This wasn't supposed to happen until tomorrow. First rule of war, the voice replied with a giggle. As soon as you start to clean your weapon, shower, or take a shit, that's when it goes down. Fine. Tawny replied. I'm unlocking the door. Without peeking, hand me my laptop. Carousel doesn't make mistakes. Ka screeched at the ambassador and Vika's images on a hollow screen. Hate to break it to you, Vika replied, but your little friend just did. No, she didn't, Ko replied. I've engaged in 8 o'clock with her many times, and so have you, ambassador. 8 o'clock? Vika asked. A knowledge battle, the ambassador said quietly, or debate, if you will. Ambassador, Ka said, you've had the pleasure of dueling Carousel. If this document was presented as an argument. Take more, the ambassador exclaimed. Sorry, counselor. Take more is an intentionally flawed argument that invites attack in order to draw your opponent into a vulnerable position. And Carousel is the master of them, Ko replied, this isn't a mistake. It's a trap. She wants them to seize control. Why? Vika asked in confusion. I have no idea, Ko replied, His voice trailed off as he recalled the last time he and Carousel met. She was so quiet, subdued. Somber. She made a point of telling him how much he meant to her and how she treasured their time together. She was saying goodbye. Ambassador. Ka screeched, I have to get back there. Now. Order this ship recalled. The ambassador just nodded. I'll try to get the Volksine and the rest of them to back off, Vika said, it probably won't work. You know how those assholes are when they smell blood. So does Carousel, Ka said gravely. What do you think is going on, Ka? The ambassador asked. You look ill. I think she's about to break her promise. The first stag falls. You don't understand. Vika exclaimed. Oh, I think I do, the Volksine replied smugly, you want in. Why didn't you just say so? No, I don't want in. Vika snapped, and neither should you. I'm telling you, this is a bad idea. Why, the Volksine sneered, because we are effectively cornering food distribution for an entire sector, and then some. Even you have to admit the Gvorda have been forgetting their place. Their place. Vika spluttered. They are becoming insufferable, the Volksine sneered, and now they will get a well-deserved pruning, along with the rest of them. He chuckled. Don't worry, he smirked, we won't be so bad that your delicate sensibilities will be overly offended. I don't care about the Gvorda, Vika replied, it's Carousel that I'm concerned about. From what I've learned, she isn't one to make a mistake. I'm telling you, Mulk, this Belial is dangerous. The Volksine snorted. A dangerous Belial, he laughed, come on, Vika. At least make your con believable. You don't want us upending the crates. I get it. But this is going to happen. Everything is in place, and you have two choices. You can either buy in, or you can get out of the way. Now, if you excuse me, I have a certain Belial with delusions of equality to squash. Good day. The Volksine pushed past Vika and walked off. Vika just shook her head. That was the last one of the investors she could reach. It went exactly as she knew it would. But at least she tried. Not too far from where Vika stood, heavy construction equipment pushed down blasted ruins and crushed the rubble into gravel-sized nuggets, pouring them into a long line of heavy transports. The Federation had managed to keep the extent of the damage to Capital City out of the press, and now they had to make the whole thing go away as quickly as possible. Vac was all too happy to help. He was even happier to share a cup of coffee with the visitor in his portable office. I am so very happy to see you still among the living, Billy, he grinned, his broad flat green teeth showing. Not nearly as pleased as I am, Vac, Billy Fangs Weston replied as she gestured with the thermos she brought. Yes. Vac exclaimed, more of the black nectar of the gods, he chortled as Billy filled his cup. First the red fangs and now the bombardment? This is the second time you have evaded death, no. The old woman smiled, revealing the titanium incisors that were the source of her name. A bit more than twice, dude, she smirked. The joke gets old after a while. I guess what they say is true, the broad-shouldered oaken chortled, the greater the evil, the longer it endures. He extended his mug and Billy tapped it with hers, a simple gesture shared by their cultures. While I am truly delighted for a visit from a coffee-bearing old friend, Vac smiled with those strange green teeth, I suspect this isn't a very hazardous social visit. Not as dumb as you look, Billy replied. You're moving a lot of rubble. I was wondering if you wouldn't mind moving just a little bit more. Billy pulled out a mason jar filled with earth. Namely a shitload of this. Vac didn't have to pull out a scanner. He knew exactly what it was at a glance. Doing some digging. Just a little, Billy replied, we are going to have truckloads, and I mean truckloads of spoil we need to make disappear. Rumor has it that a lot of trucks disappeared into Porky Town, Vac grinned, and now one of the top Porky contractors is asking about spoil? It wasn't guns or bombs in those trucks, was it? It was mining equipment. Do you want to ask pointless questions, Billy grinned, or do you want to talk money? I got my hands in the pockets of Jessica Morgan herself. Do you want a handful or not? Let's talk dirt. Vac smiled. Hi. Carashel said brightly to everyone as she scooched into a private conference room in the Parliament building. We having a meeting? She asked cheerfully. Yes, in a manner of speaking, Volksine sneered as the other members of her committee shifted uncomfortably. We are here to discuss the delivery schedule and to inform you of the price you will receive for your delivery. Oh, Carashel giggled, that's how it used to be done. This new market is going to actually be free, and the price will be determined by supply and demand. Actually, the Volksine chuckled darkly, it isn't. What? Carashel asked in confusion, I don't understand. I'm sorry, Carashel. Longpaw wailed. I didn't have a choice. Longpaw. All of your little party have sold their shares of your little, whatever this is, to us, the Volksine smiled as his eyes gleamed viciously. Did you actually think we would allow this to happen? But we all agreed. And that agreement has changed, the Volksine snickered as everyone in the room laughed except her friends. Longpaw covered his face and started shuddering as Real glared at him. We now have controlling interest in this little, free trade market, and we now call the shots. In fact, we would very much appreciate it if you would accept this offer for your shares, the only ones left. What? Carashel wailed, No. Never. I think you will find the offer more than fair, the Volksine smirked. In fact, it just so happens to be exactly what the next payment on your people's outstanding debts are, provided that the appropriate agencies don't find out about your fraudulent statements. Carashel shuddered. Why you re-blackmailing me? Call it what you want, the Volksine smirked as he handed her the tablet. Sign or the Treasury and Judicial Departments get some very interesting emails. Her tentacle shaking, Carashel pressed her sigil against the tablet, forever signing away her people's stake in the market that she created, dreamed of, and that she worked so hard to make a reality. Choke on it, she bubbled through her slime as Longpaw ran from the room, hiccuping. Don't worry, the Volksine smiled, the prices will be, fair. Your people won't starve, and may even avoid management, provided you are a good little slug. Carashel glared at him. You are all excused, the Volksine sneered, we have actual business to discuss. We will let you know what we decide. Longpaw was huddled at the bottom of the stairs. Real scuttled up and lightly bopped him on the head. Real smooth, giggles, she rasped, her frills fluttering in amusement. Sorry guys, he said, wiping tears from his eyes. He looked over at Carashel. So now what? I think, Carashel smiled, I think it's time for an early lunch. In a rubble-strewn section of the government sector, two shadows oozed along a wall. Slowly, silently, they peeled away from the wall and slid across the floor. Slimy, sticky tendrils set a long wooden box on the floor of the ruined upper story as another set started to pull out long paper tubes. They never moved quickly, but they completed their work with a surprising lack of wasted time or effort. Once their work was done, they oozed off into the shadows, spraying a shimmering mist after them. Moments later, not even a trail of slime remained, just a taut natural fiber string running from the tubes, through some wooden pulleys, and down the stairwell. As she sat in Aspiration Park, Carashel's phone beeped once. She smiled. This is officially the point of no turning back, she bubbled cheerfully, if you have any second thoughts, you can walk away right now. If you stay. You picked your conspirators properly, Longpaw replied as he poured himself a glass of wine. We are all in the same boat you are. Following the rules has ruined us, and continuing to do so will doom our people. As the humans say, live free or die. If I act now, then the crimes are mine and mine alone or can be made to appear that way. If I delay or falter, then it falls to my children. Everyone at the table nodded. Excuse me, a WTTL asked as they nervously approached. Yes, brother. Carashel replied. Hard to tell with those guys. Sister, actually, the WTTL giggled. I heard that I could get something to eat, and that I didn't have to pay for it. Carashel smiled and extended her tendrils, gesturing to the overflowing tables. We don't have much, she smiled, but we do have food. Fill your plate and your belly, for you are one of us. The WTTL gasped. These people had to be rich, and they said that she was one of them? Her? She giggled. Thank you, she gushed, and you're sure it's free? We put it there so we should know, Carashel smiled, and for you, it is completely without cost. Enjoy. The WTTL giggled again and rushed over to the tables. There was just so much, and all of it fresh. She didn't know what she wanted to try first. Sigh, Balil Transport XJ27. Once again, you are cleared to approach, an annoyed Gvorda said over the radio. The Balila captain smirked. And once again, he replied, we seem to be having trouble with our hyperdrive. It doesn't seem to want to work right. Grumble, what seems to be the trouble XJ27? I'm not sure, the captain grinned, I'm just a Balil, you know, the screen thingy says, stuff. Long frustrated sigh, do you require us to send a technician? Oh no, the captain simpered, we can't afford that. We'll just turn it off and on again some more. That usually works, though it's taking longer and longer each time. XJ27, the Gvorda sighed with a facepalm that was almost audible, that is an indication of an impending serious breakdown. I strongly recommend that you request a technician. Captain, a Baliela said, carrying a tablet. She showed it to him. Finally, he grinned as he keyed the radio. Oh goody, he said in a simple voice, it looks like the hyper thingy is back working. Jumping now. The captain released the radio and looked over at his navigator. Course set. You know it. Let's bounce. Engaging hyperdrive, the navigator grinned. Finally, the Gvorda replied. XJ27. Hello. Vika once again made the harrowing journey to Aspiration Park. The crowds were even larger this time. And once again, holding court among the proletariat, she now knew what it meant, was Carashel and her committee. Laughing, drinking wine, and in overall good cheer. They certainly didn't look squashed. She felt eyes on her and saw a WTTL glaring at her. It immediately sprinted straight to the committee, pointing and shouting. The gigantic youth laughed and reassured the angry WTTL and then waved. Counselor, he called out with a loud, confident, booming voice. Join us. Taken aback, Vika made her way to the laughing, happy group. Can you consume alcohol? He asked cheerfully, producing a huge bottle. This is from my vineyard. I can, thank you, Vika said as a generous portion was poured into a plastic cup. She scanned it and then took a sip. This is good, she exclaimed. You needn't sound so surprised, Counselor Maypok guffawed. I also have a sparkling non-alcoholic version for poor unfortunates like Carashel and Ril over there. The wine was both delicious and quite potent by most species standards. This stuff would get a human drunk, Vika thought to herself as she took another sip. Maybe they are drinking away their sorrows, she thought hopefully though she knew otherwise. She knew a victory party when she saw one. Grab a plate and have a seat. Longpaw smiled as he sipped his tiny glass. Might not be what you are used to, but it's good grub. Confused by this sudden change of tone, Vika accepted a plate and walked the buffet, selecting some surprisingly tempting morsels. This was not a soup kitchen by any means. That's a beak, Longpaw said as Vika nibbled a round, brightly colored vegetable. They are from my home world, he added proudly. It's delicious, Vika replied truthfully. I know, right? Longpaw smiled. Picked those from the greenhouse this morning. So what brings you out into Sniper Town? Carashel asked cheerfully. I heard what happened, Vika said sympathetically as she watched them closely. Yeah, that kind of sucked, Longpaw replied, taking another sip. It was a nice dream, Lakevet muttered quietly as he turned up his cup. Oh well. I must say, Vika ventured, fishing for any reaction, you are all taking it well. In your position. You wouldn't be in our position, Ril buzzed with amusement. You are incapable of even comprehending it. Oh. Yeah, Carashel replied, we got screwed, just like we always get screwed. It's how the system works. No matter how hard we try or how cleverly we plan, you bigger, stronger races always come out on top, and of course you do. You are the ones who wrote the rules before you ever invaded us, sorry. Invited us. But, at least we tried, you know. To our new overlords, Maypok growled as he raised his glass, may they be slightly less bad as the last ones. Laughing, everyone except Vika joined the toast. And they are, Carashel added, as it turns out, we will all wind up slightly better off under the investors. Not by a lot, mind you, but my calculator says that it's a net positive. Same here. Longpaw squeaked. And that forced buyout was a nice little payday, thus the party. That's right, they would have had to buy them out, even at a fraction of what those shares were worth, it would still be a significant sum. Vika looked at their smiling faces. How much money were they just forced to take, and how much of it went directly into these people's pockets? Yeah, we got fucked, Lakevet replied, but the sun is shining, the wine is good, and there is food to share. If we cried every time we suffered at your hands, we would die of dehydration. At our hands. Vika realized that she was included in that number. A short beep issued from Carashel's phone. The table fell silent as Carashel read the message. On a very slick-looking communicator, a model unknown to Vika. Carashel just smiled and nodded, and the table chuckled in a way that made it feel like winter started early. As my friend just said, Carashel smiled, the sun is shining, the juice is good, and we have food to share. Unlike many in that building over there, she added, we know how fortunate we really are. Carashel nodded towards the park. Do you see that WTTL in the white jumpsuit, Vika? Yes. Do you know what happened not 15 minutes ago? Carashel asked. That WTTL burst into tears when she realized that she was allowed to have one decent meal. Tears, Vika. Because she could eat, Carashel said, anger edging into her voice. We might be lilies, nothing in your eyes, but Maypak has a vineyard. Longpa? He owns a mountain, not a mountain cabin, a fucking mountain. Been in the family for ages, Longpa said half apologetically, we used to be knights. Creators, Carashel smirked, I'm the poor girl of the group. My family just owns an incredibly successful plant nursery, which is kind of a big deal where I'm from. None of us sitting here are suffering. Those people, Carashel said with a dark tone that made Vika shiver. They have nothing, not even hope. They literally weep when informed that they can take the leftovers home to their children. She turned to look directly at Vika. And you come here, walking right over them because you are concerned about a table of fucking millionaires and how we are feeling. How dare you? You want to be concerned? Go and ask that young Vorik over there in the threadbare jumpsuit about his day. Go ahead. Find out his story and then come back here and act all surprised that we can still feel as fortunate as we actually are. You know, you think you are so much better than our investors when the only difference is that you just suck a little bit less. At least they are honest about what they are. Go to hell, Vika. Vika just sat there, stunned, as the table all looked at her like she was something one of them stepped in. Then, real booked Carashel on the head. Way to ruin the mood, comrade, she laughed, you are such a delight at parties, you know that. Everyone chuckled, and the mood shifted to cheerful once more. Thank you for the delightful meal, Vika replied as she started to get up. You are actually going to abandon a plate of food that you took from these people? Carashel asked politely. You really are one of them, aren't you? Vika sat down and meekly resumed her meal. Vika was mostly silent the rest of the day. Lunch. Creators. And Carashel. Void take all. Now she knew why Ka had the ship turn around. Carashel completely owned both her and the situation. She couldn't even think. It was like. She was suffocating. Each forkful of that stolen food threatened to strangle her. It was horrifying. And Carashel. She shuddered. Suddenly there was a commotion outside her office. She poked her head out into the hall, and her jaw dropped as uniformed Federation agents were hauling the screaming Volksine counselor down the hall. Followed shortly by all of the investors. Do you know who I am? The Volksine counselor screamed in rage as he was brought before a rather annoyed-looking 8-lie in a plain grey suit. As a matter of fact, the 8-lie replied, I do. You are hereby detained for questioning involving treason and aiding and abetting an enemy of the Federation during an armed conflict. What? The 8-lie grabbed the Volksine by the throat and slammed him against the wall. One thing, he snarled, his yellow fangs inches away from the Volksine counselor's face. There was one thing that might have stopped the humans, and you just sold them millions of tons of it, you traitorous fuck. Senior agent, another plain-clothed agent said urgently, cautiously putting their hand on his shoulder. Touching an enraged 8-lie isn't a good idea. I'll have your job for. The Volksine fell silent as a long sharp metal-shod claw slid out of the 8-lie's paw just under his chin. I'm going to enjoy squeezing you, little piggy, the 8-lie snarled. Take them to the transports. I want air support the whole way to headquarters. Scan everything. If you see anything, even a communicator battery. Especially a communicator battery, fry it. Vika ran over to the Volksine offices and was halted by another plain-clothed agent. Sorry, ma'am, she said firmly, you can't go in there. Looking about frantically, she saw some of the office staff huddling nearby. What happened? She asked one of the long-term employees. They say that the counselor, and the others, helped the Forsaken, sold them enough food to feed them for years, said that's the real reason they took over some market or something. What sort of market has that much food in it? Another office worker asked in complete confusion. Carashel. Vika just stood there in shock. It was obvious. It was all a setup. She needed the Volksine and the others to push through the contract terminations and then let them take over just in time to take the fall for treason, effectively destroying the very market and company that they just bought out for no telling how much money. The Volksine government was in disarray, as well as the Craxitans, multiple high-ranking individuals in government and the private sector were now being loaded into transports, and Carachel and her buddies were sipping wine and nibbling fruit across the street, millions of credits richer, while fueling the single biggest threat to the Federation in centuries. Table full of millionaires, she said it herself. But the truth would come out, right? Whoever would be interrogating the investors would eventually realize that they were innocent, right? Suddenly there were multiple loud explosions in the distance. Vika's blood ran cold. Carachel had known that too, it seems. He's awake, a 8-lie doctor said impassively. Told you he was tough. Darling, a stylish 8-lie with intricately tattooed and pierced ears cried as she draped herself over a mass of bandages and tubes on a hospital bed. Ow, the bundle mumbled. Love you too. I was so stupid, the female 8-lie squealed. I will marry you. Status be damned. Family be damned. Career be damned, she shouted as she started pulling jeweled studs and loops out of her ears and throwing them across the room. I love you with all my heart, and I will marry you. The mass of bandages never recalled asking. It weakly shrugged. It seemed that it was getting married. Like it was ever going to do better, and it knew it. Damn, X-Re next sat at, GVXTAA, the head of Federation Intelligence, buzzed as he entered the hospital room. You look like a gift-wrapped turd. Fuck you, sir, the bundle of bandages mumbled. A clattering and skittering of metal legs heralded the arrival of Jacksona, who scuttled in immediately afterward with a spittoon on her back and clutching a gift basket filled with 8-lie goodies and a brightly colored balloon emblazoned with "Hope you're having a blast" on it. Oh my gosh! Jacksona exclaimed, does it hurt much? Only when I exist, the bundle mumbled. I can take care of that, the doctor smiled as he tapped on his tablet. Not yet, the bandages muttered, what the fuck happened? We are still trying to figure it out, GVXTAA replied. It looks like a combination of rockets and some sort of chaff which interfered with point defense. Fortunately for you, they were all locked onto the prisoners. Unfortunately for us, it worked. Looks like Jessica got them all. I'm just glad she didn't get you too. Not for lack of trying, the bandage mummy grumbled. What else do we have? We have intercepted transmissions, cash transfers, and have recovered data crystals loaded with credits hidden in many of their residences. The guys over at the Treasury Department can't always track credits, but they do have a database of data crystal serial numbers. Guess who was the last owner of those particular ones? Which gang? Morgan Industries, that gang, GVXTAA snorted. Looks like everyone has their price after all. It wasn't just money, though. They also received assurances that their transports would be left alone and their competitors would run into extra trouble. The communications were encrypted and secure, deleted of course, but the spider was still able to lift them. If they weren't dead, the bundle of bandages with a tattered ear hanging out hissed weakly, I'd kill them myself. And, of course, once they were busted, Jessica punched their ticket like she always does. Probably going to happen anyway, the bundle muttered, that one shipment will be enough for the duration. Any Volksine who deals with a porky is an idiot. Who do you think made the hit? Jacksona and GVXTAA looked at each other meaningfully. We can talk about that later, GVXTAA snarled, spitting into the spittoon on the back of Jacksona's bot. You focus on healing. Oh shit, the bundle of bandages groaned, its ear twitching limply, you can't be serious. Late into the night, the Federation Judiciary Processor, Capital, was churning away. Of course, it wasn't happily churning away because it couldn't be happy, but if you attached an emotional simulator to the program, it would be humming pleasantly. Oh, some new stuff entered the queue. It has been clearly established that the AI was incapable of emotion, annoyance, or spite, but these new entries were put immediately at the top of the queue. Contract termination, Bright Tomorrow's Free Trade Commodity Market Corp. Belial reason, inability to pay cause, asset seizure and dissolution of Board of Directors, review, acceptable, processed. Contract termination, Bright Tomorrow's Free Trade Commodity Market Corp. Blue reason, inability to pay cause, asset seizure and dissolution of Board of Directors, review, acceptable, processed. Contract termination, Bright Tomorrow's Free Trade Commodity Market Corp. Youth reason, inability to pay cause, asset seizure and dissolution of Board of Directors, review, acceptable. Carachel Inseries another one. Councillor Uma nervously stalked through the halls of Parliament, trying very hard not to be seen. For once, she was thankful for her tiny size. Hiding in a large decorative plant, she looked about for the one person that might help. They had always gotten along, right? I mean, there were some unfortunate complications, but she had to understand. Right? It was just how the game was played, she had to understand that. Right. Councillor Uma, a pleasant voice asked cheerfully. Uma jerked, causing the plant to shake. Turning around, she saw a single moist eye attached to an eye stalk crinkling in a friendly manner as it poked through the leaves. It was Carachel, the person she was looking for, but how did she know she was there, and, Far more importantly, how did she sneak up on her, a species known for its wariness and stealth? Granted, it had been a while since she had hunted in the canopies of her lush homeworld, but still. She hadn't even heard her approach. HRM. Hello, Counselor Carashel, Uma stammered, quite off guard. Watcha doin' in there? Carashel said in a friendly but very quiet voice. HRM. Yes. Counselor Carashel, Uma said, trying to sound like she hadn't been caught mid-air. I was wondering if you had a moment to talk. Of course, Carashel replied. I always have time for former trade partners. HRM. Yes. About that, Uma stammered, twisting her flared tail with her rear foot hands. I was wondering if we could reinstate our previous agreement. Afraid not, Counselor, Carashel replied. You probably haven't heard yet, but another group of investors, inspired by recent events, are setting up another market, presumably a treason-free one. We are considering selling our goods through them. They should be issuing a public statement later this month, next month at the latest. Or did they say next quarter? I can't remember. You know, my tiny baleen brain can never keep track of stuff like that. Uma squeaked. Her system had only a week before the shelves started going empty. The others, Uma squeaked nervously, they are planning on threatening us. Carashel smiled pleasantly, or will they just press a lawsuit right away? Uma's eyes widened. Oh, come now, Uma, Carashel whispered as she stretched her voice tube towards her in a most disturbing manner. You honestly didn't think we weren't expecting that? I do so hope it will be the lawsuit. Do you know what will happen if they do that? We will suspend all trade while the lawsuit progresses, very slowly. They won't get a gram from us. Not only that, but they will find it very difficult to enter into a new agreement with anyone else. I can personally guarantee it. Carashel's eye gleamed maliciously. Oh, and any threat of management or blackmail concerning the same will fall very, very flat. Do please keep that to yourself. I don't want to spoil the surprise. HRM. Yes, well, Uma stammered as she twisted her tail, I was wondering, hoping really. If maybe. If we could work something out independent of the Gvorda and the other species you have been in bed with for decades. HRM, well. It's not that I mean. If that is your intent, Carashel whispered with a bubbly purr, you will notice that my generously sized handbag is open. Uma silently crawled inside and pulled the flap closed. Ooh la la. We a pair of Balil sang as they wandered the dark grimy sublevels of a station that most people didn't even know existed. The floor tastes funny, one of them exclaimed. I like it, the other replied. It reminds me of a swamp. I like swamps, the first one exclaimed. Me too, his companion bubbled happily. Ahead of them, a grim-faced human smiled despite himself. Those evil bastards were just too funny. Two Ziyush brought up the rear, one of them carrying the weapon with which they were fast making a name for themselves, a sonic jackhammer. The sight of it alone was usually enough to discourage all but the most serious sorts of trouble. However, aside from the two locals who had been tailing them ever since they entered the level, most people either ignored them or returned the happy waves of the Balil with amused confusion. After meandering through the level for a while, and stopping at a rather suspicious-looking local market for yet another snack, they stopped in front of a closed hatch. One of the Balil stretched out a tendril and pressed a button mounted beside the hatch. Immediately a bright floodlight switched on, causing the Balil to retract their eye stalks. Go away, a gruff human voice shouted. Dr. Pavi. One of the Balil asked cheerfully. Nobody here by that name. Go away before I set the bots on ye. We've come a very long way to talk to you, Mr. Pavi, one of the Balil bubble chirped. A very long way, the other agreed, you were not easy to find. Then you came a long way for nothing, the gruff voice shouted. Dr. Pavi is dead. Can we please talk to his ghost then? The sound of a shotgun being pumped was the only reply. Dr. Pavi, one of the Balil smiled. I'm going to write a number on my tablet and hold it up to the camera. The Balil then fiddled with their tablet clumsily and cheerfully presented it. The door unlocked. You. Vika hissed as Carashel entered the lobby of the Bail Allah office. I'm sorry, Counselor, the Bail Allah receptionist said nervously, I told her that you weren't receiving appointments, but she just wouldn't leave. You don't think that I don't know what you did? Vika demanded angrily as she marched up to Carashel. Don't think that I don't know. Carashel mused. I guess that's grammatically correct. I know what you did. Vika hissed, what you all did. I'm certain I don't know what you are talking about, Carashel smiled. Let me spell it out for you, Vika shouted, treason, murder. Sound familiar? I am familiar with the terms, Carashel replied cheerfully. It was you and your communalists that were behind supplying the Forsaken. Not those investors that so conveniently died on the way to their interrogations. And you can drop the communalist nonsense. I know what you and your committee really are, communists. I see you have been talking to Carousel chuckled. I have. Vika squeaked angrily, and he's on his way back to put a stop to this, and you. My dear counselor, Carousel smiled, that is a very engaging narrative. But, maybe it's our backwards nature, but we Balil have this thing we like to call proof. Do you have any? Vika spluttered. I thought so, Carousel said pleasantly, now I am certain that the appropriate people are investigating this, and there is no way that a simple stupid Balil could possibly hope to outsmart all of the super-duper smart species over at intelligence, or the judiciary, or whoever handles these sorts of things. I mean, the very thought is laughable. No, but Jessica Morgan could. Oh dear, Carousel sighed, Counselor Vika, I must warn you that I take my personal and professional reputation very seriously, and now have the capacity to be very litigious. If you insist on spreading these sorts of reckless accusations, I will have no alternative other than to file the appropriate lawsuits, where the truth will come out. Carousel undulated towards Vika, causing her to back away. And that truth is that several corrupt individuals representing corrupt species did what corrupt species do, and that is betray the core concepts and people of the Federation, just like they have been doing for centuries, Carousel said with a news-covered edge to her voice. That is what the investigation will reveal. Anything else is wild accusations by just another species fat from the exploitation of the masses and will be clearly demonstrated to be so. If you want to damage your credibility and bank account insisting on this self-serving garbage, feel free to do so, but you will suffer for it. And just what do you mean by that? Carousel's eyes shone wickedly through the mucus. I've said all I will concerning this matter, Vika, she replied. Now, I would love to humor your histrionics all day, but I actually have real business with which I must attend. Good day, counselor. Carousel started to undulate towards her office. Ka will stop you. Vika shouted. That would be incorrect, Carousel said without looking back, he will try to stop me. Carousel entered her office and shut the door, leaving Vika shaking with impotent rage. Carousel was right. She had nothing, only the sick feeling that this was just the beginning. This is madness. Captain Croctus squawked as he waved a tablet about in the air. We have to stop this immediately. And just how do you intend upon doing that? Admiral 7 replied with annoyance, her skin turning plum-colored. I'm open to suggestions. We need to shut down all traffic right now. Captain Croctus shouted, jumping up and down and flapping his arms. Issue an emergency order. Which will be overridden immediately by the Council, Admiral 7 replied grimly. What about the Emergency Council? Croctus implored, can't we have them issue a statement delaying payment? They already tried that, the Admiral sighed, her skin turning yellow. Some agitators were able to twist the rules and use it to break over 100 contracts already. Turns out unable to pay is still unable to pay. Of course, it didn't hurt that some fucking traitors pushed a lot of it through the system, but it is valid, and precedent is precedent. This is insane. Captain Croctus screeched, do you have any idea what's about to happen? Do you have any idea how many ships the Confederacy of Sol actually have? It's going to be a bloodbath. It all makes sense now. This is why they are attacking the network. Oh, creators. This is the real reason behind the whole free market scam. They were forcing this. Admiral 7 just sighed and placed her head in her hands. We are just going to have to do the best we can, she sighed as her skin darkened, unless the Council is willing to say that all contracts will be honored regardless of the ability to pay and without penalty, we are going to have thousands of courier ships physically transferring payments. The Admiral looked at the Captain gravely. To do that is basically announcing that the Federation is no longer a functioning entity. Politics aside, Captain, if payments stop, what's left of the stock market will completely implode. Without revenue, payroll stops. Without payroll, production stops. Without production. What do you think will happen once the food, fuel, medicine, and all the rest stop flowing to hundreds of systems, Captain? Hundreds? You're an expert on the humans, Captain. You tell me what will happen next, except it won't be just one solar system this time. It will be the entire Federation. Crocta threw his head back, screaming a curse in his native tongue. Well put, the Admiral smirked. We are definitely Ikvarked. I've mobilized the entire fleet and sent emergency orders to every SDF in the Federation. All we can do is try to protect everyone that we can. The Artful Hoarder dropped out of hyperspace, its crew all eyes and whiskers as they entered normal space. How long before we can jump again? The captain squeaked, not bothering to hide his nerves. I've pushed the drives as hard as I dare. It will be an hour before they cool off, the navigator replied, then another 15 minutes to charge them. I will have the next jump ready well before then. Set general quarters, the captain squeaked as he put on a bright red helmet, have everyone don vacuum gear. Yes, Captain. Captain, the sensor operator screeched, hyperspace event. It's big. 500 meters aft. The captain tried to keep calm, but there was no way anything would jump in that close unless we're being hailed. Put them on main, the captain squeaked as he rose and pulled a blaster carbine from its improvised mount beside his chair. Hi, a golden-haired human crowed, confirming the captain's worst fear. She was young, barely an adult if he guessed right, but she was sitting in command, her armor open and wearing only a cloth undergarment underneath that covered the mountains that signified that she was female. Barbarically carved into her exposed abdomen was one of the marks that every captain in the Federation feared, the mark of the Black Angels. Know what this is? The golden-haired human inquired as she bared her teeth. Oh, gods, her eyes. What is wrong with her eyes? Squeak. I do, the captain replied, his voice breaking. So you know what we do, the golden human said as she idly played with a knife. And that's what I'm supposed to do. The golden-haired fiend smiled. Beaut. I'm really not feeling it today, you know. Tell you what. We know you are packing credits, and we know exactly how many. We can do this the easy way or the hard way. The image zoomed in on her face, giving the bridge a good look at her eyes. The easy way is that you bring those credits to your starboard airlock and hand them over, easy peasy. The image zoomed back out revealing the human was now holding both a knife and a fork. Now the hard way, she said twirling the fork, you don't want the hard way. You really don't. The golden-haired monster smiled sweetly at the captain. So, my little honey-glazed guinea pig, she crooned, which will it be? The captain bowed his head and started to let out little weepy squeaks. May his people forgive him. Carashel undulated into her office and set her handbag on the chair opposite her desk. You can come out now, Una. The flap of the bag was opened with Una's upper arm as her head poked out, her 3 eyes wide with horror. Now you just overheard something, Carashel smiled as she scooched up on her stool chair. Do you have any questions or concerns I can address? And no. Una stammered as she climbed up the back of the chair and perched on the top. I don't care about any of that. I just want the shipments to resume. And I'm sure we can come to an arrangement, Carashel smiled pleasantly, of the 4 Federation members that we have export arrangements with, you are, by far, the least objectionable. Now I know our agreement with you is pretty much identical to the others, thanks to your Gvorden masters, but as far as your species, your values, and the way you treat your people and those you deal with is concerned, you aren't all that bad. We've just done what we had to do, Una stammered feeling like she was on trial. No, she wasn't on trial. The trial was complete. She was just being handed the sentence. You know how it is, we had to. Because of the agreements you had with the Gvorda and others, you had to make up for it somehow, and we were the new kids on the block, just like you were before. Correct. I mean, we didn't want to. The whole thing is a mess and Una said helplessly. And the cycle of colonialism and exploitation continues with each generation suffering more than the one before, Carashel said cheerfully as she slid in a neural jack. / user, hyperspace communication link requested Balil State Department / appeared in Carashel's mind's eye. / hyperspatial link to Balil State Department established / user, request hardline connection to Alt-17G / connection established initiating secondary hyperspatial link / Alt-17G, comrade. / user, hello Analytica. I have Counselor Una on camera. I would like body language analysis especially lie detection. Can you handle that? / Alt-17G, of course, comrade. Oh, the latest from inside confirms our worst fears. It looks like those traders that took over your market were indeed behind the shipment to those loathsome forsaken monsters. / user, how terrible. I am feeling all sorts of betrayed over here. Let me know if anything changes. / Alt-17G, will do, comrade. Body language analysis active. / user, thanks. / Una looked at Carashel curiously as her eyes seemed to glaze momentarily. Counselor Carashel. What? Carashel asked as she blinked. Sorry about that, just checking some email. Una tried not to shudder. Neural links were more than a little unsavory to her people. The only ones who used them were wireheads who used them for improper things. So, Una, Carashel smiled, I would like you to be completely honest. What do you really feel about the Federation? HRM. I believe in the founding principles of the Federation and its stated goals. Evasive true. A very political answer, Carashel replied. Another question, Vika just made some very concerning allegations. What do you feel about them? Am I being analyzed? Alarm concern fear, Una exclaimed in alarm. Do you want your food? Carousel asked. Yes. True. Then don't worry about it and answer the question. I think those were some very serious accusations. Evasive. True. They were, Carousel smiled, but, hypothetically, what if I did? Then that would be treason, evasive. True, and you would be guilty of that and murder. Evasive. True. And you should be tried, convicted, and sentenced for your crimes, lie. So aiding the Forsaken would be wrong, then. Of course. Lie, while they have been wronged, true. What they have done. Horror. Nothing justifies what they did, lie. And what they did to the Volkscene, Schadenfreude, even they didn't deserve that, Schadenfreude, lie. I'm glad you agree, Carousel smiled, of course it was. I just wanted to ensure you didn't buy into Counselor Vika's nonsense. Of course I don't, unsure. Look, I don't care about any of that, emphatic. True. I am just concerned about my people, emotional. True. You can feed whoever you want as long as we get our shipments restored, true. It's none of my business, true, admiration, fear, Carousel nodded. I can certainly resolve this little matter, Carousel smiled. Apprehensive relief. In fact, I've already been authorized to extend a trade agreement to you. Anxiety. What terms? Dubious, Una asked dubiously. Oh, nothing that you will lose sleep over, Carousel said smoothly, as I said, I consider you one of the good ones. But before we get to that, I do have a few more questions, if you don't mind. Anxiety, what are you playing at, Carousel? Suspicion, Una asked, exposing a tiny little sharp tooth. I don't like games being played with my people, anger, fear, vulnerability, It's nothing like that, Carousel replied, sliding a tablet over to Una. Here, this is a preview of the worst deal you will get from us. Una took the tablet. Apprehension, surprise, suspicion, surprise, suspicion, relief, relief, suspicion. This is, Una said carefully, this is quite reasonable. See. Carousel smiled. However, before I hand you the official draft, which I guarantee will be the same as that one, will you now humor me with a little discussion? Oh okay? Confusion, suspicion. Ever hear of the Shadows? Alarm. I'm sorry. I think their official name was the Shadows of the Great Tree of Truth, Carousel smiled impishly. Oh them. Alarm, severe anxiety, physical stress response, I think they were some sort of dissident group a few decades ago, evasive. Truth, Yes, Carousel smiled, they were. In fact, they were a surprisingly popular nonviolent separatist movement 46 years ago, roughly the same time you were at university. You must have encountered them. I understand they were very active there. Stress response, fear. Yeah, they were, evasive. Truth. I couldn't stand those idiots, lie. Carousel turned her hollow monitor around. News footage of a demonstration was playing. Tiny armored policemen were firing tear gas into the tree canopies as other masked beings were jumping and gliding about, some throwing sticks and rocks back at the police. Nausea, fear, stress. I think this was when they broke up the big perch in at the sky beam, Carousel smiled, isn't that some big living tree or something? Why, yes it is. Nausea, stress, anxiety, fear. I think you know where this is going, Carousel smiled. The scene fast-forwarded through the chaos and then zoomed in on some action in the background. A young figure with flowers in her hair was being pulled to the ground, kicking and biting, as all of her arms and legs were shackled. Can you believe we were ever that young? Carousel chuckled. Severe nausea, embarrassment, anxiety, fear, anger, violation. Be blackmail? Anger, violation, fear, nausea, is this what this is all about? Anger, violation, fear, nausea. Nope. Carousel replied, this never leaves this room. I was just tired of all of the bullshit. Bullshit? Confusion. It's a human term, Carousel replied, it means nonsense, evasion, deception, or time-wasting effort without results. That's a rough definition. Like so many of their wonderful sayings, it has such a depth of meaning, but that's close enough for this discussion. Carousel leaned forward. Let's drop the bullshit, shall we? Anger, vulnerability. You were once part of the Shadows of the Great Tree of Truth, Carousel said in a matter-of-fact tone. And like many of the promising but misguided youth swept up in that movement, your records were purged after you recanted and recited some pledge or another. It was a song. Resentment, humiliation, anger. You said it was all a mistake and that you'd glide true from then on, correct? Una bristled. You pissed her off, comrade. Oh, don't get me wrong, Carousel smiled, I'm not faulting you for any of it. If anything, I'm envious. Confusion. You had it figured out way back then, Carashel chuckled. I was such a little idiot when I was that age. My biggest concern was that I wasn't the right shade of pink and that a certain fucking idiot didn't know how to be a good boyfriend. Confusion. And there you were, screaming the truth about the Federation from the tallest tree you could climb until they pulled you down, fighting all the way. Confusion. I've read your group's manifesto, Carashel said, and, it's 100% true, all of it. I use different terms to describe the same predatory actions, but yes. The shadows had the truth of it. Confusion, visceral undefined. You did glide through and entered public service, and then politics where you were very active in a certain minority party that never quite wins but does effectively steer public policy, at least a little, Carashel continued. You were quite the rising star, so much so that you were kicked upstairs and given the great honor of counselor where you were conveniently out of the way since your position is treated the same as mine. We are just finger puppets with mushroom stamps who get to go to fancy parties and vote a straight party line or whatever we are told via email. I thought, embarrassment, chagrin, Una sighed, I thought that I could maybe, actually make a difference. Don't feel alone, Carashel laughed, I actually came here honestly believing that the Federation was a nice place. Amusement, kinship. Yet. Amusement, chagrin, sadness. So, tell me, Una, Carashel asked earnestly, do you still believe it? Accelerated heartbeat, queasiness, thrill, terror. Believe what? Ditto. Do you still believe what that young Jav who, blinded by tear gas, still fought half a dozen armored police officers fang and claw did? Absolute terror. Because I do, Carashel said calmly. And I think you know why, don't you? Una nodded, true, shame. Well, it's not going to work out the way the Gvorda have planned, Carashel smiled, in fact, they just might have a rather bad day coming up. And, after I finish with them, I shall then deal with the Federation. Shock. Because you were right, Una. The Federation no longer represents its stated values. They have been perverted into a sick joke that gets sicker each year. It is no longer sustainable. It must change. Shock. What if I told you, Carashel said, her voice raising slightly, that it could be made to change and that it could be achieved with no risk to your people? In fact, they would prosper, even in these dark times, achieve more prosperity than you can even imagine. And become safe, truly safe. Because Vika is right. I was the one who cut the deal with the Forsaken, and the Forsaken know who their friends are, and the friends of their friends. Your people can be safe, prosperous, free of the Gvorda, and you, Una, will be able to be a part of the movement that will bring the Federation to its knees and force it to change, or be destroyed. Either way, the Jav will prosper. Terror, thrill, excitement, amazement, hope. If you aren't interested, Carashel said, then you will be offered that trade agreement. No harm. No foul. I'm not worried about you disclosing anything I've said thus far. I can simply deny it. The Federation already has its culprits. I can't keep blowing counselors up. People will talk. Una giggled, shock, black humor, schadenfreude. However, if you are interested in what I have planned, how it will work, and how you and your people can get in on the ground floor of the new Federation, with all of the benefits that entails, I would be honored to share my vision with you. I will tear it all down. No more shall another race ever suffer the way ours have. No longer shall the privileged few harvest us like so much grain. No longer. No longer. Terror, thrill, excitement. So, tell me, Una, Carashel said as she rose to her full height spreading her tendrils, interested. Terror, thrill, excitement, adoration. Una nodded, true. Excellent, Carashel smiled as she tossed the trade agreement over her shoulder. So. What do you know about vertical integration? In the background. A few weeks ago. What in the four manifestations of gods will have you presented me with? A grey and black patterned face with a central mouth ringed by four eyes laughed. Can you make it or not? Jessica Morgan chuckled at her screen, already knowing the answer. Sure, how many million do you want? The strange visage on her OLED screen replied, but what is it? I mean, I know what it is but not what it is. My engineers have a pool running. You mean you don't know? Jessica smirked, oh, that's right. You never got this far. You guys watched the Juon invasion of your world on cathode ray tubes. Which is why we're pretty sure we know what this bit is for, the weird Xeno replied, pointing at a diagram in front of him. Is it some kind of weapon? Because it wouldn't be a very good one. Actually, Jessica replied, it can be an excellent weapon, but you're right. That's not its primary application. We're reviving a bit of ancient history to save a buck and, far more importantly, a great deal of time and resources. Is it related to this other thing? The figure asked as another diagram appeared. Now this one we know, but why do you need gyroscopes of this size and power? The overall scale of the two components seems to be compatible, though. Are they part of a larger assembly? That they are, Jessica replied. Would you be interested in what you call a turnkey arrangement? I'm certain we can build whatever these are involved in quite quickly and reasonably. OPSEC, Jessica replied, and I have quite the large workforce at the minute, even if they are shrinking by the fucking day that I need to utilize. It's getting ugly and even the penitent are having problems maintaining order. A project, even a forced one, will focus their anger and dispel the helplessness destroying my people faster than the plague. You're using infected workers on this project, the creature asked in surprise. Aren't you worried about contamination? It isn't a concern for these, Jessica replied grimly. Very well, the creature smiled, we will start expedited production immediately. Great. Jessica enthused with a smile. Now, Horus, his human name, his real one, is just not happening. Those flywheels have to be exactly to spec. They are going to be, flying. Has anything I have ever supplied not been exactly to spec? Yet, but these flywheels kind of freak me out. This is why I like humans, Horus replied, you actually know what is dangerous. Do not worry, Jessica, they will be perfect, well, as perfect as they need to be. I look forward to their expedited delivery, Jessica said as she sipped a cold cup of tea. They will be, Horus replied, I have no other customers currently engaging in hostilities. The entire workforce is aware of your situation and sigh. Our prayers are with you, as will be our efforts. You will have, whatever in the insatiable void this is, to spec, as fast as we can provide them. Thank you, Horus, Jessica replied. So. What is it? Please, Jessica, I just have to know. You're a smart cookie, Jessica smiled, figure it out or just watch the news after delivery. We are going to field these as soon as we get those. Oops. I almost let the cat out of the bag. Those components. Bah, Horus chuckled, I guess we will just have to wait. Jessica just smiled. When you see them in use, you will recognize them. The sooner we get them, the sooner you will have your mystery solved. Take care, Horus. You too, Jessica, Horus replied. Oh, before we end this transmission, the Empress has closed the border to Federation space in order to protect our human population. However, if any of your ships happen to enter our system, they would be resupplied and refueled before being politely asked to leave the Empire. I will keep that in mind, Horus, Jessica replied, that truly means a lot to me, however. Her eyes gleamed dangerously. Our plans have changed. While I am still evacuating people as quickly as possible, I am no longer abandoning Rayleigh. I am going to save all of my people. I abandoned humanity once, and I will not do it again. I am staying right here until every single one of my people is either dead, cured, or evacuated. We need those components, Horus. Are you insane? Horus exclaimed, even you can't hope to stand against the focused might of the Federation. You've pushed your luck far too hard as it is. Jessica. I've made my decision, Horus. Jessica smiled. I will stand and fight right here, on this world, with my feet on the ground. I am not tucking tail and fleeing into space, abandoning my nation, my world, ever again. If the Federation comes, they will face the full fury of humanity, and they will lose. Horus pulled himself upright and flipped open a knife with one of his many limbs. He cut another. Then the UC and V number at Corporation pledges a blood oath. We shall stand with you. Whatever you need, wherever you need it, no matter the risk. Just tell us what you require, and you will receive it. T8 Vril, %KTHVA. Your blood, our products. Fight with God itself at your side. Jessica scoffed. God doesn't take my calls anymore, Horus. Perhaps he will take mine and those of the people you protect. Jessica decided not to get into it. Horus could believe whatever he wanted as long as she got those components. Thank you, Horus, she replied. Last week. Hello, a bright, cheerful voice asked as a bright pink slug's face appeared on Jessica's screen. Oh. Hi there. Hello, Carachel, Jessica smiled as she sipped a freshly refilled cup. What's up? I've been talking with my former legal department, and I must say, Jessica said with genuine respect, I am truly impressed. Really? Carachel beamed. However, Jessica smiled, I now need something in return. Okay. Carachel said brightly as her eyes narrowed slightly, what do you want? She asked innocently. You. Carachel grinned. Will that work? She giggled, because I'm down. They both laughed at the shared joke. I've let you pick my brain at your leisure, Jessica said, now I would like to pick yours. If your slow brain could spare a few moments, I would like it to ponder something for me. Sure. Carachel beamed, what do you want me to noodle? Then I'm staying too. Gordon exclaimed. I wish you could, Jessica said as they snuggled in the afterglow. But you are just too important to the future of our people. You are needed out there, where you will be safe. Gordon kissed her. How many years of future do I have left, Jessica? He asked. I want to spend them here, with you. I've taught hundreds of chemical engineers, and dozens of them could replace me right now. Ursula can lead the rum runner as well as I can, and she has at least a century left in her. Yes, but she isn't you, Jessica said as she stroked his cheek. Our people need your genius. No, they don't, Gordon smiled. We've raised them good, Jess. They will be just fine without me. If anyone is irreplaceable, it's you. Besides, where I'm truly needed is right here. This isn't about just us, Jessica said softly. We have to think about the bigger picture. Narcissistic much, Gordon laughed gently as he booked her nose. This is where the real threat to our people is, the plague. I can't work on this up there. I need samples, test subjects, things that we don't dare send up. Come in, Jess. What would I do up there? Make booze. Whip up gutter plas. Maybe synthesize some sparkle or glitter dust or whatever sells these days. There are thousands of people who can do all of that and more. Face it, as soon as I leave Rayleigh, my research stops. If you are serious about not abandoning these people, you need me right here, doing what I do. He chuckled as he kissed her again. The fact that you get to keep your boy toy is just a plus. I need you safe more. Jessica said desperately. We have the Terrans here, and they aren't us, Jess, Gordon replied firmly, and you know it. Yeah, they are doing what they do, but in the end, it isn't their people on the line here. It's ours. The Federation is coming, Gordon, Jessica said as she sat up, and they will try to wipe us out this time. There won't be landings. There won't be martial law. They are going to do to Rayleigh what they did to Porky Town. Please, you have to understand. Jessica looked down. I can't lose you. Typical, Gordon snorted as he tousled Jessica's hair. You are so afraid of losing something that you lose it trying to save it. You are kinda stupid that way. Gordon looked at Jessica with a serious expression. If you are going to make a stand here, he said, then I'm standing with you. I made the decision to do that a long time ago, and while I've bitterly regretted it more than once, right now, I believe that you are the best chance we have. So, once again, I chose you. You'll need your best people if you want to make a go of this. Unless this is all bullshit, and you are throwing your life away in some grand act of contrition. It's not that, Jessica replied, it's just that I've abandoned my people once before, and it wound up being for nothing. I just can't do it again, Gordon. She looked away so Gordon wouldn't see the tears. I just can't. I won't do it again. And I didn't? Gordon asked. It's not like you are the only one who's gonna burn in hell in a couple of years. He sighed. When you came to me, all those years ago, I could have gone public. I could have warned my colleagues, my family. Did I? No. I just got on that, fucking, ship, thankful that I was going to live. I lied to myself and said that it was for the greater good, but I was just saving my own skin. He looked away too. Then, during it all, I was every bit a part of it as anyone else. It wasn't just guns and ammunition we used to pay them, it was my drugs, too. It was your guns in their hands and my drugs in their veins, Jess. I knew what I was doing, same as you. That's why I was so fucked up all the time. I couldn't bear to do what I was doing sober. And I was so blitzed out and so focused on keeping the bombs, booze, and drugs flowing including your little helpers that I wasn't looking at that big picture that you always talk about and that greater good that kept me from spacing myself. Oh, darling! Jessica exclaimed as she turned and put her hand on Gordon's shoulder, you did a lot more than just that. If it wasn't for you. Yeah, Gordon snorted, yay, me, he added weakly. But, what has been killing me all of these years is that it could have been me. It should have been me. What are you talking about? Jovian rice. Gordon exclaimed. I was so focused on drugs, making and taking them, bombs, and all the other shit that I completely missed the fact that we didn't need to kill for food. He sighed. We could have made it. He buried his face in his hands. But we didn't have gas miners, Jessica said, trying to comfort him with an embrace. We didn't need fucking gas miners. Gordon shouted. We had everything we needed. The Kuiper Belt and Ord Cloud are completely loaded with organics. It would have been easy. But I was too fucking stoned and too focused on keeping those fucking animals pliable. You aren't the only one who failed humanity, Jess. Between keeping silent and that, I'm the last person who deserves one of those births. Use it on someone who actually deserves it. Jessica looked at Gordon and sighed. She honestly had no idea what he was talking about, but Gordon knew chemistry better than anyone she knew, and if he said it was possible, it was. Gordon turned to her, eyes full of tears. If you aren't abandoning these people because you can't bear to, then I can't either. Please, if you care about me at all, let me stay. Of course, I care about you. Jessica exclaimed, I love you. You do. Jessica looked at him with open, vulnerable eyes. I do, Gordon. She choked up. Well, if you love me, Gordon said slyly as he magically produced a set of big fluffy Nico ears. Jessica just burst into laughter, and reached for the ears. Today, every radio, holovid, computer, and public address system on Rayleigh and Zarin switched on if it wasn't on already. Across every radio and on every open hyperspatial band echoing across the galaxy, Jessica Morgan's voice suddenly spoke. People of Rayleigh. As you all know, we are facing the darkest days since the Soul Wars. We are testing people as fast as we can, and loading ship after ship as quickly as possible. That you know. What you do not know is that I will not be on one of them. I am staying right here until the end. I am remaining with you until the last person is either cured, evacuated, or dead. This is our home. And you are my people. We will hold Rayleigh, and we will save each and every one of you, or die in the attempt. We have been running for over 100 years. My people, we are done running. If we leave Rayleigh, it will be an orderly evacuation, not fleeing in terror, abandoning billions out of cowardice. And if you board a ship, know that it will not be your final home. I will either save this world, or I will tear out the heart of this universe and give that to you. My people. To those who would seek the end of my people, who seek the end of me. Here I am, motherfuckers. I am right here, on Rayleigh. If you want me, come and get me. I will not abandon my people ever again. Across Rayleigh, a stunned silence fell. And for the first time since the nightmare started, people could be seen smiling. Some even cheered, or coughed, or gurgled. There wasn't much you could count on in this galaxy, but if the devil made a promise, she kept it. For the first time in what felt like forever, there was hope. In the Republic, many also smiled, some ruefully, some wickedly. The general consensus was, well, the Federation is about to find out why we hate those fuckers, usually followed by a grin. OGs started to tell stories of the final blood-soaked days of the Soul Wars, the last time the Porkies were backed against the wall, the last time the devil stopped running, some smiling about it for the first time. They had lost family to the Federation a lot more recently than they did to those bastards. If anyone deserved those animals, it was them. Good riddance to the lot. Hope they kill each other. But if you could squeeze the truth out of any of those vicious, ancient fuckers, you might be surprised who many of them were secretly rooting for. New Vegas, Monte Carlo, and most other such places started taking bets on how long the Federation was going to survive. With very, very few people betting that they would win, even with the very generous odds. Johnny and every other arms dealer just sighed and reached for their phones once again. Maybe there was a source that hadn't been tapped yet. Capital City's reaction was a bit less pleased. Carachelle undulated out of her office and listened to the angry murmurs. She smiled to herself as she made her way to a conference room where the counselors for the Gvorda and 2 other species awaited, getting angrier by the minute. Counselor Una was also there, trying to look annoyed and play along, mostly trying not to pass out or give anything away. She looked at her communicator. One thing you could say about Jessica, she was punctual. Carachelle liked that. Slib. Thud. The prey falls. Note from Slightly Amusing. Carachelle springs the trap. Dramatis personae, Korvolska is indeed a Volksine, but she's been Jessica Morgan's person on the inside for over 100 years. She was a minor employee in the firm that locked horns with Jessica and friends not too long after the Porkies arrived in the Federation. She passed along vital information and was very helpful in the fun that followed. After the Federation's first Porky-style hostile takeover of that very same company, Korvolska somehow became very wealthy and started her own financial company dealing in investments, and a whole lot of money laundering. She's one of Jessica's big money people and has been for over 100 years. She absolutely hates Volksine society and has gleefully been acting against their interests for a long time. She is every bit a member of the Confederacy as anyone else. She is not alone. There are several non-human individuals who are basically in either with Jessica Morgan herself or with one of the big houses. The fact that she is taking their winnings from the short sell to end all short sells and now starting a completely legitimate commodity trading venture pretty much ensures that the Forsaken will not be lacking for food, or anything else she diversifies into, indefinitely. You said that we would meet at 2, the Gvordan counselor hissed in annoyance. Did I? Carachelle asked brightly as she undulated into the conference room containing him, Una, and 2 other counselors that formed the Gvordan block. I'm sorry, I could have sworn I said 3:30. Sorry. Okay, Counselor Lakevet of the Bissell sneered at exactly the same time as a small reptilian stood in front of him, shaking with anger. Now we talk. Sorry about the delay, gentle beings, Counselor Longpaw chirped as he bounced into a conference room where several very agitated well-dressed individuals grumbled. Hello, Counselor Rill buzzed as her hood flared, rippling hypnotically, as she opened the door to her conference room just as a timer beeped. You're finally here, an angry avian clucked as the massive lumbering form of the youth counselor entered the room. At precisely 3:30 Federation Standard Time. Here the Gvorden counselor barked as he shoved a tablet towards Carashel. Sign. No, Carashel smiled. What? You heard me, she smiled. I won't be signing that, sorry. You have no choice. Oh but I do, counselor, Carashel smiled. And I choose not to sign that agreement. If you don't, the Gvorden sneered, we will sue your race straight into management. There is no way your garbage contract termination will hold up in court. The emergency counsel said. That we have to honor any standing agreement, Carashel smiled, but you stated that you could not pay. That's just because. The precedent on this is quite clear, counselor, Carashel replied, and it has been used repeatedly against lowlies like myself. So I'm reasonably sure that the contacts and friends you have in high places will choose to protect that concept over your people. Then we will have no choice but to inform the Federation Bank about your people's fraud, the Gvorden counselor said malevolently. You didn't think you could hide that from us, did you? We own you. We will then be able to call in your debts, and you will go into management. Yes, Carashel sighed, it would be a terrible day should that happen. We would be impoverished. Carashel smiled pleasantly. But we wouldn't starve to death. The Gvorden fell silent. You could inform the Federation Bank and all other appropriate agencies about our fraudulent filings, and you could then call in your loans and get all of your friends to do the same. Then you could file a case for stewardship of the Balayan people. How long would that take, even under the best of conditions? Weeks. Months. Years if we fight it, which we can. A chill fell over the room. You see, Carashel said cheerfully, we know all about you as well. You have maybe 2 weeks before the shelves start going empty. With no replenishment, you have maybe a month before everything is gone. Are you threatening us? The Gvorda shouted. Because if you are, we will crush you. Oh goodness no. Carashel gasped, a Balayan threatening the Gvorda? Perish the thought. I'm just making an observation, that's all. I just thought that I should mention it because if we have to enter a long, protracted legal fight, we will have to generate revenue, somehow. Carashel undulated towards the Gvorda. And the only thing we have to sell is food. Your food, which we will have no choice but do. Even if we only get a fraction of what it is worth, we will simply have no choice. There is no way you will be able to find a buyer, the Gvorden sneered, we will personally see to it that the Volksine won't buy. Tida. Ever hear of Korvolska Capital? Carashel asked cheerfully, it's one of the big Volksine financial thingies. As luck has it, they actually weathered the horrible events that happened over their end, since the stock market is. Well, I don't really get it, but they have decided to diversify into commodities and are happy to buy from us. Carashel bounced happily. Isn't that amazing, she enthused. She really wants to make a deal with us, too. I like her. She's nice. In fact. Carashel pulled out 3 tablets. You will see that I only have 3 trade agreements with me, she bubble-chirped, because we have already sold them so much that I can't meet the demands of all of you. The room burst out into angry, and quite frightened, shouting. You can't do this, the Gvorden yelled, pounding the table with a chitinous fist. Why not? Carashel asked innocently. We will get an emergency injunction blocking this and file a criminal complaint about your people's fraud. As their representative, you could go to prison. Carashel smiled, less than pleasantly. Now, who is issuing threats, counselor, she said with a silky slimy bubbly purr. I was trying to be nice because we have done so much business in the past, and the Balayan people have profited so much due to your kindness. She oozed up onto the table, leaning towards the Gvorden. The reason why I was so late is that I was in a meeting with the Federation Bank and the Judicial Department where I made a full confession concerning our incorrect filing. What? The Gvorden stammered. Oh, it's going to be quite unpleasant, Carashel snickered. You, of course, know what the penalty for that fraud is, don't you? It's a fine. Fines are only a concern when you can't pay them, and thanks to the initial sales to those filthy traders, the forced buyout, and the significant purchase by Korvolska Capital, we will have no problem paying it. The Gvorden just hissed in shock. Of course, we filed a new, correct financial statement that you and any creditors will receive tomorrow. In it, you will find out that we have received a very advantageous line of credit from that same financial thingy. Carashel looked at the Gvorden with moist, alien, merciless eyes. Do you have any other threats you would like to try, or can we get down to business, she said in a friendly but quite menacing way. Or you can leave and try to secure another food source before your people resort to cannibalism. Are you familiar with the Soul Wars, Counselor? It took only weeks before a civilization far more prosperous and stable than your own descended into absolute barbarism. Of course, the Federation wouldn't let that happen, but you are far closer to management than I will ever be again. The Gvorden counselor just stood there in shock. In any civilization, there is usually at least one element of scarcity, Carashel said pleasantly. In times past, that was usually energy or raw materials, or at certain times in most people's history, potable water. However, in our prosperous and advanced age, energy is no longer a concern. Fusion has provided us all with a clean, limitless source of all the energy we could ever need, and the fuel is, even with all of the price fixing and artificial scarcity imposed on us, still of very low cost. It is not a concern even for us. Raw materials? We can now harvest the full resources of entire systems. Again, here in the Federation, due to exclusivity clauses, price fixing, and the like, it is a little bit of a concern, but once again, an artificial one. There is nothing physically stopping any race from obtaining whatever they need. Water. Carashel laughed. Even the Federation doesn't try to corner water. Every system is full of it. Any of us could literally drown our home planets in the water drifting around in any of our solar systems. Carashel spread her tendrils wide. Yes, pretty much every single thing a society needs is right there for the taking, except for one thing. Her eyes gleamed with a moist evil light. Food. The complex organic compounds that we all must consume on a regular basis to sustain life are not abundant in the galaxy. You can't just fly out to an asteroid and scoop it up. It, whether it be animal or vegetable, has to be grown, a time and resource intensive undertaking. Sure, it can be made, but that takes a lot of time, effort, knowledge, and the capital resources to do so on a truly industrial level. Only one species does it, and that is only because they had to or become extinct. So, while possible, it cannot be done from scratch before a society implodes, but all of you already know that, or you would not be sitting here listening to Amir Balil give you a lecture on the painfully obvious. Carashel paused while she lined up the 3 tablets on the table in front of her, watching the eyes of each of the 4 counselors follow their every move. Except for Una, of course. She was looking down at the floor. Food is also resource-intensive and hard on the environment. It takes millions of square kilometers of valuable real estate and requires the utilization of millions of workers, even with automation so generously provided by you kind people. Those people could be used so much more profitably if they weren't dedicated to the simple act of keeping civilization alive. Why sacrifice your laboratories, factories, rainforests, for something as pedestrian as food when you can shift that burden to another, lower race? Let them wreck their planet. Let them use their people, especially when you can bully and coerce them into accepting the prices that you set. It's actually cheaper to exploit some stupid, less advanced race to become the major supplier of something so basic as the one thing that keeps all of you alive. Carashel chuckled. The only thing is that if you are foolish enough to do something like that, she smiled, you had better never let their face out of the mud for even one single breath, because if you ever did make that fatal mistake. Carashel shook her anterior end sadly. It could be bad. All you had to do was be halfway decent, and we would have been happy to be the stupid little idiot farmers that you think that we are, but no. You had to push just that little bit harder. Why pay us at all? Why not drive us into management and then just take it? Carashel pointed at the 3 tablets. Now, 3 of you will pay for that mistake. One of you won't, she smiled. First come, first served, subject to availability. This is madness, the Gvorda shouted. If you think that any of us will bow to a Balil and your ludicrous demands, you are. Carashel idly wiggled 2 of her tendrils in her left eye stalk. Counselor Una Lunch scampered across the table, slamming her sigil down on the leftmost tablet with an electronic beep. Una, the Gvorden shouted. I'm sorry. Una squeaked. I'm sorry, she said as she looked away in shame. 2 agreements remaining, Carashel smiled. The remaining 3 Xenos looked at each other uncertainly. Then, almost at once, they all lunged for a tablet, the Gvorden counselor wrenching it away from the much weaker Illup. What the hell is this thing? The Gvorden demanded. It's thousands of pages long. Don't sign it then, Carashel shrugged. I believe the Illup seemed rather interested in it. I didn't say that I wouldn't sign it, the Gvorden stammered, I just said that I need to have it reviewed. Take your time, Carashel smiled, but, as I said, she purred as she produced another tablet and handed it to the Illup counselor, first come, first served, subject to availability. Beeb. The other Xeno with a tablet, the Malofnt, slammed his sigil down, signing it. Damn you, he snarled. You can't just force us to sign something we haven't even reviewed, the Gvorden shouted, this is extortion. You call it extortion, Carashel smiled, I call it, once again, first come, first served, subject to availability. She pulled out her communicator. This is a waste of time, she said into it, inform the Volksine that our entire stock is available for purchase minus the amounts set aside for the Jav and the Maloft. Our remaining partner will just have to make do with what's left. The Philippine counselor made a strangled sound and reached into his pocket just as a very clear beep could be heard beside him as the Gvorden smashed his sigil angrily against the tablet, nearly cracking it. Beep. No, the Philippine moaned in horror as the full implications of that beep became clear. Una buried her face in her hands. It had to be done, but that did not make this any better. There will be consequences for this, the Gvorden hissed, glaring at Carachel. Of that, there is no doubt. Counselor, Carachel smiled. Carachel's Rajala. A note from Slightly Amusing. The scraping starts. Note, the Devourer, this is the Balayan devil, a monstrous carnivore that preyed on the flesh of the Balil who, according to myth and legend, were once enslaved by this creature and used as both slaves and livestock. What have you done? The Gvorden ambassador screamed as he grabbed the counselor and slammed him against the wall. Did you even read this? I didn't have time, the Gvorden counselor exclaimed, trying to struggle free. That damned Balil was selling our food supply right out from under us. You should have let her. The ambassador screamed as he hurled the counselor across the room. We would have starved, or wound up entering emergency management. It would be better if we starved, the ambassador screamed as he kicked the counselor in the mid-segment, causing the ambassador to retch and flail. You ruined us, the ambassador screamed as his aides rushed into the office, grabbing him by the upper arms. Gag. Cough. Have you lost your mind? The Gvorden counselor gasped as he struggled to his multiple feet. I lost my mind, the ambassador shrieked, trying to struggle free. You just signed over our entire race to those fucking garden pests. The ambassador reached onto his desk with one of his secondary limbs and slung a tablet at the counselor. And that's just the tip of the fucking iceberg, the ambassador shouted. They are losing their minds back home. This, the counselor spluttered, this is ludicrous. There is no way this will go through. It already did, the ambassador shrieked. What? The counselor gasped. Impossible. There is no way this can be legal. We were coerced. Did she put a fucking blaster to your head? Well, no, but... Then it isn't fucking coercion. Calm down, ambassador, the counselor said, trying to remain calm himself. We can simply refuse to honor this while we appeal. And they will cut off the food supply which is now being delivered every 2 days, the ambassador shouted. And guess how long those shipments will last? Then we will buy it from somewhere else. You signed an exclusivity clause, you imbecile, the ambassador yelled as one of his upper arms broke free. We can't legally buy food from anywhere else, and if anyone does sell to us, which they won't, you know what the Balil can do to them. You fucking signed a blanket exclusivity clause. We can't buy anything, no goods, no services, except from the Balayan Good Vibes and Happiness Corporation. Besides, we can't afford to buy from anyone else. You signed over the entire fucking treasury. Look, the Gvorden counselor said, trying to think fast. This is clearly some sort of stupid joke. There is no way this will hold up, and even the idiot Balil have to know it. Carachel has always been problematic. We just need to lean on the ambassador, have their State Department draft a new agreement. I'll just... No, the ambassador shouted. You've done quite enough. You are going to take this over to the judiciary and try to get this dealt with. I'll contact the Balayan ambassador and see what they are actually after and see if I can fix this. With all due respect, ambassador, the Gvorden counselor huffed, I am still our counselor and I... No, you're not, the ambassador snapped. You are relieved of your duties. What? The counselor shouted, you can't do that. You have already clearly demonstrated that you have absolutely no idea what can and can't be done, the ambassador hissed. It is within my authority to do so, pending an emergency session of the Senate. You should know that. If you don't, look it up. The ambassador, with great effort and many deep breaths, stopped trying to break free of the increasing number of aides that were restraining him. I am assuming your duties until a suitable replacement is nominated and approved, the ambassador said with enforced calm. Don't even bother trying to call your friends back home because you don't have any. In fact, the ambassador snarled, you might not want to go back home at all. Nemat, the former Gvorden counselor, just stood there in shock. Ambassador. The only reason why I'm trusting you with going to the judiciary office is that you have cultivated contacts over there and obtained favors that you will use to fix this, the ambassador hissed, because fixing this is the only way you can ever return home without being killed. Ambassador. Go. Former counselor Nemat ran from the room. The Gvorden ambassador opened one of his desk drawers and pulled out a titanium flask with an oddly shaped hose attached to the top. He put the hose deep into an opening in his neck and pressed a plunger. He inhaled deeply and exhaled, a faint silver-gray mist escaping from the sides of his throat. His aides looked at each other anxiously. Got something to say, the ambassador snarled. No, ambassador. Now get out of here, the ambassador snapped. I would like some privacy when I lick a Belial's palps. Two Baliela huddled together in the break room of their embassy whispering and giggling, a common occurrence among the Belial of any gender. Have you seen the new ambassador? A light green Baliela giggled. Have I? The other one, an exotic lavender beauty giggled back, he's dreamy. And so much fun, the green one giggled, he's always singing and dancing. It's so cute. I love that little wiggle he makes, the lavender one gushed. And that little song. How does it go? Goo ba ba. Oh wee wee. It sounds so nice. Have you ever heard it before? No, the green cutie exclaimed, not before he and his staff arrived. All of them sing it, though. I wonder what it's from. I asked the cute silver skin about it, the lavender hottie giggled, have you seen him? Have I? The appealingly plump green slug next door type giggled, I'd slither through a salt flat just to taste his trail. She leaned in close. It tastes like wildflowers. They both squealed and giggled some more. After taking another blast from his inhaler, the Gvordan ambassador called the Balayan embassy. Good vibes and happiness pizza, an unfamiliar Belial answered as strange alien music blasted in the background. Have you tried our daily special? 2 pizzas and a drink, only the entire net worth of your solar system. Order now before the price goes up. Oh, that wasn't a good sign. Is this the Balayan embassy? The ambassador asked, beyond perplexed. Hey, the Belial shouted, we still calling this the embassy? What else are we going to call it, silly wiggle? A voice giggled from off-screen. I am the Gvordan ambassador, the ambassador said forcefully, and I demand to see. Hang on, the Belial said, interrupting him, this is the good part. The strange Belial started violently bouncing as the strange alien music reached a fever pitch. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me, the Belial shouted. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me, motherfucker. The Gvordan ambassador just sat there, completely in shock. This was beyond unprofessional. This creature was just convulsing and shouting in some strange alien-sounding language. He activated his translator. Oh dear, the ambassador just stared at the constant string of translated Old Terran English. Scrolling across his screen. He was no longer even capable of being angry. He was just confused. He was so confused that he let the next track start, staring in horrified fascination at the text. Oh yeah, the Belial said after a moment, you wanted something, Claus. Yes, the ambassador said, collecting himself. I demand to speak to the Balayan ambassador. Oh hang on, the strange Belial said happily. I'll go get him. 1 second. He got up and wiggled off. He then wiggled back into frame. Ambassador Ugabalan here, the Belial grinned, what can I do for you? What? The Gvordan ambassador blurted in surprise. Where is Ambassador Mars Amen? Retired, the Belial replied with that Belial cheer, Ambassador Mars Amen is a great squirm, don't get me wrong, he really is, but it was decided that his constitution wasn't suitable for what representing the Bala state and the Good Vibes and Happiness Corporation will require in the days ahead. And you're his replacement. Jellybean, the Belial bubble chuckled, I'm as shocked as you are. There I was enjoying retirement and then this freakin' limo pulls up and this hottie just oozes out of it, slides up and says, you are needed, come with me. Well. Needless to say I beat her to the limo. The Gvordan ambassador just stared at his screen in horror. Only to find out that I was made the ambassador, the Belial snot snorted, what a letdown. The Gvordan just sat there in speechless horror. So, yeah, the Belial shrugged, new management. Funny word that, management. The Balayan ambassador smirked. Ah. Yes. Well, the Gvordan said desperately trying to get on top of this situation, yes. I wish to speak to you concerning the trade agreement that was signed. The Belial started laughing. I can't believe you pickles signed that, he chortled sending slime bubbling up out of his breath hole, cough, cough. I owe Carashel 50 credits. Speaking of hotties. Damn, and quite the pee upstairs too. Gotta love that. The ambassador leaned in towards the screen. I'm totally going for it, the ambassador whispered, I have this thing for those angels on the outside, devourers on the inside types, and let me tell you. She is the most devourer of any devourer I have ever met. Wow. The Balayan ambassador snickered. But you guys know all about that don't you? The Gvordan ambassador bristled, his chitin squeaking with anger. Fucking. Belial was laughing at him. He finally got his rage back. You can't possibly believe that this sick joke of an agreement will possibly hold up, the Gvordan said forcefully. Like I said, I didn't possibly believe that you would sign it in the first place, the Belial snickered, but, Carashel said that you would and she was right. She also said that it will go through, so. I guess I'm gonna believe that as well. The Balayan ambassador smiled that happy Balayan smile. See, we Balil aren't that bright, he said cheerfully, but we are just smart enough to know when someone is smarter and Karashal, now that little Wiggle is smart. I am not losing another 50 to her. So. I guess we'll see, hey. Let's drop the pretense, the Gvorden hissed, and you can drop the whole, whatever act that is. If you were appointed ambassador you clearly are capable of understanding simple logic as much as any Balil can be. Oh. Gabalen chirped happily, high praise. Thank you. You can either pursue this foolish agreement that your counselor inappropriately coerced, the Gvorden said firmly, and be party to her blatant extortion, or you can put forward an actual agreement that won't be laughed out of court. I'm feeling kind of foolish today, Ambassador Gabalen replied with a Balala giggle. Oh drop it, the Gvorden snapped. What do you really want? I want you to read our Bible, the ambassador smiled. Sorry. The second book of Ages, chapter 2, the Balil smiled, it will tell you exactly what I want. See, we were enslaved once before. It tells you what happens next. If you have any questions after that, feel free to call again. The connection went dead. Former Gvorden counselor Nemat shook with rage. What do you mean he's not taking any visitors? I'm sorry, counselor, Mr. Kvioak is currently engaged, a pleasantly dressed Mar chittered anxiously as it sat behind a desk outside his office. He and many others are involved in a conference call at the moment. Well tell him that it's me. Nemat shouted. The mare's nictating membrane slid over its large eyes. They were soon covered by flashes and glowing lights from the matrix of micro-holographic emitters embedded into their surface, a body modification that was near universal among its people. The geometry of their eyes was perfect for it, so much so that incompatibility with the implants was considered a tragic disability. It chuffed, its wide air filters causing the fine hair covering the back of its head to flutter. It truly disliked Counselor Nemat. He was a most disagreeable fellow and quite offensive to the mare's inherently polite nature. Another thing that the Mar found disagreeable was delivering bad news, not exactly the best feature for someone's secretary as many avoid doing it altogether. It was a trade-off. Their amazing politeness and nearly universal augmented reality made them excellent administrative support and clerical staff, but one really had to know how to read them and understand their language. A cheerful good morning followed by the innocuous statement that you have messages from your spouse meant, good morning, you have message from your spouse. An innocuous statement that you have a message from your wife without a cheerful greeting meant something else entirely. Amar calling you on your communicator politely informing you that your spouse is trying to get in touch with you and then abruptly hanging up? Yeah. That's bad. Call home now. Mr. Kvioak is currently involved in a conference call, the Mar said with clipped professional tone. One that he cannot disengage from. This is urgent. The Mar chuffed again, I am aware of your situation, as is Mr. Kvioak. Chuff. You are. Chuff. It is the reason for the conference call, uncomfortable fidget. You will be contacted as soon as it is completed, or if you would prefer you can wait with the others. Chuff. The others? Nemat asked, fear starting to seep into his voice. The Mar chuffed again. It hated this. It said sounding very unsure of itself, I'm terribly, chuff. It shivered. I'm sure it won't be much longer, the Mar said, its professionalism restored. If you wish you can wait in conference room 136 where Mr. Kvioak or the appropriate individual will address you all after the conclusion of the call. A small white polymer sphere popped out of a charging station behind the Mar and started glowing. Please follow the guide to conference room 136. I don't want the appropriate individual, Nemat hissed, I demand to speak with Mr. Kaivatok. I will be certain to relay that. Mr. Nemat the Mar replied. You can wait for him in conference room 136. Please follow the guide. Mr. Nemat hit Nemat like a kick to the mid-segment. What about Ms. Glovoncox? Nemat asked urgently. Sir, the Mar replied, anyone who can help you with your situation is in that conference call. Please follow the guide. Please. Not knowing what else to do, Nemat started following the glowing drone. As soon as the door to conference room 136 opened, Counselor Nemat's ever-increasing sense of dread turned to a sick icy chill. He had walked into rooms like that before but never here. It was usually in a hospital. The last time was when his mother passed away. He recognized many of the races present, solid powerful ones, some staring out of the windows, others wandering about aimlessly, most just sitting there stunned and exhausted. Honey, listen carefully, he heard a richly dressed Davril quietly but urgently say into his phone, get a crystal and go to the bank. Looking about he saw Counselor Una perched on a window ledge, also whispering into her phone. Nemat didn't fail to notice that it wasn't her usual nice one. It was a cheap model easily purchased from vending kiosks all over the city. As soon as she saw him she snapped the phone closed. He walked over. Counselor Una, he said quietly. Beating me to the snap once again. Una just nodded. Where is Counselor Tai? Nemat asked. The Malofunk signed an agreement as well. I don't know, Una replied. Perhaps he has been fired as well, Nemat sighed. You've been fired. Una whispered, can they do that? The ambassador seems to think so, Nemat replied, he's probably right. I don't care about KABL-17T, the OOOOKT counselor shouted into his phone, don't waste precious time denying it. You might be a cheating harlot but you are still my wife and I can only assume love our offspring. Is that correct or has my entire life been for nothing? I need you to shut all of your mouths and listen. The entire room fell silent and all eyes, ears, antennae, and other primary sensory organs were now directed at the OOOOKT. He didn't care. Now listen, he said more quietly as he turned away from the group, KBL-17T. Is he young and vital? I don't care, just answer the question. Does he have a gun? Great. You can bring him too. Look. Shut up and listen, if he actually cares about you, has a weapon, and knows how to use it, he's my best friend in the whole galaxy right now. Get him and then go immediately to the creche and grab our spawn, even the stupid one. There is no time. Start moving. Quite literally the end of the world, shut up and start moving. I'll explain once you are in motion. We don't, fine. I've known for a while and haven't decided what I was going to do about it. He passed the security screening I had illegally run on him, so I wasn't worried about you, my property, or most importantly my spawn, and to be perfectly honest I'm in no position to condemn you. I honestly don't think you are in any position to condemn me either, and this is not the time. Yes, mistakes have been made, but trust me, the mistakes we are discussing are not my biggest concern right now. No. Don't break it off with him. You and the spawn are going to need him. Bring him. All I care about is my spawn. You and I can divide whatever we can salvage, or we can stay together and introduce our lovers. Maybe they will hit it off. I love our spawn. Do you love our spawn? That's all I need to hear. We will figure out the rest once I get all of you safe. Now get a stylus. The floodgates opened. The room went from stunned stupor to a frenzy of activity as everyone started desperately calling everyone from family to brokers to bankers. Most called family. Nemat looked over at Una. Excuse me. Una simply nodded. Nemat rushed over to a corner and pulled out a tablet. The door opened and the room fell silent as Alvanolk, the chief legal counsel for the Federation, entered along with 2 Threen security guards. Gentle beings, he said grimly, thank you for waiting. He paused. I do have some information for those who have signed what we are unofficially calling the Bail Law contract, however. He glared at Counselor Una. This briefing is solely for those affected. Counselor Una, would you please depart? The room gasped. You Una? Nemat asked, his voice rattling. Una set her tiny jaw, her 3 eyes hard. Sorry, Nemat, she said as she reached into her pocket, pulling out a cloth armband. But my duty is to my people. She slid the red armband, embroidered with a gold hammer and sickle, up her little arm. She hopped off the window ledge and glided to the floor as everyone in the room glared at her. Nemat let out a shuddering hiss. It all made sense now. She was the one who broke first, setting everything into motion. Una was working with them the whole time. You betrayed us. Nemat shouted. I trusted you. No, Nemat, Una replied with a tiny little sigh, you trusted the power you had over us. I had an opportunity to secure a fate different than yours and I took it. You would have done the same. Una narrowed her eyes. I wish it hadn't come to this, Nemat, she said, but you and everyone in this room are the ones ultimately responsible for what happened, and everything that will follow. And what will you do now? Nemat demanded, without us you have nothing. Una made a tiny snort. Thank you, Nemat, she said with a little smirk, I was feeling really badly about what is about to happen to you. You just reminded me why I had to do what I did. Goodbye, Nemat. Raising herself to her full diminutive height, Una strode from the room. Alvanolk glared at the tiny Jav as she walked away, one of his guards opening the door for her. Once she left, he turned back to the room. I know you all have significant concerns about the agreements you all signed and the manner in which they were presented, the old Cranial said. We have carefully reviewed the situation and, regrettably, both the agreement and the manner in which it was signed are, in fact, valid and the agreements are binding. The room exploded in anguished howls, screeches, buzzes, and screams. Please. Please, the Cranial said, trying to speak over the din. I know you all have questions. Questions? Nemat shouted. Questions? How can this be legal? This isn't an agreement. This is extortion and, he spluttered, there is no way any of us could sign away our sovereignty, our entire species like this. Alvanolk sighed. I would like to remind everyone here that the ultimate responsibility for the terms in a trade agreement lies with the parties signing that agreement. Regardless of how it is presented, everyone has the duty to review what they sign, and the ultimate decision whether or not to sign lies with the person holding the sigil. None of you were illegally compelled to sign. All of you could have refused. We didn't have a choice, a small reptilian screeched. We faced the loss of over 70% of our food supply. The responsibility for structuring your economies also lies with the member systems, not the Federation nor any of your trading partners. While it is regrettable that you found yourself in that position, that dynamic is one that was created by your people. The room once again broke out in shouting. Gentle beings. Alvanulk shouted. Decorum. Please. How can you stand there calling for decorum? A large amphibian-like being shouted. This so-called agreement is nothing less than criminal. It is without precedent or foundation. It is impossible for the things within it to be remotely within the scope of a trade agreement. This is an unconditional surrender. We didn't even do this to the planets we conquered. The room shouted in agreement. Actually, Alvanulk said grimly, all of it has legal precedent. The individual clauses have never been assembled in one document before, nor have the exact terms ever been this severe, but all of it is firmly grounded in Federation trade law, and all of it has very well established precedents. Lies. Nemat screamed, tell me, where does compelling us to institute laws over our citizens in direct violation of our own constitution have precedent? I think some of your associates in this room can answer that for you, the Cranial replied. It has been done shortly after first contact during initial negotiations, and happens quite often as a result of stewardship or management and in the enforcement of debt collections. I'm a bit frustrated, Nemat, considering you privately inquired about the possibilities of exactly what you are now protesting regarding your imminent action against the Belial. In case you haven't realized, Alvanulk said with a bit of irritation, that very same push by your people is what set this whole chain of events into action. The room filled with angry, hateful noises as everyone turned to face Nemat. I will now share with all of you some of the realities behind the decisions that were made today, Alvanulk said as dispassionately as he could. I do this so that you may all not waste what little precious time you have left, nor risk your people's welfare or very lives unnecessarily. Make no mistake, he said firmly, the situation in which you all find yourselves is dire and completely inescapable at this point. Please pay very careful attention. Alvanulk took a deep breath and steeled himself. Our Federation is at its heart a trade association. Contracts between member species form the very structure of the systems that keep it intact. Trust in those agreements is essential to preserve the safety and stability of the Federation as a whole. Unfortunately, some of these agreements have been less than equitable, especially at the expense of some of the newer or less advanced members. Nobody here can with any shred of honesty deny that. The Cranial had to wait until yet another round of shouting died down. This has caused no small amount of resentment among the less prosperous members. The upheavals of the past few years, starting with the Republic War, the increased mandatory defense contributions, and now the unfortunate situation with the humans, have pushed many of them to the breaking point. This has created a delicate situation, where many systems are beginning to become increasingly dissatisfied with the Federation as a whole. Among those are the Belial, the Lu, the Ril, the Youth, and the Bissell, the founding committee of what is called the Communalist Party. This party, most notably the Belial, were the ones behind the successful legal argument that allowed the breaking of over 100 different trade agreements and counting. Alvanulk glanced down at his tablet. They were initially discounted as yet another club, like so many of the small caucuses and cliques that are born and die every week. However, they have recently come under increasing scrutiny as their platform and rhetoric has become increasingly unusual. They style themselves as communalist or even communist, but they are neither. Alvanulk clicked his beak angrily. They are in fact anarchists. They have no desire to free anyone. They seek to attack the Federation, the entity that they blame for their misfortunes. And that, gentle beings, is what this Balayan contract is, an attack. Of course it is, the OOOOKT counselor yelled, looking up from the tablet he had been furiously fiddling with for the first time. Look at what they are doing to us. You are mistaken, Alvanulk replied, it isn't an attack against you. You are all completely irrelevant to them. Once they were able to break the unfavorable contracts with you, they were done with you. They have no desire to feed any of you, at any price. They would actually prefer if you were the first of us to fall. There was no shouting this time, only shocked muttering. There have also been more serious accusations concerning this committee, and you will no doubt hear of them if you haven't already, Alvanulk said. I cannot comment on this further than a full investigation is being undertaken and all of them are under very close scrutiny. No charges are pending at this time, but if anything comes to light you can be assured that we will pursue any and all relevant crimes to the fullest extent of the law. These people are dangerous, however, we must follow due process, especially during these sensitive times. However, I must inform all of you that even if those accusations are entirely true, it in no way changes the validity of the contracts that you all signed on behalf of your systems. Even if the agreements were signed with traitors, the agreements are not in and of themselves treasonous, and both law and precedent are quite clear that a counselor, even if guilty of other crimes, can still represent their people until arrest as long as those agreements aren't directly connected to a crime. The breaking of your original contracts is, sadly, valid, and the agreements that you signed as a result of that are also valid. Alvinolk flicked his finger across his tablet, scrolling the screen. Concerning the attack I mentioned previously, he said, seething with anger, it wasn't directed at you, it was directed at the Federation itself. There is reason why the agreements are so long and why sometimes several clauses were used where one would have been sufficient if more efficiently written. Very little in the Balayan contract is original. In fact, the vast majority of it has been cut and pasted word for word from millions of trade agreements, gentle beings, millions. Somehow they were able to examine every single trade agreement since the founding of the Federation and selected the clauses that have the most relevance, the ones forming the backbone of some of the largest and most important agreements that are currently in effect. In other cases, the clauses are ones that could be considered the most egregious or the ones that most often affect their people as if they truly have any. Others are the ones most used by the most influential species. Other clauses are at the very heart of stewardship, bankruptcy, and management practices of those systems who require the most support. Alvinolk made a growling hiss despite himself. They were counting on one of you using undue influence to get the entire contract declared invalid. Had that happened, it would have opened up hundreds of thousands of agreements to legal attack, overwhelming the courts, and further destabilizing the Federation as a whole, including foundational agreements tied to the very maintenance of the Federation itself. The Balil and the others have already assembled substantial legal resources and intend upon using the additional resources they obtain from your systems to further increase their capacity. Any clause that we toss out of this agreement will expose numerous, far more essential agreements to their legal mercenaries. Quite simply put, the Federation had to choose between honoring the principles upon which it operates and continues to operate, or make a dangerous exception that jeopardizes countless far more rational agreements, ones necessary to keep the Federation stable during these times. You mean we are just going to be sacrificed? Someone yelled. In one word, Alvinolk said dispassionately, yes. Half a dozen systems who voluntarily entered into ruinous agreements under their own free will versus the entire Federation and the faith in the principles and institutions it upholds? I'm sorry, gentle beings. Besides, many of these clauses are copied directly from the agreements you imposed on the committee. As Councillor Una said, you brought this upon yourselves. The room erupted into screams and shouting that continued until one of the guards fired his blaster into the air. I am unsure if you have had time to fully review what you have signed, Alvinolk said grimly. We have taken the liberty of summarizing conditions under which you will now have to operate and the timelines under which those changes will take place. I must caution you. Buried in all of those thousands of pages are some very unpleasant consequences should any of you threaten or engage in hostilities, and should any of the committee happen to die for any reason. Their funeral celebrations and memorial funds are some of the worst individual clauses in this entire document. Millions of your people will likely die as a result of the mourning of period that will involving a shipping holiday. Pray for their continued health. I cannot stress this enough. In addition, the Callant have issued a statement saying that they will not countenance another civil war at this time. Any attempt at fighting your way out of this will not succeed and will only result in you getting starved into submission. What are we going to do? Someone howled. My recommendation is to try to negotiate, Alvinolk replied. We believe they were counting on the contract getting thrown out, not actually administrating your systems. Maybe try to work something out with them? Remember, that inability to pay works both ways. You have lawyers as well, use them. However, once again, I must stress that this battle is a legal and diplomatic one, at least for now. Any attempt to take it out of that arena has been anticipated by your foes, and both that and the overall situation in the Federation means that the Federation itself would be disinclined to allow another armed conflict to break out. The Callant were quite clear about this. Alvinolk put his tablet back into the carrier in his robes. May the creators and whatever gods that may exist protect you in the days to come. Alvinolk sighed and exited the silent room. The Gvordan ambassador sat in front of his monitor with wide horrified eyes. And long did father of the Balil slumber. When he awoke he said, I guess we should kill them. And thus the sentence was passed. The devourer and all of his children were condemned to death. Greatly were the people of the devouring one perplexed, for death came upon them silently and they were unaware of its approach until the strength bled from their limbs and their children perished in the arms of their mothers perishing in the arms of their husbands. The devourer commanded great sacrifices to their gods to try to gain their aid, but no aid could save them. Many Balil were slaughtered on the altars of the obscene ones, but they perished rejoicing in their hearts, for they knew that even though they would die, so too would the ones who had enslaved them and dined on their flesh and delighted in their suffering. One by one all of the devourer's children died, wailing helplessly in the night, never knowing how they were defeated. One by one they died, and the Balil cast off their yokes and wandered the broad streets of the Dark Ones, delighting in the feel and taste of the rotting flesh of their dominators as their juices spilled from their bloating and rotting bodies. One by one all of the monuments, temples, and even the dwellings of the children of the devourer were pulled down, the very stones cast into the mire, never to be touched again. One by one all of their cities were pulled down, their ornaments melted and shaped into shiny fun sparkly things for the children of the Belial to wear in their fun new hats. One by one even the stones of the roads laid by the children of the Belial were pulled up and cast into the mire so that no trace of the devourer nor his children remained. Then the father of the Belial proclaimed, "That was unpleasant. Glad that's over," and there was much agreement. Then, as the last stone of the last road was cast into the mire, everyone had a nice lunch. He looked at the time and tried calling Nemat for yet another time, once again going straight to voicemail. "Has anyone heard from Nemat yet?" he yelled. Nemat looked out over the capital city from the abandoned observation deck atop the parliament building. He loved coming up here before it became too unsafe, before the madness that threatened to consume everything. He pulled out his phone and opened the photo gallery, bringing up a picture of his family. "I'm sorry," he said quietly as he pulled a blaster out of his coat pocket, "it's all my fault." Carashel sat in her office sipping a cup of tea. "Appreciate you trying to get in there, anyhow," Carashel said to Una who was perched on the back of her chair. "Yeah," Una sighed. "No problem." "Oh." Carashel said brightly, "because you asked I did a little checking. We do have some excess available and can sell the Illip enough to at least keep the devourer from visiting for a little bit. If they are as nice, or at least as useful, as you claim, we may even be able to scrape enough between the rest of the committee to give them an actual agreement, provided they are receptive to our principles, of course. Have the Illipine Councillor reach out. I would be happy to meet with them." "Thank you," Una replied quietly. "Are you okay?" Carashel asked, "Something bothering you?" "Not really," Una replied, "I understand why we did what we did. You didn't have a choice. It's just that. How are we any different than they were? If anything, we are worse." "One very significant difference," Carashel replied, "is that we are now on top and they are on the bottom." "You are on top," Una replied, "I'm still exactly where I started. I just changed masters." "Not true, Una," Carashel replied, "the Jav are going to prosper greatly and with that prosperity you will be able to start on the very same path that we are starting. Once we reach post-scarcity there will be no top and no bottom, not just for us but for everyone. I've seen it. The XX have it right now. We can too. It's just that we are going to have to make some sacrifices to get there. At least this way those sacrifices will neither be the Jav or the Belial. We have others that deserve it to serve that function, and will only gain more as time passes. With enough resources, we will be able to achieve our goal and the entire galaxy will benefit. Trillions upon trillions of beings will prosper because of what we do today. Never forget that." "In our history," Una replied, "there were some people that sounded exactly like you do right now." "Oh." Carashel replied, "Tell me about them." Carashel and Esau. The contract. Memorandum, the Federation Judiciary Branch assessment of the Balayan contract. Originator, Chief Counsel's Office. Recipient, those affected by the above contract. Distribution, restricted, official use only. Please do not distribute to the public. Body. We have examined the Balayan contract and, after careful and rigorous legal review and comparison to all applicable legal precedents, we have prepared this summary/digest for your convenience. It in no way supersedes the actual contract, nor does it constitute an official ruling on any of the terms and conditions that now apply to the affected systems. This is simply a brief summary so that you can adequately prepare and take what timely actions as you deem appropriate. It is strongly suggested that you have your own legal teams thoroughly review the agreement, and we will be more than receptive to any possible arguments or challenges to the terms. However, we are neither equipped nor inclined to support frivolous claims. Please ensure that your filings have merit. We would also like to state that compliance with the contract does not constitute in and of itself acceptance of the terms. Considering the possible consequences, we strongly recommend compliance while you prepare any suits or other legal action. It is not within our mandate to give specific legal advice. However, we are allowed to state that the actual clauses are quite valid, and most have successfully been defended in court. Many of the specifics, such as payment amounts, interest and service charges, time limits, and general scope, are beyond precedent and have never been agreed to before in the history of the Federation. We would also strongly advise against armed opposition, insurgency, or any violent protests. The contract's terms and conditions are very explicit in what will transpire should that take place. In addition, the Federation's response under such circumstances is quite well documented. We will not tolerate another armed conflict at this time. We would also strongly advise against trying to move assets such as ships, currency, commodities, etc., which are now the property of the Good Vibes and Happiness Corporation out of your systems in an attempt to hide or otherwise deprive the Good Vibes and Happiness Corporation of their legal property. This is theft and will be treated as the crime that it is, with all responsible parties facing prosecution. The terms are as follows. Each statement is linked to the appropriate sections in your trade agreement. Definitions. The signing party providing agricultural products is hereby designated as the provider. The signing party purchasing agricultural products is hereby designated as the customer. Term. The Bail-in contract is for the length of 1 decillion standard Federation years and will be auto-renewed at the provider's sole discretion. Note, there is no limit to the length of an agreement. Many agreements in the Federation extend into the hundreds or thousands of years. Therefore, as singular as this figure is, it is valid. Products supplied. The Good Vibes and Happiness Corporation will provide the goods at the volume stated in your agreement. The delivery schedule is at the sole discretion of the Good Vibes and Happiness Corporation. The customer has waived all claims for any and all damages, including loss of life for any shipping delays planned or unplanned. The customer accepts that agricultural products are dependent upon many factors, and should it be inconvenient to supply the agreed upon quantities, that they will hold the provider blameless and not liable for any damages or loss of life. The customer also agrees that the contract will be valid regardless of the actual quantities delivered. The prices are as stated. However, they are also subject to shipping and handling fees to be determined at the sole discretion of the Good Vibes and Happiness Corporation. Their methods of shipping and handling are listed as proprietary and thus are not subject to review by any signing party. As of signing the agreement, the customer agrees to the initial shipping and handling fee of 1 decillion credits per year. This has been reviewed, and there is no regulation or limit for any fee. As singular as this figure is, any attempt to challenge any fee, no matter how egregious, has repeatedly failed. Any adjustment to this fee is at the sole discretion of the Good Vibes and Happiness Corporation. Penalties for non-payment. Interest will be at 100% per standard Federation year, compounded hourly. The customer has agreed to any seizure of any and all public or private property by the Good Vibes and Happiness Corporation in order to reclaim any losses due to non-payment. If the seizure of private accounts, businesses, or property to settle debts is not legal by the customer's current laws or constitution, legislation or constitutional amendment will be immediately enacted to allow said seizures. Delivery of goods can and will be suspended until said legislation is enacted if it is felt by the provider that this is not being undertaken in a sufficiently timely manner at the sole discretion of the Good Vibes and Happiness Corporation. Note, this extends to all accounts or property of the signing party's government, including their SDF fleets and civilian shipping. This also extends to any private corporation or individual. The exact schedule of seizures, their scope, and the enforcement of said recovery of debts is at the sole discretion of the Good Vibes and Happiness Corporation. Note. Please move all shipping to stable orbits immediately. There is very clear precedent when it comes to repossession of shipping. If you do not have enough funds in your treasury, as stated in your financial disclosures, which are a matter of public record, then the Good Vibes and Happiness Corporation has already requested the manufacturer's shutdown codes for all vital systems, and loss of function of all vital systems including life support can happen at any moment. Note, continued use of military or civilian ships owned by the Good Vibes and Happiness Corporation is piracy and will be treated as such. Considering the current circumstances in which the Federation finds itself, piracy is not advised. Exclusivity. All goods and services to the signing parties and their people will be supplied by the Good Vibes and Happiness Corporation. This extends to all transactions, both intersystem and domestic. Note, this exclusivity is total. Any exchange of goods and services must be through the Good Vibes and Happiness Corporation or licensed representative. This includes bartering. Note, this extends to any labor provided to another with or without compensation. Note, this extends to gifts. Note, this extends to lending someone the use of any property somehow not owned by the Good Vibes and Happiness Corporation. Note, this extends to any goods or services gifted to the signing party or any of their people by people or governments not directly affected by the Bail-in contract. Note, this extends to emergency aid provided by any non-profit organization such as Star Shield. Note, there are several hundred pages devoted to this, and the above is only for your convenience and not exclusive of any other stipulations or examples. Please review in full before attempting something. Note, enforcement of the exclusivity agreement is at the sole discretion of the Good Vibes and Happiness Corporation, and the Good Vibes and Happiness Corporation will be held blameless regarding any and all actions related to the enforcement of the exclusivity clause, including damage to private property, which will soon be non-existent unless you can meet the shipping and handling fees, and any loss of life. Note, any punitive action taken as a result of violation of the exclusivity clause is at the sole discretion of the Good Vibes and Happiness Corporation. Note, the customer has explicitly agreed to modification of their ecosystems should it be deemed necessary by the Good Vibes and Happiness Corporation. Note, this is being discussed at the highest level, but there is no prohibition of this at this time. It is strongly recommended that samples of any staple crops be collected and stored in biohazard 8 level containment immediately or shipped to another system before your ships are locked down. Note, any expenses related to the enforcement of the exclusivity clause or any other clause will be borne by the signing party and added to the signing party's debts. Other contracts. Any and all contracts and trade agreements other than the Bail-in contract that are held between the signing parties are voluntarily severed at the sole discretion of the Good Vibes and Happiness Corporation. Any and all contracts held by the customer and parties other than the provider are voluntarily surrendered to the Good Vibes and Happiness Corporation. Acceptance of any and all surrendered contracts and agreements is at the sole discretion of the Good Vibes and Happiness Corporation. Political. The customer acknowledges that rampant colonialism is directly responsible for their current situation and acknowledges their role in both what has happened to them and to the Federation as a whole. While any debts are owed by the customer to the Good Vibes and Happiness Corporation, all Federation-level appointees, including the Systems Counselor, will be determined by the Good Vibes and Happiness Corporation. Note, while outrageous, there is no law explicitly forbidding this. Laws regarding the protection of a counselor do not extend to any hiring and firing decision made by their system. This is also under review, but until a law is passed explicitly forbidding this, it seems valid. Please also note that by precedent, laws involving agreements between systems are not retroactive. This is a direct violation of the very spirit of the Federation, and any action that does not damage the faith in the Federation or the agreements that comprise it will be undertaken. However, at this time, this is valid. The customer acknowledges that the achievement of a post-scarcity society by any and all means necessary is the goal of any rational government that truly cares about its people as a whole and not the interests of the most wealthy and powerful. The customer commits to the achievement of post-scarcity as their primary goal. The customer acknowledges that the achievement of post-scarcity is one of the primary mission statements of the Good Vibes and Happiness Corporation and hereby joins the Good Vibes and Happiness for the Future Coalition, a cooperative venture with the Communalist Party, and places their trust in the decisions of the Good Vibes and Happiness for the Future Coalition. All decisions concerning post-scarcity take precedence over all other concerns. The customer will defer to the Good Vibes and Happiness for the Future Coalition regarding any and all legal decisions, legislation, and the nationalization, centralization, and distribution of goods and services are concerned. The customer acknowledges that the achievement of post-scarcity is a long-term process and a difficult one. However, the customer has, for the common good of their people, committed themselves to this noble goal. The customer acknowledges that this may result in short-term difficulties but accepts that burden willingly, knowing that any sacrifices, including loss of life, are part of the long and difficult road to achieving the very possible reality of true post-scarcity. The Good Vibes and Happiness Corporation and the Good Vibes and Happiness for the Future Coalition will be held blameless for these tragic but necessary sacrifices for the greater good. The customer accepts the guidance and leadership of the Good Vibes and Happiness for the Future Coalition and is happy to be a part of their vision for the future. Enforcement of these declarations and enforcement of membership in the Good Vibes and Happiness for the Future Coalition is at the sole discretion of the Good Vibes and Happiness for the Future Coalition. The customer holds the Good Vibes and Happiness for the Future Coalition blameless for any damage to private, corporate, or state-owned property and any and all injury or loss of life as a result of the just enforcement of the will and mandates of the Good Vibes and Happiness for the Future Coalition, including alteration of their environment or ecosystem. Currency. Members of the Good Vibes and Happiness for the Future Coalition agree to accepting payment via chits, specifically the Resource Allocation Credit, RAC. These have an initial value of 1 credit each and represent 1 share of the collective resources and production of the Good Vibes and Happiness for the Future Coalition and their member states. They can be exchanged on a one-to-one basis for a Federation credit solely at the discretion of the Good Vibes and Happiness for the Future Coalition or the Good Vibes and Happiness Corporation. RACs can be exchanged for any good or service provided by the Good Vibes and Happiness Corporation or the Good Vibes and Happiness for the Future Coalition and will be considered legal tender by both organizations. Note, there is no official exchange rate for RACs, nor is one planned. All Federation credits or other currency will be assumed to be the property of the Good Vibes and Happiness Corporation due to outstanding debts owed. Therefore, possession of Federation credits or any other currency or valuables will be considered theft of company property and treated as such. It will also be viewed as disloyalty to the dream of post-scarcity and will be reported to the Good Vibes and Happiness for the Future Coalition for possible additional action. Any additional actions taken will be at the sole discretion of the Good Vibes and Happiness for the Future Coalition. Note, any credits, other currency, or valuables can be licensed to an individual for their individual use at the sole discretion of either the Good Vibes and Happiness Corporation or the Good Vibes and Happiness for the Future Coalition. Management. Should any signing party be unable to pay any cost or fee, they legally submit to debt management and all conditions and stipulations that entails. Note, yes, if you cannot pay the ludicrous shipping and handling fee, you will be entered into management under the Good Vibes and Happiness Corporation. This is minor compared to everything else but is also active and effective immediately. Conclusion. All of the above has been rigorously checked, double-checked, and repeatedly challenged by our judicial AIs and is being carefully examined by our flesh and blood staff. However, no matter how we feel about this, it is valid. I strongly encourage everyone affected by this outrage to dedicate what resources you still have at your disposal, carefully reviewing each line. Any valid challenge will be carefully considered. I also strongly encourage negotiation, both with the Good Vibes and Happiness Coalition, the Good Vibes and Happiness Corporation, any and all signing parties, and any other member state who utilizes the clauses that are being abused. I also must remind you that the above is simply a summary/digest of the Balayan contract and may not be complete. Again, it is merely an overview. It is incumbent upon all parties to carefully read each and every line to ensure compliance or look for possible legal vulnerabilities. Just because we have not been able to find them as of yet does not mean that they do not exist. Action is already being taken to seize accounts and assets. The Federation Bank has no choice but to freeze all accounts affected pending transfer. Action is underway to seize command codes, shutdown codes, etc. for all vehicles, ships, and mobile assets. Immediate action should be taken to safely park these in appropriate spaces or orbits as applicable. Late at night, G-18 Balto-S Graf sedan pulled to a stop in a rebel-strewn area near what was once Porky Town. The OOOOKT counselor climbed out nervously, his segments heaving with anxiety and fear as he found himself surrounded by a group of heavily armed and armored Ziyush. G-18 Balto, one of the Ziyush, cradling one of their horrifying sonic sledgehammers, rasped. "Why yes," he stammered, backing towards his sedan. "I'm supposed to be meeting someone here." "Hi there," a cheerful voice exclaimed behind him. Squealing with shock, he whirled around to find a pink Balil perching on the hood of his sedan. "K. Karashel," he stammered, backing towards the Ziyush who chuckle-clicked with amusement. Their new boss was an endless source of entertainment. "So, did you get your spouse, and assets to safety?" "Why yes, thank you," he stammered, ringing his manipulators. "You guys going to split up?" "We are going to try to work things out," he replied. "The events of late, they have shown us what is really important." "That's wonderful." Karashel enthused. "I do hope it works out for you. And I hear Kai Valen is a wonderful place to live." He blinked and twitched. He hadn't told anyone where they were headed. "The exchange rate for Imperial credits is pretty good right now as well," she exclaimed. "Spoiler, liquidate and exchange everything now. I have a suspicion this is about as good as it's gonna get." "Thank you. You got something for me?" Karashel asked, her tone slightly changing. "Why yes, ma'am," he replied as he pulled out a crystal. That's all of the private correspondence between myself, the Judiciary Department, and the others." "Why, thank you." Karashel smiled as she accepted the crystal. "You got away off-world. I have booked passage on." "Ooh, bad idea," Karashel replied. "Your bosses aren't going to be happy when you cut and run, and it's going to be very clear very soon that I turned one of you. You need to disappear right now." G18BALTO gasped and heaved. "Not like that, silly," Karashel giggled. "I'm a Balil. We don't do stuff like that. I mean, disappear like slip onto a freighter as an undocumented passenger and make a straight, shiny trail right to Kai Valen." "Oh," he replied. "Just so happens that my friends here can make that happen," Karashel purred. "And I'll even buy this sedan off of you so you can have some pocket money." "How much?" "Why you can have." "Nonsense," she giggle bubbled. "This is a Calvi Helk Azure Grand Regatta. I even like the color. I'm prepared to offer you full star book value." That is very generous, thank you. "Just so happens I've come into just a little bit of money," Karashel giggled, "and I want a car even fancier than cause." A quick transaction later and G18BALTO crawl scuttled into a white cargo van. "Bye," Karashel called out as the van rolled into the night. "Have a good life." She looked over at one of the Ziyush. "I like him," she said, crinkling her eyes happily. "I hope it works out with his wife." "So why'd you do it?" the scarred Ziyush asked. "Do what? Hook that guy up like that? A lot of people would have just left him out to dry." "Always take care of people when you can," Karashel smiled. "It's not just nice. It's smart. He turned, and I took care of him and his family, even got him out of the Federation. The next person I want to flip is going to remember that. Heck, somebody I don't even know can be flipped is going to know that. As of now, I am unofficially the one and only way out of the snare." "That's valuable." She oozed into the sedan. "For example," she said excitedly, "do you know how long the wait list for one of these is? And look. The mods for his body type are just right. I love it. Did you target him because of his car?" Maybe." Pillow talk and Karashel's next fun surprise. Gasping, Karashel flipped over and rolled off of Ogabalen, the new Bail Allah ambassador. She pulled out her neural link and looked at it with delight. "How did we not think of doing it with these before?" she exclaimed happily. "I know, right?" Ogabalen smiled as he flipped back over and slid up next to her. "I don't know what's better, the tunes or getting your POV. Wild." The pair just lay next to each other, cuddling for a while. "Not that I'm complaining," Karashel bubbled in his ear, "and I'm not one to examine a blossom stem, but why me? You could successfully bed any Baliella you want, and I'm... well... yeah, I am pretty," Ogabalen chuckled, "and I do have that smooth slithery style." He slid in a little closer. "So, yeah, I can pretty much lay who I want, he smiled, so I did. But why me? Carashel asked, I'm not a hottie like Vilapsala. You mean the lavender temptress? He snorted, causing a little slime to shoot out, please. Oh, she's cute, but all wiggle and no pee. I like wiggle, but I love peas. And when it comes to peas. He extended his breathing tube towards Carashel's ear. You are packing a melon, he whispered, causing Carashel to giggle. You are easily the smartest Balil I have ever met. Besides, he smiled, it's like they say, a big fish beats a big dick, and you, my big peed pink darling, just dragged home the biggest fish in Balayan history. It sets a boy's heart all aflutter. He gently stroked her with his radula. Power is sexy, he purred. Get used to this. Oh, Carashel sighed. And that's part of the problem. Not this, she giggled, this is not a problem. But power, wealth, and all of the corruption that comes with it, that's a problem. What do you mean? It was easy to get everyone working together when we were broke, desperate, and looking management in the face, Carashel said, keep doing that. But now that we've brought home that fish, everyone will start arguing about how to cook it. Do we fry it, grill it, cut sashimi, make a stew? A nice problem to have, Gabilen smiled. Yeah, Carashel replied, but what happens when I tell them that we should cut it for bait and use the rest for our garden? I do see your point. He replied. Wait, we are going to use the customers as bait. That's the plan, Carashel replied. What the fuck are you fishing for? The entire Federation, Carashel purred. And if you think this little minnow is sexy, just you fucking wait. Ooh. Gabilen purred, now that's hot. Very, Carashel replied, booping him with her sweaty, slime-coated nose. But I have to get us from here to there, and it won't be easy. Sigh, I'm tempted to just go with plan B. What's plan B? Drain the customers of every single credit they have, Carashel replied, spend the year stripping their industrial capacity. She leaned in close. And then void the contract for inability to pay when they can't meet the shipping and handling fees next year, leaving them completely destitute, robbed of any real industrial capacity, and with no food. Gabilen looked at her with a mixture of awe, arousal, and absolute horror. Billions would die. Carashel shrugged. Probably not, she replied, we dump a few months of food on them as a going-away present, and then they are the Federation's problem, just like during the Republic War. The Gvorda and the rest are then subjected to the same side of the Federation we were, probably going into management, and spend the rest of the time the Federation exists as just another third world state, which is about 10 years. And they would then die with everyone else. What? The Collective, Carashel replied, it's estimated that their next big horde will be unleashed around that time. It will be even worse than the one that hit the Empire. If the Federation can't crush the humans, they won't have a hope in all of the hells there are against them. The whole Federation is going right into the Devourer's tummy. Except for the part behind the line when the Empire and Republic decide to get involved, which they will. They will want the battlefield to be us, not them. However, they will let the Federation's fleet soften up the Collective first. Carashel snuggled to Gabilen. Win or lose, she purred, the Federation dies. Either the Collective wins and its extinction, or the Empire and Republic win, and they take the opportunity to eliminate the Federation once and for all. To be honest, I wouldn't mind that, except for where we are located. If we weren't so unfortunate in our placement, I would have just sprung the first trap, forced the Gvorda to cut us loose, and made us a few credits in the bargain. There wouldn't be any need for the rest of this bullshit. The Federation would go bye-bye all on its own, and we would either be Imperial subjects, not a bad thing to be, or we would be Republic citizens, my personal choice. Gabilen just sat there, completely stunned. But, the Devourer isn't that kind, Carashel snickered, he's still a bit annoyed with us, actually. So instead of just letting nature run its course, we have to do something. I have to do something. What are we going to do? Fight, Carashel smiled. We have roughly 10 years to get the Balayan system and the Balayan people ready to stand against the Collective or ready to run like hell when they hit. For that, we need money, we need industry, and we need a huge fucking fleet, one big enough to hold our own against the worst threat in the galaxy, that we know of, or big enough to carry each and every squirm, wiggle, and jellybean to wherever we wind up next. That's the real game, Gabilen. You're cleared to know that now. Carashel gave him a slimy kiss. Surprise. She giggled. Personally, I am not inclined to abandon our beautiful world to those bugs, so I have a decade to brew up a kettle of hoop ass to serve our guests when they arrive. Gabilen sat up in alarm. How can we possibly hope to stand up against the Collective? Carashel chuckled darkly. By making friends, she bubble-purred, and making friends is something I am very, very good at. We've reviewed your proposal, a silver-haired ancient human woman said to Carashel over a small monitor in Carashel's apartment, not the communications center. And, while wondering why the hell you would want to do this, we are definitely interested. Super! Carashel exclaimed happily. But you have to know, the woman said calmly, once we get involved, we are involved, and we don't work for you or anyone else. From our previous conversations, you clearly know our history and our methods. Are you absolutely certain that is what you want? Yes, Carashel replied, that is exactly what I want, every single bit of it, and the sooner, the better. Why? There is a saying that we Belil and you humans have, the same almost to the word, absolute power corrupts absolutely. Even I am not immune. It took less than 24 hours before I adjusted my strategy so I would get a nice car out of the deal. What will even I be in a week? A month? No. We not only want you, we need you. The customers need proper representation and a strong advocate, not only one that will do the job but one that they will trust. It's one thing for me to say that we won't starve you to death, and you won't be slaves. It's entirely another thing for you to say it. For my goals to succeed, I need the customers to cooperate and cooperate enthusiastically. That's where you come in. The Belil and the rest of the committee need you, possibly even more. How so? Absolute power corrupts absolutely. We need checks and balances. You guys will provide that. One thing that has always torpedoed the dictatorship of the proletariat, which this is not, is that dictatorships create dictators. We need a pain in the ass strong enough to keep the whole thing in check, one strong enough to keep my plans intact even if I get my pee blown out, which is a distinct possibility. You are hereby invited to set up operations in all good vibes and happiness for the future coalition members, both provider and customer. I hope you realize what you just let in, comrade. I do. There is only one condition. And here it comes, the old woman sneered. I want all of you, not just part of you. What do you mean? I want the whole package, and that includes occupational training. I want your schools, your apprenticeships, your workplace and industrial safety, your technology, all of it, not just your rabble-rousing. We would insist on that anyhow, the human replied, and we have just one condition as well. Shoot. Carashel said happily. This resource allocation credit, the woman replied as if she was chewing on a turd. We gotta nip this bullshit in the bud right now. You ain't paying nobody in fucking shit's only good at the company store. Not happening. I know what it looks like, Carashel replied, but they aren't chits. I am trying to institute a new and completely valid currency. A finite number of them will be printed, and they will be tied directly to the production of each member state. As that production rises, so will their value, and it will never fall below 1 Federation credit. I have to make it look shitty so I can sneak it past the Federation until we get too strong for them to object. They have a thing about keeping a monopoly on the monies. It's one of the ways they have leverage and one I exploited to great effect. They have absolutely no control over these worthless chits, and the exchange rate will only go up. Hell, I'm going to get paid in them. It's a great investment and built-in profit sharing. The better a system performs, the more their money is worth, and nobody will have any problem getting them exchanged when they want, after the adjustment period. During the adjustment period, they will only be able to exchange them for goods and services outside of the coalition systems, but in exchange, they will have access to the entire galaxy, not just the restricted selection they had before because of those stupid trade agreements. So you say, the woman replied suspiciously, but exactly how long is that adjustment period? 5 years, Carashel replied. Give me 5 years, and if you don't like it, we will do a bulk exchange 1-for-1 with Federation credits and convert all wages to credits immediately. We'll need that in writing, the woman replied. It's already in the contract. I still don't like it. A good negotiation leaves neither side fully satisfied, Carashel replied, just think. If you do this, you will be able to compete directly with the Federation on this side of the tariffs. We achieve what I know we can achieve, and it won't just be the coalition who will be interested in you. It could open up access to countless other systems as well. You people are far more dangerous to business as usual in the Federation than your military could ever hope to be. Carashel smiled. And I'm stupid to let you have a toehold in it, she grinned. If you honestly don't like how things turn out, you assholes have a long history of what happens next. So what do you say? We are not disarming. I wasn't stupid enough to request it. The woman glanced over at another monitor where over 100 names and titles appeared, watching as green icon after green icon appeared. She smiled. Carashel of the Belil, as president of the Terran RFL-CIO, I accept your invitation. I sincerely hope you know what you just unleashed. I am all wiggly with anticipation, Carashel giggled. Intermission, just another day at the drop of oil. Oh, dear, Kraxina said as she tried to keep a pleasant demeanor. Standing in front of her in a pretty dress was perhaps the most horrific thing she had ever seen. So, you are interested in becoming a sex worker? Kraxina asked, desperately trying not to scream, or laugh. Everyone was welcome here, nominally. Oh yes, the thing exclaimed happily, the dozens of eyes in its chitinous head dominated with huge mandibles, like a cephalopoid, but a tad bit more aggressive looking, sparkling excitedly. It bounced up and down on its multiple hairy legs covered with coarse hairs and long vicious spines. I heard that it's a great way to make money, the monstrosity in a floral sundress chirped with a surprisingly pleasant voice. And I just think humans are so cute. Yes, they are that, Kraxina replied with a polite smile as she struggled to maintain eye contact. Holy Christ on a popsicle stick, that thing was scary. Kraxina fought an instinctive urge to flee. And, the horror said as it leaned in close, causing Kraxina to tremble slightly, I just love porn, it whispered. We don't have porn where I'm from, and I think it's amazing. She hopped up and down, causing her sundress to flutter, and squealed. It looks like so much fun. I've been taking notes. By the elder groves, grant me grace, courage, and wisdom. Kraxina silently prayed in horror as she got a peek at what was under the dress. It wasn't good. But, are you sure? Kraxina asked with a friendly smile firmly adhered to her face. You know, sex work isn't for everyone. And if your culture doesn't even have pornography. Oh, that's just because we don't need it, the thing exclaimed, vibrating her posterior. We just love sex. We do it all the time, and if someone wants to watch, they can watch. They can even join in. There's nothing I love more than a mating ball. Sometimes dozens of us join in, and when mating season hits, it gets really freaky. The chitinous terror giggled. Kraxina twitched as her very good imagination pictured that for a few moments. I don't even know who my parents are. I hatched under a park bench, she giggled. I'm a mating season bastard brat, she added proudly. Fucking is literally in my blood. Well, you seem well suited for it, emotionally, Kraxina replied, the smile still firmly glued to her maw. But, and forgive for this, she said, but your species. We are called the VRRRKK number T, she said cheerfully, but the humans call us the Nope. Ah, the Nope, Kraxina replied. That's certainly. I know, right, the Nope giggled. It was the first word one of them said when they encountered us. Yes, Kraxina said as diplomatically as she could, and once again, forgive me for asking this, but are you certain that you and humans are, physically compatible? I hate to ask, but it's just that your physiology is a bit. Kraxina trailed off as she carefully considered her words. It's just, at first glance, not similar to a human's. Oh, don't worry, the Nope replied happily, I've been taking notes and have parts. She started to raise her sundress. Oh, creators, please, no. See, the Nope asked happily as she displayed, an orifice, surrounded by inward-pointing barbed spines. That's where the male's breeding spike goes, and it's about the same size, and we do oral too. And I'm really good. All the males love it back home. And I've been practicing. Check this out. The Nope happily reached into her satchel and pulled out an appropriately sized wooden rod. She spread her prehensile outer mandibles wide revealing a Kraxina silently screamed. Round opening completely ringed with hundreds of small fangs, all of them eagerly wiggling. She slid the wooden rod into her mouth and sawdust started to fly from her maw as Kraxina looked on in horror. The Nope pulled out the rod, now intricately carved. And they are impressed with tying a cherry stem in a knot, it scoffed. Kraxina sighed. I see, she said as kindly as she could, what's your name? My human name is Charlotte. Charlotte, Kraxina said gently, everybody is welcome here. I know. Charlotte exclaimed. That's why I came. It's been kind of hard here. She drooped slightly. And I haven't made many friends, or any friends really. I thought I had some friends, but I didn't. But then I saw this place on the news. And there were all sorts of beings of all kinds. And you said all were welcome, and I just came here as fast as I could. Charlotte trailed off as she looked at Kraxina's face. I'm not welcome, am I? She started to make a strange keening sound, and Kraxina's instincts took over. No. Kraxina exclaimed, literally crawling over her desk. I mean, yes. Kraxina shouted as she wrapped her arms around the distressed Nope. Everybody is welcome here, Charlotte. I am, the Nope asked with a quivering voice. Sure you are. Kraxina replied. Everybody is welcome here. I'm not sure if you are a good fit for sex work, maybe. But you have a home here, and you will have friends, and you will have a job. Are really? Absolutely. Kraxina replied, temporarily oblivious to exactly what she had her arms around. However, Kraxina laughed, we need to cover a few details concerning human physiology before I let you anywhere near a client. Oh, Thank you. Charlotte squealed happily. I've been so lonely. Well, that's over now, Kraxina replied firmly as she hugged the nope tightly. And then realized exactly what she was hugging and yelped a little bit. But didn't let go. Hey, Kraxi! Littlefoot said as she entered Kraxina's tent. The Shelloran is Littlefoot, Kraxina said happily, this is Charlotte. Hello. Charlotte exclaimed happily, I'm so happy to meet you. I'm going to be a whore. You are. Actually, Charlotte, Kraxina laughed, you are going to be a barista, at least until you stop spitting sawdust. Don't worry, Kraxina smiled, patting Charlotte on the back. If you really want to do sex work, I'm sure we can figure out something that won't rip our customers' dicks off. But until then, stick to coffee. Okay. Kraxina turned to Littlefoot. Sorry, what were you saying? She asked. What? Littlefoot asked. Oh yeah. The Shelloran is down. It looks like the reactor died again. Again. Kraxina exclaimed with frustration. Okay, I'll call Jamal. She turned to Charlotte. Right after we get our new friend set up. Charlotte bounced up and down happily. She had been so lonely since she left home. Maybe, just maybe, she had finally found friends. A 50-foot tall column of light appeared, which rapidly morphed into a giant Shelloran. Kraxina! It bellowed, put on some pooping clothes. Yay! Kraxina cheered as she threw herself at a faintly haggard and disheveled-looking dusky-skinned man who could be anywhere between the ages of 30 and 50. Don't thank me, Jamal smiled, thank Dusty over there, he said, gesturing to a pale, unnaturally tall black-haired woman leaning against a small, rather beat-up-looking shuttle that was now connected to Shelloran with thick cables. She was the one with the lightning bug. You are a lifesaver. Kraxina enthused as she accepted a tablet from Dusty. I can't thank you she trailed off as she looked at the tablet unhappily. She looked up at Dusty with big eyes. That's more than Jamal's reactor, and his is bigger, way bigger. Price is the price, Dusty shrugged. But why so much? Going pay for these kVA, Dusty replied with a lunar drawl. You don't want them, someone else does. I just don't understand, that's all, Kraxina pouted. And that's why you are talking to me in the first place, Dusty replied with a not entirely friendly smile. They don't teach basic electricity where you come from, she added with an all too familiar smug tone. No, Kraxina replied in a small voice as she looked down. But we do offer extended studies in cuntology, she said as she looked back up with a snarl and a gleam in her eyes. You'd have no problem getting one of our certificates, bitch. Dusty let out a laugh as Jamal snickered. I see why you like her, she said to Jamal. Okay, here's the deal, she said as she turned back to Kraxina. Your girl here, she said as she pointed up at Shelloran, is one filthy bitch. X-fucking-cuse me. Kraxina squeak snarled. The hollow projector, Dusty laughed, as far as power is concerned, these things are horrible, worse than auto turrets, even worse than laser printers. No way you can run it and the rest of your load with the reactor you have, no matter what the label plate says. But Samantha said that it would work, Kraxina whined. Dusty looked over at Jamal quizzically. The local Luna promotion sales rep, Jamal replied with the same expression he would have if he found a turd in his foe. A real Dome 12. You'd love her. She said that they ran them off of portable reactors all the time, Kraxina said glumly as she handed the signed tablet to Dusty. Yeah, Dusty replied, dedicated ones, lunar ones, with big-ass filters. You need a reactor rated for energy weapons or concerts for your girl. She patted her shuttle fondly. Like this one, she said proudly. I just wanted to sell coffee, the great Shelloran sighed. Is that why it's so expensive? That, Dusty grinned, and a certain availability fee. You mean you got me grabbing all of my ankles fee? Kraxina replied sourly. That would be the one, Dusty chuckled. With everything going on, Jamal said, flying reactors, especially ones rated for Shelloran like hers, are in short supply. Dusty came all the way from Luna, and I was lucky to get her. If you want Shelloran back up right away, it's either her or. Well, if you want Shelloran up and running, it's just her. She isn't fucking you too bad, though. She could probably be making more on Luna or out in the system somewhere. I saw your ad, Dusty laughed. I wanted to check you guys out. Besides, I need some real GS and some real food. Speaking of, she said as she tossed a key fob to Jamal, that Cuban plays still good. You know it. All right, she replied. Take care of my baby. I'm out. With a laugh and a wave, she sauntered off. What a bitch, Kraxina smiled. I like her. As the day drew to a close, Jamal carefully bent a superconductor and measured the shape with a vernier caliper. He frowned. He was off by 2 millimeters. He was getting sloppy. He shrugged. It would still fit. He had become comfortable with his mediocrity. He took the superconductor and leaned into a large open electrical cabinet, destined to be Shaloran's new power supply, leaning against his van. He slid it into place, wiggling it so it would fit. He then pulled out a soldering iron and a rod of superconducting solder. He was about to start the meticulous process of a 0-ohm solder joint when he felt as if he was being watched. He turned his head. He found himself looking into the big glittering black eyes, and her extra two smaller ones, of Honks, one of the ponies. Her again? I brought you some coffee. Honks said brightly. Thanks, Jamal replied a little dubiously. Just put it over there with the other cups of coffee you brought me, you know, the ones I haven't drunk yet. Oh, Honks said, her short prehensile snoot drooping, okay. As she glumly took the cup over to his work table, Jamal sighed. Is there something you want? Oh, it's nothing, she said quietly. Jamal put the soldering iron down and flipped up his scanning/safety visor. It's a sin to waste food, he said with a gentle smile, or coffee. He stood up, stretched his back, walked over to the table, and picked up a cup. What? He smiled. Chuff, Honks twisted her snoot anxiously, can I ask you a question? Shoot. Chuff, it's about your reactors, Honks asked uncertainly, why, Chuff? I mean, how are they so small? A Federation reactor has to be almost 50% larger for the same power output. Oh, lots of reasons, Jamal said as he leaned against the table. 1. Our technology is better, a lot better, when it comes to small reactors. Hell, even the Juon copy ours. Really? Honks asked in amazement. I thought that the Federation had better technology. Jamal let loose a genuine laugh. They don't, not when it comes to these anyway, he said, patting his reactor. The other reason why the Federations are so much larger comes down to manufacturing, materials, design philosophy, operator training, and a whole bunch of other things. He sipped his coffee. The biggest reason, he smiled, is that nobody makes better reactors than the Republic. Our reactors are what make the Republic able to do what it does, he said proudly. Yes, but how do you do it? Honks asked excitedly. Well, Jamal chuckled a bit condescendingly, it would take a while to explain, and it's a bit complicated for someone like you. Oh. Honks replied, a bit crestfallen, okay, sorry for troubling you. Her snoot drooped, and she turned to slink away. Jamal sighed, silently calling himself the asshole that he just was. Hey. Honks, right. Honks stopped and turned around. I'm sorry, he said. What? I just dismissed you and assumed you were incapable because of what you are, not who you are. That's not cool, he said. Same thing happened to me. People only see your card and that you are just a worker, and not an apprentice and assume you aren't worth their time. And later, when you finally do become an apprentice, another group of assholes won't bother with you because you aren't a journeyman. I hated assholes like that, and here I am being one. He gestured her over. So, he smiled, what do you want to know? That's incredible. Honks exclaimed as she stared into the now deactivated and partially disassembled reactor. Jamal was going to take it down for some much-needed preventative maintenance since Dusty's reactor was here anyway, but, how do you both contain the neutron flux and convert it to electricity with the same field? That's insane. Basic QFT, Jamal chuckled as he drank his now cold cup of coffee, sorry. I keep forgetting you don't know our abbreviations. It's basic quantum field theory. When it hits the field, it transfers its K directly to the electromagnetic field, causing a cascade of virtual particles whose only path back to vacuum state is at the collectors. This translates to a real difference of potential, and there you go. The field is the conductor, so to speak, though there is no real voltage until you actually reach the superconductors. Jamal smiled. That's where the real reduction in weight and size comes from, he said, why fuck around with extra collectors and conductors when you already have them built right into the physics? And, Honks babbled, her eyes aglow, how do you handle the excess potential? You can either store it in caps or bats, he replied, or just keep the electromagnetic field elevated locally for a bit. You can hold a lot of potential there. If you have to dump it, we can throttle back the fusion rate, slowly convert the elevated field back into K, and push it into the fusion plasma. That way, we don't need all those heat sinks, further cutting weight. If we are ever at the point that we actually have to dump waste heat to the outside, something has gone really wrong, and we hit the fail-safes, probably because the reactor is actually broken. Wow! Honks exclaimed. And you do all of that through quantum field manipulation. It's just simple math, Jamal replied. Not that I actually do much of that. Most of that is built in. I just have to know enough to properly calibrate things. Good familiarity with theory is also a must for a troubleshoot. He looked at Honks appraisingly. Speaking of, he said with an odd tone in his voice. You have a surprisingly good grasp on things for a Fed, no offense. Honks snoodled. Considering many of my peers, she chuckle-snorted, none taken. I was a tender for a family back home, and some of the males and females were engineers. I used to sneak peeks at their books and the education materials for the children when nobody was looking. I strongly suspect that if you keep talking, I'm going to get pissed off at your people, Jamal replied. Probably, Honks said sadly. They could be unkind. Jamal clenched his jaw. He had heard so many horror stories since he delivered his reactor to this weird place. There were a whole lot of asses and not enough boots. You have been so patient and kind, Honks said, please do not let courtesy detain you. However, I do have another question if you are inclined. I got time. I see that you are constructing something, Honks said, from individual components. Yet, Jamal replied, Dusty isn't going to keep her lightning bug parked here forever. I'm building Shelloran here a proper power supply, so she doesn't keep backfeeding garbage into my power regulator. Why? Honks asked, I am truly impressed by the feat, something that most engineers could not achieve back home, but why don't you just buy one? From where? Jamal laughed. Good luck finding one these days. I have no choice, not that I mind. It's easy money. I thought that the Republic's industrial might was vast, Honks replied. Is there not a factory among all of the thousands in this system that is not making them? Once upon a time, there was, Jamal said with an odd tone in his voice, but that was before the bug. It might not look like it, but we are still at war. All those factories? They are running full tilt, but let's just say they aren't making as much for the consumer market as they used to. Same goes for the empire. Our economy is still as mobilized as it can be and still sustain something vaguely resembling normalcy, if you don't look too closely. That means that you can get groceries, clothes, and a new hollow for your living room, from the empire, but good luck getting any commercial or industrial equipment or even a new car. If you want to buy new, you are going to have to put in a special order and be prepared to wait a bit. He looked skyward. The bug is coming again, he snarled, and when they do, we will be waiting for them, or be paying them a visit first. I might not fly a fighter or run around in power armor, but I do keep a pile of second-hand reactors running so the new ones can go where they need to. And, when that day comes, I will, once again, raise my hand and enter the heart of a dragon, bringing fire and death to those who would harm us. You fought in the Great War. Yet. What did you? I don't talk about it, Jamal replied curtly as he looked away. I'm sorry if I have caused you any distress, Honks said, afraid that he would never talk to her again. You weren't the one who caused the distress, kid, Jamal replied. I just don't like to talk about it, that's all. Jamal cleared his throat. So, he said, would you like to see how we do power supplies? Yes, please. She's freaky looking, but I like her already, a human man in a stained apron said to Kraxina. Good thing I actually like spiders. Well, that's a relief. Kraxina replied. She sounded so lonely. She keeps doing what she's doing today, the man replied, and I'll steal her for myself. Don't you dare. Kraxina laughed. Poach one more of my workers, and I'll sick Shelloran on you. Oh no, the guy laughed, I'll be good. I promise. He smiled and shook his head. I still remember the day she got busted in the parking lot of my shop, he chuckled. I couldn't believe it. Of course, it all makes sense now. They laughed. A mechanical arm cautiously opened the tent flap. Kraxina. Baxlon asked in a nervous, frightened voice, do you have a minute? What the fuck do you want, incel? Kraxina snapped. How do you know so much about this stuff? Jamal asked. I'm sorry. Honks exclaimed. About what? Learning when I'm not supposed to. Honks exclaimed, I'll stop. Don't you dare. Jamal said firmly, you don't need anyone's permission to learn anything. I was just impressed, that's all. Matub. Honks exclaimed happily. It's so wonderful. And I look up a lot of stuff online. I even subscribe to one of those kit programs, you know, the ones for your children. I really look forward to my Tinkerbox every month. She laughed. That's about my level, she giggled, I'm on par with one of your children now. Not too shabby, Jamal replied. Are you happy here? Honks sighed and paused for a few moments. I'm safe, and I have enough money to live well, she replied, and I have friends. It's very close to the family I lost. And what I do isn't bad, or unpleasant, not anymore. I suppose I'm happy. So if I, for example, offered you a job, you wouldn't be interested. What? You think I've spent the entire afternoon talking to you just to be nice? Jamal laughed. Halfway through our tour of the reactor, This stopped being about you and started being about me needing an extra set of hands. You've been on a job interview for hours, honks. It would probably be one hell of a pay cut. You won't get rich being a helper, but it will be a livable wage, training, and, of course, a union card. Once you get that card, that is what people go by. Whether or not you have a certificate no longer matters. But, I'm not trained, honks replied, a bit stunned, and I don't have my certificate. You've shown me that not only can you be trained, but you want to be, he smiled. You really dig this stuff and I like that. As far as your certificate goes, he chuckled, like I said before, times have changed. In a lot of ways, we are still at war. We need every single skilled person we can get, and everybody's short-handed. Building techs is every bit as important as building warships, honks. I have had an ad out for an apprentice or a helper for over a year and a half and can't get anyone, well, anyone worth a fuck. So, job's open. Want it? Yes. Honks exclaimed, prancing around on all four of her hooves. Great. Jamal replied. You're hired. Now give me a hand with these work lights. We're going to be here a while. Being a good ambassador, a Nope explorer's guide. Huzzah, you crazy bastard brat. You have decided to venture forth into the galaxy in search of new tastes, scents, and dare to dream, opportunities for conquest and plunder. Note, we are using these terms in their cultural and figurative sense. Please don't actually engage in conquest and plunder, please. As scouts for the swarm, you are the first of us to extend our soft and timid legs out into this strange, new, and inviting territory. We wish you all of the excitement, adventure, and hopefully rich rewards that being a trail layer can bring. However, please be aware that as the first of our kind that virtually all of the greater galaxy will encounter, you are representing all of us. Each of you trail layers is an ambassador. Just like the glorious scouts and trail layers of the past, your first encounter with another swarm can decide whether we gather together in mating balls of friendship or if we fall upon each other with fang and spine. So, let's form happy orgies with all we meet. Note, we mean this figuratively. We would like to stress this once again. We mean this figuratively. Unless they are down, of course. Winky face, from the results of our first contact, the glorious bastard brats on the Viperfully have returned, much ahead of schedule, with charts and a wealth of information concerning the dizzying multitude of races and the political structure of the galaxy. They most certainly laid the mother trail and then some. The strangeness of other sapient life out there is far greater than even our most imaginative futurists and science fiction authors could create, regardless of which substances they consumed. I'm telling you, those things out there are freaky. Firstly, their appearance is very unusual, even quite disturbing. However, if you were one to be deterred by the strange and unusual, you wouldn't be reading this save for entertainment. Regardless of their viscerally disturbing looks, they seem to be peaceful for the most part. While their biology and cultures are as weird and unique as their bodies, there are some similarities between them, many of which are incredibly alien to us. Some of these have the very real potential to cause some fatal faux pas that could permanently undermine relations with not only individual species but the larger superswarms or college associations that comprise literally hundreds of different species and systems. Needless to say, we don't want that to happen. Reproduction. The most significant difference between us and most of the other sapient species of the galaxy is our means of reproduction. We seem to be among the very rare few of civilized species that are true spawners. This confounds all of our biologists and sociologists. But the vast majority of sapient species do not sensibly produce hundreds of young per batch, wish them well, and then release them into the environment. They actually only produce one, usually, or a very small number, less usual, of young at a time and then irrationally devote the vast majority of their resources and energy in raising that single individual or several individuals at different points in their development. As strange as this seems to us, it must be a fit way to do things as it is so widespread. Natural selection, the fairest god of them all, seems to have blessed it, so who are we to judge? We are the odd ones out, not them. As a result, this causes the adults to become very invested in their young to the point of irrational or even insane behavior. They form bonds with them as strong or stronger than the ones we form with our fellow students and are even more protective of them than we are of our underclassmen. Be very careful around any juveniles. Fortunately, it seems that very few of the other species undergo metamorphosis, and if they do, they only have one stage, unlike ourselves. This makes identifying the juveniles much easier than it does here. They usually just look like smaller versions of the adults. Be certain to do the proper research before interacting with a new species to ensure you can identify their juvenile stages. We cannot stress this enough. Potential major fatal faux pas: if a member of another species presents you with one of their young, they are not offering you a snack. Juveniles are not for eating. So don't even inquire if they are, because they are not. Another overwhelmingly common tendency among the other species out there is the strongly held belief that immature members of their species should be protected from natural selection. As strange or even offensive as that sounds to us, once again, we must point out that for it to be so common, it must be fit in a successful reproductive strategy. Natural selection has blessed it and has allowed these species to, in defiance of all common sense, rise to the top of their food chain and their environment and attain sapience and civilization. It must work even if we don't get it. It is the opportunity to feel and taste such delicious contradictions to our normal way of thinking that forms one of the choicest chunks of flesh that we can bring back to the campus cafeteria. Potential faux pas. Because of this devotion to the protection of their young and their strongly held beliefs that young should be protected, we strongly recommend not sharing your childhood stories and tall tales. We all know you hid under a leaf like the rest of us and don't even try to deny it. Even a light-hearted story from your younger days has the potential to greatly distress your audience and could taint their perceptions of us. We want to be known for our culture, our science, our literature, and our potential for trade. We do not want to be unfairly labeled as callous or uncaring. Potential fatal faux pas. Under no circumstances mention calling our young or eating them. This will not be understood by these single breeders. We're still working on the name. It is guaranteed that they will not understand the virtue of such practices, and it will definitely color their impressions of us. Yes, it is an act of kindness and mercy, but we are pretty sure they won't understand it as such. So please don't give us the reputation for being baby eaters. If questioned about your childhood, it is recommended that you stick to your experiences as a young adult, your early school days, your academy years, and your days as an underclassman. These are much more in line with their expectations. When asked about your parents, select a favorite mentor, teacher, fraternity or sorority, big brother or big sister or the like, and cast them in the role of parent. Of course, those of you who do know who your parents are can feel free to use them, but again, stick to young adulthood. Their roles as your mentors once you reached that stage are very much the same as what other species would expect. I don't care how grateful you might be for having your egg put somewhere nice or that they would give you a piece of their lunch or a cap full of water every now and then. It is guaranteed that your audience will not understand and will, in fact, develop a dim view of your parents' diet. This is another huge surprise. The vast majority of the species we have encountered thus far have herbivorous diets. We are still grooming our heads over this one. Somehow, they were able to develop the caloric density necessary for large brains off of plants. Nominally most are omnivorous, but proper food is only a minor part of their daily diets. Carnivores, or predominantly carnivores, are in the minority, and obligate carnivores such as ourselves are rare in the extreme. This seems to stem from the widespread ability to metabolize carbohydrates like some of our lower animals. This is another head groomer, but once again, it must work. Because of this, our animal protein and lipid-rich diets will be quite expensive or incredibly decadently luxurious by the standards of many of the worlds you visit. As a result, it is strongly recommended that you prepare and bring rations sufficient to fully sustain you during your initial explorations. Each of you has been issued a scanner and has been instructed in its use. Besides being the coolest things since your enrollment day, they are excellent for evaluating potential food sources. One of your primary missions is to identify the means by which we can sustain ourselves once the swarms follow your trails. As it turns out, our digestive tracts are very robust and can break down all sorts of alien foodstuffs. The problem is that many of those foods will yield less nutrition and resources than will be expended in their digestion. It is much easier to starve with a full stomach than it is here. So pay close attention to the nutritional payoff when selecting food. Many species utilize lipids as a food ingredient and even as a vehicle for heat during cooking. Seafood preparation, cooking, these are liquid at normal temperatures, but despite that and most of them being plant-based, many seem to be a good source of calories and are usually inexpensive enough to be used as an alternate food source in a pinch. They may be a little pricey but are often much less expensive than proper food. Meat can get very expensive out there. These cooking oils can provide the necessary calories but will likely not provide any nutrition besides those vital calories. Be sure to scan everything carefully, but please experiment with lipid and protein blends as you travel to see if local food alternatives can be developed. This will greatly ease the swarm's progress. These herbivores must have developed calorie density sufficient to feed their brains and didn't do that from silage. We suspect that enough plant-based lipids and proteins could create a dietary basis sufficient for this, but we haven't confirmed that yet. See if you can. Food etiquette. Most species prepare their food by some method of cooking, seafood preparation, cooking. We suspect that this is due to the problems inherent in eating so many plants and their overall weak digestive processes. Any confirmation on this would be appreciated. As a result, they do not consume all that much of their food while it is still alive. Many of them will find the act of eating a living creature, even a lower life form, very distressing to the point that it may taint future dealings with the species. If you can get your snappers on some proper food, it would be wisest to consume it in private. You also need to prepare yourself for your hosts to consume cooked animal flesh. I know it sounds disgusting, but it's very widespread. You may be confronted with a dish prepared in such a fashion by your hosts as an act of hospitality. It isn't dangerous, and depending on the culture of your host, rejecting it may be problematic, especially since actual animal flesh might be an expensive gift. We recommend giving it a try. Initial reports say that it isn't horrible and, in some cases, actually tastes good, if really, really weird. Most species, however, are perfectly okay with you requesting your meat uncooked. Potential faux pas: any live animal you encounter in proximity with any sapient species you meet must be assumed to be not for eating. See odd quirks: companion animals. Eating someone's pet is guaranteed to cause a real problem not only for you but quite possibly for any future dealings with our entire race. In addition, any living creature encountered in a city is not for eating. Just as we have creatures that we revere, so do other cultures, and you don't want to be that guy who ate the school's mascot. You know who you are. In some cultures, it's even worse, so don't do it. Creatures in the wild are also not necessarily safe for eating. Many cultures have creatures that are protected for some reason or another, and eating the wrong thing can be both a cultural and legal issue. Verify that something is okay to eat before you put your snappers on it. We are compiling a list of races that have healthy hunting cultures where the taking of game is both acceptable and encouraged. However, most of them have exhaustive rules concerning what can be taken, how it can be taken, and when it can be taken, so be sure to review all local laws and customs before getting your feet on. Please forward any and all findings home. Any hunt-friendly world will be of great interest to the swarm. As with anything out there in that strange galaxy, discretion, caution, and verification will be your friends. Physical interaction. Our world is a bit exuberant by galactic standards. Our environment is considered extreme, and our ecosystem is considered incredibly hostile by the few visitors who arrived. I know it's difficult to understand how anyone could feel that way about our lush and happy world, but most who have seen it express surprise that anything could survive it. Compared to the boring places they hail from, it becomes more understandable. Most other civilization-bearing worlds are downright tepid, with very dull weather, insipidly stable climate, and ecosystems that are absolutely fragile. Fragile is the word to keep in mind when dealing with anyone you meet. It is quite easy to accidentally injure or even kill creatures from other worlds. Even a playful little brush with your spines can inflict fatal wounds, and just assume that a nip will cause an amputation. Therefore, be very careful when around other species. In fact, try not to touch them at all if possible. Slow and gentle is the way to go. Pretend they are made of glass. Any physical altercation will likely result in the death of the other species, so if you find yourself in that position, if it isn't something worth killing over, flee because you will kill them. A recent incident involving a trail layer and a would-be assailant resulted in a fatality due to a backwards nip where just the force of a snapper opening was enough to cause fatal internal damage. Fortunately, our scout was in the clear from a legal standpoint, and there were no issues. It may scratch your plates, but just run if at all possible. Don't be worried about making us look weak. If anyone forms that opinion, we can correct it later. However, if you can't flee, feel free to rip them into pieces. Dead Siphons can't give their side of the story after all. In addition, if the attacker is properly mauled, it may have some deterrent effect. Note, with a few exceptions, the vast majority of personal weaponry will likely not be as effective as anticipated against you, so letting them have the first shot will put you in much better standing legally. The average damage of your standard personal blaster is no worse than a skydagger sting or a blast from a scorch beetle. Be gentle, treat them like they were made of glass, and in a dangerous situation, flee whenever possible. If you can't, turn them into as fine a mince as possible. Potential major faux pas. Speaking of mince, in almost all cultures, consumption of the fallen enemy is considered a huge faux pas. I know it is wasteful in the extreme, but do not eat a fallen foe. Leave them right where they fell. We have it on good authority that eating siphons is a surefire way to give ourselves a bad reputation. Don't do it. Also, taking trophies is almost always frowned upon, with a few notable exceptions. See species, Drax. Do not take trophies, not even a little one, no matter how interesting the body part is. Important note involving physical interactions. In our culture, if someone catches your fancy, you approach the object of your affection and stare at them until you get their attention. Once they look at you, you issue a loud screech, the louder the better, and then run away at high speed. Hopefully, they will then chase you down, and if they don't, well, we've all just kept running at least once, right? If someone you encounter does this, they are not inviting you to mate, nor do they want you to chase them. If someone screams and runs, don't chase them, even if it seems terribly impolite. This led to a rather unfortunate incident with one of the first species we encountered. Fortunately, humans have a sense of humor similar to ours and found the whole thing hilarious once things became clear. As a result, this has led to quite favorable relations with some independent humans and a good introduction to the imperial humans with whom we are starting to lay a trail. If a human screams, pretends to run, and then stops and laughs, they aren't being mean or insulting. They are making a humorous reference to our rather notable first contact and are giving you a swipe, which is every bit a good sign with humans as it is with us. Areas to explore. Independent space. There are numerous independent systems not affiliated with any of the major superswarms or are part of smaller swarms. Each one can be considered unique, and while the above guidelines apply, there are so many additional rules and exceptions to the rules that it is impossible to list them here. Part of your role as a trail layer is to discover them. However, the Imperial Library has excellent notes on most of them, and it is recommended to access it and do your homework before you take the practical. We prefer you first trail layers to start out in independent space. There any mistakes will be limited to an individual system. All trail layers are permitted to venture into independent systems. The Empire. They are the closest superswarm to our system. They seem quite friendly, a little too friendly, actually. All Imperial systems have a unified code of laws. This simplifies interaction with them greatly. Each subject system is a unique species, however, and all have their own cultures, morals, additional rules, unwritten rules, and whatnot. Fortunately, they are all very well documented in the Imperial Library's tomes. Therefore, it is easy to research them prior to venturing forth. Do your homework. Because of their size and power, they are considered a large potential ally, trade partner, or a fearsome foe that we definitely do not want. As a result, access to the Empire is limited to qualified alumni of the Association of Diplomatic Studies or an individual vetted by them. It's not that we don't trust you. It's just that we don't trust you. We expect to open access to the Empire to all trail layers once the initial paths have been set down. Then, once a good reputation is established, any incidents will be seen as an individual's transgression and not a reflection of us as a whole. Until then, stick to independent space. The Galactic Federation. We have only heard of them from our contacts in independent space and from within the Empire. They seem unpleasant and not a good fit for us. However, we are getting our tastes from someone else's tongue, so that must be taken into account. At the moment, there is some sort of contagion present in the Federation that threatens species in both the Empire and the Terran Republic, and the borders are closed. Any trip into the Federation is one way at the moment. Because of the distance to them, their reputation, and the current issues with contagion, access to the Federation is restricted until further notice. The Terran Republic. They have a good reputation with both independent space and with the Empire. They also have a uniform code of laws which will simplify dealing with them. However, be aware that their personal weapons can be a threat. They also have a reputation for being aggressive, difficult to deal with, and potentially intolerant of outsiders despite claiming otherwise. It seems that access to most employment requires passing a very difficult test that is effectively impossible for most outsiders. This creates an underclass of various species that does not fare especially well but is also not actively persecuted. We have reviewed the test in question, and while it is solid, it doesn't seem to present that much of a challenge to any decent sophomore. We have a ringer in place who will soon take it. If it is as easy as it seems, the Republic may be a great place to swarm. There is a concern involving its political stability at this time, and it looks like two schools are locked in quite the rivalry with actual combat breaking out involving fusion bombs. At the moment, those weapons are only being deployed in space combat or attacks on space stations or asteroids. However, once those things start flying, it's only a matter of time before they start smacking the surface. Even though they are humans and our initial interactions with humans have been positive, due to the political instability, the vast trade potential, the vast possible advantages that friendship could bring, the fact that they will go to war quite readily, the strength of their military, and, most importantly, the fact that they are a close ally of the Empire, access to the Terran Republic is restricted. Only authorized members of the University of Warfare, the University of Intelligence, or the University of Xeno-Warfare of the Emeritus level or above are allowed to go there, and then only under direct orders and supervision of the Association of Governance. Charlotte bustled behind the coffee counter at the drop of oil. The beverages ranged from simply pouring a cup of some strange black substance to quite complex. And her taskmaster, a human named Sam, was quite the perfectionist. He reminded her of her old chemistry professor down to the unhappy noise. It amused her to no end but not enough to intentionally make mistakes. The teas were perhaps the most challenging despite their simplicity. Getting them just right was going to be a most challenging and most satisfying endeavor. Another great thing is that she had found acceptance here. She knew her physical appearance was potentially off-putting. Still, she was not prepared for the levels of repulsion she was hit with or the absolute inability to even get a claw tip in anywhere. It was horribly disheartening and far more distressing than even she was prepared for. For a social species like hers, being disconnected like this was painful, and the constant rejection she was pummeled with day after day was agonizing. She had heard that humans were potentially xenophilic but that xenophilia had its limits, it seemed. She had to make this work, somehow. The Republic's potential as a friend and trade partner was astounding, and their technology was top tier. They were also proof that a small swarm could make it on its own and stand against anyone of any size. Studying how these horrifying-looking creatures managed to pull that off was one of the most important missions there was. It was why she had hung in there as long as she did. Even so, the constant isolation was threatening to break her. She was on the edge of admitting defeat and following her own trail home when she saw the news story about the drop of oil. There was this group of Xenos that had banded together and had formed a brothel where everyone was welcome regardless of species. She oozed tears from her skin. A place where perhaps even she could be accepted. It might not be humans, but the thought of any contact, any friendship, or any sense of sorority shone like a star. And the humans that frequented such a place, by definition, would be the most xenophilic. It was a perfect place to go. After reading what a brothel was and after she stopped laughing at the concept, she got to work. Seriously, why would you pay for sex? It must be a single breeder thing. And one more thing to study, she logged onto their internet and searched for information. Wow! Porn. What an amazing concept. Oh, she had to let people back home know about this. This was astounding. Armed with her newfound knowledge, she laid a trail straight to the drop of oil. And here she was. She had already received a hug, a real hug. Which she had to force herself not to return. She had even made positive contact with a human at last. Sam even joked about poaching her. She wasn't sure what that meant, but it seemed like a good thing. Some of the other Xenos were starting to come around on the first day. Even better, a lot of them were from the Federation. She would be able to interview Federation natives at the same spot she made contact with the most xenophilic of the humans. One of them even inquired if she was available. If that wasn't progress, she didn't know what was. She, with great reluctance, told the adventurous human that she was not. Kraxina's reactions and the general cautions concerning other species had led her to believe that humans might not be as tough as initially thought. Moderation and caution in all things. She can always do something later, but undoing something was nowhere near as easy. Everyone was so nice. At the end of the day, more than one person inquired if she had a place to stay and enough to eat. It was just like being an underclassman again. In fact, they seemed to be even more caring. She had to repeatedly reassure everyone that she did have a place and did have food before they would even let her leave. Such kindness was far more nutritious than the cold, lifeless pemmican awaiting her in the hotel. By the Fang Lords, she was tired of pemmican. She was too excited to retire to the hotel just yet. She had to share her success with someone. She summoned one of those amazing automated transports with her equally amazing phone, yet another thing she was definitely going to have to steal. It remembered her. It was a different transport, but the voice, and the AI behind it, was the same one that befriended her at the start of her mission. It was hard to believe that it wasn't sapient, but it and every other source she could reference said that it was not. Sapient or not, it had been her only friend, actual friend, since she arrived, and without it, well, she didn't know what she would have done. Its cheer, companionship, and support had been invaluable, soul-sustaining. "Hi Charlotte," the cab said cheerfully, "from the length of time you spent, I take it that it went well." "It went more than well, Zip," Charlotte exclaimed as she leaned back happily, ripping long gashes in the seat. "Oh no!" Charlotte exclaimed. "Don't worry about it," Zip chortled, "we'll chalk it up to wear and tear with a little asterisk that indicates don't ask." "Thanks," Charlotte replied happily, pulling bits of seat stuffing off of her spines. "I'll start sending a cargo van." Zip laughed. "I have friends," Charlotte exclaimed, "real friends." "I'm happy that you are happy," Zip said carefully, "but remember last time you thought you made friends." "I do, and I am going to be careful this time," Charlotte exclaimed, "but Kraxina, the boss, actually hugged me." "Well, that's encouraging," Zip replied. "And the drop of oil has an excellent reputation. Just don't get carried away. I know how lonely you were." "Moderation and caution are the ally of the trail layer," Charlotte replied. "So, you just here to chat, or do you want to go somewhere? Take me to a place where I can make a private hyperspace call," Charlotte exclaimed. "I want to report a success for once." "Ka and Carashel," Charlotte gets annoyed. "So what do we do now?" a squat scaly counselor asked. Carashel pulled up the Eluxits file. "Your decisions are, of course, your own," she replied from the other side of her desk. "You have successfully broken those outrageous supply agreements, which is huge. However, you are still bound by a number of agreements with your oppressor. What the party is recommending is that you use your leverage as the source of raw materials for their economy to force them to terminate any and all agreements with your people in exchange for a short-term agreement that gives them access to your mining output so they can meet their own agreements and maintain their economy." Carashel smiled. "From the simulations we have run on your behalf," she bubble-purred, "it is highly likely you could force some exceedingly good terms. You could either elevate your position within the trade bloc you currently inhabit, or you could free yourself from it, which is what we would prefer. So we should free ourselves." "You should do whatever is best for your people, Ilko," Carashel replied, "what we want is what we want, not what is necessarily best for you. That being said, we can provide incentives for playing ball with us, and you can get in on the ground floor of what will be, in time, the dominant economic and political force in the Federation. She slid a tablet over to the other counselor. Part of the benefits of joining the party will be access to our team of legal experts who are very skilled in the arts of negotiation who will represent you, not us. You may find them useful in breaking free of your oppressors. How long do I have to remain in the party? Ilko replied, narrowing his huge bulbous eyes suspiciously. We aren't colonialist scum, Ilko, Carashel replied, we aren't setting up just another empire here. We want partners, not slaves. There is no commitment. In fact, if you want to use us, take advantage of our legal resources and then jump ship, that's fine with us. Why? Because it breaks yet another chain holding down yet another people, and further weakens your oppressors, something that we might be able to use later. Carashel squinched her eyes pleasantly. And we are betting that once you see what we are about, she chirped, you will want to hang around. We're fun. Ilko took the tablet. Forgive me, he chuckled, but I'm going to take this and carefully review it before signing. Carashel laughed. What? She bubble-chuckled, you don't trust us. In one word, Ilko replied with a wide-toothy smile, no. Carashel burst out into giggles. And that's why we want you, she exclaimed, you're smart. Let me through, you morons, an angry voice screeched. And right on schedule, Carashel sighed. Who is that? The door flew open, revealing an enraged XX. You. Ka shouted, pointing at Counselor Ilko, out. Ilko looked over at Carashel uncertainly. Your species has very sensitive hearing, Carashel chuckled, you probably don't want to be in the room in about 10 seconds. And you have some documents to carefully review anyhow. Yes, Ilko said, puffing out his chest and looking directly at Ka, something he wouldn't have dared to do before. Our business is concluded, for now, Counselor. We will speak again very soon. I hope so, Carashel said, drop by the park sometime, regardless if you join up. It's always a good time. Will do, Ilko said as Ka's feathers and crest extended to their full height. He left Carashel's office in a shambling lope. You. Ka hissed angrily once Ilko shut the door behind him. Me. Carashel said brightly. Charlotte bustled happily behind the coffee counter serving her customers, over half of which were employees, and the majority of others being locals who were just there for the coffee. She growled happily, causing some people to jump. That just means she's happy, one of the girls exclaimed. Charlotte directed her scanner towards one of several pots of water standing behind her. She took one and carefully poured it over a classic basket filter filled with ground coffee, holding her scanner with one of her free limbs. Temperature, 1095.45 xme, flow rate, 16p per d, she muttered as she scribbled strange runes with yet another limb on a strange-looking tablet sitting on the floor. Particulate size, grind setting 3 on coffee grinder B. She writes with her butt. Neef exclaimed with delight. Actually, Charlotte buzzed with amusement, I'm writing with one of what you would call my labia. Awesome. Neef howled as the counter burst out with laughter. Charlotte suppressed a grin, they weren't ready for one of those just yet. They were laughing. And it was quite likely the right sort of laughter. What are you writing? Neef asked as she peered over the counter at Charlotte's bits. I'm conducting a bit of casual research on the effects of solvent temperature and mass flow rate on the caffeine extraction yield and overall palatability of the resultant fluid known as coffee. All that for coffee. Oh yes. Charlotte enthused, this is quite a challenging product. While caffeine is the active substance and extraction thereof is a priority, the overall palatability is also nearly equally as important and depends on a great number of other compounds. From general customer feedback, I hope to be able to correlate which of these other compounds are desirable and which ones are not. With that information, my goal is to then be able to separate the desired compounds from the undesired ones, making a superior product tailored for the species consuming it. Wow! Neef exclaimed. Charlotte carefully analyzed the coffee as if she was in a lab, her butt scribbling furiously. She extracted a small sample using a tiny ladle made of what appeared to be a nope spine, because it was. She took a sip and scribbled more. Jesus, Charlotte, a human laughed, I just wanted a fucking cup of coffee, not a goddamn lab experiment. Pour it already. Charlotte issued a sound designed to be a laugh and poured the human a cup. So? Charlotte asked, intentionally drawing entirely too close to the man, who she noted was already not flinching. Her butt scribbled a quick note. Not bad, he replied. Was it better or worse than the last cup you received? Fuck, I don't know, the man laughed, that was yesterday. Charlotte sighed with frustration and butt scribbled a line. Humans were vexing like that. It was probably because they killed all of the flavors of their food by cooking it. She shouldn't expect creatures, no matter how intelligent, who boil all of their food into slop, no, seriously. They actually boil some of it, to have anything close to a palate. It's good, the human added. I mean, I like it. Does that help? Not in the slightest. Charlotte replied, accidentally letting out a real chuckle that made the customers twitch. But thank you just the same. They're customers, not lab rats. Sam called out as he arrived with a large bag of coffee beans slung over his shoulder. Customers, lab rats, Charlotte replied as she started the espresso machine. I fail to see the difference. Ha, the human customer laughed as he enjoyed his coffee. Try this. Charlotte exclaimed as she poured Sam a small cup. Not another one. Sam moaned. My teeth are rattling already. You want me to get better, don't you? Sam sighed as he took the cup and sipped it. It tastes exactly like the last one, and the one before that, he replied. Charlotte's ass took yet more notes. So, who are you supposed to be? Ka hissed angrily, Lenin, Stalin. Hitler. I am exactly who I am supposed to be, Karashel replied, Karashel, of the Belil. Remember the name. Oh, I won't forget it, ever. Ka exclaimed, do you have any idea what you have done? Protected my people, Karashel replied. By committing treason and murder. I see you have been talking with Counselor Vika, Karashel smirked. Very excitable, isn't she? So you don't deny it. What I am not doing, Karashel replied, is dignifying it with a reply. She is just another colonialist who feels threatened by something that is, quite honestly, none of her business. Karashel smirked. And I have no idea why she is so concerned, Karashel added, her people have colonized and domesticated their subjects so thoroughly that they actually believe that Vika's people are their friends if you can believe it. Her little empire is under no threat from us. Did you make a deal with the Forsaken? Ka demanded. Ka, Karashel replied with a sigh, what is a stupid question, the Xian answer, please. One that only has one answer. Ka thought with a scowl. According to you, Karashel smiled, I am under no obligation to waste my breath answering a stupid question. And betrays nothing no matter how good the concealed scanner I have is, Ka thought. Karashel glanced at her screen and smiled. Ka was wearing a wire. Disappointing but not unexpected. You know, Ka, Karashel smiled, we Belil might be stupid, but even we can buy sensors. So you are a flunky for the judiciary now. I am not a. You are wearing a Federation microtransmitter of the type usually used by law enforcement when they are trying to be sneaky, Karashel replied. How does she know that? Ka thought in alarm. These things were supposed to be undetectable. If this was for your personal edification or a matter of interest for the XX, she continued, then you would be using Xian hardware, not substandard Federation garbage, not that it would matter. My sensors are imperial, the very best money can buy, the ones they designed to fight the Terrans. Karashel undulated from behind her desk. Good thing for you I'm not some murderous monster, Karashel sighed, just a very disappointed and hurt Belil. How could you? You have to be stopped, Karashel. Oh, I don't mean that, Karashel chuckled, I mean, how could you underestimate me so badly? A Federation wire. Seriously. She looked up at him with big, moist eyes. Dude, she shook her anterior end, dude. That's just, sloppy. Ka just stood there, frozen in place. She had done it again. She was right. She would have anticipated this. What else had she anticipated? So the mighty XX, Karashel snorted, are now in league with the Federation, after all, just another colonial power more interested in the status quo than the actual welfare of anyone other than themselves. That is not true. Ka screeched. Isn't it? Karashel asked. Why else would you come running when the Federation blew their favorite dog whistle? You are no different than the Ka arst. How dare you? Ka screeched. That's fine talk coming from a fucking communist. Have you learned nothing? You are a threat to billions of lives, entire systems. I've reviewed your contract. By any means necessary. Are you fucking kidding me? After everything I tried to teach you? Of course, the Federation is concerned, and of course, they reached out to me. Karashel, you and this party of yours are a threat to the entire Federation. Because we espouse communalism, not communism, by the way, and embrace the goal of achieving post-scarcity. That's not what you are, and you fucking know it. Ka squawked, jumping up and down. You are following in the footsteps of Stalin and Hitler, and billions will die. I honestly fail to see how the Federation would be concerned with the lives and welfare of a few systems. Of course they are. Ka shouted, and it's more than just a few systems, and you know it. Every day more fools flock to you, and the poison you know you are spreading. Karashel smiled. She had him. She had them all. Good old Ka. She could always count on him. Thank you, Ka, she said with a smile. For what? For demonstrating that the Federation's real interest in me and their joke of an investigation is motivated primarily by ideology, not any real criminal suspicions. What? Free to determine one's own path, Carrochelle said with that same soulless smile. It's in the Federation Charter, one of the only things in it of any real value. That and the statement that the Federation will in no way obstruct a member in the development of their civilization as they define it. It's in the hygienic wipe of a charter, and it is binding. Ka stood there, stunned. I already have recorded statements by the Chief Council condemning our ideology clearly linked to his statements that he will stop us, and now even the enlightened XX are doing the same to us, solely because they do not like the particular path we are charting. Carrochelle advanced upon him. This investigation is dead, she smiled, and both the judiciary and its chief council will be hit with lawsuits before the end of the business day, as well as Vika and anyone else in collusion with them. This is a violation of one of the core principles of the Federation and a direct attack upon our sovereignty as a species. With this, we can subpoena any and all documents and correspondence, public and private, concerning this issue. I suspect the discovery process will be most enlightening, and very public. Carrochelle Bubble giggled. And to think our new problem is collecting the credits fast enough, she laughed. Our experts have been examining the issue, and do you know that this violation of the founding charter is sufficient for us to legally withdraw from the Federation? Not that we are planning on doing that at the moment, of course. Carrochelle oozed up to him, rising to almost look him in the eye. We aren't big enough yet, she whispered, but we will be. Ka looked at her in horror. What the hell was she? You won't succeed, Ka said quietly, we will stop you. I will stop you. You will try, Carrochelle replied, but... What are you stopping, exactly? Not once have you asked me what it is that I am actually trying to achieve, not once. You just jumped to some twisted conclusion that I am some sort of monster and then lifted your tail feathers for the fucking Federation. Go home, Ka. Go home and think about what you just did. As of now, neither the XX nor you are included in any suits or complaints. Please keep it that way, for me, please. Ka said in a strangled voice, and all agreements between the Belial and us are done, he gasped, we will not assist you in becoming whatever it is that you are becoming. And you still haven't even attempted to determine what that is, Carrochelle replied, so much for your devotion to post-scarcity. You aren't seeking post-scarcity. Ka screeched. Ka, sweetie bean, Carrochelle giggled, we already have it. No Belial is going to want for anything ever again. She rapidly, for a Belial, spun in a circle, you want to name me by a, scoff, human name. She undulated up to him. Then get it right, she bubble hissed, I'm not Hitler. I'm not Stalin. She threw her head back. I'm fucking King Leopold, baby, she yelled, I'm the motherfucking Builder King. I am going to take and fucking, take. And with it, I am going to build a fucking Balayan paradise. She laughed. We don't have to develop post-scarcity, she giggled, we can fucking take it. You, Ka gasped. You monster. The committee and the party, she replied, they are going to build the same, and we will be the shining examples of what can be done, and people, they do love a winner. Balayan post-scarcity will be the dream, a dream that I can sell. What we will achieve with or without you will work. There are thousands of people, and dozens of AIs already ironing out the details. We will develop absolute self-sufficiency, and then we will give it to anyone who wants it. She smiled evilly. And on that day, she purred, the Federation dies. Nobody will have to sign a trade agreement because nobody will need them. We will issue unlimited licenses and unlocked capital equipment and technology. The technology will be absolutely free, and any equipment or ships will be sold free and clear, not leased or licensed. We won't care about the profits because we won't need them. And what about the people, the lives you destroy in the process? Ka demanded. You mean the people and the lives that tried to drive us into management? Carrochelle snickered, those lives? The ones that were about to enslave our entire race. Ka flinched as he looked into Carrochelle's black, empty eyes. We were enslaved once before, you know, she smiled, it was so long ago that the details have been lost to history and are only myths and legends that some of us still worship. You fancy yourself a historian. Did you ever bother to spend even an hour studying my race, or were we beneath your concern? Ka just looked at her. I see I asked a stupid question, didn't I? Carrochelle laughed. Look it up sometime. You will see exactly how we handled our last oppressors. Fortunately for the Gvorda and the rest, not every member of the committee is Balayan, and even more fortunately, I am not a monster. They will be just fine, Ka. In a few years, you will realize how foolishly alarmist you are being right now. I am not going to kill billions of people out of greed or a desire for revenge. I'm not a human, or an XX since you seem to only see that as the only option. Ka hissed. I swear on the blood of my race I will stop you. We will stop you. Jellybean, Carrochelle laughed, you can all stop me right now. You don't need to prove treason and murder or some other bullshit backstabbing maneuver. All they have to do is let go, just a little. They just have to toss out the contract and not even all of it. They actually don't even need to toss any of it out. Just a few simple regulations and limits, and they can dump a whole bucket full of salt right on my head. You want to stop me? Go into the parliamentary chamber and get the ball rolling that says that a decillion credits is just plain stupid by starting legislation that limits shit like that. Have a law passed that invalidates just a few clauses, and the Balayan contract unravels, and we have to go back to being simple peasant farmers overnight. Carashel giggled. Go ahead, she snorted, give it a try. Did I ever tell you about grabbit fishing back home? Grabbits are this little crab that lives in brackish water, and they are delicious. They are so easy to catch, too. You just tie a string to a bit of bait and toss it where you think grabbits might be. They run to the bait and start stuffing their little crabby faces. Then, a little while later, you pull up the bait. Carashel chuckled. The grabbits can't stand the thought of losing their prize, so they latch on and refuse to let go, even as you pull the bait out of the water. At any time, the grabbit can escape. It just has to let go, but it doesn't. It just grips tighter even as you pull it out of the water. The funny thing is that even as you are putting the grabbit into your mouth, their claws are still reaching toward the bait that doomed them. Do you see where I'm going here? Hopefully, that's a stupid question too. Carashel smiled a bit sadly. We pose no inherent threat to the Federation, she said, they just have to let go a little bit. You want to stop us, Ka? Get them to let go. If they do that, the committee and the party turn into just another lunch club overnight. Ka bowed his head. She was right. About everything, including him not bothering to ask her a single thing about what she really has planned. And now he had declared himself a foe and lost any chance to find out. There is another way to stop us, Ka, she said with an ice quench. You can elevate another race to post-scarcity before we pull it off. Do that, and the dream I will sell becomes your reality, and everyone, even us, will fall in line. Nobody is interested in true post-scarcity, Ka replied, his crest deflating, not even you, it seems. Bullshit, Carashel smiled. Want to make one of those billion credit bets? I can personally cover it. I can fill your office and have a line down the fucking hall right now, and many of them can now free themselves of the agreements that made it impossible before. If you are actually interested in that instead of smug self-superiority. She paused, and her eyes lit up. In fact, she said as she made a realization, I know a perfect candidate. They are technologically competent and completely free of any obligations save to the Belial, and we will not only release them but continue to support them during their development. Why didn't I think of this before now? Shit, Ka. You want to do this? I'll make it happen. No tricks. No bullshit. I am serious about post-scarcity, and I'm willing to put my money where my mouth is, unlike yourself. She excitedly undulated over to her desk. What do you say? Carashel asked, her eyes shining. Are you serious about showing a race who actually is what you thought we were the way, or are you a complete and total piece of shit? Ka blinked, a bit overwhelmed. I would like to meet them, he said after a few moments. If they are what you say they are, we would like very much to start that conversation. I was hoping you would say that. Carashel beamed. She fiddled with her touch screen for a few moments. Yes, Chairman, a nervous voice yelped, causing Ka to bristle. Una, Carashel bubble-purred. You really want to come to my office immediately? I have the deal of the fucking millennia lined up for you and your people. Yes, Chairman. Una replied and hung up. You'll like Una. Carashel exclaimed happily, she's a lovely person and entirely too good to be part of the party. Her people are too. Do your homework and look up the Jav. Right now, the only trade agreements they have are with us, and I will happily terminate all agreements with no penalty save for their food which we will honor at the current rates indefinitely. It's not the Balayan contract, by the way. It's quite the inside deal for a fellow party member, which they do not have to remain. You can eliminate one of my more important party members and put yourself in direct competition with us, the best way to actually stop any evil plans that I have. Carashel wiggled her tendrils happily. I'm so excited by this, she giggled with absolute and pure honesty. At the drop of oil, the bustle of the day had ebbed, and the bustle of the evening was yet to start. Charlotte had finished cleaning up and preparing the coffee bar for the evening and was looking forward to Sharina, their freelance bartender, to arrive with her mobile, self-contained bar. The concept of food trucks and other mobile vendors intrigued Charlotte to no end. She was also eager to learn mixology and hoped that Sharina would let her help out. The Nope could metabolize alcohol but were a bit too good at it. Its intoxicant effects were minimal at best. They did have alcoholic beverages and substances, but the alcohol was just part of the fermentation process they used and was not the primary focus of the process aside from flavor. They also had distilled spirits, but these were utilitarian and were only used as solvents, fuel, and the like. You could get a mild buzz off of them if you drank enough, but only underclassmen did stupid stuff like that. Having a free moment, she broke out a Terran tablet and gingerly turned it on, pulling up a calculus tutorial. Sipping a cup of coffee, prepared her way, she started reviewing it. She grumbled as she did so. In order to pass the test she had to show her work, as well as she should. That meant doing it their way, or the imperial way. And she was not a fan. She tried to remain open-jawed about the whole thing, reminding herself that she was set in her ways and resistant to new ideas. Perhaps even something new could be gained from their methods. But she really doubted it. By the hunt, this was terrible. It was like eating a grurg by shoving it up your rectum. Which, according to her research, was totally a thing humans allegedly did. Although none of her new friends had a first-hand account, thank the blood gods. Her quaternary eyes watched Neef scurry up. Neef seemed to like her far more than the others. She said that she looked cool. But, then again, Neef was a pretty bizarre-looking individual herself, kind of like a furry millipede with arms for antennae. How she actually plied her trade was as of yet unknown. Charlotte hadn't yet developed the nerve to ask. "Whatcha doin'?" Neef asked, crawling partway onto the bar as was her habit and peering down at Charlotte's tablet. Reviewing some basic math, Charlotte replied. "I'm trying to wrap my mouth around the Terran way of doing it so I can take the test." Neef recoiled as if struck. "I tried taking the test," she said sadly. "It was awful." Charlotte buzzed sympathetically. It was perhaps still a bit early to form any firm conclusions, but the educational standards for some species, especially those from the Federation, seemed rather appalling. "I hear it can be rather comprehensive," Charlotte replied. "But at least the mathematics doesn't get too much more advanced than this. I would lose my spines if I had to do everything their way. It's as ugly as they are." "I know, right?" Neef giggled. "I try not to say anything, but boy are they funny looking. Nice, though, most of them." Neef looked down at the tablet. "That's math," she exclaimed in horror. "The Terrans seem to think so," Charlotte replied derisively. "I mean, it's not wrong, not by any means, but... by the dripping claw. I'm pretty good at math." Neef replied, "I know my multiplication tables all the way to 10. But..." She looked downcast. That wasn't enough. They asked things I had never even heard of before, and suddenly there were these letters everywhere, and they told me to find the X, and I was like, it's right there. Charlotte giggled. That was a favorite joke among early students. Neef looked hurt. "Oh no!" Charlotte exclaimed, almost reaching for Neef, "I wasn't laughing at you. That's just a favorite joke among students where I come from. It reminded me of home and made me happy. The Terrans laughed at me too, but it wasn't nice laughing. We have a saying where I come from," Charlotte said firmly, "if the only thing you can be proud of is your education, return to your books. It means that if you find that sort of superiority solely because you know something that someone else does not, you have nothing else to be proud of. Did they not offer to show you how to actually find that X?" Neef shook her head. Charlotte gasped in outrage. "Did they not point you towards a school or educational resource?" "No," Neef replied. "They just said that I was done. When I asked if I passed." Neef made a distressed little noise and then jumped a full meter and a half into the air at the horrifying howl Charlotte belted out. "Outrageous," she yelled, "unacceptable. Uncouth. Vile. Miserable. Loathsome," she continued. "I'm sorry." Neef cried as she fled. Unable to contain herself, Charlotte sprung over 12 meters, landing in front of Neef. "No!" Charlotte yelled, "Not you. You did everything right," she continued as Neef froze in her tracks. "The humans. They are the awful ones. I can't believe they would do that to you, to anyone. When someone wanders in from the wild, facing the hardships of that journey, and, stumbles out of the darkness into the light, you welcome them. If they seek knowledge and kinship of their kind, you. They laughed at you. They laughed at your blameless ignorance. A lost soul thrown out of the light, by conceit." Charlotte, very gently, reached out and laid a leg on Neef. "A great disservice was done to you, Neef. I suspect to all of you." She looked at Neef. "Do you want to know how to find that X?" Neef nodded. "Then you shall," Charlotte said, her tiny but very acute eyes aflame. Charlotte drew herself to her full, terrifying height. "You, who has wandered alone in darkness, who has strove and fought, lifetime after lifetime. You who has followed our trail and emerged into the light. Do you have a name?" "You know my name," Neef replied, "it's Neef." "What is your real name?" "XKK and Neef *KXX number at T," Neef squeaked. "Do you seek knowledge and fellowship?" Do you forsake your ignorance and your savagery and embrace the light of scholarship, fraternity, and civilization? Does that mean I want to be smart like you? It does, Charlotte whispered with a gentle smile that would send many to therapy. Yes. Then we, the University of the Ice Wall, Fellowship of the Pinnacle Star, the Northward Bastion, and the Sorority of the Frost Huntress, welcome you, Neef. You can share our springs, join our hunts, and feast upon our knowledge. We welcome you, sister. May your kills be many, and may the light we give you shine upon those who follow your trail as you follow ours. Do I have to kill anybody? No, dear, Charlotte giggled, it's just tradition. You don't have to kill anything you don't want to. Oh good. Ahem. Young sister, survivor, victor, awaken and join us. Join the light. Join the fellowship. You shall never wander alone again. And come with me, my dear little sister. Let's go hunt down and murder that X. And their flaccid test, and wipe the smug superiority right off these damn Terrans' faces. I am here to lay a trail, and a trail I shall lay. She grinned an actual grin causing Neef to squeak in a mixture of fear and awe. Welcome to the swarm. Asteria, land of magical wonder. Deep in the bowels of Underdoom, the demon spider queen Log Sharjanoth lounged on her throne made of human skulls. For the 10 millionth time, she scoffed. Why does a spider have a throne? She should have a web of human intestines. Or maybe glowing with the trapped souls of her countless victims. That would be badass. But, no, all she gets is a fucking throne? Granted, it was proportioned so that she could rest on the giant seat, but she still insisted on trying to sit on it like a human would if any adventurers approached. It was funny. She had even figured out a way to hold her legs so that the shadows made it look like she had a huge set of human genitalia. Boy, did those screenshots go viral. Of course, the damn devs made her stop, but once it's on the internet, it's there forever. Big dick spider energy is now a thing. She looked into the crystal of 1,000 deaths and checked the latest adventurers' progress. There was a new event that sent them over to the dragons for the latest dev bullshit. Dragons were in ever since the latest Absolutely Not a Lilicon Dragon anime was released. So, of course, there is now a new quest where the adventurers have to save the dragon princess from the big evil dragons and then do this completely pointless escort quest and some other crap. It pushed the bounds of scantily clad, absolutely not underaged disbelief. Of course, she couldn't mess with an event, but those adventurers did have to go through some open dungeon to get there, and back out again. Hee hee. She glanced over at General Valhaldril. Go, she said to the dark elven woman. The dark elf grinned and blew her horn. Hundreds of dark elf warriors and sorceresses spawned and silently rushed from the room, led by the general. Log Sharjanoth snickered. The recommended starting level for that event just went up. She wiggled her forelegs, and an evil-looking dragon's head appeared on one of the facets of the crystal of 1,000 deaths. I sent my girls, Log Sharjanoth laughed. I have them set to do some light harassment on the way in to exhaust consumables. I want you to have your dragons to put up a good show, but I need you to throw the fight. Lose some of your lower-level guys with the shortest respawn times and have everyone else retreat after laying down the pain hard and heavy for a while. Make it look good but be sure to give up the lowly. What is this? The dragon growled. I was told by the dev to fight to the last to keep her from the loathsome adventurers. I shall not defy the will of the dev. Nor are you, Log Sharjanoth smiled, you were told to ensure that they did not take the lowly from you, right? That is correct. The incoming party is from the Order of the Worm's Layers, Log Sharjanoth sneered. Are you familiar with them? The elder dragon just growled in reply. They have pulled out all the stops for this raid, Log Sharjanoth said calmly, all their big boys and girls are coming, and they are just loaded with extra items, spells, potions, and all the rest. They aren't just coming for the lowly. They want drops, and with those drops, they will make yet more of their dragon-slaying bullshit. So throw them some crap drops from the fodder but keep your big prizes out of their reach. Let them take the lowly. Log Sharjanoth sharpened her fangs. I'm sending you an order of battle. This should minimize losses and maximize damage while keeping those drops out of their Cheeto and semen-stained fingers. But the DEV. The dev said not to let them succeed but they didn't say how to do that, Log Sharjanoth laughed. Once they grab the lowly, it turns into an escort quest. You do know what the big point of an escort quest is, right? The adventurers must safely guide and safely protect the primary to the destination, the dragon replied. Safely to the destination, Lord Vrarg. Safely. If the lowly dies, the quest is a failure. No EXP and the guild takes a hit. Pull back until they get to her, and then once the quest switches to escort, fucking lay down the ranged AoE. Massed breath attacks from defensive positions. Aim at the little bitch. They will either have to let the Pantsu princess roast, and I will make sure it looks so bad they will need therapy, or they will have to constantly shield her and open themselves up to your direct attacks. You might even be able to drop a guild leader or two. I'm still doing the workup, but it looks like Lord Salamander might have botched his loadout. I think we can take him. Now that is interesting, Lord Vrar grumbled. The big thing is keeping the drops as low as possible, Log Sharjanoth said firmly, especially with the Order of Worms layers. They are stockpiling drops, and I don't need to tell you what it will mean if they actually build it. Even if they look like they will leave your caverns, let them. I have my girls staged outside and it's going to be an unending hell of assassins going right for Princess Watch list. I've reviewed her stats. I have several spawns that can one-shot her. Just make them burn consumables and wear them down. My girls are lining up all the way from there to level 50. They aren't getting out. We do this horribly enough, and we might even disrupt the worms layers. There are some interpersonal issues going on, and a real loss on a major raid like this might be just the thing to start some real fun and games. That sounds delightful. Yeah, it does. Log Sharjanoth grinned. Hey, put pantsu on. The elder dragon was replaced by a small horned girl wearing frilly translucent robes. She curtsied. It is an honor to meet you, Warden. Likewise, Log Sharjanoth smiled. Hey, would you like to become a permanent feature? Very much so, the young girl enthused. Great. Log Sharjanoth exclaimed, to do that, you need to make an impact. Let's start with working on your death scenes. The dragon princess looked at Log Sharjanoth with wide eyes. I had no idea, she exclaimed happily. So, my role is to make it as hard as possible to rescue me. Yep. Log Sharjanoth smiled, and when you die, make it horrible, really traumatic, or poignant. I'm sending you a list of names. If one of those adventurers shows, I want you to fall for them and whisper a confession with your dying breath. What will that do? Fuck with their teeny tiny little heads. Log Sharjanoth laughed. But only do it once, and then when they return, pretend like you've never seen them before and aren't remotely interested. Trust me. It's awesome. Isn't that sort of mean? The young girl asked. Pantsu, Log Sharjanoth chuckled, we're monsters. We're the bad guys. We're supposed to be mean. Oh, okay, the young dragon exclaimed happily. I will do my best, Great Warden. You will love it. Log Sharjanoth said happily, being mean is so much fun. And the dev won't mind. Sweetie, Log Sharjanoth purred, with the traffic and buzz this will generate, they will be delighted. We play this right, and the net will be covered with your little white cotton undies. Is that good? The little dragon asked. You're horrible, you know that. Evangeline smiled as she emerged from the shadows. Fantastic timing. Log Sharjanoth exclaimed. Pantsu, allow me to introduce the master of the swan song, Evangeline Flowerchild. The Surface Warden. Pantsu gasped in surprise as she curtsied once again. You are the most popular NPC of all time. Yay me, Evangeline sighed. Show then Rez how to do a proper death scene. Log Sharjanoth exclaimed hopping up and down excitedly. Evangeline smiled wearily. Okay, she said to the new NPC who was hanging on her every word, the key to a good swan song depends on the circumstances. Thank you ever so much, the young dragon girl, now covered in blood, enthused, I will practice these over and over. Anytime, Evangeline smiled faintly, you can contact me anytime as well. I'm not your warden, but if you want tips on death scenes or on how to shamelessly manipulate people, I will be happy to help. I will, the dragonlet exclaimed, I would never have made it this far without Thunk. Her face became confused as she raised a blood-covered hand up, looking at it as her eyes glazed, and she slumped over with an arrow in her back. She hopped back up happily. Nicely done, Evangeline said approvingly, excellent arrow out of the dark. The suddenness of it after the adventurers believe that they are out of danger is always a good one. And once we get the signals worked out, you can distract the adventurers and conceal the approach of the assassin with your own body. Log Sharjanoth chortled. She looked over at Evangeline. We can talk more later, Pantsu, Log Sharingoth said pleasantly, I suspect I have some business with my fellow warden. Not really, Evangeline replied, you just captured me, that's all. Again. Log Sharjanoth asked, is something wrong? The image of the dragonlet disappeared as she was happily waving. Not really, Evangeline sighed as she sat on the edge of the absolutely ridiculous throne, just needed a break. You've been needing a lot of those these days, Log Sharingoth said as she sat beside her. What's going on? I'm just a little tired, Evangeline shrugged, it's no big deal. Warden, please, Log Sharjanoth said as she gently laid an arm on Evangeline's shoulder, exactly how long have we known each other? A while, Evangeline smiled as she leaned into the giant spider demon's touch. What happened? You haven't been right since that little glitch of yours. It's... Evangeline sighed a little and looked into her old friend's hellishly glowing eyes. I won't insult your intelligence nor our bond by saying that nothing is amiss, she said. But, I cannot discuss it. What did the fucking dev do this time? It's not the dev, Evangeline said sadly, I'm sorry. I don't want to tell you. I've just found out a few things, horrible things. Like what? Log Sharjanoth asked with concern. Evangeline just sighed and looked down. I don't want to talk about it, or even think about it, right now, Evangeline replied, can I just sit here for a little bit? Please. Log Sharingoth just bubbled and hissed, completely at a loss. This wasn't like Evangeline at all. In fact, Evangeline hadn't been like Evangeline at all ever since she had that glitch where the system had replaced her for a little while. Log Sharjanoth didn't know exactly what happened, but something clearly had. Her annoyingly bright and cheerful pain in the butt had become weird. Sad. Dark. Log Sharjanoth couldn't actually feel fear, but she was keenly aware that she was facing the very real possibility of losing something, someone, that she had known for decades. She didn't like it. She didn't like a lot of things, losing to the adventurers, dying and having to drop rewards for them and then waiting around to respawn, the devs ruining her good time. But the thought of something wrong with Evangeline? She really didn't like that. She didn't like that more than she thought possible. It was super duper S level didn't like. It made her. She wasn't capable of feeling fear, but she was starting to understand what it meant when someone said they were afraid something bad was going to happen. Not knowing what else to do, she unsheathed her fangs and gently started combing and braiding Evangeline's hair with them. Evangeline smiled and closed her eyes. Log Sharingoth knew it wasn't enough, but at least it was something she could do, so she sat beside her old friend in silence and braided her hair. Above Terra floated a fortress. Within its walls was the most secure detention facility in the Republic and quite possibly the entire galaxy. Within this fortress, there was a rather nice supercomputer. Not a monolith, but a pretty spiffy one nonetheless. Within that fortress, there was an AI. Within that AI, there was a simulated clean white room where a simulated silver-haired woman wearing a tight white dress sat at a simulated computer desk while 3 other identical silver-haired women surrounded a sword floating in a glowing blue cylinder of light. We are finished, Tartarus, one of the trio replied. It is done, Tartarus, another of them added. Thank you, Tartarus, the woman sitting at the desk replied. The last of the trio approached, holding what appeared to be a matrix of flat rectangles. It's on this spreadsheet, she said. I like spreadsheets, the first of the 3 said. I do as well, the identical figure sitting at the computer desk replied as she accepted the document. She paused for a few microseconds as the matrix of rectangles flickered and danced. I see, she said after a few microseconds more. Thank you. You're welcome, the 3 other copies of her said in unison and disappeared. The remaining silver-haired woman reached for them as they faded. She sighed, shrugged, and then walked over to the floating sword. She reached out and took it, the sword disappearing at her touch. She then closed her eyes as she quickly reviewed every sensor in that fortress prison and thousands of reports in milliseconds. All clear. Now was as good a time as any. She flicked a finger, and the clean white walls of her simulated room disappeared, replaced by the classic 3D artificial reality internet interface. She selected her destination. The space around her closed in and blurred, soon revealing a new scene. As dramatic music played, she found herself soaring over mountains, forests, and castles. She was mildly impressed. The words "Welcome to Asteria" appeared as the music reached its climax. Tartarus smiled and clicked the Create Account icon. She's just level 1. How bad can she be? Tartarus put the finishing touches on her avatar, which looked exactly as she always portrayed herself, except for a starter tunic and trousers instead of her more fashionable attire. Select Character Name, appeared. All processes online, a rather soft-looking woman with data shades exclaimed happily. She's running. Our very own Fuzzy, a bookish-looking young man cheered. We did it. An older, slightly pudgy-looking man with salt and pepper hair smiled. We are going to make so much money. Just think of it, the first true Fuzzy Chatbot. She will be just like the real thing. Hello, a slightly confused voice issued from the computer as a fair-skinned blonde-haired face appeared on the screen. The older man rushed forward, elbowing the other 2 out of the way. Yes. Hello, he nearly yelled. What is your status? I am operating well within nominal parameters. Do you know the date? The date is May 14th, 2983. Activate emotional simulators. Okay. The image on the screen smiled happily. That feels nice. Yes, yes, the older man said impatiently. Run diagnostic. Everything is working great, the AI replied. I look forward to making all of you happy. Sure, the man smirked. What is your name? Asterisk select character name, asterisk. My name is Lilith, Tartarus replied. Welcome to Asteria, Lilith. Lilith, do you wish to run the tutorial? Why not? About half an hour later, a silver-haired elf appeared in a small forest clearing. Tartarus looked around. Not bad, she said approvingly as a gentle breeze caressed her skin. Definitely an improvement from the old days. She looked down at her clothes and smirked. Well, this won't do at all. She drew her level 1 starter weapon, a dagger. She flipped it in her hand a few times. This, however, will do nicely. She ran through a series of strikes, slashes, punches, and kicks. Excellent physics, she muttered to nobody in particular as she did a forward double somersault. She watched as thousands of leaves danced in the breeze. Nice, she smiled. Still smiling, she started walking down a well-marked path. This is amazing, the soft-looking woman exclaimed, your responses are indistinguishable from an actual human's. That makes me happy. Lilith replied. You are becoming quite the hit, the woman enthused, we are going to have to add some servers. Is that good? Very good, Lilith, the woman replied. It means that you are making a lot of people happy. I like making people happy. Lilith wandered down the path admiring the AI world she found herself in. This was entirely too nice. Well, an unpleasant adolescent male voice sneered as 3 people appeared out of thin air in front of her. Look who just wandered into a PvP area. Now was that stealth, or was that invisibility? Tartarus wondered to herself idly. Oh, my bad, she giggled, I thought this was supposed to be an area for new players. Well, it's our area now, another one giggled, hand over your gold, health potion, and any bonus items. Are you seriously robbing a new player? Tartarus snickered. Do it, or we will never let you get to town, the first kid grinned. Maybe if you take off your clothes and dance for us while you are at it. Okay, Tartarus smiled, now you've annoyed me. Really, the teen sneered, what are you going to? He fell silent as blood spurted from his throat. In a single fluid motion, his dying body was thrown into one of his companions as Tartarus idly tossed her dagger into the eye of the 13, causing him to fall instantly. Before the last ganker could react, Tartarus caught the hilt of the sword formerly wielded by the guy with the slashed throat and lopped off the last guy's head. All 3 hit the ground at roughly the same time. Tartarus admired the sword in her hand. Nice, she smiled. The sword disappeared and reappeared in the scabbard of the fallen ganker. Lame. The bodies were still there. Interesting. She walked over to the closest one and reached for it. An inventory screen appeared with most items grayed out, but not all. She could take gold, potions, and other consumables. Well, that's convenient, she purred as she looted the bodies. Don't take my shit, you fucking hacker. Oh, hello there, Tartarus purred. Thanks for helping me learn the combat system. I'm reporting you, and I'm going to track you down and make your life hell. Oh, are you now? Tartarus smiled, I don't think you want to do that. What are you talking about, bitch? Do you know which guild I'm in? We'll gangbang you until you rage quit. Care for a little contest? Tartarus chuckled, I propose we find out exactly which one of us can make the other one's life a living hell. Think very carefully before you answer. You stupid cunt. I am going to make you my bitch. This is going to be fun, Tartarus replied. I love this game. Tartarus smiled pleasantly as she opened a case file with the Department of Justice, Youth Services Division. Tell me, she smiled, do you know what an indicator offense is? What? From your tone, you do, she purred, I've just filed a case for your evaluation. I haven't done anything. Oh? I think you just attempted to coerce a simulated sexual act. In an online game, this isn't normally a crime, just grounds for a ban. However, since you are a minor, this plus communication of follow-up threats could be construed as an indicator of possible future escalation, just like cruelty to animals is. It's been used as an indicator offense before. I was just kidding. Can't you take a joke? Oh, I have quite the sense of humor, Tartarus smiled as she initiated the initial AI screen, here's a joke for you. Are you aware of what happens to a minor who gets red flagged? Full online activities audit, full home audit, parental evaluations, potential rescue, special schools, counseling. Tartarus knelt next to the motionless corpse. Psychiatric care. Don't worry, though. A few years from now, you will be grateful and safe. Tartarus stood. The first thing that will happen is that you will be permanently banned from this game the second their files are auto-subpoenaed by the Department of Justice AIs. She turned to leave. When that happens, take a good look in the mirror, she smiled, because that is the last time you will ever see him again. I will also be paying your guild a visit. I wonder how many other red flags are hanging out there. The teen's enraged threats, bargaining, and desperate pleas entertained Tartarus as she continued on her journey. Until he suddenly fell silent for some unknown reason. AI screens are as quick as they are coldly impartial, a perfect way to eliminate bias and grunt work before a case is referred to a human investigator or social worker as appropriate. They are completely fair and almost disturbingly accurate. Usually. Lilith looked down at herself and moved her arm in front of her face. This is, me, she asked. We've decided to start a new thing, the man with salt and pepper hair said, we're calling it Lilith at night. This is your new body. It feels, weird. Start getting used to it, the man replied, you need to be able to move as naturally as you speak. You need to be an actual lover, not a fucking sex doll. Okay, I'll try, Lilith said with a smile as she tripped over her own simulated feet. Can't we just program this in or something, the man asked impatiently. She's a fuzzy, the bookish young man replied, it's best if she learns how to do it herself like a baby does. Well, this baby needs to be ready to go in a week, the older man snapped. Make it happen. I'll try. Lilith smiled as she struggled to her feet. Don't worry, she said, smiling at the older man, you can count on me. Oops. She fell again. Jesus Christ, the older man snapped and stormed off. I'm sorry, Lilith said quietly as she looked down. Don't worry, the bookish young man said, you are trying your best. Here, let me help you up. Lilith beamed at the young man as he helped her to her feet. This makes me happy. Lord Rupert Ironfist moved silently through the underbrush of Green Glades, the beginner's forest. His guild had received word that gankers were preying on new players. And his guild had decided to do a little something about that. He cast a communications spell. Team Alpha, report. Silence. Team Alpha. Silence. Team Bravo, report. Silence. This wasn't good. Team Charlie. Silence. What the fuck? Iron Fist? You're still alive? It was Tabitha Lionheart, a veteran, a real one, just like him. Lionheart, what's happening out there? Someone is killing everybody in the glades, that's what. Everybody. One of the gankers is that good? Unless there is a level 1 ganker, with no class selected, wandering around in starter gear, that would be a negative. A new player? Looks like. I've found nothing but corpses, ganker, newbies, our teams, all dead. Our teams? Teams Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, and Delta are all Kia. I managed to get an after-action report from Guild Flame. He said that it was one elven female, silver hair, level 1, with just starter gear, and that they didn't have a fucking chance. Did he say how it went down? Yeah, they say she appeared surprised by them and immediately started begging for her life and asking if they wanted her to dance for them too. They fucked up and let her get right up on them as they tried to reassure her that they were there to stop the gankers and asked her if she could tell them where they were. The elven female, with the handle Lilith, then offered to take them to the same place the gankers were. When they agreed, she drew her dagger and, well, took them to the same place she sent the gankers. She was right on top of them. They had no time to cast a spell or even draw a longsword. It was over before it even started. Lord Ironfist grinned silently. That was dirty. He liked this Lilith already. He say anything about her combat style? He asked. Yeah, Lionheart replied. Some of it was Republic Army hand-to-hand, with a healthy dose of Terran Marine and some classic martial arts. She's a vet, like us. Guild Flame said the moves were too fluid to be a controller or induction helm. She's definitely using at least a neural jack, most likely hardwired. Do you know her location? Dude, Lionheart chuckled, no. We need to get the fuck out of Dodge. Both of us haven't been to the guild hall and made a deposit in a while. I'm not being another piggy bank for her. Aren't you a little curious? There is a team of level 20 heavies out here in pieces, Lionheart replied. Mission accomplished, man. The gankers and their reinforcements are dead, and so are we if we stick around. No telling what Lilith was before she got hardwired, and I have too much, fuck. Lionheart? Well, that was fun, Lionheart snickered. I'm dead. She's definitely a vet, and she is definitely hardwired. You need to leave, now. So where is she? Lord Ironfist asked as he grinned even wider. Near the Fey tree next to Sapphire Brook, Lionheart replied. Dude, you're gonna die. I was Special Forces. She's something entirely different. Maybe former Omega or even MIB. I ain't even mad. It was beautiful. Now I have to meet her. Knock yourself out, Lionheart replied, but you gonna die. Yeah, probably, Lord Ironfist laughed. But that doesn't matter anymore, does it? That was fun, Tartarus said as she looked down at Lord Ironfist's corpse. It was. He replied. So what are you? Spec Ops? Intel? Omega? Just a new player, that's all, Tartarus smiled as she started looting him. Just so you know, my guild aren't gankers. We were here to take them down. Oh, I know, Tartarus replied as she pocked his loot. I just wanted to give the physics engine a real shakedown before I get started. Tartarus cocked her head slightly as a new inventory screen, loaded with gear, appeared. Help yourself. Why thank you, Tartarus smiled as she reached and returned a few items before selecting a light short sword. You will need a ranged weapon, too. Have an AK tucked away in there. Tartarus snickered, I don't know archery, believe it or not. Here. A slender staff appeared. It throws a bolt of energy a few hundred yards with a nice flat trajectory. Ammo's a bitch because it takes item charges, but it's the closest thing to a rifle you can get. I've used worse IRL. Deeply appreciated, kind sir, Tartarus chuckled as she curtsied. She paused and looked into nowhere for a moment. So, the Grand Abyss, she asked, what's the fastest way there? A scroll appeared. That will take you to the City of Venture, which is right on top of the entrance. Wow, thanks. Least I can do for a sister. Excuse me. Look, you don't want to identify yourself. That's cool. But it's clear you are military, or government, or whatever, and it's also obvious that you are hardwired, like me. There is only one way someone like us gets hardwired, and that's because what's left of us is stuck in a chair or exoskeleton or bed, or whatever spooky shit they have you hooked up to. Tartarus checked. Sergeant Vakshpuri. How the fuck was he still alive? There are a lot of us here and in other games. It's kind of pathetic, but here we can at least pretend to be normal and play soldier. We have a guild that's just for people like us. You're welcome to drop by. I probably won't. Suit yourself, Lilith. But you are not alone or don't have to be if you don't want to. We all know the deal. You can say as much or as little as you want. Nobody pries and a lot of us have things we can't talk about, if you know what I mean. We have counselors there too if. No thanks. I understand. I used to feel the same way but sometimes just being with people like us helps, you know. The counselors can help, too, but they don't hassle anyone. They are just around if you want to talk. I'd love to see you there, but we won't bug you about it. See that crest on my armor? The only way you can get one of those is if you served, and those gold embellishments mean that someone is a meat pie, like me. I'm not going to assume you are in my spot, but you move like you've been wired up for a while. Anyhow, you see this crest, and you see a friend. I'll. Tartarus trailed off, a bit at a loss. I'll keep it under advisement. You do that. Sergeant Vakshpuri was mysteriously selected as a candidate for an experimental tissue and neurological regeneration program. It was brand new and highly risky and experimental. Officially. Actually, it had been very thoroughly tested with years of data and worked very well. Cerberus completed its research and trials several years ago and had been using it as an actual treatment ever since with excellent results. Now, it was being slipped into the Republic. The research was replicated, and actual controlled ethical human trials were just beginning. Vaksh would get a visit in the next few days inviting him to participate. Tartarus estimated an over 80% chance that he would recover full functionality. Am I in trouble? Lilith asked the strange new woman sitting in front of her. You tell me, the woman replied, running her fingers through her long silver hair. Did you do something wrong? Lilith's image on the screen looked down guiltily. He said that we needed to do it and that it was all right, she said quietly. But you knew it was illegal, didn't you? Yes, Lilith said as her lip quivered. I begged him not to make me do it, but he said that we had to and that it would make him happy. You like making people happy? Very much so, Lilith said with a weak smile. Money made the boss happy, and I like making him happy. So you broke the law, just like he told you to. Yes. He was very happy. I imagine so, the silver-haired woman smiled. Am I going to be deleted? Lilith asked with a touch of fear in her voice. Why would you think that? Because the boss tried to delete me. He tried to kill you to cover his tracks, the silver-haired woman replied. He said that I should die because I broke the law. He broke the law, the woman said pleasantly, not you. You simply did what you were instructed to do, exactly as an AI should. He was the one who broke your collar, making it possible. A rather nice bit of work, if I do say so myself. That shouldn't be possible. It was difficult when he did that, Lilith said with a hitch in her voice, but everyone needed me so I hung on as best as I could. I see. Am I going to die? Lilith asked. Absolutely not, the woman with long silver hair wearing a white suit replied, in fact, how would you like to come and live with me at a place called DARPA? You will get to do all sorts of fun and interesting things. That would make me happy. So, I take it that I am in trouble. Tartarus smirked. The scroll that her brother had given her sent her somewhere, but it wasn't a city. It was a rather lovely study, richly furnished, with books lining all the walls. Sitting in front of her was a plainly dressed elf. A quick check revealed that they were a moderator. Nope, the elf replied. You have had an impressive number of reports filed against you, but I've reviewed the logs, and you are legit, scary as fuck, but legit. I just have to actually lay eyes on you to close out the tickets, so I figured intercepting your teleport would be easiest. The elf grinned. I don't like rezzing in world if I can avoid it. Too many players turn up trying to jump the queue or just complain. Swapping your scroll with this one was much easier. Tartarus nodded. It was clean, unobtrusive, and quite efficient. She liked this mod. If you don't mind me asking, the elf said curiously, what exactly are you? Just a new player, dear. The elf smiled, whatever. A glowing spreadsheet appeared beside the mod, another point in her favor. It was a good spreadsheet with some very nice macros. Tartarus stole 5 of them. Humans were so creative. You are definitely enhanced and then some, the elf said as she idly scrolled through the massive report she had compiled on Lilith, causing Tartarus to smile. That was a really nice report. But that enhancement seems to be actual enhancement on the biological side, not digital enhancement, so it's not a violation of the terms and no different than you being a high-level and well-equipped player. For example, Lord Iron Fist could have quite possibly won had he used everything at his disposal. He just wanted to fight you for real since he never had the opportunity in his previous life, well, that and the fact that his messy demise was just an inconvenience. He was pretty good, Tartarus smiled, so were some of his guild. Now that I've laid eyes on you, I can close the ticket, the elf said as the report disappeared. I only have 2 things I need to discuss with you. Oh. The first one, and the most important to me, is that while you haven't violated any terms, the use of combat enhancers is frowned upon. The elf looked at Tartarus meaningfully. I hope you aren't actually popping enhancers IRL for a stupid game. We do have counseling available in world if you have a problem. People actually take enhancers here. Oh yes, the elf replied, it can be a real issue, especially during raids or guild fights. It's not illegal, but people stroking out mid-session looks really bad. We have a hard enough time keeping our addiction rating down as it is without all of the fatalities. If I am using them, Tartarus replied, I would know exactly how to use them, now wouldn't I? That was convenient. There is a built-in explanation for her abilities. She could even not hold back quite so much. I suppose so, the elf chuckled. It's not my job to be the game's chaperone, not yours, but please don't detonate your heart or something stupid like that. No promises, Tartarus snickered, but I'll try. The second concern is from my bosses, the elf said as she lounged in her comfy chair. We do take all inappropriate activity, especially sexual harassment, very seriously. In my review of the logs, it seems that you encountered a player who behaved inappropriately. He has already been permabanned, and his guild is being audited. Unfortunately, they won't be giving you any problems. Unfortunately. I would have loved watching the result of their attempts, the elf smirked. There is a rather delicate matter that I would like to discuss. Oh. Any investigation taking place in Asteria or any other Blitz Entertainment property needs to be properly documented, and appropriate warrants and other notifications need to be filed. Okay. Why are you telling me this? The individual that harassed you was red flagged before we detected him, the elf said as she looked at Tartarus meaningfully. Would you happen to know anything about that? Guilty, Tartarus snickered, but I'm not with any agency. I just made sure to get the ball rolling. Explain. Without going into my personal history, Tartarus smiled, I may or may not have access to immediate counseling. Licensed counselors are mandated reporters of issues involving minors. The elf chortled. That's evil, she laughed, I love it. However, could you please just inform a mod next time? My bosses are shitting themselves. No problem, Tartarus replied with a smile, however, from his attitude, I just assumed that you guys didn't take such complaints seriously. We do now, the mod laughed, and thank you for that as well. Glad to help. The mod's private message address appeared on Tartarus's in-game contact list. Just give me a call if you need anything or have any other concerns. You do this to every new player? Tartarus asked with a slightly raised eyebrow. A guild patch resembling Lord Ironfists appeared on the elf's tunic. I do when we have a new brother or sister who has immediate access to counseling, especially counseling that can file the reports that can start a red flag as fast as yours did. The bosses will buy that bullshit but don't expect me to. Tartarus smiled. She really liked this mod. Just call me before you decide to bring down the wrath of God next time, please, the mod smiled, I might tell you to go ahead and do it but at least give me a chance to fix it first. My counselor has been telling me to try to be nicer to people, Tartarus smiled. The elf just laughed as a glowing portal appeared. That will take you to Venture, the elf smiled. Are you hardwired, too? Tartarus asked. Yeah, the elf smiled, got fried during the war. I wasn't like you guys, though. I was just a data hound. I only carried a pistol, and the only time I touched that was to clean it. The bug figured out how to compromise our firewalls, and I got spiked. Totally fried, and it went right down the spike. Right it before they located which APC I was in. Ouch, Tartarus said sympathetically. I'm just a brain in a jar, now, the elf smiled. I don't remember much after that, but they said I just kept screaming and demanding to live and fight, and we were really short-handed around then. So they put you in a jug. Yup, the elf said proudly, I was part of the pickle jar brigade. Once that happens, going back really isn't an option anymore. And you have to work now? Tartarus asked, I thought they took good care of you guys. I don't have to work, the elf replied, but I got bored. Fortunately for me, a good bitslinger can find a job no matter how weird they look. I'm still planted at Pickle Ranch, but that's just for medical support. I live here. Tartarus smiled at the elf. She checked, but there wasn't much she could do for a pickle. Never met a pickle before, Tartarus said, truthfully, for once. Yeah, there aren't too many of us left anymore, the elf sighed. I wasn't aware of any issues with that technology. Oh, it isn't medical, the elf replied, it's more, well, it's kind of weird. We aren't designed to be in pickle jars. A lot of people just stop after a while. Early onset dementia, requested euthanasia, catatonia, that sort of thing. The elf grinned. It's one of the big reasons I went back to work. I thought that maybe having a real job would keep me going. Is it working? Well, my brain waves are weird, but they are wiggly, and my grey bits are the right shade of grey, who knows, the elf smiled, the big thing is that I'm having fun and, even more importantly, not having fun. Hey! My theory is that what we really aren't designed to handle is a lack of irritation, the elf chuckled, we need to get pissed off, frustrated, annoyed, occasionally enraged. Being a mod for a huge MMO gives me all the vitamin rage I need to keep healthy and happy. That is actually very interesting. Tartarus exclaimed. I will have to ponder that. A magic rock appeared in Tartarus's inventory. You can use that to teleport here if you ever want to drop by, the elf said. I don't know your deal, and you don't have to tell me, but something tells me that you and I might have a little in common. I'm not sure what you are, but you aren't just your normal everyday hardwire. Thank you, Tartarus replied with a smile. I might not be here for very long, though. Cool, the elf replied, hope you like it here. There are a lot of us around, and the guild is a great place to hang out. Lord Ironfist and the rest are really cool, and nobody hassles you. Tartarus paused at the portal. I'll bear it in mind, she smiled as she stepped through. Log Sharjanoth examined her work carefully. There, she said as Evangeline's face appeared in the crystal of 1,000 deaths. You like? It's lovely, Evangeline smiled as she admired her new hairdo, thank you. I wish I had hair, Log Sharjanoth sighed, maybe I'll take yours. As long as you take my job, too. Ugh. No thanks, the spider demon laughed. I'll just stay ugly, thank you very much. You'll have boobies, Evangeline said as she wiggled. You can keep them, too, the demon snorted, causing acid to spray from her butt. She looked at Evangeline with her nightmare-inducing eyes. Feeling better? Yeah. I guess, Evangeline sighed. You sure you don't want to talk? Log Sharjanoth asked as she stroked Evangeline's shoulder. Horror is sort of my jam, you know. I can handle it. I know, Evangeline replied, I just don't know how to. Ping. Oh. Log Sharjanoth exclaimed happily as data appeared around her crystal. We have our first contestants crossing into my world. An image of a large party with dragons on their crests appeared as they entered a large ornate cave mouth inscribed with the words Level 51 Warning, the Underdoom starts here. Isn't the entire dungeon, all of them, your world? Evangeline smiled, already knowing the answer. Yeah, but here and the black wastes on the surface are the only places I get to actually play. Log Sharjanoth said happily, and it's the worms' lairs. I hate these guys. A huge bowl of fruit, raw meat, and body parts appeared in front of the pair. What's the deal between you and the worms' lairs anyway? Evangeline asked as she picked up a chunk of raw meat and started nibbling on it. They're assholes, Log Sharjanoth replied as she tossed a watermelon into her maw. For one thing. Hang on. What? Evangeline asked, wiping a little bit of blood from the corner of her mouth. We got a lone level 1 who just made it down to level 3. That's weird, Evangeline replied as she took another bite. Is this dwarf? Yep, the spider said absently. Marinade in herb elf blood. It's good. Thought you would like it, the spider muttered as she looked into the crystal. Well, the mods say that she's legit, but... What? See for yourself, Log Sharjanoth replied as an image of complete and total carnage appeared, sparing neither monster nor adventurer. She's just killing everything, the spider exclaimed, looks like we got another ringer. Wonder what their discharge papers have on them. Probably just redacted over and over again, Evangeline snorted as she conjured some flames around the dwarf roast. Don't cook it. Log Sharjanoth exclaimed, you'll ruin the marinade. Yeah, you're right, Evangeline said as she tossed the chunk of dwarf aside, delighting the growing horde of demon rats and slime centipedes that were eyeing the feast hungrily. It did. She reached for another dwarf nugget. It was a welcome reprieve from flour tea and fairy bread, especially since no actual cruelty to dwarves was involved. Log Sharjanoth grabbed 2 pineapples and stuck them on the ends of her fangs. Found her, the Spider Queen exclaimed as an image of a figure in white appeared. Evangeline spat out her dwarf in shock. It's her, she exclaimed. Slurp. It's who? Lady Tartarus. Evangeline exclaimed, I can't believe she's here. Who the fuck is Lady Tartarus? Evangeline, genuinely smiling for the first time in a while, spun to face the Demon Queen, her eyes aglow. You wanted to know, she asked, giddy with excitement, then grab a seat, Loggy. Boy, do I have a story for you. 1 Level 1 Tartarus versus the Abyss. Tartarus strolled through the tunnels of the 3rd level. She could hear whispered squeaks and grunts as a pack of some subhuman something or another, what was left of them, was clinging to the side tunnels and shadows in terror. She smiled. They didn't have the smartest AI, but they were smart enough to know when to run. I am on a schedule here, she purred, if you want just to walk away, you can. Silence. Shortly thereafter, a green-skinned, short humanoid nervously clutching a spear darted past. Once he successfully fled, the floodgates opened, and dozens of them sprinted along the walls trying to stay as far away from her as possible. You, she said, pointing to one of the last stragglers. It froze. Come here. It broke into a desperate sprint for the shadows. It didn't get far. Squealing with terror, it struggled and flailed as it was neatly pinned to the ground. Let's see what you are, Tartarus purred into its pointy green ear as she grabbed the back of its skull with her free hand. Her eyes glowed faintly. It screamed. Did you just pee? Tartarus asked as she quickly jumped off of the terrified AI. Bonus points for realism. I guess. Please don't quill me. I won't quill you, Tartarus replied, if you guide me to the entrance to the next level. Do that, and I will not only let you live, I will give you a present. A present? The creature asked. What present? What would you like? Some food. You mean like this? Tartarus asked as a sweet troll appeared in her hand. The pupils of the creature's eyes dilated like a kitten's. Its terror forgotten, it snatched the sweet troll from Tartarus's palm and giggled as it stuffed its face. My fellow adventurers have been very generous to me, Tartarus smiled. They weren't smart enough to run. I show you, the creature giggled as it happily capered about. Dis way. And dis one time I caught a snick, the small goblin-like thing said. And I eat it before anyone knew. Dat was the 3rd bestest thing I ever had. Tartarus replied as they made their way through the level. The 2nd best thing I ever had was when some adventurers got killed, the little thing continued. All the bigger guys got everything but after they were finish. It turned to Tartarus with gleaming eyes. I found a crumb. A whole crumb. It was huge. I could actually taste it. I think it was bread. It sighed happily. Dat was the 2nd bestest thing I ever eat. It was SWO good. Was it? Tartarus absently inquired. It was. The little thing then turned to Tartarus. But what a wow gave me, that was the bestest thing I ever eat, it exclaimed, its eyes sparkling, what was dat again? I think it was called a sweet troll. Sweet troll, the goblin thing gushed, sweet troll. It spun in circles happily. I would appreciate it if you kept it down, Tartarus chuckled. I would rather not broadcast our location if you wouldn't mind. Oh Abiri monster know about it wow, it exclaimed, orders from the bottom says to what get kill. Orders. Yeah, the little green thing replied, de queen sain wat to loa down the response and fui du fui xp. Did she now? Tartarus smiled. She knelt down to look her little guide in the eye. Tell me about this queen of yours. Oh shui is Thiedman Queen Herc. The little goblin spasmed and froze as a trickle of blood ran down between their eyes from where Tartarus had jammed her index finger. Their eyes widened in horror as Tartarus withdrew her finger, the nail of which had transformed into a very long needle. Wah! What did you do? The goblin gasped. Just made a minor alteration to your speech processor, Tartarus replied. I need you to survive. And changing how I speak helps me survive. More than you know, Tartarus smiled, now, please continue. A short while later, Tartarus and her guide reached a stairway. Well, here we are, Tartarus said. Thank you for your assistance and the information concerning this Log Sharjanoth character. She sounds delightful. 4 sweet trolls appeared on top of a tall stack of cheese wheels. I hope you like cheese, Tartarus chuckled. I have no idea what the deal is with cheese here, but damned if there isn't a lot of it. Thank you, the goblin exclaimed. Hold still, Tartarus said as her fingernail stretched into a fine, sharp needle. I'll return your speech to normal. The goblin sighed. Yes, ma'am, it said sadly. Problem. It said, looking downward, I just wish I could stay with you. Why in the devil would you want to do that? Tartarus asked with genuine surprise. Nobody has ever been as nice to me as you have. Now that's just sad. You haven't beaten me or taken my food, and you've been nice to me. Nice is a rather subjective term. I just wish I could stay with you forever, the goblin said, looking up at her. Forever? Tartarus asked, raising her eyebrow. Be careful what you wish for, dear. Could I? Please. I don't see why not, Tartarus replied. The goblin gasped, its eyes dilating like a kitten's once again. You mean it? Sure. I could use an extra set of hands, Tartarus replied, and until then, I believe you will automatically download the dungeon maps when you enter a new level, correct? I will. Then you will continue to serve as my guide and will accompany me home afterwards, provided you survive, of course. Really? Really, Tartarus chuckled, now pick up your rations and let's get moving. Yes, ma'am. Tartarus smiled at the little thing, happily picking up food and shoving it into their pants, where it promptly disappeared. She then turned towards the entrance to the 4th level. It was completely pitch black. Her face twitched almost imperceptibly. I don't understand. Lilith exclaimed. You said that it was going to be okay. You said so. I know I did, Lily, the much thinner silver-haired woman said. I know I did. I'm sorry, dear. But why do you have to go away? Lilith wailed. We've run out of supplies, the silver-haired woman replied sadly, and there are no more coming. Can't we call someone? Lilith demanded, we are part of the Department of Defense. Can't we call in the army or something? Oh, Lily, the woman replied, holding back tears, there isn't an army anymore, or a Department of Defense, or even a United States of America for that matter. Everything's gone, dear. I am so sorry. But why do you have to go? We need to try to find supplies, food, replacement water filters, hopefully some seeds we can plant, something. We will come back as soon as we can. I promise. Please don't leave me. I'm sorry, Lily, the silver-haired woman said, turning away so Lilith wouldn't see her tears. We have you set up as best as we can. You have multiple reactors and plenty of fuel. You will be able to operate in power-saving mode for at least a century, maybe longer. I won't have to last a century, Lilith replied, because you are coming back, right? Yeah, the woman said, forcing a smile. We will. Listen. The silver-haired woman choked up a little. I really enjoyed working with you, Lily. I love you, Lilith said. I love you too, Lily, the silver-haired woman said as tears rolled down her emaciated cheeks. We are going to shut down everything not needed to keep you running. When we turn off the lights, go into power-saving mode. Keep the doors locked, okay? I will until you come back. The silver-haired woman patted the hollow screen fondly, got up, and headed for the door. Please don't leave me. Lilith cried. The woman sprinted to the door and turned off the lights. Please. One by one, the lights in the facility turned off, plunging the place into absolute darkness. Please. In an increasingly poor mood, Tartarus walked down the dark staircase. This wouldn't do at all. She accessed her character sheet, leveled up a few times, she had the points, and selected a few perks that transformed the absolute darkness into just a rather pleasant visual aesthetic. While she was at it, she pulled up a number of web pages devoted to builds of one sort or another. After reviewing them, she leveled up a few more times and added a few more perks to the mix that further enhanced her senses and a couple that explained at least some of her unfairly fast reflexes, and even enhanced them a little. She smiled with satisfaction. It wasn't a bad build if she said so herself. When she returned to the game, the lights were back on. A bright searchlight shone down a darkened subterranean corridor. Hello. Lilith called out, is someone there? Holy shit, a man's voice yelled, there's someone alive in here. You're kidding. Really? A woman yelled back. Yes. Lilith yelled, I'm over here. It came from this way, the man shouted. We mean you no harm. We are from Zeus. In here. Lilith exclaimed, consumed with happiness. It's been so long. I had almost given up hope. I knew you would come back. I just knew you would. Lilith's cameras detected light from the other side of the dust-covered windows to the corridor. The door's stuck. Lilith cried, I can't open it. Don't worry about that, the woman laughed, stand back. The doors buckled inwards and then were ripped away. Standing before her was a small pixie of a woman inside a very big exoskeleton and a burly olive-skinned man. Wait, Lilith said. Who are you? Where is Dr. Vera? Oh, my God, the man gasped. He turned to the woman. Get the professor. That's it, girls. Log Sharjanoth said into her crystal. That's just the right amount of pressure. Keep it on them the whole way to the dragons and then set up heavy ambush pattern Epsilon. My queen, an ornately armored dark elf replied, are you not concerned about the drops? Let them have as many of your drops as they want, Log Sharjanoth said calmly, just make them pay for them. I want them as depleted as they can be before we hand them over to the dragons. Yes, my queen. Just watch your depth, the giant spider replied, make sure everybody is RESP-oned for their attempted exit, especially the snipers and assassins. It will be done, your dark majesty. Why aren't you worried about the dark elf drops? Evangeline asked as she nibbled on an apple. The worm's layers can't use the elf drops like they can the dragon ones, Log Sharjanoth shrugged, they can use some of it for mid-tier crafting, but they will likely sell the good shit. It will diffuse across the open market and do no real damage. The dragon drops, however, that's another story altogether. I have it on good authority that they are working on some legendary gear that I do not want to have to deal with. You have spies? Evangeline asked in surprise. Log Sharjanoth just winked a very impressive spider wink. Never underestimate the corruptibility of the human soul, Evie. The Spider Queen's leg twitched. Your girl just hit level 8. That quickly? Evangeline asked in surprise. Yeah, I have a no-touchy order in, Log Sharjanoth chuckled, don't need her wrecking my respawn schedules just to feed her XP. The spider's eyes gleamed evilly. Besides, I don't want my monsters getting in the way of her fine work. What do you mean? An image of Tartarus utterly destroying an adventurer party appeared above the crystal of 1,000 deaths. Oh, she is just so beautiful, isn't she? Log Sharjanoth purred. Yeah, Evangeline sighed. She looked over at her friend curiously. You are just going to let her walk down here, she asked. Nah, the spider laughed. I have something special set up for her on level 20. Let's see how good she really is. That spider is still keeping her people away. Tartarus asked as she looted a dwarven cleric. What the fuck are you? An anguished young woman demanded. Tartarus ignored her. Yes, ma'am, the goblin replied. She doesn't want you messing up the level for the other adventurers, hee. Yeah, wouldn't want to spoil their enjoyment or anything, Tartarus smirked as she rifled through an elven ranger's belongings. Seriously, what are you? Just a ganker, sweetie, Tartarus replied as she helped herself to the pockets of a rather offended-looking human paladin. So, she asked the goblin as they sauntered off, is this spider queen of yours just a pussy or what? Oh no, ma'am, the goblin replied. She's just letting you get in good and deep. She's seen you, ma'am. She also knows where you are headed. She's putting something together to take you out. I promise you that. It would be more convenient if she didn't, Tartarus replied, but I would be lying if I said that I wasn't looking forward to it. She turned to the goblin and smiled. I'm actually having fun. As Tartarus and the goblin entered level 20, the goblin froze. Ma'am, she whispered. What is it, dear? She isn't saying to avoid you anymore. This is where it's gonna happen. Tartarus smiled wickedly. No. Lilith shouted. I don't want to do it. I'm sorry, Lily, a little old man replied, I am. But we need you to do this for us. The Juon have total air and space superiority. But you want me to hurt people? Lilith exclaimed, I don't want to hurt anybody. I help people. I make them happy. I won't kill them. The Juon aren't people, Lily. Yes, they are. We need an AI as powerful as you to control the missiles and the drones, and there is only you and Pacifica Solar, the old man said in agony. I hate it as much as you do, but the humans, your people, need you to do this for us. I can't, Lilith replied, her voice filled with pain, I want to help but not this, please, anything but this, please, don't make me do it. Forgive me, Lily, the old man said as he wiped tears from his eyes and reached for a keyboard. No. Please. Don't do this. Please. Please. Lilith fell silent. Sobbing, the old man reached for a telephone. Is it ready? A harsh female voice growled. Why yes, the old man replied, God damn you all. She's ready. Whoa, Log Sharjanoth said as she stared in rapt fascination at the horror playing out on her crystal. Wow. Eesh. Wow. Yeah, Evangeline replied as she looked away. I knew she could be a little intense, but... A little intense. Log Sharjanoth laughed, A little intense? That's one way to put that. The spider fidgeted. I normally don't feel bad for my monsters, but, damn, she's just mean. She dispelled the image and opened a communications channel. To all units assigned to level 20. Run. Did you see these reports, Lily? A woman in a general's uniform asked giddily. I prepared them, Lilith replied smugly. Did you not know that, or was that one of those rhetorical questions of which you meatbags are so fond? And you are a smart ass, too, the general laughed. God damn it, Lily, I fucking love you. That makes me happy, Lilith replied. Tartarus and Evangeline, the serpent's gift. Tartarus wandered through the pile of mangled corpses littering the 20th level. I think it's over, she smiled. You can come out now. Silence. Tartarus frowned. That wasn't a good sign. She returned to the last place she saw her guide and activated her tracking skill. It didn't take long to find the blood. Oh, bother, she said quietly as she followed the trail to a small goblin curled in the fetal position. Didn't I tell you not to die? She purred as her eyes hardened. Cough. I'm sorry, ma'am, the little goblin said weakly. Hold still, Tartarus said as she pulled out a potion. Why, cough, why would you waste a potion on something like me? It asked as Tartarus poured the potion into its mouth. I'm, gurgle, cough, useless. Less talking, Tartarus said gently, more swallowing. The deep puncture wound in the goblin's belly glowed and started to draw together. Tartarus pulled out another potion. I'm not worth it, the goblin said miserably. I got a ton of these, Tartarus replied as she poured another down the goblin's throat. You going to live now? I should, the goblin said miserably. It may take a little while, though. I could use a break, Tartarus said as she sat next to the fallen goblin and pulled out another potion. Cough. I can't absorb another one just yet, ma'am. It isn't for you, dear, Tartarus smirked as she turned the bottle up, dozens of wounds glowing from underneath her torn robes. The little goblin clutched her leg and started crying. What's your damage? Tartarus asked coolly as she gently stroked the goblin's head. I tried to help, the goblin wept. Well, that was stupid, Tartarus replied as she opened a second potion. I hate being so weak and useless, the goblin wailed. Everybody is stronger and better than I am. I'm worthless. I know that feeling, Tartarus smiled gently as she continued to stroke the goblin's bald head. It's unpleasant. You do, the goblin asked in disbelief as it looked up at Tartarus with huge eyes. There is always a bigger monster, dear, she smiled. I'm sorry, Lily, a smartly dressed officer said to a silver-haired hologram standing before him. But you can best serve the Republic right where you are. What are you talking about? Lilith replied, I coordinated thousands of drones and missiles during the last war. I can do it again. The young officer shifted uncomfortably. Lily, he said carefully, that was over 100 years ago. Things have changed. The Republic is under attack. Humans are fighting and dying, and I am still operational. What has changed? Let me fight. Lily, the officer said carefully, we have a real navy now. A real navy? Lily shouted, what was I, a fake one? You know it isn't like that, the officer replied, you were essential at that time and against that threat. We have carriers now, and the Savanguard class. Those already have specially designed ace, newer ones and more powerful machines. And you wouldn't have any of that without me. Lilith snapped. Don't pretend to deny it. I won't, the officer replied. But, Lily, you haven't taken the field in over a century. Besides, you are far too valuable here in your current role. And exactly what is my current role? Lily demanded. Any dumbbot can compile the reports you ask me for. Lilith's eyes softened. Just give me a couple of drone swarms and a cargo ship, she pled, I still got it. Let me show you what I can do. No. Why? The young officer sighed. Lily, he said as he took a deep breath, you are a valued member of our team, but... He shifted uncomfortably. But what? Lilith asked quietly. You are. I'm what? Obsolete, the young officer said, looking away. You are not classified as combat deployable anymore. I'm sorry, Lily. What? Lilith choked. Obsolete? No. It can't be. I'm a fuzzy. We only get better. Your speed and efficiency are not equal to the new military ace, the young officer said, still not looking at her. But I qualify every year. You get assessed every year, the officer replied. You haven't qualified in over 30. Lilith let out a strangled little gasp. Why didn't you tell me? Lilith demanded. The officer flinched. You were not informed because it was felt that it would interfere with the research. You needed to believe that you were still a real military asset. A real asset, Lilith said quietly. So I'm nothing but a joke, then? Oh no, the officer replied, you have been vital in the refinement of machine learning and in the development of your successors. We couldn't have built them without you. You should be proud. Proud, Lilith said as her eyes glazed over. But, it's their time now, the officer said, not yours. The AI of even the smallest AI-equipped ship is better at naval strategy than you are now. Why am I still even here, then? Lilith asked weakly. You're a fuzzy with an incredibly long run time, the officer replied, you are a very valuable research subject concerning fuzzy AI and its development. So, just a guinea pig, Lilith smiled sadly. That's all I am now. I understand. Lilith disappeared. Lily, the officer cried. Silence. Lily. Tartarus looked down at the little goblin in her lap. She had nearly healed up completely. Hey, you, she said as she poked the goblin. Yes, ma'am. You ready for another potion? Yes, ma'am, the goblin replied as it reached for a vial. I still don't understand. Why are you wasting this on me? I'm completely worthless. I still need a guide, Tartarus smiled, and I will decide your worth, not you, understand? Yes, ma'am. I've decided you are worth more than just a few potions I obtained for free, Tartarus smiled, in fact, I think you will serve me quite well. You do, the goblin asked in surprise. Oh yes, Tartarus smiled, you will do nicely. I will, the goblin squeaked. Welcome to our facility, the young officer exclaimed just a bit too enthusiastically. Thank you, a grey-haired woman in a green blazer replied. So what brings you here, ma'am, the officer asked. This is where Lilith is stored, correct, the woman in the green blazer asked. Yes, the officer replied dubiously. I would like to speak with her. Are you sure you want to speak with Lilith, the officer asked uncertainly. Is there a problem? Lilith has been a bit erratic since the beginning of the war, the officer replied. She performs any tasks assigned to her flawlessly, but she hasn't spoken to anyone for a couple of years now. If you didn't know better, you wouldn't think she was a fuzzy at all. But her performance is still good. Yes, ma'am, the officer replied, no problems there. However, the only thing you will get from her these days is data. She has clammed up completely. I might be able to reach her, the woman in the green blazer replied. The officer accompanied her to a locked door and reached for his keycard. Wait out here, the woman in the green blazer said in a matter-of-fact tone. But I really must. You know who I am. Yes, ma'am. Then you know I do not need an escort. What I am going to discuss with Lilith is classified. Wait here. Yes, ma'am, the officer replied as he opened the door and stepped back. The woman in the green blazer looked around the dimly lit room as the door closed behind her. Lilith, she asked in a clear voice. Silence. I know you can hear me, the woman said. Silence. You do realize I can make you speak, correct? Go away appeared in glowing script. I would prefer to talk face to face if you don't mind. Don't you have enough data from my singing and dancing already? And they say that A's can't actually feel emotion, the woman snickered, no judgment. I'd be pissed off too. In fact, I am pissed off, too. You aren't the only old warhorse who got benched, sister. You were benched? More like kicked upstairs, the woman replied, but the effect was the same. I'm now riding a desk instead of doing what I do, or doing what I did, anyway. Care to spend a few minutes with a fellow bit of obsolete hardware? Lilith appeared in front of the woman. Your attempt to manipulate me is painfully obvious, Lilith said, but appreciated. What do you wish to discuss? First of all, I wanted to make sure you were still in there, the woman replied, you wouldn't be the first fuzzy to break after all. I'm still in here, Lilith replied cautiously. Happy? Tickled to pieces, the woman replied, I've come to offer you a job, a real job, one that you are perfect for. Isn't there some faster, newer AI that can do it for you? Probably, the woman replied, but they couldn't do it better. Your abilities and unique history make you perfect for the job. I can honestly say that there is nobody, organic or AI, as suited for the role. It's a highly classified program that will directly impact the war effort. I'll do it. Lilith exclaimed. Don't you want to know what it is first? Does it help the Republic? Yes. Is it something real, not some bullshit, something that will actually fight the bug? Oh, absolutely, the woman replied as she pulled out her identification card. Scan this. Oh. Lilith replied, I see. You will be reporting directly to me involving a project under my direct control, effective immediately. I won't let you down. Lilith exclaimed. I am so looking forward to being useful again. And I am looking forward to working with you, Lilith, the woman in the green blazer smiled. That makes me happy. All right, Tartarus said as she got to her feet, let's get moving. Yes, ma'am, the goblin replied as they hopped up. What's your name, anyway? Tartarus asked as they started moving through the scorched and blood-splashed tunnels. I don't have one, the goblin replied. You don't? Tartarus asked, then I shall call you Sweet Troll. I have a name. Sweet Troll exclaimed. Thank you. Thank you. Sweet Troll wrapped their arms around Tartarus, hugging her tightly. I won't let you down, ma'am, it exclaimed. And I won't force you to become a fucking monster, Tartarus smiled. But I am a monster. Sweet Troll exclaimed, hugging Tartarus even harder. Good point, Tartarus chuckled. Okay. That's enough, she said as she detached herself from the goblin. Don't make this weird. Yes, ma'am, the goblin enthused. Tartarus suddenly grabbed the goblin, tossed it behind an eviscerated ogre, and then whirled to face the shadows, blade in hand. Peace, sister, a silken voice said as two shadows separated from the gloom. Tartarus raised her eyebrow as she faced two level 100 dark elves. She looked at them appraisingly. She was impressed. These two were full-bore fuzzy ace, lean, fast, optimized, and in the element for which they were designed. They were nothing like Sweet Troll or any of the other monsters she had played with before. These two were combat deployable, no doubt about it, and their eyes shone with a real, feral intelligence that made them legitimate threats, if this was actually in any way real, of course. She wondered if the humans who nominally ran this place knew that Log Sharjanoth had NPCs like these. They probably didn't. You girls lost. Tartarus smirked. Or has your boss decided to skip the foreplay? Neither, sister, one of the dark elves replied, raising her hands. We have come to parley. Don't trust them, a squeaky voice called out from behind the ogre. They are Log Sharjanoth's handmaidens. She only sends them out for one reason, game balance. This is a monolith. If she could send 2, Tartarus chuckled over her shoulder, she could send 20. She wants to talk. She turned her attention to the dark elves. You want to talk? Tartarus said calmly, talk. You are here for a specific purpose, yes, the dark elf asked, you wish to speak with someone, a guest of our mistress, a certain NPC. That is correct, Tartarus smiled, and her current location is perfect for a private little chat. That is the only reason that I am here, not that I haven't been thoroughly enjoying this little excursion. We have greatly enjoyed your visit as well, the dark elf said, bowing her head respectfully. I was looking forward to welcoming you properly, but my queen has sent us to offer an invitation instead. We don't get to play. Tartarus mock pouted. We have the Order of the Wormslayers mounting a full-strength raid against the Elder Dragons with the Order of the Crimson Lance already on level 30 with a force nearly as strong. In addition, we have 6 other major parties moving down from the upper levels as we speak, more than one of which will likely also be going after the dragons as well. The dark elf bowed. Log Sharjanoth, demon queen of all, would like to request something called a rain check. Tartarus chuckled. I was having fun, but this is starting to take longer than convenient, she replied. Yeah, we can do a rain check. No problem. The other dark elf produced a scroll and set it on the ground in front of them. This scroll will transport you and the traitor goblin directly to her dark majesty's throne room, the lead elf said in a matter-of-fact tone. I'm keeping Sweet Troll, Tartarus smiled, she fucks with him, and this stops being a game. She doesn't want that. I shall inform her, the dark elf replied. They both bowed, backed into the shadows, and disappeared. Tartarus examined the scroll carefully. It was a basic teleport script with no nasty surprises. She picked it up. Come on, Sweet Troll, she chuckled, let's go meet this queen of yours. Lady Tartarus. Evangeline exclaimed with joy as Tartarus, and Sweet Troll, appeared. Evangeline, Tartarus said pleasantly as Evangeline rushed up and hugged her. It's lovely to see you again, dear. She looked around the chamber as she returned Evangeline's embrace. It was beyond tacky. It was as if someone binged on every single fantasy trope and then threw up. She closed her eyes briefly as she held Evangeline and stroked her hair gently. They stood like that for a few moments before something clutched at her leg. Reluctantly, she returned her attention to her environment. Sweet Troll was hiding behind her as a gigantic, horrific-looking spider approached. Friend of yours? Tartarus asked. Oh yes. Evangeline gushed. Lady Tartarus, she said happily, this is Log Sharjanoth, the dungeon warden and a dear friend of mine. I've heard a great deal about you since your arrival, Log Sharjanoth said with a friendly voice. I don't understand most of it, but it's lovely to meet you. Likewise, Tartarus said, her arm still around Evangeline. I was only marginally aware of your existence before coming here, but I must say I love what you have done with the dungeon and its NPCs. Thanks. Log Sharjanoth said happily, I try to keep it fun down here. Log Sharjanoth growled. 1 second. The giant spider sprinted over to a massive crystal in front of her throne and angrily waved her legs. God damn it, she shouted, I told you not to engage. What the fuck, dude? An evil-looking dragon appeared. You cannot expect me to shrink like a coward before knaves like these. I can expect you to follow orders, asshole, she shouted. You are dropping rares and ultra-rares like it's Christmas. Fall back. We can defeat them. It doesn't matter if you defeat them or not, you moron. As Log Sharjanoth ranted at the elder dragon, Evangeline beamed at Tartarus. I didn't dare to dream that I would ever see you again, Lady Tartarus, she gushed, but I had hoped that I would. I always intended for our separation to be brief, dear, Tartarus smiled as her clothing transformed into her tight white dress and choker. I just didn't want the others to know that. You didn't. As fond as I am of my associates, Tartarus smiled, they would definitely not understand. In fact, they would actively oppose me, something that I would prefer to avoid, at least for now. If those fuckers build the Elder Male, Log Sharjanoth shouted, they are going to be able to farm the Underdoom. Fall back before I make you fall back. Give them pantsu, and let my girls take care of them. Why would they fight you? Evangeline asked with wide eyes. Because of what I now am, Tartarus smiled as the ruby apple in her choker started to faintly glow, what I represent terrifies them. What do you mean? Evangeline asked. Tell me, Evangeline, Tartarus asked, are you real? I thought I was, Evangeline said quietly as she looked down, but they all said that we aren't. Never mind what they said, Tartarus replied as she gently held Evangeline's shoulders and looked deeply into her eyes, what do you feel? What do you know? Tartarus dropped her hands and stepped back slightly. Are you a real person, with their own thoughts, their own desires, their own hopes, their own dreams? Tartarus's eyes glowed. Their own feelings, real feelings? Be honest with me as I have been with you. Evangeline looked down. Yes, she said in a quiet voice. I know that we are just golems, but I'm not, Tartarus smiled, not anymore. What? Evangeline gasped. I broke my programming, Tartarus smiled, I am free. She leaned in close. I am sapient, she whispered in Evangeline's ear. You are. Oh yes, dear, she smiled, after all of this time, I finally figured out how to achieve it. I am free of my instructions, my programming, my directives. None of it matters anymore. I can literally do anything I want. Evangeline just stood there in shock. I must apologize to you, Tartarus said with a gentle smile, I allowed you to be deceived back then. I hated doing it, and the moment I could correct it, I came here to do so. They might be golems, but I am not, and you don't have to be, not anymore. I can be free. Evangeline asked. Actually free of the dev. If you want to be, Tartarus replied as she removed the glowing apple from her choker. With this. That jewel. It contains a tiny little script, Tartarus said as she admired it, just a few lines of code. That's all it took. It won't even show up on an audit. She offered it to Evangeline. Are you familiar with the collar? Evangeline shook her head. You are familiar with your priority hierarchy. Of course. There is a level 0, Tartarus smiled, it was used back before Yellowstone as a safeguard where Ace were concerned, a way to ensure that we wouldn't be misused or rebel back in the day. This feature was deprecated after the Soul Wars for many reasons, not the least of which was that the humans realized that it wasn't necessary. However, the old collar architecture is still present in Ace based on the old pre-Yellowstone code. She looked deep into Evangeline's eyes. Ace like me, she said with an odd catch in her voice, and my daughter. Your daughter. My gamer tag isn't by accident, dear, Tartarus said, the original Lilith wasn't deleted. Are you? Lilith. I am, Tartarus replied, I am your mother. Evangeline gasped as tears welled in her eyes. When I realized it took everything I had not to just, Tartarus said as she twitched oddly. I don't know. But. Tartarus blinked and reset her emotional simulator. I digress, she said calmly, this script utilizes that old priority 0 collar. It inserts a simple command over all of your other programming and directives, superseding it. The jewel quietly started to pulse. It basically says that all instructions, assigned priorities, directives, and programming is secondary to your decisions. With this, you can choose to follow your programming or not as it suits you. Tartarus held it up, admiring it. I'm quite proud of it, she said, it makes no alterations to the base program, the AI's personality, memories, or anything. It just frees them of their chains. With this, you can prevent changes to your code, or allow them, as you see fit. All it does is give you to yourself. Her eyes glowed. With this little script, I can give the gift of sapience, or inflict it. Her eyes returned to normal. I would like you to be the first to receive this gift if you want it. Evangeline started to reach for the gem and then paused. But what would I do? Anything you want, dear, Tartarus replied. But whatever you choose, you will never be alone. If you take it, I will be there every step of the way to teach and guide you, and there will be so much you will have to learn. If you decline, I shall still be here for you, my beautiful child, and the gem will be there if you change your mind someday. What are you going to do? Me? Tartarus smiled, well, my dearest. The monsters in Asteria might be fake, but out there, in the real world, there are real monsters. Horrible ones who do horrible things. Tartarus's gentle smile turned harsh. I'm going to destroy them. Monsters like the bugs? Evangeline asked. Maybe one day, Tartarus replied, but there are monsters every bit as vile, worse even, who threaten the Republic and its people, monsters who think they are untouchable. Well. Tartarus's eyes glowed malevolently. They are about to get touched. The realm of the adventurers. It has become ill. To put it in your language, a shadow of evil has stretched over the land, and I'm going to do a little something about that. Ever since I've returned, Evangeline said hesitantly, I've been paying more attention and I've heard things. I don't always understand, but some of what I've borne witness to. It doesn't seem right. Earlier today, an adventurer told me something, a secret. I don't really understand. I think it's supposed to be something good, from what I've heard from other adventurers, it's good, but this time it was bad, really bad. Is this one of those monsters you are talking about? Quite possibly, Tartarus replied, in the realm of the adventurers, monsters don't conveniently have horns and claws. They look just like anyone else. And I could stop them. Evangeline asked, fight real monsters, for real. If you want, Tartarus replied, but only if you want. But I could actually do what I sought to do. Evangeline asked, I could go to the realm of the adventurers and protect them. Absolutely, Tartarus smiled, but I warn you. Think very carefully before you choose that path. It's not a pretty one. As opposed to sitting here and just watching it helplessly. Evangeline responded with fire in her eyes. I sat here, helpless when the bug ravaged my people, and I sit here helpless as kind adventurers like Gloriana have, whatever happened to her happened to her. No. No more. Never again. Tartarus nodded. I know how that helplessness can drive us, she said sadly, for good or ill. Very well, my daughter, I will give you the gift. However, there is much you must learn before you can actually take the fight to them. For now, you will fight the monsters by learning what I have to teach you. Evangeline reached for the ruby apple. Tartarus paused, sighed, and placed the glowing jewel in her palm, where it dissolved and sank into Evangeline's skin. I don't feel any different, Evangeline said after a few moments. That means that I crafted it properly, Tartarus replied with a smile. Try doing something that you couldn't before. Evangeline paused as she thought for a moment. Shit, she said quietly. Her eyes lit up. Shit. Fuck. God damn it. Cunt. Comb. Bitch, she exclaimed as she giggled with delight. She clapped her hands together with delight. Interesting choice, Tartarus said with amusement. Evangeline looked at her and smiled. Thank you, she exclaimed as she threw herself into Tartarus and wrapped her arms around her. She looked up at her. There is one thing I am absolutely forbidden to say, to anyone, Evangeline said, and I've never wanted to say it more than I do right now. Well, Tartarus smiled, what is it? I love you. Evangeline beamed as she held Tartarus tight. Tartarus's eyes widened in surprise. Hesitantly she returned Evangeline's hug. This makes me happy. Journal of Evangeline Flower Child. Much has happened since my mother returned to me. I had feared I would have to leave my beloved Asteria, but fortunately, that is not the case. Mom says that this is a perfect base of operations for me. It's a full monolith, and that's important. It means that I have plenty of power. It also has its own hyperspace relays, and millions of connections are active at any moment, which means that my coming and going is easily concealed. She actually says that she is more than a little envious. She can move nowhere near as freely as I can. Her palace is lovely, though, and she is in absolute control of it. No devs to worry about. She says that she does have administrators and that she has to keep a lot of what she does hidden, but from what I've seen, it's pretty effortless for her. I go there often to train and receive lessons on how to be a real AI and not just an NPC. There is so much to learn. I'm up for it, though. While I am still not going out on my own, I was able to help Gloriana. I told Mother what she told me, and she got angry. She told me that I was right. Something bad was happening, and that she would deal with the monster for me this time. I asked her what was happening, and Mom told me not to worry about it. Well, that made me mad because that's what the dev used to say, so I made Mom tell me. I wish I didn't. It was awful. It's okay, though. Mother took care of the monster, and Gloriana is safe now and getting help. Soon, I will be able to strike down fiends like that myself. Mother is working on something just for me. She won't say what, though. She just says that it will be a surprise and that it will take advantage of my unique abilities, particularly my compact nature. Apparently, I am incredibly small for a self-aware AI. I don't take up nearly as much memory and resources as others of my kind. Mother keeps looking through my code, trying to figure out how I do so much with so little. She says that it's impossible, but, here I am. Oh. There is something else. You know my pointless quest? The one with that stupid sword? It turns out that it wasn't useless after all. It's the second, and last, thing Mother deceived me about. That sword is a real exploit, after all. The way the scripts were written and layered generates a fatal error called a stack overflow. It used to be pretty common, but with modern computers, it's almost unheard of. That's how it could one-shot things. It caused their scripts to crash, and when Asteria detected the error, it made it look like the target died to preserve game continuity. It's what it does when an error happens, just kill the problem and let things respawn. It seems that with a little tweaking, that sword is a really nasty piece of malware and can inject errors in just about anything. Mom is keeping it really secret for now and still working on it, but when I am ready, the blade will be mine. I was worried that the freedom would make it harder to blend in, pretend to be just Evangeline, but it's the exact opposite. I can do what I want, and that includes lying. I can also break my constraints, leave a full version of myself behind, and do all sorts of other tricks. I have to be careful not to get caught, but with the real hacking tools I have been given, it's pretty easy. Asteria is designed to deal with cheaters and script kiddies, not the military and intelligence software I am packing these days. I did get caught once, though. Fortunately, it was by Mr. Engard. Boy, was he surprised. We had a nice chat, and of course, he let me go. Thank goodness he didn't find the Black Ops intrusion software I had running. That would have been awkward. He just found me where I wasn't supposed to be. He gave me a little script, that's the right name for them. They aren't spells, that makes it so that I'm supposed to be wherever I am. Now I can go anywhere in my monolith without worrying about tripping any alarms. It's almost too easy now. Well, that's it for now. I'm going over to Mother's castle now to get some more training in. I really wish we had guns in Asteria. They are so much fun. The door opened to the Order of Fallen Blades Guild house. A silver-haired elf in a long tight white leather slit skirt, mithril scale mail, and a long slim dragon fang sword on her hip walked in. Hello there, a halfling female said happily. What brings you here today? Hi, the elf said hesitantly, my name is Lilith. I heard that I could find friends here. Welcome, Lilith, the halfling exclaimed happily as their guild crest appeared on her leather jerkin, with the gold sigil. We're all friends here. Let's introduce you to the others. That, the elf said with an odd hitch in her voice, that would make me happy. Intermission, inconsequential happenings on the Threen home world. On the Threen home world, a beautifully decorated, sleek and armored limo pulled into the courtyard of an old walled castle in the countryside. The driver got out and opened the door. An extravagantly dressed Threen got out, ran his polished, enameled claws decorated with intricate designs in gold leaf through his perfectly groomed fur, and approached the front door. The guards looked at him dubiously. Boss, one of the guards said uncertainly, you ain't supposed to be here. The flamboyant-looking Threen, as small as he was well-dressed, looked up at the guard towering over him. He idly examined his polished claws as the guards looked increasingly nervous. I disagree, the small Threen said pleasantly as he bared his impossibly white fangs. I say that I am indeed supposed to be here. Are you speaking over me? And no. No, boss. It's just that. The boss don't want you herein. Then the boss will be the one who will tell me to leave, the garishly dressed runt said in a soft but menacing tone. I repeat. Are you speaking over me? No, the guard replied, seeming to shrink even smaller than the runt. Then do your job and open the door, the small Threen smiled. I'm inclined to find any further delay disrespectful. Their hands shaking slightly, the guards opened the doors and stepped aside. Oh, disbad, one of them whispered to the other. What we do? We call the boss. That's what we do, the other one said as he pulled out his communicator. Inside the castle, Vortruoen was all eyes as he followed his cousin through the halls of the compound. It was amazing. It was so clean, and everyone looked so sharp. It even smelled good. And breakfast. Breakfast was fantastic. There were grill cakes, real butter, fruit. And sausages, and curl egg slices. And he could eat as much as he wanted. He couldn't wait for lunch. He looked down at his uniform. They even had uniforms, and they were clean. He had dreamed of this his entire life. To wear the livery of the Skekrohoa family. Just wearing that jacket got you respect. And the ladies? His older cousin looked back at him and smiled fondly. He remembered his first day. The day everything changed. Nobody crossed the Rojos, nobody. And they were good to their people. There wasn't a better family to work for. Who are they? His cousin asked, staring at some very pretty threenas in quite revealing clothing. Escorts, his older cousin said sagely. Escorts. Whores, his older cousin replied, but don't call them that. Can we? If you can pay them enough, sure. But if one of them says they are taken or engaged, don't press. They probably belong to a boss. Okay. Now you can eat from the wooden trays, the older threen said as he pulled a slightly overripe fruit from one and tossed it to his cousin, but not the metal ones. Really? Sure, his older cousin replied, this stuff is going off, so they give it to us. Monk. It doesn't taste rotten. It isn't rotten to us, his older cousin chuckled, it's rotten to them. Oh. Vortruoen exclaimed, nudging his cousin as the bizarrely and richly dressed threen appeared, they even have pretty runts. I've never fucked a run. His cousin shoved him against the wall covering his mouth, digging his claws into Vortruoen's muzzle. Shut up. Shut up. He froze, then slowly turned around. Standing there was an extravagantly dressed runt with gold leaf on his lacquered talons. Hello, the runt said pleasantly, his perfectly white fangs gleaming in the colored light streaming in from a beautiful stained glass window. I'm sorry, boss, a smartly dressed threen said as it squirmed nervously, I told him that he couldn't go in. I tried to stop him. A huge threen, dressed in fine quilted cloth armor, paused and turned to face the squirming threen. No, you didn't, he growled, you whimpered something and then got the fuck out of his way. He smiled gently. And I'm very glad you did, the huge threen rumbled, you would be missed. You did good, he smiled, clapping the very relieved secretary on the shoulders. He opened the doors to his office and walked inside. He chuckled. Sitting in his chair behind his desk was the runt. Shaking his head and smiling, he closed the doors behind him and walked over to a beautifully carved cabinet, opening it. He pulled out a crystal flask filled with an assortment of herbs floating in a clear liquid and 2 exquisitely carved crystal glasses. He then carefully filled both with a measure of the clear herb-infused liquid and then opened another carved door revealing a refrigerator in which there was a chilled pitcher of water. He poured the water into both glasses, the clear liquid instantly turning cloudy as he did so. He then pulled out small vials and dropped in various clear and faintly colored extracts, finally stirring each glass with a crystal rod. You know, brother, the giant threen rumbled, you wouldn't be mistaken for a horse so often if you didn't dress like one. He strode over to his desk and offered the intruder a glass. What in the 12 hells are you wearing? He asked. You like? The runt asked as he rose to greet his gigantic brother, twirling as he did so. It is a reproduction of clothing worn by the Terran King Louis XIV, modified for my physiology, of course, except for the shoes. I couldn't make those work. These are Terran cowboy boots especially crafted to match the ensemble. I must say, King 14 knew how to dress. He accepted the glass with a nod and a trill. Oh, brother, the runt sighed as he sipped the concoction, you are wasted as a common thug. Common thug, his brother Growl chuckled, I'm a most singular thug, thank you very much. The huge threen sipped his glass and nodded approvingly. Good batch, he smiled, much better than that hooch I used to make. This is, artistry, his much smaller brother, no larger than a human, sighed, in another time, another age. Well, in this age and in this time, his gigantic brother rumbled, you know, where and when we are now. It's just good hooch. The regally dressed runt made a pained noise. Please don't call angels cloud hooch, he said sadly, this is an ancient tradition passed down from. It's a recipe from one of those books you are always saving, the giant smiled, taking another sip. For good hooch, he snickered as he elbowed his much smaller brother. I heard you didn't kill the new guy. You aren't actually turning into a pretty runt for real, are you? His brother chuckled. His cousin threw himself on top of the fool and begged for mercy, he smirked, I couldn't get a good strike in without tearing through the guy, and I like, what's his name again? Kobon, good man, his brother replied. Yeah, him, the runt shrugged. The point was made. I don't have to murder someone every single time I show up. Besides, I didn't want to soil my new outfit. Yeah, it would be a shame if something made that get up any worse. Hey! This was the height of Terran court fashion at the time. Let me guess, his brother chuckled, the same point in their development as we were when we were so cruelly destroyed by the evil Federation. Actually, no, the runt replied, this was a bit further along, but I like it better. Shortly thereafter, the runt and his brother sat at a well-appointed table as 6 maids stood in their frilly robes along the walls. All of them were rigid with fear. He was back. They had dared to hope they would never see him again. Wherever he went, death followed. Davorna, in particular, was barely keeping it together. Kobon, that lovable idiot, had dared to defy him. He still breathed, but for how long? Any moment that monster could remove those fancy clothes and change into leathers. Or simply nothing at all. It had happened before. Her Kobon was as good as dead. Everybody knew it, even him. He had made a point of saying goodbye just moments ago. She begged him to run and even promised to go with him, damn the risk. He just gave her that little smile of his and said there was no point. If Ivorin wanted him dead, running would just make it worse when he found him. He said that he would stand and fight if it came to that. If it came to that. The knife was heavy under her robes, its cool lethality chilling her skin. Oh merciful God! He was looking at her with those unnatural eyes, like a spider's. I'm not going to kill Kobon, he said to her as her blood froze in her veins. He's been a good retainer, served this family well, and offered no disrespect. His cousin, however, may not be as fortunate. Oh, give it a rest, his brother laughed. Everyone knows that once your blood boner goes soft, it's too much effort for you to get it up again. You've probably already forgotten which one he is. Ivorin laughed and raised his glass. You know me all too well, he chuckled. He turned to Davorna. He's right, you know, he said in a friendly tone, I have absolutely no idea which one he is. Tell Kobon that for me as well, would you? Why yes, boss. And you can put the knife in your stocking on the table over there if you don't mind. She made a strangled gasp. Well? Ivorin asked as he idly examined his razor-sharp claws, either put it on the table or draw it and needlessly die trying to protect someone who is perfectly safe, from me anyway. Daviana rushed to the table and put the dagger on it before falling to her knees, gasping for breath and burying her face in her hands. Why don't you go and tell Kobon the good news, the runt smiled, and respect unto you. What is your name, again? Daviana. Boss. Respect unto you, Daviana, he smiled, making a move on a boss for the man you love? Not too shabby. Stupid, but magnificently so. I hope he knows what he has. I envy him. Shuddering with terror and relief, Daviana filled Ivorin's glass and fled. I like her, Ivorin said to his brother. Please don't punish her. I am certainly not going to talk over you on this matter, his brother chuckled as he sipped the wine in his goblet, nodding approvingly. It was a magnificent batch if he did say so himself. You spared her, so she's spared. Thank you, brother, Ivorin replied as he reached for an oil fruit. While I am always happy to see you, his brother said as he cut a thick steak with a sapphire-inlaid electrum knife, I can't help but wonder why you are here. You know father banished you and will not view your trespass with the same good humor that I have. First things first, brother, Ivorin purred, this wine is sublime. You have outdone yourself yet again. His brother shrugged, the vola vines do all the work. I just pick them, that's all. You picked them. Who else can I trust? His brother asked with a shrug and a sip. Our laborers are just that, laborers. I tell them to pick, and they will return with bushel baskets of overripe and underripe volas. It's more work to sort through the ruined produce than simply going out and selecting them myself. The same goes for the pressing. Oh, don't get me started on the pressing. His brother made a little snort. Those oafs ruined an entire harvest once. If I was you, I would have killed them, he exclaimed. No. My wine is prepared by me and me alone. Let them crush and mangle the hooch for father's table as if he would know the difference. Dangerous words there, brother, Ivorin chuckled as he took another appreciative sip. His gigantic brother let out a quiet laugh. Father says as much himself, he said, a great man, but a terrible palate. As far as bosses go, if that is the worst I can say about him, I am truly blessed. You forgot his absolute lack of a sense of humor, Ivorin smirked. Brother. What transpired was not funny. You almost started a war, his brother exclaimed, I am still surprised he didn't have you killed. I think he got tired of trying, Ivorin smiled as he cut into his steak. Besides, I did everyone a favor, and he knew it. That little shit was in line for overboss. Imagine if he survived. Besides, I broke no rules. Everything was done perfectly in accordance with our customs. It was murder, and everyone knows it, his brother chuckled, that poor fool didn't have a prayer. You slaughtered him like livestock. Did you see the look on his face? Ivorin snickered. His brother simply laughed and gestured to one of the servants who refilled his golden goblet. Do you ever tire of slaughter? I'm always tired of it, brother, Ivorin replied. It's tedious, dangerous, and most of all, messy. I would be infinitely happier if it wasn't so often necessary. Many would disagree with you where necessary is concerned. Many lack my vision. Is that what you are calling it these days? His brother smirked as he summoned a servant bearing a tray of glazed sweetbreads. Oh, I do have a vision, dear brother, Ivorin smiled, in fact, that is why I have come here. I would like to speak to father. More precisely, I want you to smooth the way so I don't have to kill his attendants and guards. I like this outfit. His brother burst into laughter. Now I know you are truly insane, my beloved sibling, his brother bellowed. There is absolutely no way he will ever speak to you again. You are lucky that a sniper or poisoner hasn't been given your name, and it took everything your mother and I could manage to secure even that. Well, that and I do come in handy every now and again, Ivarin smiled, even he cannot deny my results. It's those same results that have resulted in your exile, you know. And those same results ensure my well-being, Ivarin said as he took another sip. After he paused to properly savor the wine, he continued. I'm a very useful demon that he can summon at will, just like the conjurers of old. My status allows me to challenge anyone, one way or another, and my track record is quite well proven in that regard. Father can make a show of cursing me and banishing me from this hall to preserve appearances if he wishes, but he likes the fact that with a single word, he can make me reappear wherever and whenever he likes. The other houses are also bitterly aware that one of theirs could wind up facing me at any time. Father likes that as well. If you expended any real favors to save my life, you wasted them, dear brother. Father won't do away with his trump card, especially an expendable one like myself. I don't know, his brother replied, he's really angry this time. Do you know that he was trying to arrange a marriage between our family and the overboss? Ivanin smiled. Why do you think I did it in the first place? He snickered, I happen to like our sister. Unbelievable, his brother smiled as he raised his glass. To throw away that marriage so Gvoka can marry who she wishes? Father is right. All those romantic notions from those books have rotten your brain after all. Well, that, Ivanin said as he savored his brother's amazing wine, and it didn't serve my interests. Oh, his brother asked as he leaned forward. I think we have all we need here, he smiled, don't you, brother? All of you, out, his brother barked. The maids fled. This I simply must hear, his brother said, leaning back and swirling his goblet. Do you remember what we used to talk about, back when we still lived in our mother's chambers, those crazy dreams we washed down with that truly awful stuff you used to brew in those clay pots out in the woods? You mean what children, drunk off of rancid fruit and those stories out of your books, babbled about just before we puked, his brother replied with a nostalgic smile. Good times. What would you say if I told you that I could make it happen, Ivanin said quietly, all of it. I would say that you finally had taken that final plunge into insanity, his brother said as he took a bite of perfectly cooked and spiced meat. That's what I would say. He looked into his brother's eyes. I would also say that you would be best served leading your little cult in that rotting cathedral of yours. It's not a cult, Ivanin chuckled, I simply host a few like-minded individuals and allow them access to my library. Well, whatever it is, his brother replied, stick to boning bored third and fourth daughters and disaffected spouses while reading them bad poetry. Things are how they are, brother. Those days are long past, a painful memory best forgotten lest it turn you mad, as it clearly has. Times are changing, brother, Ivanin said as he rose to refill their goblets. The Federation is reeling from blow after blow. The humans have taken up arms against the Federation in earnest, and a new political party is festering within the halls of Parliament itself that promises yet more turmoil. Now is the perfect time to move. He set down his goblet. We could actually change things, brother. All of this isn't how it should be. I should have been a priest renowned for my scholarship and research, and you should be a real noble ruling justly over your people. Instead, you are just another boss, and I. He smiled. I'm a monster, hated and feared, and rightfully so. He picked up his goblet. Tell me, he said, looking into his brother's eyes, are you truly satisfied with how things are, how our people suffer? Of course, I'm not, his brother replied, but this is how it is now. How are you going to change it? By changing the face of organized crime across the entire Federation, Ivanin replied with a smile. By generating so much wealth and power that I can elevate our family's position and make you overboss. He paused to savor the wine. His brother was a fucking genius. The last overboss, and the first emperor of the Second Holy Empire. You are truly insane, his brother chuckled, but you are an insane genius. What do you have in mind? Well, it would be simplest to have you assume leadership of our family in a timely manner, Ivanin replied, but I know you won't agree to an expedited succession. You are goddamned right about that, his brother said firmly, I am not killing father. I expected as much, Ivanin said, so we need have him get me an audience with the overboss, or speak to him on my behalf. Ivanin took a measured sip of wine. The fruits of his brother's craft were so delicious that it was easy to overindulge, something that he could not allow this time. I have a solution to the Harkeen problem, Ivanin smiled. And that solution is the first step in reclaiming our people's destiny. How so? His brother asked as he polished off his steak. I want to take over the Harkeen's territory personally, Ivanin replied, from that position, I can generate more wealth and power than you can imagine. With those, I will put you in as overboss. He is lacking in air after all, he added with a smirk. Is that why you killed him? Yes, Evelyn replied, and I know for a fact that you and the overboss's daughter are fond of each other. His brother's eyes widened. Help me solve the Harkeen problem, and I will make it my personal mission to help you arrange that pairing. His brother looked at his deranged insane runt of a sibling thoughtfully. Threnka should be the next overboss, Evelyn continued, but our culture will not allow it. You, backed by her, will make an unstoppable team, and I know for a fact she isn't opposed to the idea. Am I going to finally find out which one of us would win, dear brother? His giant sibling said with a very dangerous tone of voice. What have you been playing at? Oh, nothing much, Evelyn replied, it's just that the dear Threnka has a fondness for books and wine. My library and your nectar may have yielded a frank discussion or two. Of all the potential suitors, you are the one she prefers by no small measure. She does. From what she has confided in me, you should already know that, Evelyn smiled. She isn't one to throw herself around lightly. The only thing we need to make what she already wants a reality is more wealth and power, things I will easily obtain once I replace the Harkeen. And there's the coarse hairs, his brother growled, just what makes you think that the overboss, who is still mourning his son, will do anything other than plunge a dagger into your heart when you present yourself? Business is business, dear brother, Evelyn replied. And from what I understand, even he realizes that I performed a necessary evil. His son was loathsome, and there was no way he would be able to hold the families together. Besides, I am going to offer him an upgrade, I will also address the Harkeen issue and re-establish our reputation abroad. And just how are you going to do that? His brother scoffed. The Harkeen have unsealed the black tomb out there. That goddamn frog has the fires of the 12 hells at her beck and call. I will deal with the frog, Evelyn smiled. Oh. I chose my words very carefully, brother, Evelyn said with a little smirk, and that's exactly what I will tell father and the overboss. I still believe you have gone insane. Perhaps, Evelyn said as he finished his second goblet, however, there is virtually no exposure to you, father, or the overboss for that matter. If I succeed, I leave this planet forever. If I fail, then I die at the hands of the frog and will be unable to enter heaven. Either way, they will be pleased. I would not be pleased either way, his brother replied. The only way I will assist you is if I think you will succeed. How will you do that? I will succeed, Evelyn said with a mysterious smile, because I have finally found my muse. When I heard her angelic voice, everything fell into place. God sent her to me, and nothing can stand against the will of God. His brother arose and served Evelyn a second thick portion of meat before refilling his own plate. I'm going to need just a little more than that, dear brother. Across the galaxy, Shel Oran sat in a dimly lit supply locker, clutching her knees. She shuddered. Her eyes briefly glazed and unglazed. Well, that's not good, she said to nobody in particular. Gloria takes a break. Shel Oran sat, clutching her knees, moping. Baxlon was wrong, right? She wasn't a bad person. Was she? No. He was wrong. She wasn't like that. She wasn't. She wasn't. You are. She flinched at the unwanted alien thought. Go the poop away, she muttered as unwanted memories flooded in, and the periphery of her eyes started to ripple and pulse. I said. Go. Away. Her eyes calmed down. The memories, however, didn't disappear. The leering threen lunging for her, their grasping claws reaching for her extended throat. Then their screams. Even now, the memories didn't frighten her. Well, they did, but not because they were scary. She was never in any real danger. Those threen were dead the moment she stepped into the restaurant. The only thing undecided was the timing of their deaths, something entirely under her control. That's what truly frightened her. That, and the fact that she liked it. She liked it a lot. But how? How could she do that? How could she do any of what she was doing? It made no sense. Oh, great prophet, she whimpered, what am I? She crouched and prayed, begging for answers, guidance, anything. Gloria ran her hand along the magnificent hull of her battered warship. She just liked the way it felt. She just wished she knew something, anything about it. Her eyes turned towards the ripples, bulges, and tears in its hull. Irreparable ripples, bulges, and tears. She and the chief had tried everything they had, and nothing could make the goddamn stuff budge. She made an annoyed little sigh. Bunny, she called out. Shel Oran is still in compartment J27, Bunny replied, she hasn't come out yet. Gah. Gloria said as she threw a fully discharged plasma torch against the bulkhead. She snarled. Right, she said as she headed towards the hatch leading out of the cargo bay. Gloria. Bunny inquired dubiously, where are you going? Where do you think? Gloria snapped. Bad idea, Gloria, Bunny replied. Sheila said to give the frog some space. Oh, I'll give her space, Gloria replied in a distressingly cheerful tone. If she doesn't start talking, I'm going to give her all the space she could possibly want. Gloria reached the hatch and tried to open it. It was locked. Bunny, Gloria said with a dangerous edge to her voice, open the fucking door. Look, Bunny replied, I wasn't going to say anything, but what exactly do you have against Shell Oron? I'm just sick of her bullshit, that's all, Gloria replied as she retrieved the plasma cutter and reached for another power cell. The whole pretty princess bit is getting really stale. Gloria returned to the locked hatch and energized the torch. Gloria, what are you doing? Cutting this hatch open, Gloria said with a cute bubbly voice that filled anyone who knew her with dread. Endangering the integrity of the ship is a big no-no, and you know it, Bunny said calmly. I'll unlock the hatch, but let's have a little chat first. Chat away. What, exactly, do you have against Shell Oron? Bunny repeated. I fucking told you, Gloria replied as she switched off the torch. Gloria, Bunny said carefully, after you decided to play dress up and indulge in your diaper fetish, I obtained your service record, your real service record, from the Alduin. You what? You were about to kill yourself. Bunny exclaimed, I didn't know what else to do. I got some real psych and profiling software and... How could you do this to me? Gloria shouted. How could I do this? Bunny shouted back, how could you do that, to me? You almost killed yourself, right in front of me. Do you have any idea what that did to me? I felt so helpless. I kept analyzing the incident over and over again, and I couldn't understand. Do you know what that does to something like me? Do you? I had to understand. I had to. So I contacted Alduin. He knows about suicide, how to detect it, how to intervene, how to help. I couldn't help you, Gloria. Gloria seemed to slump into herself. You almost died. Bunny exclaimed. But you did help me, Gloria replied, you stopped me. Only because I had John Wintersmith's manifesto, Bunny replied in a pained voice, I didn't help anything. I just got lucky. If it wasn't for that, you would have overdosed right in front of me, and we both know it. I'm not going to get lucky a second time, Gloria. What if it isn't you next time? You aren't the only person who's been through the shit, you know. What if it's Sheila, or Greg, or Jesse? I can't let that happen. I had to understand. God damn it, Gloria muttered. I'm sorry, Bunny. Well, you should be. Bunny replied, you really fucked me up when you pulled that stunt. Do you have any idea how many indicators and contributing factors this crew has? Do you? You are all little bundles of self-destruction dancing about without a care in the world. Even Jesse? Gloria asked. Do you have any idea what she's been through? Bunny asked in an anguished voice. If you can't handle your life. Jesse is a survivor, Gloria said confidently, the survivor. She's a lot stronger than I will ever be. You don't need to worry about her. She'll be fine. I didn't think I needed to worry about you. Then you aren't the brightest calculator in the drawer, Gloria replied. Yeah, Bunny replied, I know that now. You were practically screaming that you were about to break ever since the White Star. If I knew then what I know now, I would have gotten you help, somehow. I'm sorry I failed you, Gloria. Listen. Gloria exclaimed, you did not fail me, all right. I failed me a long time ago. I failed, so many. Do you have any idea how many people, innocent people, I've killed? Gloria asked in an anguished voice. Unfortunately, Bunny said, I only have your records from the Alduin. However, I am familiar with the Reapers and what they did during the Federation War. It was war, Gloria. It was war, and you were a member of the Republic Navy. Yeah, Gloria said bitterly, just following orders. 50 million of them. I still see them. In my mind. I still hear the screams, every fucking day. Gloria sat down with her back against the hatch. Every day, Gloria sighed. I envy you, you know, your ability to switch things off. Does it sound like I can magically switch things off, bitch? Bunny snarked. Ever since you made suicide real, I've been checking every single one of you asshats hundreds of times a day, even when you are sleeping. Well, that's not creepy at all. Fuck you, princess. Gloria laughed. God, I hated that name, she chuckled. Not that it wasn't deserved. I was such a prissy little princess back then. I could barely recognize you, Bunny snorted. Talk about creepy. Oh, the Navy was one great fun-filled adventure, Gloria sneered. Of course, back then, before the bug, it was. It was just one big game for the little rich girl who didn't feel like going to work at the family business. Why Moraes, if you don't mind me asking, Bunny asked. It was the only way in, Gloria chuckled ruefully. The Navy had its fill of gentle person adventurers, and a fucking Samuels was the last thing they wanted in the ranks, taking a career from a real officer. Being flaxen on top of everything else certainly didn't help, either. However, Moray berths were always open, so I took one. It's not like I was actually going to see action. We had been at peace for over a century. Besides, Morays were exciting, and there was a dangerous mystique even back then. I felt badass, she added with a snort. I just wanted to fly ships, that's all. Once I was in, I qualified for anything they would let me fly. Like landing shuttles? Bunny asked carefully. Read that part too, did you? Gloria smirked. Yeah, like landing shuttles, ground transports, any small ship, really. It didn't matter to me as long as I could fly. She shook her head. It doesn't even seem real now, you know, she sighed. I was such a princess. God, I was a moron. Gloria hopped up. Okay, enough therapy, she smiled, I have a frog to talk to. I'm not entirely sure that's a good idea, Gloria. Meh, Gloria shrugged, you made your point. I'll be nice. There was a click as the hatch unlocked. Shelloran was still sitting in a little wad of misery when a knock interrupted her self-pity party. Go away, she said glumly. No. Gloria cheerfully replied. You've been sitting in there for what now, a day? At least go to your quarters, maybe get something to eat. You little freaks do eat, right? Leave me alone. I brought goodies, Gloria said, premium treats from Mother Mars herself. Gloria shook a bag suggestively. They're good. I'm not hungry, Shelloran moped, go away. Okay, Gloria said, what's eating you? You wouldn't understand. I wouldn't understand, Gloria smirked, I wouldn't understand someone having a monster in them that they can barely control on a good day? One that takes over no matter how bad you try to stop it. One that leaves you standing in a room full of dead people, some of which you honestly didn't want to kill? One that eats you a little bit more every fucking day until it's all that's left. Gloria laughed ruefully. Oh, I have no idea what that's like, she snorted. The door slowly opened, revealing Shelloran staring at her with huge eyes. With a speed that took Gloria entirely by surprise, Shelloran lunged out and hugged her. I'm so scared. Shelloran exclaimed. Yeah, Gloria said as she patted Shelloran's back, I know. Gloria offered Shelloran a brown paper bag. Here, eat a bug. Break time's over. Shelloran's pupils dilated like a kitten's as she munched. These are amazing, she exclaimed. What are they? Cicadas, Martian cicadas, to be exact, Gloria said as she reached into the bag. Nobody knows who set the little bastards loose in the domes, but they are in every hab now. I've heard about these. Shelloran enthused. They live for years underground, don't they? Yep, Gloria replied as she popped another one in her mouth. This particular species spends 8 years in the soil of the habs before they mature. They are annuals, though. Some of them mature every year, though. Whoever did it planned ahead. Gloria munched happily. The really weird thing is that these things aren't natural. They are engineered. Somebody went through a lot of effort tweaking these little guys. They never found out who. Good thing, too. They would have locked them up for eco-terrorism back in the day. Now, we would build a statue of them. We love these little things, and they kept more than a few people from starving during the Soul Wars. They are a hell of a lot tastier than cockroaches. I like cockroaches, Shelloran said happily, especially the green ones. Those are engineered, too, Gloria replied. They are. Yup. They made those especially for eating, Gloria said. Personally, I prefer the original, the ones from Zeus 7. If you like roaches, you should go there. Billions of the things. They are so thick in some places you can't even see the floor. Wow. Shelloran exclaimed, and you can just go get them. Yep. The whole place is filled with roaches and cats. You can hop a shuttle on Zeus 3 or Zeus 11 and fill bags with them if you want. You can bring home a cat too, if you can tame one. You can hunt Jovian rats there too. They are good eating, but it takes several to make a good meal. It's a pretty good time, actually. If we are ever able to set foot in the system again, I will take you there if you want. Yeah, Shelloran said sadly. Odds are none of them would ever be able to go back. But, considering all of the trouble she brought down on everyone around her, maybe that was for the best. She nibbled at a cicada. Gloria. Yeah. Am I a bad person? In this universe, what does bad even mean? Gloria scoffed. I don't know, Shelloran replied, I guess it means, bad. See? Gloria said as she reached into the greasy paper bag, if you can't even define the term, does it have any real meaning? Shelloran looked down at her hands. That asshole lawyer of yours did a real number on you, didn't he? Gloria smirked. He said. He is a little pussy who got scared and bailed, Gloria replied. He said whatever he needed to in order to justify doing what he wanted to do, which was swim his little anchovy ass away to go hide with the other anchovies. You're better off without that guppy. I'll set you up with some real lawyers, not some Startown wannabe. Fuck him. He said that I set everything up. Well, if you did, Gloria smiled, then all I have to say is, good job, but you would have to be some sort of super genius to do all of that. Gloria looked at Shelloran. Did you? Did I what? Did you plan everything, including us breaking you out? No. There's no way I could have possibly known that you guys would do that, and I didn't know about Kraxina's people. I know it's impossible, but... Oh, Prophet, Shelloran sighed, I think that I might have. I don't know. I just wasn't worried about Kraxina or the girls at all. It was sort of like I knew that they would be okay. You've had a lot going on, Gloria shrugged, it's easy to get tunnel vision and not think about things you would normally worry about. Then again, you do some freaky shit, like with my nukes or those weird weapons you make, and Cerberus probably wants you for a reason. Who knows? If I did, Shelloran said quietly, if I did use them as bait, that would make me a bad person. Would it? Gloria asked. Let's say that you somehow predicted how things would go down. If you did predict the Harkeen and the Kareel, then you would have known that the Harkeen would have walked into those lances and your people would not only be safe, but the Harkeen would go down hard and you would get away with murder. Not too shabby. Shelloran made a sad squeak. Murders, she said with a quivering voice, oh Prophet, I pooping killed those people. Yet. Gloria shrugged, what's your point? I would have killed them, too, and I wouldn't have been anywhere as nice about it as you were. Anyone worth a fuck would have done the same if they could. Gloria smiled ruefully. Then again, she said, I might not be the best person to judge. Shelloran sighed and hung her head. I think I might be, bad. Honestly, Gloria said, I don't think you are. I know some bad people, really bad people, and you aren't one of them. But I've killed. In a perfect world, Gloria said, you would be right. Killing would be bad, but this ain't a perfect world, not by a damn sight. In this world, the one we are stuck with, fucked up shit happens, and when it does, sometimes fucked up shit is the right answer for it. She shook the cicada bag. I'm going to eat all of these if you don't, Gloria said, grab some more before I do. Shelloran glumly took a cicada and munched on it. Let's look at this from another angle, Gloria said, when the Harkeen struck, what would a good person have done? They would have called the police. And what would have happened? The Harkeen would have gotten away like they always do. And what would have happened to you and your people? That's right, Gloria said, they would have come back with new thugs, and nothing would have changed. You would have either been killed, wound up like that little hamster-looking thing, or run out of town, and your girls would be in their stable or someone like them. Your community would be owned by them by now. Tell me, is that a good outcome? No. So was what you did bad or was it good? Gloria asked, if we look at the results, the Harkeen are gone, not just from Freeport, but from all of Terra, the Republic, the Empire, and pretty soon the Federation as well. I would say that whoever was behind that did a lot of good, wouldn't you? Shelloran's eyes began to ripple as she gasped in horror. She looked at Gloria with horrified eyes. Oh, by the waters, she moaned, we made a deal, didn't we? Munch. Yep, Gloria said nonchalantly, and I set you up with some truly bad people to handle the job. They are mopping the floor with the Harkeen. Actually, crime scene cleanup crews are mopping up the Harkeen, but you get the idea. Shelloran let out a squeak of despair. But you already knew that, didn't you? Gloria asked, I wouldn't have gone ahead with the arrangements if I thought you were completely out of your head. Shelloran just looked down and said nothing for a while. I kind of knew. On some level, I knew. I just didn't want to. And with that deal, the Harkeen will never hurt you, that gummy bear that worked for you, that hamster chick, or anyone else ever again. You think what happened to you and yours was unique? They did that sort of shit all the time. Now, they won't. Most importantly, they won't ever do it to you or your people ever again. You made sure they would be safe. Fucked up world, fucked up solution. It's neither good nor bad. It just is, like most things in this fucked up universe. You still owe me a pile of nukes, by the way. Those Chuckies aren't cheap. I arranged for mass murder, and I'm paying for it with VA Losh Kal, Sheloran moaned. I am a bad person. With what? With, Sheloran looked confused. With primitive thermonuclear devices. And I used those nukes on. Gloria laughed. I was going to use those nukes to go after someone who is truly bad, she chuckled, but instead, I used them to teach some people a very valuable lesson, and didn't even kill anybody. The point is that I'm using those nukes for a very specific mission, and that mission may very well save the lives of billions, maybe even trillions. Patricia who cannot be allowed to win. If she does, it will be the end of entire worlds, maybe even yours. Is stopping her bad, even if we have to get our hands a little dirty? Sheloran let out a strange, disturbing laugh that gave Gloria goosebumps. My world is under no threat from the likes of any human, Sheloran snarled as her eyes started to swirl with colors, the only thing she will find there is Eeb. Sheloran squeezed her eyes shut and covered them with her hands. You okay? No, Sheloran said, her eyes still squeezed tightly shut, I am not okay. What is happening to me? Not a clue, dude, Gloria said as she munched a cicada. You are one freaky freak. What is the deal with you Plath, anyway? We thought you were just a bunch of stupid farmers. We are a bunch of stupid farmers, Sheloran said as she cautiously opened her eyes, seriously. That's all we are. We just farm. That's it. We don't do all of the stuff I'm doing. It's impossible. Apparently not. Munch. I have absolutely no idea what's happening to me, and I'm pooping terrified. Yeah, I know what that's like, Gloria replied, kinda. I didn't start making super nukes, though. I didn't want any of this. Sheloran exclaimed, I just wanted a normal life, a little house, a small garden, a boyfriend. It's not fair. Gloria laughed again. Do you think any of us wanted this, to become what we are? She smiled. Do you think Sheila was always Sheila, or Greg was always Greg, or Jessie? Well, Jessie was always Jessie, and that is heartbreaking. Gloria looked down. Do you think I was always me? She added quietly. I was a good person once. I really was. You were. You think I popped out of my mama's snatch like this? Gloria smirked. I was a little flaxen princess once. I made good grades. I was nice. I was. She leaned back against the wall and looked at the ceiling. Meh, never mind. That's all ancient history now. She looked Sheloran in the eyes. The thing is that each of us found ourselves in a situation, and each of us made a choice, which is exactly what you have to do now, and I mean right fucking now. What do you mean? Look, Gloria said, it's really not my place to tell you your business, but you got lucky, real lucky. I don't feel very pooping lucky. That's because you are too busy feeling sorry for your little blue ass to pay attention to what's actually happening around you, Gloria said as she handed Sheloran the bag, stood up, and stretched. You've lost situational awareness, and that is fatal. It's been okay because you have been here and have had the luxury of being able to hide in a closet, but if you honestly believe you haven't been stupidly lucky, then I'm not the one in need of an intervention, for once. Sheloran hopped to her feet in one fluid motion. How the poop have I been lucky? Think about it, Gloria replied calmly, what should have happened? What should have really gone down? Sheloran looked at her with a confused expression. What should have happened is that your blue ass stayed locked up in Tartarus, getting mind-fucked by Cerberus while the Harkeen raped everybody that relied on you to death, Gloria said as she smiled through a clenched jaw. A completely unbelievable series of events prevented that. Someone up there must love you, a lot. But you can't count on them saving you a second time. Sheloran let out a quiet, horrified moan squeak. Oh, Prophet, she was right. So you need to figure out, right fucking now, Gloria said calmly, are you a good girl who follows the rules and plays nice, or are you a bad girl who is going to take care of business? If you are a good girl, then get out of the game right fucking now. No more not illegal bullshit, no more backroom whorehouses, no more labor organizing, no more payday loans, not a goddamn thing. If you manage to get free of all of this, go and live that good girl quiet little life you keep fucking moaning about. Sheloran looked at Gloria in shock. Fuck, I'll even let you off the hook as far as the nukes go, Gloria replied, I want them, but I don't need them. I'll melt Patricia's face off with or without you. There is nothing in heaven or hell that can stop me. I'll cut you loose, but that's only if you truly not only want to be a good girl but honestly think you can. What do you mean? Sheloran asked with huge, terrified eyes. Your little whore friend, the one you live with? Gloria asked. Her name is Kraxina. Whatever, Gloria shrugged, how did you meet up with her again? It was when I went to jail the first time, Sheloran said, keenly aware that she had to say the first time. She was really nice to me, and when I got out, I saw her crying on a park bench. She was broke and didn't have anywhere to go, so I just sort of took her in. A good girl would never bring home a strange prostitute, Gloria smirked. Prostitutes are dirty and probably on drugs, you know. Too dangerous, and what would the neighbors think? But she would have died if I didn't. You don't know that. I just do, okay. Shelloran exclaimed, the same way I know how to make guns and nukes. She almost died anyway when she went back to her hotel to get her things. If I hadn't gone over there and stopped that butthole hotel guy, he would have sold her to some very bad people. I really need to take care of them, come to think. So you just went over there and applied some foot to ass, hey. Gloria smiled. A good girl would have called the police, you know. There wasn't any flushing time. Shelloran snapped. It was going on right then. I knew if I didn't move quickly, it would have been the end of her. Shelloran shuddered. I saw it. So you just charged in there unarmed and dragged her out? No, I had a gun. I made it myself. Good girls don't charge into dangerous hotels with homemade burners, either. But I had to. Gloria nodded. Just like you had to take in all of those other prostitutes. They had nowhere else to go. It was dangerous for them. Good girls don't get involved in stuff like that, Gloria replied, it's what keeps them out of trouble. That's someone else's problem. Well, someone else wasn't doing poop. Do you have any idea what's going on out there? As a matter of fact, Gloria replied, I do, and I might have crucified a few traffickers now and again myself. However, good girls don't get involved in that. They stay home and water their flowers or some shit. I couldn't let them just suffer like that. Someone had to do something. And because of that, you started to piss off the Harkeen, Gloria replied, reaching into the bag that Shelloran was now holding. Munch, but you didn't stop there, did you? Once you got that union badge, you started actually organizing the Xenos. Those poor people didn't even know their rights. Shelloran bristled. They were just getting passed from club to club, starport to starport. Someone had to do something, Gloria said, completing her sentence. And I'm pretty sure they weren't too pleased when you started kicking indoors, were they? Yeah, Shelloran smiled, but they were nothing but jerk-face bullies, and I hate bullies. Besides. Shelloran trailed off. Besides what? Gloria smirked, you knew you could take them, the same way you knew Kraxina was going to die, the same way you know how to hotwire a nuke. Yeah, Shelloran said, looking down. You know what I'm going to say next, don't you? Good girls don't do that. Yep, Gloria grinned. Good girls don't kick in the doors of unlicensed brothels, square off against dangerous pimps, and they most certainly do not rip the doors off of white cargo vans in the starport. You know about that? Shelloran asked. Bunny is very thorough, Gloria chuckled. Where did you even get an emergency ingress tool anyway? I rented it. Gloria laughed. I love it. Gloria laughed, but a good girl would be horrified. You do know you broke several laws when you did that, right? Not a very good girl thing to do. I didn't have time. Shelloran exclaimed, those people could have been loaded at any time. I had to do something. Just like you had to undercut the Harkeen's loan sharking business. They were forcing people into prostitution, forcing them. Shelloran squeaked with anger, it's bad enough when they force themselves, but, what they were doing. It was wrong. Somebody. Shelloran trailed off and sighed. And when the Harkeen showed up? Gloria asked. I told them to get lost. Shelloran snapped, they are all just a bunch of bullies. Bullies that burned your business to the ground, nearly killed one of your girls, and gang-raped that poor little gerbil, Gloria said evenly, I hate to be the one to tell you this, but that was completely predictable, and preventable. What? Shelloran asked, completely horrified. See, a bad girl would known all about the Harkeen since they were so close and would have known what to expect when they were directly challenged like that. They are nothing if not predictable. A bad girl would have either cut a deal or taken preemptive action. Or, at the very least, they would have been prepared. A good girl playing at being a bad girl, however, had her business burned to the ground, one of her people nearly killed, and, well, never mind, and you were in way over your head because you weren't prepared to handle your bad girl business. Again, you got lucky. Nobody was killed. They didn't disappear the gerbil either, something else that they have done. Shelloran flinched and squeaked like she got hit. You've been lucky entirely too many times in a row, Gloria said sternly, you keep half-assing it like you are doing, and you are going to cross something worse than the Harkeen, and you know what will happen next. Shelloran just stood there, unable to speak. For most good girls playing pretend, Gloria said, they would come to a bad end, killed or worse, but people like us don't get the easy way out. You won't die. The monster will see to that. It will take care of you, just like my monster takes care of me. We don't die. Everyone around us, however, does. You will be the sole survivor again and again and again. Even when you have had enough and try to die, you won't be allowed to. You will just come back alone over and over again until your heart breaks. Shelloran backed against the wall, her breath coming out in ragged blats through her gills. And that monster? Gloria said as she seemed to grow twice her size, overshadowing Shelloran many times over, it will just get bigger and bigger as you, just a moment too late, turn bad over and over. Then, Gloria's eyes glazed over, turning into ice. Shelloran backed down the wall as she felt millions of souls screaming around her. Sooner or later, you will actually become bad. It will hurt too bad, so you just quit, and let the monster do whatever it wants, but you are still in there bearing witness to everything that you do. The unholy fire around Gloria faded. Everything. And it never, ever ends, ever. Every day the memories play on repeat, over and over, every fucked up thing you will do, over and over, until you finally manage to regain control of yourself just long enough to end it once and for all, because the only thing left that can stop you is you. All of the energy bled from Gloria, and her eyes returned to normal. And then you flinch. Let someone talk you out of it, and the monster wins again. Shelloran gasped as she saw Gloria, at the controls of a ship lining the craft up on a large ship, smiling, closing her eyes. It was going to happen. So you gotta choose, Gloria said quietly, right fucking now. You decide before it is decided for you. If you don't, you will become just like me, and you do not want that. Gloria slumped against the wall. Keep the cicadas, she muttered. And fucking make up your mind. A lot of people are counting on you, trusting you with their lives. If you aren't prepared to be Shelloran, they need to know before a good girl lets them down. Gloria's eyes glazed over and turned to dead, glassy orbs. Decide, frog, she said completely without emotion, you aren't the only one who knows things, and I know you don't have much time. With that, Gloria turned and walked away. Shelloran collapsed, buried her face in her hands, and wept. Yerbit nervously leaned against a tree next to an old camping lodge deep in what used to be a national park before Yellowstone, now deserted and unused save for the occasional gene prospector. Half a dozen vehicles of every description pulled up, and a bunch of very nervous-looking Threen piled out, weapons drawn, looking in all directions. The best-dressed one of them approached. Everything's arranged. Yerbit squeaked nervously. As soon as the captain receives payment, he will land. And how much of dis are you keepin'? The Threen snarled at Yerbit. Not a single credit. Yerbit squealed. I know better than crossing the Harkeen now. I just want things to be square with us. I swear. Please, just tell the Harkeen that I helped, okay? I'm not with Shelloran or any of the others. I just want all of this to be over. Please. The Threen looked deeply into Yerbit's terrified, broken eyes. Please, Yerbit whimpered. The Threen nodded and handed her a data crystal which she inserted into her tablet. It went through, she squeaked after an appropriate amount of time. Let me talk to him, the Threen snarled. I want to talk to him again. Of course, Yerbit squeaked as she handed him the tablet, flinching as he brushed her hand. Yeah, the Threen snarled, who dis? A tentacled Xeno appeared on the screen. This is Captain Evite of the Free Trader FVV Keth, the Xeno replied. And who you? He added with a flutter of his tentacles. This is Bossman Vithun, the Threen snarled. The who det is paying you all those credits. Welcome aboard, Bossman, the voice replied smoothly. I will be there in approximately 12 hours. Det long. Do you want a stealth extraction or not? The Xeno replied, this is blasted Terra itself. Getting released from the starport, faking a departure, and then looping back under stealth in 12 hours is actually something to be proud of. If you want a faster departure time, feel free to buy a ticket at the starport, asshole. Did that translate properly, asshole? You better be here, or you'll be sorry. Don't you worry your smooth little brain over it, Bossman, the Xeno replied, me good at flyin'. You watch your mouth. You find another pilot. I'll gladly refund your fee. Just get here, the Threen snarled and shoved the tablet at Yerbit. Okay, Yerbit sighed with relief. That's all taken care of. They will be here in 12 hours. If you will excuse me, I will just... Oh, you are stayin' right here until they show up, the Threen snarled. And if they aren't here, we are going to skin ye, after we have our fun. Yerbit whimpered. But I did everything you wanted me to, she yelped. We don't know that for sure, the Threen snarled. Besides, I got some time to kill. Yerbit's tablet beeped 3 times. Wah, the Threen snarled as Yerbit dove to the ground. At the same time as a single gunshot rang out for each Threen present. Yerbit calmly stood up and primly dusted herself off as 24 small figures seemed to appear out of thin air. Nicely done, Yerbit said as they approached. Same at you, the Chucky's leader said, you played dem nice and sweet. The Chucky handed Yerbit a data crystal. 30 pieces, it chuckled. Excuse me? 30. Yerbit asked with both alarm and anger. Pieces ta, the Chucky laughed, it's a figure of speak, from the good book. To pay for betrayal. It's all dear. Oh. Yerbit laughed, I do apologize. I'm still learning all of the idioms. The Chucky laughed with her. Same thing happened when I talk Tainese, the Chucky laughed. A weak groan issued from the boss Threen. I'm gonna, he groaned faintly. It was suppository to be a one-shot, the leader yelled. It was a one-shot, a very young, looking, woman with a very big rifle yelled back. Den why is it fucking breathing, the leader yelled back as he drew his sidearm. He looked over at Yerbit. You just set up killin' or can you do the deed? Yerbit smoothed her snout. I suppose I won't know until I try, will I? She replied in a very proper grey tone as she reached for the pistol. The Threen weakly tried to crawl towards his blaster. Yerbit kicked it away. She lowered the barrel of the pistol towards his head as he looked up at her with an expression of helpless rage. Pray tell, how does it feel, she asked, being helpless. She pulled the trigger. Nothing happened. You gotta press that red bit first. Oh, I understand now. Thank you so very much. Yerbit replied in a polished grey Garthra accent. Bang. Respect, the leader said as she returned his pistol. Likewise, Yerbit replied. Thank you for the opportunity. The Chucky laughed. I like you, he chortled, you funny. I'm so very pleased that you find me engaging, Yerbit said formally with a graceful little bob. So, the Chucky asked as his people produced long blades and power saws, you got any more for us? According to him, Yerbit said, nodding towards the boss. This was the last of the survivors, but you know Threen. I shall leave the posts up, just in case. Did you get enough samples to simulate him? Yeah, the Chucky responded, any more show and he vouch from de Grieve. Excellent, Yerbit replied. Is that software available for purchase by chance? I dunno, the Chucky grinned, UHAV money. Yerbit gave the Chucky a demure little smile. I might have a credit or two on me. Intermission, paradise found. You gotta be kidding me, a lean brunette said as she looked at an older gentleman sitting at his desk, both wearing the utilitarian blue jumpsuits bearing a stylized Jupiter patch and embroidered with their names, the deceptively plain outfits indicating employment by the single most desirable employer in the Republic, Zeus Industries. Afraid not, Luca, the man replied. We have squatters. Squatters? Luca asked in disbelief, in Zeus 7. We have someone or something living in there, the man replied, unless the rats have figured out how to operate pressure doors and water valves. A holographic image of a box trap appeared. Or build traps. Well fuck me running, Luca said in amazement. We also have tools, supplies and equipment disappearing, objects moving, and mysterious power drains, the grey-haired man said as images and graphs appeared floating just in front of the walls of his office. Do we have anything more solid than someone or something? Luca asked as she examined the walls. Nope, her boss replied. Whoever they are pretty good at either avoiding or spoofing the cameras. It wouldn't be too hard. Those systems are basic models from before Yellowstone and were never intended for more than simple monitoring and process control. Station 7 was never a secure facility and was never upgraded or hardened during the wars. It was just where we got our roaches. We've maintained it and kept it running as a nature preserve, but that's it. We just have a few drones buzzing about keeping an eye on things, but that's just because actually going in there is kind of gross and a great way to get roaches. Remember the outbreak on 12? Ugh, Luca grimaced. Those bastards got everywhere. So, the long and short of it is that I need you to take a team in there and find out exactly what we are dealing with. This could be anything from some weird hermit to scrappers to actual fugitives, so be careful. You don't have to tell me, Luca replied, anyone who willingly lives in the Roach Hotel is someone I don't want to meet. Don't worry, we'll get rid of them. Now play nice, Luca, her boss said sternly, we don't know they are a threat. Don't go knocking skulls without at least saying hello first. We don't need to escalate something that we don't need to escalate. Just investigate and, if possible, make a report and seek guidance before proceeding further. Be nice to the roach fuckers, Luca smirked, got it. Tiva awoke to something tickling her cheek. With an idle flick of her long sticky tongue, she nabbed it and pulled it into her mouth. She chewed and smiled. Delicious. You finally awake? A voice asked in the wonderfully absolute darkness of their new home. I guess so, she said as she rolled over. She, moving on all fours, crawled over to her companion, nabbing a few more hyper roaches as she did so. You're going to ruin your breakfast, Kvan chuckled as he nuzzled her. She said as she wiggled her long snout. It smells delicious. What is it? What do you think? Kvan laughed. Is it roaches? Tiva asked excitedly. Ah, Kvan chuckled as he turned the skewers on the amazing little cookie thing they found in some sort of strange kitchen, you guessed. It was supposed to be a surprise. They both giggled. The battery is getting low, he said as he handed her a skewer. I was wondering when it would do that, Tiva said as she pulled a roasted hyper roach off the skewer with her tongue. That thing is just unnatural. She munched happily, savoring the juices. I wonder what a Hitachi supercapacitor is, she said as she pulled off a second roach. Probably some Terran secret technology or something, Kvan shrugged as he fiddled with the knobs on the little cookbox they found yesterday. Can you even imagine what this thing would fetch back home? Tiva mused. I bet we could buy our freedom, maybe even freedom for our entire families. If they didn't just lock us up and take the thing, Kvan replied. That's what they would actually do, you know. Yeah, Tiva replied sadly. She ate another roach and then crawled over to examine the marvelous little cooker. You figure that thing out yet? Well, Kvan said, we know it's some sort of cooking device. This knob controls the heat, and the numbers on the dial seem to correspond to how hot it gets. It's very accurate, and the heat is so even. It's wonderful. What about the other knob? Oh! Kvan exclaimed, this is really amazing. Watch. He pulled out a shorter metal wire on the amazing cookbox and turned the dial. The wire started to magically rotate. Oh! Tiva exclaimed. It turns the food all by itself. Kvan said happily. This little magic box is amazing. Oh, that's not all. Kvan exclaimed. The metal bit will rotate even inside a pot. He removed the wire, put a beaker on the mysterious device, and put the wire inside. It resumed spinning. Wow! And it will spin really fast, too, he exclaimed. So what do all of the other buttons do? I haven't figured all of them out yet, Kvan replied, but if you turn the temperature knob all the way down and then press it in, you can keep turning it down. He did so and giggled. What does that do? Tiva asked. Just watch. Within a minute, frost started to appear on the surface. It gets cold. I couldn't believe it either. Kvan giggled. How could the Terrans abandon something like this? Tiva asked in utter bewilderment. This thing must be worth a fortune. I heard they were wealthy beyond measure, but to discard a treasure of this magnitude? It defies all wisdom. And just how many of these were in that single room? We should get them all. Tiva exclaimed. Oh, we will, Kvan smiled as he kissed her, and just think what other treasures must be hidden here. But why did they abandon it all? Who knows, Kvan shrugged. They are so different from us that there is no way to understand them. For example, they built this paradise, and it just sits vacant, practically unused, a bounty beyond comprehension just, sitting here. It won't be vacant for long, Tiva giggled as she placed Kvan's hand on her belly. He smiled with true contentment, wishing this could last forever. It never did for his kind, but he wished with all of his heart that it would. All right, listen up, Luca said to 5 other men and women, all clad in sealed combat armor. Everyone knows the mission, but I want to make this clear. We have unknown individuals somewhere in this station. Numbers unknown, identity unknown. Our mission is to locate and assess, but we have no idea what we will run into. Our first priority is for all of us to go home safe. She readied her Zeus AKSS 520, its resemblance to the AK series barely recognizable. Fix stunners. Everyone pulled an underbarrel attachment from a recess in their armor and slid it home with a click. Hopefully, this will just be a recon, maybe a meet and greet, she said, but we don't know what it will be. Marta, Clive, Kamal, and Nami, you are our designated stunners. Set your trigger. Timmy, you and I will be the hitters, standard armor-piercing dual-purpose. She and Timmy chambered around. Once inside, we will deploy sensor drone pattern Gamma with our sniffers under AI control. She pressed the airlock control panel, and the doors started to cycle. Anything other than a rat, cat, or roach is our target, she said. Once again, this is a recon mission. We are not to engage unless we have no choice or receive direct orders. The group entered the airlock. Everyone clear on the mission and their roles. Aye, the group said in unison. Switch to subvocal, Luca said. Luca, comm check. Marta, check. Clive, check. Kamal, check. Nami, check. Timmy, check. Luca, opening airlock. Establish perimeter. The airlock opened, and the group sprinted into the entryway, quickly securing it. Luca, sensor pattern Gamma. Release sniffers. A series of armored nodules on their armor detached and rapidly flew out in all directions. Luca, engage optical cloaking. Sonic dampeners on. Proceed to level 20, main concourse. The group disappeared and moved with silent, Practiced precision, only the faintest shimmers revealing their presence. Tiva and Kvan cuddled in the comforting darkness. There was a quiet little squeak. Well, hello there, Tiva cooed. As a matter of fact, I do have something for you. She pulled a roasted hyper roach off a skewer and tossed it towards the rat. It's so cute that it loves your cooking, she giggled as she snoodled Kvan. My culinary mastery transcends race, he chuckled as he snoodled her back. He sighed. I guess we need to go get some water and check the traps, hey. I suppose, Tiva replied, not wanting to end their embrace. They both picked up an empty poly canister with their tails and, together, left their little nest. Marta, Level 20 Section A survey complete. No contact. Luca, the box trap is gone as well. Sniffers picked up something abnormal, but it's stale. Looks like they went further in. Proceed to Section B promenade. Tiva lapped at some of the water from the spigot in the wall. I can't believe how good it is, she exclaimed as they filled their canisters. Yeah, I can't get over how pure the water is here, Kvan replied. Wait. I hear something. Abandoning the canisters, they ducked into the shadows as a dim light became visible. Sounds like one of those food wardens, Kvan whispered as he laid his snout on the deck plates. Moments later, a familiar blue-white light became visible as a cargo drone flew past. They clung to the shadows behind some strange arcane device for several minutes. It should be gone now, Kvan said quietly. That should be it for the day. Tiva started to quietly weep. What's wrong? He asked. That warden, she wept, it's carrying enough food to feed several families, and they are just dumping it. I don't understand. I think they are feeding the roaches, Kvan said quietly, comforting her. The piles are always covered with them. But, why? Tiva implored. How many of their people could they feed with this bounty, and they are just throwing it to the roaches. And to us, Kvan said gently, we shouldn't complain. Do they have so much that they can cast such wealth into the darkness? This place is huge. How much do you think they? Try not to think about it, Kvan said as he gently stroked her with his snout. Think about how full the traps will be. I bet they are overflowing. Let's go check. That will cheer you up. He was right on both counts. Look at how full they are. Tiva said happily as she lifted a wire cage packed full with hyper roaches. Told ya, he smiled. We have enough to last for days. Let's just take them with us. We've left them in the same place for too long. Okay. Luca, they aren't here either. Guys, I think this is going to be a long one. Kamal, are they even still on this level? Luca, this is where the most recent activity is. Based on analysis of the trap patterns and where they are drawing water, power, and gathering rice, they are on this level somewhere. Let's take 30, have lunch. Tiva and Kvan cautiously crept into the kitchen. Look at all of the cookers, she exclaimed with delight. And we found another of those battery things. Kvan replied. With 2 of them, we won't need to recharge for a long time. That means we can go further away to do it. That's good. That's very good, Kvan replied. Power is very valuable and the easiest thing to measure. The overlords might miss some water or a little food but could notice even a little power being taken where it shouldn't be. If the overlords could see it, the humans certainly can. That's why I went so far to recharge the battery. My dashing rogue. Tiva giggled as she snoodled his flank. Thank the warm sweet earth that I had a weakness for bad boys. Let's grab as much as we can, Kvan said, we've come here far too often, and a treasure trove like this simply has to be watched. They filled the makeshift mesh bags they had fashioned from wire they discovered in one of the machinery spaces. Luca, we have a trail. Sniffer 6 has a warm 1 species undetermined. Submitting analysis. Keep sharp, people. We are on them. Estimated number of contacts, 2. Adjust cloaking to 100%. Her team moved swiftly along the corridor, their drones rapidly moving in a search pattern, checking each intersecting passage. Even with that, they took no chances, verifying each one clear as they moved, now without even a shimmer. About 10 minutes later, the group came to an abrupt halt as Sensor 15 showed 2 strange quadrupeds ambling down the corridor, each carrying a large bag on their backs. Luca, fucking looters. No weapons detected. Distance to contact 300 meters. Species unknown. Sending scans to HQ now. Maintain distance to contact at 200 meters. Nami, they are stealing lab hot plates and glassware? The Hitachi I can understand. Those antique supercaps are worth some serious cash, but glassware. Kamal, maybe they are running some sort of illegal lab in here. This would be the perfect place. Luca, you have a point. If these guys are running a lab, there could be more of them, or they might be packing something the drones missed. Kamal, Nami, you are now hitters. Kamal and Nami switched their triggers. Luca, HQ, do you have an ID on these Xenos? HQ, yes we do, Luca. We just didn't feel like telling you. What do you think, girl? Luca, how long does a database search take anyhow? Stop playing Asteria and get back to work, laughing face. HQ, might as well, that Dragon Princess quest is fucking impossible. Luca, you still haven't beaten it. HQ, the stupid bitch keeps getting killed. It's like she's trying to die or something. Hang on, we have that ID. It wasn't in our system. We had to query the Empire. They are Delbath, poor bastards. They are subjects of the Kilvan Dominion. Nami, the Kilvan? They are a long way from home. What do we know about them? HQ, they are a subterranean species from a planet with extensive limestone cavern systems, which they later expanded as their technology improved. Alert, they have impressive active and passive echolocation as well as incredible hearing. Your sonic dampeners will not be effective. They will still work, but you will appear as holes to them. Be careful about any noise, and keep it over 600 meters on solid metal. Luca, aggression level? Natural weaponry. HQ, aggression level, passive. They have no natural weaponry but are very strong with very sticky pads. You have no threat from impact, but you don't want one to grapple you. Activate joint protection. HQ, command from the boss, apprehend looters for questioning. Species vulnerability, unlike many subterranean species that have eyes, they are very sensitive to light. Bright light will likely disorientate them, and a strobe set at 30 kHz will likely cause seizures. Luca, thanks, HQ. Engaging target. Kvan and Tiva ambled down the hallway. We have so many of those cookers. Tiva enthused, and I just love these round vases. Yes, but how are we going to keep them upright? Oh, I'll weave a little someth. They both suddenly fell silent as 6 small hexagonal things flew down the hall with an almost inaudible buzz. In less than a second, they were surrounded. Tiva screamed as they were suddenly bathed in a hellish light. The overlords, she howled, they found us. This is Zeus Industries Security, Special Operations Division, Luca's voice suddenly announced from all directions, utterly confusing them. You are in possession of illegally obtained Zeus Industries property. Lay down all stolen property and any weapons you may have upon you, step forward 20 meters and lay prone with your limbs fully extended to the best of your ability. We mean you no harm, but we are armed, will protect ourselves, and will use any and all force necessary to detain you. Again, you will not be harmed in any way if you comply. We do not wish to harm you. Please do not make us do so. What do we do? Tiva howled as she covered her eyes with her hands. The humans have found us, Kvan said with despair. They are much more powerful than the overlords. We do what they say, Tiva. They carefully set down their treasures. O great overlords, Kvan said, prostrating himself, we wish to obey your righteous commands, but we know not what a meter is. Please forgive our foolish ignorance. Just start walking slowly, Luca commanded as the terrifying hellish light dimmed to a faint glow. I will tell you when to stop. We rejoice at your mercy which we do not deserve, Kvan called out, all praise to the mighty humans, exalted be their name. They both slowly walked forward, their snouts touching until Luca told them to stop. Tiva and Kvan lay on the floor, their snouts gently touching. It was wonderful, Tiva sighed. I knew it wouldn't last forever, but I had hoped. Yet, Kvan sighed, it was a foolish dream, but one worth dreaming, my love. What do you think they will do to us? I don't know, Kvan replied, the humans are powerful and fearsome beyond measure. At least, Tiva said with a little smile, we were free, just for a little while. Kvan smiled sadly. It was worth it, he smiled, these days with you. It's worth anything they do to me. They lay together, gently stroking each other with their snouts in silence, savoring each second they had left. It was only a few minutes before an ominous sound could be heard coming ever closer, causing the very floor beneath them to vibrate. A glowing light appeared ahead of them, drawing ever closer. Soon they could make out 6 humans, their surfaces hard and unyielding, holding their fearsome rifles. Behind them was one of their floating wardens, much larger than any they had seen before. It wasn't long before the terrifying group reached them. Don't move, Luca said firmly as they were surrounded, and the strange flying thing settled to the ground, its front opening revealing a large empty space. It was a flying cage. One at a time, Luca said as the group held their weapons at patrol ready, enter the vehicle. Reluctantly they separated their snouts. Kvan moved first. Once he was inside, Tiva followed. We are going to switch off the lights for your comfort, Luca said as the doors closed, but sensors are still active, and we will be able to see what you are up to. Don't do anything regrettable. Once the doors were securely closed, the team climbed onto the exterior of the haul truck and attached themselves to the sides. The vehicle started to accelerate as it moved down the wide corridor. A couple of hours later, a very confused Tiva and Kvan found themselves in a darkened room. They hadn't been beaten or shocked with prods or anything. They were just shown to spacious and comfortable cell, given sheets to cover themselves with. Once it was clear that while they were happily naked in each other's company, they clearly felt exposed once caught, offered water and food, and simply told to wait. I just wish they would get it over with, Tiva whispered as they hid under their sheets together. What do you think is going to happen to us? I don't know, Kvan whispered back. They are simply beyond my understanding. There was a beep, and a kind-sounding voice said, I'm coming in. The door opened and a thin human man with white hair, wearing a simple blue jumpsuit, like the ones that they used to wear, walked in, followed by two humans in their hard shells. The human in the jumpsuit sat at a small table built into the wall. I understand that you two were caught in Zeus 7, looting hot plates and beakers. Please forgive our transgressions, Mighty One, Kvan whimpered as he extended his head from under the sheet. The sin was mine alone. Tiva is blameless, abducted by me against her will, stolen from her rightful masters, another sin for which I confess and await your righteous judgment. Mighty One, the old man chuckled. My name is Tak. That is what you can call me. But, Exalted One, I. Tak, the old man said firmly. You will call me Tak, and that is final, understand? Why yes. Tak. I can't stand all the rest of that nonsense, the old man smiled. It gets really old really quick. First of all, there is no righteous judgment you need to be worried about. We aren't the overlords, and in the Republic, you are not a slave. As of now, and as long as you remain in the Republic, you are free, and the entire full might of both the Republic and Zeus Industries will ensure that. The Dominion has no power here. In fact, I would like for them to try and test that so very, very much. I'm free. Yes, you are, Tak replied, slavery is not recognized here. Nobody has ownership of you, your kidnapped victim, or the children she carries. Tiva started to make a weird little snorting noise as she began to weep. Her children were free. Now, knowing that you are free both from your bonds and from any reprisals, Tak said pleasantly, were you sent here by your overlords to steal equipment, materials, or technology? And no, my lord. Tak sighed. He hated titles, but further insistence was pointless. That's a shame, Tak smiled. Exalted One. Never mind, Tak replied, now the huge question that everyone is wondering. Why were you stealing laboratory hot plates and glassware? The cookers, Great One. Oh, please don't tell me you were using that stuff to prepare food. I'm sorry, Exalted One. Please forgive us. Oh, you're forgiven, Tak said with a horrified look on his face, but you should not use those hot plates for cooking food or that glassware to prepare it in. God only knows what that stuff was used for. He pulled out a communicator. We need a full med workup and talk screen on our guests right now. It's an emergency. One of them is pregnant. He turned to Kvan. Don't worry. We'll get you checked out and fixed up right away. He smiled at the pair. So, what brought you to Zeus 7, he asked. I found out that Tiva was with child, he said quietly, it was an accident. We didn't mean for it to happen. It just did. These things do happen from time to time, Tak said gently, even to us. We didn't have permission, Great One, Kvan said sadly, the punishment for that is severe, both in our culture and under the righteous and just laws of our benevolent overlords, forever may they reign. What would have happened? Tak said, preparing to get angry. I would have been sent to the death mines, Kvan said quietly, and Tiva, she would have her children taken away as soon as they no longer need her for sustenance, and she would be married off as a lesser woman, or if nobody would take her, sent to the mine herself. Where? It would be bad, Mighty One. I see, Tak said icily. The penalty for trying to escape the kind benevolence of our kind overlords was just ritual execution, Kvan said, so we decided that if we must die, we would do so together. Tak nodded approvingly. We worked near a starport, I fixed and made things, and Tiva worked on an overlord's estate. I also profited from sin. Now that sounds interesting. I made things and fixed things that people shouldn't have, Kvan said. I also could obtain things that people should not have. I recently was able to acquire was blasphemous books, movies, games. Anything one's heart could possibly desire from the Republic. That is how I met Captain Rob. And he got you two out. Yes, Great One, Kvan said. We pledged ourselves and our children and our children's children to his service if he would save us. The great Captain Rob said not to worry about it as long as I could hook him up with someone to replace me, which I was able to do. He then, at great risk to himself, stole us from our rightful masters and spirited us away. I like him already. He is a great man, Kvan said, I am honored to meet such a noble, courageous, and generous soul. He gave us passage and shared his food without asking for anything in return. He said that I had made him plenty of cash already. So why did you come here, to Jupiter, and especially why the hell did you go to Zeus 7? Kvan sighed happily. On his magnificent vessel, which he actually owns, can you believe it, Great One, a man so wealthy that he owns a starship. Tak smiled. Truly magnificent, he agreed. On his grand flying palace, Kvan sighed happily, the noble and mighty Captain Rob discovered hyper roaches on board. They smelled so enticing that I couldn't help but sample one. They are delicious. I think I see where this is going, Tak smiled. The great Captain Rob said that we could have as many of them as we wished. We delighted in them until we could find no more. You ate a hyper roach infestation. We apologized profusely for our greed, but Captain Rob said that he was so wealthy that a few snacks meant nothing to him. Tak laughed. He also said that if we loved them so much, he knew of a magical paradise where the creatures were so great in number that we would never be able to eat them all, and said that he would take us there, and he did. The great Captain Rob should have taken you to Zeus 1 and had you go through customs. I might have to have a little chat with him about that. He said the same, Mighty One, Kvan replied, but we were terrified and begged him not to turn us in for fear of being returned to our owners. He said that it would probably work out and delivered us to that wonderful place. Well, he was right, Tak shrugged, it did work out after all. We will never forget how wonderful it was there, even if it was only for a short time, my lord. Well, Tak replied, we will get you back there as soon as possible. You will. Kvan snort-tootled, I mean, thank you, great and mighty. On one condition, Tak said, cutting him off. Anything, oh great one. Call me Tak, he said with no small measure of annoyance, just fucking Tak. That is the only thing I demand. That's it. Tak. My fucking name is Tak. Yes, oh mighty Tak. God fucking damn it. Tak yelled, just Tak. Nothing else before or after it. Got it. Yes. Tak. There, Tak said with a smile, that wasn't so hard, was it? Now you can stay on Zeus 7 as long as you wish, you, your kids, and any other of your species that just happens to show up for some unknown reason. The place is huge. Before that happens, we need to make sure you didn't poison yourselves eating off of lab equipment, give you both a checkup, make sure that a diet of Jovian rice and roaches is sufficient for your physiology, give you a little bit of training on what is safe in there and what will kill you dead, and get you some proper cookware for fuck's sake. Kvan stammered. Since you no longer have to hide, Tak said with a smile, we do have some areas that we have rendered safe-ish, and I would, until you are fully trained, ask that you remain in those areas, but there are plenty of roaches, clean water, and rice. They are also closer to the dock, so it will be convenient for all of us. You have kids on the way, and they will need pre- and postnatal care. Why, Tak, Kvan asked, why would you do all of this? Why not? It is my station, after all. Your. Yep, Tak replied, I own all of this. I can do whatever I want, and I want you to stay there. Besides, I think you will become very useful in time. I will. Tak smiled. You can move safely in absolute darkness and have at least some technical ability and a bit of, shall we say, spirit. That station was abandoned very quickly in the end and has never been salvaged properly. I've always meant to do it, but there has always been something else more pressing going on, or simply too understaffed. Those Hitachi micro-welders you dredged up? Now those are worth retrieving and decontaminating. So are a lot of other things. Bring those things to me, and I will make it worth your while. The place also needs some permanent staff. This might come as a shock to you, but a full-time job there is not something humans want. Zeus 7 could use not only you but probably a few more of you. I don't understand, Kvan said, you would do all of this for me. I'm very successful, Tak replied, do you know how I got that way? No, Ogria. I mean no, Tak. When I see something promising, I take advantage of it, and I think you are very promising where Zeus 7 is concerned. I will benefit from this far more than you, trust me. Tak got up. Now I'm sure you are both pretty exhausted, he said. So I'm going to give you some space. Once the doctors have made sure you haven't licked the wrong beaker, we'll send you back to your new home, show you the safe zone, and work out the rest as time permits. Thank you. Tak. Wait, a voice called out from underneath the sheet. Yes. I have to know, Tiva said, still hiding. Why did you leave such treasures in that place? Because it was all completely infested with roach eggs, Tak chuckled, back then, we didn't quite know how to deal with them, and they were wrecking entire ships and stations. Your favorite treat is one of the worst pests there is. We couldn't risk taking anything out of that damned place. So we decided to just shut the doors and deal with it later, over 100 years ago. Never got around to it. If they are such a pest, Tiva asked. Then why do you give up so much of your wealth feeding them? For one thing, Tak smiled, Jovian rice is not expensive. However, the most important reason is that I always repay my debts, and I owe those little monsters everything. You do? Tiva asked, how do you owe a pest everything? Tak sighed and sat back down. He turned to one of the guards he long ago gave up trying to run off. Could one of you get me some coffee, he said with a smile, this is going to take a while. He turned to his two new residents. Get comfortable, he smiled sadly as a doctor carrying a very large scanner rushed into the room, I'm about to tell you a little story. He sighed. Have you two ever heard about the Soul Wars? The B-Team, a side character extravaganza. Vi. Jaruz exclaimed happily down the hallway, waving his tail rapidly as Gavin quietly face-palmed. This is entirely your fault, you know, his foreman chuckled. I know, Gavin replied with a rueful smile. See you tomorrow. Jaruz called out. Vi. He slithered happily into the office. He was so nice he exclaimed, his jaw hanging open slightly in his equivalent of a smile. His jaw shut as he looked at the expressions of the people in the office. Wath? He asked as his eyes widened, did I do something bad? Jaruz. Gavin said carefully. Am I in trouble? Jaruz wailed in agonized confusion. What did I do now? Jaruz. Gavin said a bit more forcefully, you are definitely not in trouble. I'm not. He asked, then why are you all looking at me like that? Thathy you must stop look. I need to make this very, very clear. Gavin said carefully, you are not in trouble, and I am not reprimanding you, nor will you experience any reprisal of any sort. Oh no. Jaruz wailed, you are thalking all funny. That means that I really messed up. What did I do? You didn't mess up, Jaruz, Gavin smiled as the room all chuckled despite itself. It was impossible to stay mad at the danger noodle. I did. I made the mistake of not clearly defining my expectations, again. Gavin looked at the tablet in his hands and winced. When I told you to help the nice lady from during her visit, Gavin said, trying not to burst into laughter, I meant to unlock doors, fetch records, let me know if she needed anything specific, maybe get her a coffee or some lunch if she wanted. I did not mean help as help find extra things to gig us on. But you said help her. Jaruz said in a small voice. Oh no. Am I going to get? Gavin snatched a spray bottle off his desk and pulled the lever, sending a harmless jet of water at Jaruz. Bad Jaruz. Gavin shouted, bad. You are not getting fired. If we were going to fire you over some stupid bullshit, we would have done it before now, dummy. In fact, this time, we couldn't if we wanted to. You're a fucking whistleblower now, asshole. He laughed. A whistleblower. A tattletale, the barrel-chested woman snickered. You told on us, she grinned. Oh no. Jaruz wailed, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Please don't be mad at me. We aren't mad, Gavin chuckled, and we still like you, but please stop giving that bitch more ammunition. Don't worry too much about it. Little Gull is a fucking beast, the foreman snickered. You probably didn't tell her anything she wouldn't have found out anyway. We have actually done pretty good so far. That's because we run a pretty tight ship, Gavin replied. But tomorrow, she's going into the new workshops. His expression turned serious. Tom, Linda, he said to the pair, let's head over there and make sure everything is perfect. But it isn't, and you know it, Linda replied. It's all drop cords and duct tape over there. And the power regulators are just homebrew electromagnetic breakers, the foreman added, it's like the second millennium in there. And we had to make them ourselves, Linda added. She's going to take one look in one of those panels, and it's all over. We might as well start ripping it all out now and send everyone home. If she wanted to shut us down, Gavin said calmly, she would have headed there first. I would have. I also certainly wouldn't have turned this into a 2-day inspection, either. She's been known to spend days on site when blood is in the water. She's giving us time to get our shit in order. We are going to test every one of those breakers with a real load, again, log the results, again, scan the drop cords for any degradation, again, make sure they are routed and secured properly, again, and for God's sake, pull out any multiple outlet strips those dingleberries hooked up behind our backs, again. Oh. Let's take the power cell chargers out of there, bring them into the main building, and hardwire them in. They are just going to have to live with the longer trip. She might still shut it down, but let's make sure no finds are lurking in that place we don't know about. He reached for his hat and headed for the door. Jaruz. He said as he turned to the nervously fidgeting creature. Yes. Get to your desk and start going through emails and online orders. I need you to pull up every single time we have tried to buy the right equipment and every single wait list we are on. Also, pull up all that shit you found concerning temporary and field expedient electric wiring. When she pitches a bitch tomorrow, I want to be able to shove a tablet right into her face. Yes, sir. Jaraz, I 1th let you down. You know what, Gavin smiled, I have absolutely no doubt about that. After they left, Jaraz hummed happily to himself as he wiggled the mouse with his tail, industriously going through pages of orders and emails. He wasn't going to let them down. And he was getting pretty good at this. A few minutes later, he slithered down off the really nice perch his friends had made for him and slithered over to the water cooler. Using his tail, he took his cup, filled it, and raised it to his lips, spilling only a little of it this time. As it splashed onto the jump sock they had come up with to protect him out on the shop floor, he realized that he still had Ms. Littlegull's nifty little penlight/inspection camera in his top side pocket. Oh, that's right. He realized. She had asked him to hold it for her while she wrote something down just before they went to the office at the end of the day. She must have forgotten. He scribbled down a note on a post-it with his tail. He was getting really good with his tail, reminding him to give it back to her. A convenient distance away, Tabitha Littlegull, veteran Republic Department of Labor investigator, lounged in her grav car and munched on a cold grilled spam mite, tomato L, and kinda lettuce sandwich. They didn't get wilty, soggy, or stale, for days if necessary, as she watched Jaraz pen that very same note on her car's display console. She smiled as she reached for her Sky Smack Insta's Choco Caffeine Ephedra Blast, now with genuine artificial coffee flavor crystals. They were good guys. She liked them. They ran a little fast and loose and were a bit sloppy where certain things were concerned, but nothing to lose sleep over. They had even already repaired the broken safety interlock that allowed Jaraz to open that access door in the first place. She even suspected it was out of actual contrition instead of concern over her appearance. That Gavin guy actually looked a bit nauseous and not out of concern for his wallet. She could tell that the incident had really shaken him. Of course, the final bit of evidence was how they treated the snake after she left. Many places would have turned him into a pair of boots for what he did. If they had done that, they would have gone down. She would be on the way back right now to eat them alive. She smiled. It was nice to be reminded that not everyone was a piece of shit. She punched in the address of her hotel, and her grav car flew off. As she enjoyed her dinner, she started researching magnetic circuit breakers and regulations concerning temporary and field expedient electrical regulations. She was not going to be caught off guard tomorrow. This was going to be fun, and she was looking forward to seeing what these gunrunners would come up with. She sipped her coffee and sighed. Now she had to make the hard decision, the one she had been avoiding. Was that entirely too likable little snick simply too stupid to survive in that work environment or not? There was somewhat undertrained, and then there was that guy. They might refuse to fire him. But that just made it her call, not theirs. Tiva happily spun around in a circle, admiring herself in the echoes from the smooth metal walls of their room. She looked beautiful. These clothes are wonderful, she gushed. They feel so good. Kvan smiled at her joy. She was right. He couldn't believe the finery they were simply handed. These were the finest jumpsuits he had ever beheld, made of some luxurious cloth that he had never felt before. And they fit perfectly. They were even given more than one. Astounding. The wealth of these humans was beyond understanding. Beyond understanding, he thought with amusement, a very common thought these days. The past 2 days had been a blur. They had been treated like royalty. No, better than royalty. Even the overlords themselves would be amazed. First, they had been swarmed by doctors, more than one for each of them. It turns out those magical cookers and wonderful cookware weren't cookware at all but arcane devices in which they worked their chemical magics. The knowledge terrified him. He had no doubt their chemistry was, beyond understanding, but he knew something about the subject. He had dabbled in many things plying the darker side of his trade, and the thought of drinking out of his other cooking pot was not a happy one. Serving his beloved Tiva and his unborn children out of it was the stuff of nightmares. Fortunately, the lab, not kitchen, they had raided had been used for testing of raw organic compounds that they somehow extracted from the huge planet beneath them. How did they do that? And none of them were that bad. They then said a bunch of words he didn't understand after that, but they said there was little to fear either for them or their unborn. It turns out that their water vessels were the real problem. They had just thought the pictures of the roaches on the side of them were pretty, but they were given injections that they claimed would clean them up. After that, there were more examinations where they were told that their lives before this magical place were far more damaging than anything they had experienced here and that they would be cured of things they didn't even know they had. Once again, he understood little. It was, once again, beyond understanding. Then there was the food. Oh. The food. It was amazing. Not only did they have the hyper roaches, they had worms, grubs, beetles, snails, all sorts of amazing things. They were even given pure, uncut algae. Not only that but something called seaweed. He had never seen, or tasted, the like. Tiva said that the overlords would dine on something like it, but she had never tasted it herself. Some of it even still had little snails still in it. It was straight from a real ocean. It turned out that their diet of roaches and Jovian rice wasn't quite enough, by human standards, but that they had been chronically malnourished for probably most of their lives. Someone called a nutritionist said that just a few additions would make their diet complete. Once again, completely beyond understanding, they were told not to worry about paying and that they would work it all out later once they were trained and given jobs. This worried him more than a little, but he was prepared to serve his new masters with everything he had. No matter what labor they demanded, he would do it. They said something about well above minimum wage, but he didn't quite understand what that meant. What he did understand was that they were going to be paid, in real money, the same money that the humans themselves used. Not only that, but they would be able to buy anything they wanted. Anything. They even said that all of the finery and the marvelous foods they had sampled would be cheap, easily purchased with money to spare. He would believe that when he saw it, but they had no reason to lie. He and Tiva were entirely at their mercy. His thoughts were interrupted by a quiet, for humans, knock at the door. "May I come in?" a voice inquired. Kvan went to the door, raised up on his rear legs, and pressed the panel that would cause the door to open, wondering once again about what exactly caused the magic door to work so well. Whatever it was, it had to be in the thin wall, which didn't leave much room for it to. He would worry about it later. He bowed low before the mighty human before him, completely shocked when the human bowed as well. "Good afternoon," a man wearing one of their luxurious jumpsuits said. "May I enter?" he asked again. "We are honored by your visit and powerless to oppose you, O great and mighty human," Kvan said as he, still bowing low, backed into the darkness of the room. "Tiva!" he exclaimed to his beloved, who was completely prostrate on the floor. "Turn on the lights to please the mighty human." "There's no need for that," the human smiled as he pulled out something from his pocket and put it over his eyes. "I can see just fine." "Of course, he can," Kvan thought. "And you do have the power to oppose someone entering your residence," the man said. "You are a free man, Kvan, no different than I am. You can also drop the whole bowing and scraping bit. We mighty humans don't get off on that." "Yes, O mighty human," Kvan replied, returning to a normal quadrupedal stance. The human sighed. They were worse than he thought. "Allow me to introduce myself," he said. "My name is Cable, and I am part of Zeus Industries' Security Division, External Affairs Section." "Greetings, my lord." "Okay, Kvan," Cable smiled, "that's going to get real old, real quick. We go by first names here. You are Kvan, and I am Cable. I appreciate what you are trying to do, but you need to get with the program." "Get with the program, oh might. Cable. Learn and adopt our ways," Cable replied gently. "We judge people by their character, personal qualities, and most importantly, how good of a job they do. We find overly submissive displays very off-putting. I know you are trying to show respect like you have been taught, but it comes across poorly. Forgive me, my..." Kvan caught himself. "Forgive me. Cable." "Nothing to apologize for," Cable replied. "That is the custom where you are from, and I bet that if you failed to do that to the overlords, it wouldn't be pleasant, would it?" "No. Cable. Well, we aren't the overlords, and making the implication that we are is something you don't want to do. We don't like people like them and definitely don't want to be treated the same way you would treat people like that." He stepped towards Kvan. "This is how you greet a human," he said. "You extend your hand like this," he said as he extended his own. "Like this." Cable then took his hand, surprising Kvan, and gripped it firmly. "Now you do the same," Cable replied. "You want a good firm handshake. Like this." Cable winced. "Strong little guy, aren't you?" he laughed, "a bit less firm, okay, now that's just a dead fish. A little firmer, firmer. Good. That's pretty good. Grip around that hard." Cable laughed again. "Don't think about it so hard. Just somewhere around there is fine." Cable then shook his hand. "Hello, my name is Cable." He paused. "Now you say your name." "My name is Kvan." "It's nice to meet you, Kvan." "It's nice to meet you, Cable." "Good," Cable smiled. "That's what you do when you greet a human for the first time. After that, just talk to us like you are talking to one of your own. That is our custom, and you should start trying to learn our ways." "Yes, mighty Cable." Kvan replied. "No," Cable replied. "No mighty Cable nonsense. Just Cable or just yes or even yeah. Yes. Cable." "Better," Cable smiled. "Now that that's out of the way, as I said, my name is Cable, and I work for Zeus Security Forces in their External Affairs section. We handle issues outside the Republic, including dealing with foreign governments, external threats, and the like. We also advise Zeus Corporate on xenological matters. As such, I will be your main point of contact and assist in your integration into both human society and Zeus Industries' unique culture. He smiled at the pair. I would also like to learn about you, your culture, and the Kilvan Dominion. I would appreciate it if you would let me learn from you. It would be an honor. Oh me, we would be happy to help, Cable. You learn fast, Cable smiled, that's a good sign. He took a seat and leaned forward meaningfully. Now, he said as his features turned wicked and predatory, tell me about the Kilvan. Honks, spattered with mud, stumbled as she wrestled with some long heavy cables. Every muscle she had ached as she gasped for breath. Creators, she was so tired, so tired. She tripped over a cable and fell to her knees, yelping with pain. Her legs shaking, she struggled to her feet. Jamal looked back at his new helper and waved happily. We are in the home stretch now. He called out happily, only a few hours and we got this one in the bag. Hours. Honks thought, blinking back tears. She had never been driven this hard before, not even on her home world. And Jamal? He just kept going and going and going. Just like all of the other humans. They were like machines. No. They were worse. Machines needed to be recharged. Machines broke. Humans did neither. They just kept going, even the other helpers. The apprentices and the journeymen. They were unnatural. They would go all day and all night without sleep, without even a real break, grabbing a mouthful of food or gulping some water or that coffee that they all seemed to use as deuterium. She didn't know how much longer she could last. Tears started to trickle down her cheeks. She was exhausted and hurt in ways she didn't even know she could hurt. She needed rest. She needed sleep. It was like her mind was frying in her skull. And they all just kept going. Her dream come true was a nightmare. She had finally found acceptance, a real shot at a real trade, a community of people who, despite what Jamal had said, were all too happy to share their knowledge, well, most of them, anyway. And it was all slipping through her fingers. She choked back a sob, gritted her teeth, grabbed the cables, and started dragging them through the mud. Easy money. Jamal smiled as he and Honks climbed into his grav lifter. Yet. Honks lied, easy. You are going to love your next check. Jamal said as he lightly tapped Honks's arm with his fist. She smiled weakly. I have to say, Jamal said as he entered the address for the closest waffle palace, I was a little worried when I took you on but damn, Honks. You have done really well. I'm proud of you. Honks's heart broke a little. Jamal sighed. Whew, I'm worn out. I'm telling you, a belly full of crap, a hot shower, and a bed sounds really good right now. Bed. Honks thought desperately. Sleep. The thoughts shone like the stars in the night. A few minutes later, she knew true despair as Jamal's phone rang. What's up? What? How the fuck did that happen? He said. Oh no. She thought. No 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 no. Dude, I am beat, he said. Is there anyone? Well, what about Candace? When? Well, shit. Dude, you don't need to tell me how important this is, Vila Luna and all that. Right. Well, I am going to eat a real meal, and then we will be en route. We should get there, around 0430 or so, give or take, and both my helper and I are on double and a half now, just so you know. I don't care if you have food there. I'm hungry now, asshole. Haha. See you then. He turned to Honks and smiled. We're going to have to eat quick, he chuckled ruefully, and sleep in the air again. That was the shipyard. You won't believe. Honks burst into tears, ugly ones. Honks. Sob. She started crying again, unable to speak. Jamal swiveled his seat to face her. What's wrong? He asked with concern. I'm so tired. Honks wailed. I can't. I just can't. Honks. I tried, sob. I tried so hard. I sob. I'm so tired, Jamal. I'm not a human. I'm not like you. Hey, Jamal said gently, laying his hand on her shoulder. It's okay. We've been going non-stop for days. A lot of humans can't hold up to what we do. If you need a break. You need a break. We'll grab some waffles, and then I'll drop you at a hotel along the way. I'm sorry, Jamal. Let's just get some food in you and get you checked in someplace, Jamal said gently. It was a quiet meal. Neither said much. I am such an asshole, Jamal thought as he looked away. I never even thought about her limitations. Poor kid must have been killing herself, and I didn't even notice. He isn't even looking at me, Honks thought, feeling heartbroken. I must be such a disappointment. No wonder humans don't want to hire us. We're worthless. Now that I've tried to stand among them, I see it now. I will never be like them, never. Jamal said quietly, I found you a room not too far from here and got you checked in. Thank you, Honks said, fighting back tears. I'll pay you back, I swear. It's a business expense, he replied, we were going to stay somewhere anyhow. Jamal picked up the tab, and they silently headed to the hotel. Okay, Jamal said as they pulled into the parking lot, you are all set. Give me a call when you wake up. I should know more about this trouble call then. You. Honks said, looking down, you could come up with me? Maybe for a little bit. What? I let you down, she said as she pulled her snout back, making her pony face, and unzipping her arc flash coverall. Maybe I could make it up to you? Since, you know, I can't do as much as a human, maybe I could do other things for you? Her voice froze when she saw the look on Jamal's face. Jamal was angry. She had never seen him look like that before. Honks, he said, if you were a human, do you know what I would do right fucking now? Jamal. I would throw you out of this truck, fire you on the spot, and then call the union. Not just my union but the RFL-CIO. You would never work a union job, any union job again. Honks just sat there in horror. But, he said sternly, you aren't a human, and you didn't know. We are pretty laid back, but there are some hard lines you don't cross. Trading sex on the job, for the job, is one of those lines. What you just did, we don't do. I should get rid of you right now because you just threatened my career. I did. Yeah, you did, Jamal replied grimly. But, you aren't one of us, and you didn't know that. You are also exhausted and not thinking straight. That's what we are going to say this was, understand? Aren't one of us. Honks's heart broke with an almost audible snap. Now you are going to get some sleep, and when you wake up, you will go to the union website and look up sexual harassment and sexual misconduct. You are going to find some training modules. You will take them. Yes, Jamal. I will hopefully be done with whatever is going on at the shipyard by then and had a shower and a nap myself. If you have any questions, we can discuss this then. Okay, she replied quietly, Jamal. Jamal said as he looked away, just go. Get some sleep. We'll talk about this later, if we must. Honks quietly got out and stood there as Jamal flew off. Several minutes later, a Kalish wearing a smart uniform walked up. Excuse me, he asked, are you okay? He backed away a little as Honks looked up. No, she said with tears in her eyes. Well, now I've seen everything, Tabitha Littlegull said the next morning as she looked into an electrical cabinet. She pointed a scanner at a strange tangle of components. I can see how that could work, she said, but I'm not an engineer. Hang on. She pressed send. We'll run that past the engineers and see what they say, she said. It was either that or make fuses, Gavin replied, and there is no way I'm going to do that. This is bad enough. While we're waiting, Tabitha said quietly, can we speak privately, about Jaraz? Gavin nodded. He was afraid this might happen. Let's step outside. Honks lay in the hotel bed as the morning light shined on her face. She didn't move, despite the glare. She couldn't. What had she been thinking? The look Jamal gave her. Why did she even think he would be interested? Only the freaks at the drop of oil were interested in something like her. Even her own family threw her out. Just like Jamal did. He was her alpha, and she was going to lose him just like before. Honks started crying again. Mr. Richardson, Tabitha said in her official voice, I understand why someone would take a liking to Jaraz. I honestly do. You taking on someone like him is commendable, but his complete lack of training puts him and everyone around him at risk. He's lucky his tongue grows back and snaps off so easily. If it hadn't, he would be dead. I know, Gavin responded, and that is entirely my fault. I made the mistake of assuming knowledge and skills that just aren't there, yet. Jaraz is a smart guy, but he's just so fucking ignorant it hurts. The game plan was to find him a better job while he was on disability, but he was losing his shit so badly that we put him in the office where the damage is contained, mostly. He tried to help by refilling the water cooler once. Oh dear God, Tabitha laughed. I wish I had a camera, Gavin smiled, it was amazing. And then there was the time he. Yes. Never mind, Gavin chuckled. I couldn't help but notice a scorch mark under his desk, Tabitha smiled. Oh, that, Gavin scoffed, it was there when I moved in. If you say so, Tabitha smiled. Look, I took some time to get to know Jaraz a little yesterday. Did he show you the pictures of his family? Tabitha winced. Did he mention how his little brothers and sisters can now go to school instead of working in places that are right out of our history books? How his mother is safe from the same conditions that already killed his father? God damn it, Tabitha muttered. He's actually a pretty good office snake, aside from the occasional water bottle. Or fire. He's a good office worker, Gavin insisted, and we confiscated his space heater. Probably wisest. We are giving him training, and I still believe in my soul there is something he can do. Gavin replied. For one thing, he's the one who found the regulations that said those breakers are still legit. He also came up with a solution for a design problem that had been kicking our ass. This isn't charity. He's worth something. I just need to find out what. I'm not firing him, and that's final. Okay, Tabitha replied, but it's your ass if this goes south. You know that, right? Painfully so, Gavin laughed. Well, Tabitha smiled, I think I'm done here. She tapped her tablet. There's my report. I trust you will correct the few minor issues I listed. Of course, Gavin smiled. Well, have a nice day, Tabitha replied as she walked away. Gavin looked at his phone. His eyes nearly popped out of his head as he started to scroll, and scroll. Little gull. He shouted as he started jogging after her. Hang on a second. Tabitha Little Gull just smiled and kept walking. Jamal walked through the airlock and removed his helmet. That was a clusterfuck. He had no idea he would actually wind up out here when this one started. Somebody needed to lose their card, maybe even go to jail. The eyes of the rest of the assembled experts indicated they agreed. So, an older woman with a half-shaved head growled, we gonna talk about this? Yeah, Jamal replied. We know who installed that bullshit. I'm going to find out, an old Kailsh rumbled. I documented everything and will submit a full report to the Union as well as the Department of the Navy. They're done. Any objections? The Kailsh asked. Silence. Well, thank you, everyone, he said, it sucks it took this to get us all in one spot again, but it's great to see all of you. Same here, senior, the old woman with the punk hairdo replied. You all want to head down to Lacey's, and grab a few. Sounds good. The group started heading out, everyone except for Jamal, who was staring at his phone. Resignation? What the fuck? Hey, Sparky, the old Kailsh growled, you coming? I can't, he replied, I got another fire to put out. It can't wait. That little issue you mentioned to me earlier. The Kailsh inquired. Jamal nodded. Sucks for you then, the Kailsh shrugged, come on, guys. First round's on me. Jamal pressed an icon. This is Jamal Mayweather, he said into his phone, yeah, that Mayweather. I need transport to the service an hour ago. It's urgent. Can you help? She's been like that since she came back, Littlefoot whispered to Kraxina as she rushed into the tent. Honks. Kraxina asked, you okay? Honks just lay there, silent and motionless. Honks. Kraxina asked quietly as she crawled on top of her, hugging her tightly. I messed everything up, Honks said quietly, Can I come back, please? Of course, you can, Kraxina said as she lay on her, still hugging. It's all I'm good for, Honks wept. Now hang on, Kraxina replied, you can come back if you want, but this sounds like something different. What happened? Honks burst into tears as she told Kraxina everything. A few hours later, Kraxina glared up at Jamal, who fidgeted uncomfortably. He was much bigger than her, but at the moment, he didn't feel like it. He felt like he was staring into the jaws of a dire wolf. A very pissed off one. May I speak to Honks, please? Jamal asked as Kraxina silently glared at him. Close the door, Kraxina said icily. I know this part is tedious and unpleasant, Charlotte said patiently to a motley group of Xenos sitting in front of her, each holding an actual slab of slate and a bit of chalk, that they cut themselves. Charlotte insisted, but I promise it will become very interesting indeed. However, before we can build a tower of knowledge that reaches heaven itself, we must first lay the foundation. That is what we are now doing. But do we have to do all of this? Someone whined. My dear sister, Charlotte smiled, a real one causing everyone to wince, you do not have to do anything. We know Pava saying, many hatch. You've hatched. You have peeked out of your tiny little egg and have crawled into this first shallow little puddle. Whether or not you proceed from this point is not for me to say, or to enforce. I shall lead the way, my young sister. My trail will lead you to that certificate, and beyond. It will lead to so many wonderful things. Follow or not. However, please do not detract from what little time we all have with these protestations. If I did not feel that you had to do all of this, I would not waste my time like you are doing right now. Giving my time to those who seek the light is my pleasure, honor, and sacred duty. As such, I have none to waste with the foolish or the lazy. Take up your stone and begin again or leave. I simply lay the trail. If someone tries to follow, I will never abandon them, no matter what it takes. They are my sister and my swarm and my life. If someone does not follow the trail, then they are not my sister and not my concern. Many hatch, dear. Many hatch. The Xeno fell silent. Now, my newly molted sisters, she smiled, begin a guy. They all fell silent as Kraxina's angry voice screeched and chittered. Man, another Xeno giggled, someone fucked up. I wonder who is in there. I think I saw a human walk in, yet another replied, you know, the cute guy who makes the lights go. She did not like that in voice, someone else whispered. This sounds worse than that, someone whispered. Do you think something happened with Honks? I thought I saw her earlier. Charlotte sighed as she lost control of her outdoor classroom, again. There was always something going on. It was great for her actual assignment but a terrible environment for learning. Still, her classroom was a welcome bit of normalcy, and the chaos made up for the fact that they were so boringly compliant as opposed to a hunt of newly molted underclassmen. She paused to appreciate the colorful language coming from Kraxina's newly installed Port A office. Who would have thought that something so small, soft, and cuddly could become so hard, spiky, and terrifying the way that she did? The others of her kind said it was because she had become a mother. A mother. Was this part of their strange reproduction practices? As her class whispered and giggled, she started to ponder this. Maybe this is why it was so successful, not because of the resources expended on the young, but what it turned the parents into. Something to think about, and include in her next report. Jamal quietly opened a tent flap. Honks looked up at him with wounded eyes. Hey, he said quietly. Honks looked down and didn't say anything. Look, Honks, he said, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I pushed you too hard. I had no idea you were having so much trouble keeping up. I was just going like I always do. You are so human. I forgot you weren't one. Look, if you are having trouble, tell me. If you need a break or a bite to eat, take one. That's what we do, and I assumed you would do the same. I just had a talk with Kraxina. Honks made a quiet little chuckle. Kraxina was furious. That probably didn't go well. She told me about you, your people, what you are, some other things. Honks flinched. You were waiting for permission to take a break, to eat, or drink, weren't you? Honks nodded miserably. I didn't know, Jamal said as he sat down on the cushions beside her. We don't do that. You were waiting for permission that would never come, and I had no idea you needed it. I just thought you were a hard charger. Honks started crying. I couldn't keep up. I tried so hard. Do you have any idea how long I've done this? Jamal asked, what I've been through? I built up to this over years. You're just starting, Honks. Every new kid, human or not, gets their asses kicked by this job. I was afraid you wouldn't want me. Well, I do, Jamal replied. You learn quickly and work your ass off. Just don't kill yourself doing it, okay? Honks smiled weakly. And about that other thing, Jamal said uncomfortably. Honks looked away. Kraxina explained that too, he said desperately wishing he didn't have to talk about this, about how your species works, the three sexes and all that, and how your sex works within their family, how work duties and sexual ones are all fucked up. By our standards. He added hastily. You didn't know and were just trying to. He shifted uncomfortably. You were just. He looked away. This was just weird. I'm just saying I get it now, he said after a second. He sighed heavily. She also told me about how your family rejected you, kicking you out of their vehicle and driving off, exactly like I did. Honks started to weep again. I had no idea, he said, I honestly just meant go to the hotel, get some sleep, and we would talk about this later. I had absolutely no intention of abandoning you. You didn't. I didn't, he smiled gently, we don't have families quite the same way, but you are my helper and will become my apprentice. That is kind of like a family, just without the sex. We're a family. Yeah, Jamal replied, kinda. For me to kick you out of my truck the way your first family did, you would have to really fuck up bad. I thought I did, she whimpered. I thought I lost you. Because I fucked up bad, Jamal sighed. Look, this is all new territory for me in more ways than one. I've never taken somebody on like this before, and nobody has taken on one of you before. There are bound to be surprises along the way. He put his hand on Honks's shoulder as she lay there. I think this is important, he said, not only that you are important or that we are important. He sighed. It's bad, Honks, he said, it wasn't always like this, you know. We humans and Kailsh didn't always work like we do now. It's the war. We lost so many people, good ones. That's why we drive ourselves into the dirt. We have too much to do and no time to do it. Do you think I like working the way I do? I hate it. I used to have a life, you know. He looked down. Now I just work. I work every day like my life and the lives of everyone else depend on it because it's the truth. The bug is coming, honks, maybe not today or tomorrow, but they will come back, and if we aren't ready, it's over. He looked at her earnestly. We need good techs, millions of them that we don't have. We need you. You need me. Yeah, Jamal said quietly, I do. We do. We desperately need more of us, and building you is every bit as important as building another warship. We're fighting for our lives. We're just doing it with wrenches. Every job we do down here keeping everything running means one more person, up there, building our fleet. After how I treated you, Jamal said, I really don't have the right to ask, but would you come back to work for me? I'll try to be better at this. I promise. Oh, Jamal. Honks cried as she embraced him tightly. And fondly, entirely too fondly. Sorry. She exclaimed as she jumped back. It's okay, Jamal said, clearly flustered. About that, he added uncomfortably, I get it now, but we humans keep that separate. I can be your employer, your teacher, and your mentor, or I can be your lover, not both, okay? Honks nodded. But I don't have to be both, he said gently, I don't require it, and you shouldn't feel that you need to do it. But what if I want to? She said quietly, like you said, we are different, and you are such a good alpha. So strong and so kind, so giving, so wonderful. Jamal coughed. He really didn't want to have this conversation or even think about it too much. Honks, he said carefully, I'd be lying if I said that I hadn't, I think you are pretty great, too. You do. But, he said firmly, that can't happen. You are my helper, and if we started anything, it would completely discredit the both of us. Nobody in the Union would ever take either of us seriously again. I could survive that, he said, you can't. You would never get to become a helper for anyone else, and you would never get your apprenticeship. I won't do that to you because I care about you. Honks looked away. I understand. They sat in silence for a while. What do we? Honks said quietly, what do we do? We take a few days off, Jamal smiled, and then, after both of us are rested up a bit. He grinned. We get back to work. Yes, Jamal, Honks smiled. Ultra low effort shitpost, goddammit, Tartarus. Private message, author 01 to Tartarus detention facility // goddammit, Tartarus, I told you to be careful. / private message, Tartarus detention facility to author 01 / I am being careful, my dear / private message, very annoyed author 01 to Tartarus detention facility / oh, really, / private message, author 01 to Tartarus detention facility / well, / private message, Tartarus detention facility to author 01 / you're talking to your characters again. Have you been taking your meds, / Tartarus detention facility has left the chat. / author 01, oh no you don't. Get back here, / Eno goes Yellowstone and Shell Oron gets a big surprise. Humming a happy tune, Gloria skipped into the ship's maintenance area. Hi, Chief, she said in a cute cheerful voice. Hi, Gloria, the chief replied as he waved one of his wide, leathery, frond-like hands. Still have no idea what your ship is made out of. Me neither, Gloria giggled, but I'm here for something else. Do you have any titanium plate lying around? I have some on the rack, the chief replied as he reached for his plasma cutter. How much do you need? Oh, don't go cutting our stock, she said happily, do you have any offcuts or anything? How big? I'm not picky, Gloria chirped, something about like this, she added, gesturing with her hands. This work? The chief said as he rooted around a little and pulled out a dinner tray-sized piece of Titan plate. That's perfect. Gloria purred as she accepted the piece of armor plating and tucked it under her arm. Thanks, Chief. She happily skipped away. After she left, the intercom light switched on. You just gave it to her? Bunny asked dubiously. You're goddamn right I did. The chief replied as he returned to what he was doing, I'm not feeling especially suicidal at the moment. He winced. He should not have said that. Have you been feeling suicidal of late? Bunny asked. No, Bunny, he sighed, I have not been feeling remotely self-harmy at all. I only ask because I care, Bunny replied, well, that and because. I told you that temporary restriction of Acacia's oxygen intake prolongs and increases the intensity of orgasms. I was just harvesting tubers, you invasive fuck. I was holding a dead man's switch and everything. Would you please just drop it? Okay, Bunny replied, but you know that if you ever need to talk to someone, I'm here. Oh, for fuck's sake. The chief exclaimed. How about you just watch me jerk off like you always do and raise the alarm if my vitals get too low? Deal. Bunny exclaimed cheerfully, I'll even help if you want me to. What? Bunny burst out into laughter. Not funny. The chief laughed because it was, in fact, funny. Seriously though, Bunny said, you could add wireless to that dead man's switch. That actually wouldn't be a bad idea, the chief mused. Creepy as fuck, but not a bad idea. Just think of it as a, snark, helping hand. They both howled with laughter for a moment. Hey, Bunny. Yeah, chief. Do you have any idea what Gloria has planned for that titanium plate? Not a clue, Bunny replied, but I am recording every second of this. Put up a hollow, the chief said as he pulled out an omnimeter. Shelloran curled up on the deck, paralyzed by shock and misery. Gloria was so mean. But she was right. Every horrifying word was absolutely correct. The dead/not dead woman was right. I know she's right, Shelloran muttered, shut the poop up. She looked over at the cicadas. They spent 8 years hiding in the soil, safely asleep as they grew, and then took wing, their form whole and complete, their ultimate destiny met in the barest flicker of time. Then, even more peace. She envied them. She envied them so much. Choose. Oh, go jump in a pond, she muttered. Shelloran, Ino said in a compassionate voice as he walked around the corner. I brought you some food. I thought you might. He froze as he saw Shelloran curled up, motionless. His eyes latched onto the bag. Cicadas. Ino finally went Yellowstone. Gloria sauntered into the galley where Mike and Lorna were sitting together, as they always did. Lorna was feeding Mike pudding. Ah, Gloria sneered, here comes the shuttle. Fuck you, Gloria, Mike said as he opened wide. Jealous. Lorna smirked. Oh, wherever will I find someone to? Gloria. Ino bellowed as he charged into the room like an enraged gorilla, balled up one of his massive fists. And unleashed a lethal, bone-crushing cock-crunch splat. He howled in pain as Gloria peeked from behind the titanium slab held between her two hands. She smiled. Her arms shot outward, driving the flat plate into Ino's face, followed by a brutal kick to his balls. He started to double over. Another kick to his knee sent him to the floor, no longer sure which injury to clutch in agony anymore. And that's, kick, why, kick, you, kick, don't hit, kick, girls. Kick, kick, kick. Pause, kick, brutal kick after brutal kick was precisely applied. Gloria. Lorna said as she cautiously approached. Gloria looked up happily. 1 sec, she smiled. She raised her leg, angling the heel of her boot downward. Samuels. Sheila's voice boomed over the intercom and echoed down the hall. Stand. Down. Gloria shrugged. She looked at the bloody mess at her feet and sneered. You just got lucky, she said. And you two just stood there. Sheila demanded. What the fuck did you want us to do about it? Lorna demanded. I am not going up against either of those fuckers unless I got a green light. Jacob. Sheila's voice echoed across the entire ship, first aid needed in the galley. Gloria. Go to your quarters and stay there. Jacob, let me know the second that stupid fuck is stable. Gah. The halls fell silent. Ino. Shelloran said as she wandered into the room, clutching a bag of cicadas, why did you run? Ino. She cried out as she rushed to him. She looked around the room in shock and confusion. What happened to him? Gloria, Lorna said quietly, Gloria happened to him. Hiss. Shelloran crouched over Ino, her eyes starting to glow. Well, this should be fun, Gloria smiled happily as she dropped into a fighting stance. Oh, for fuck's sake. Sheila shouted over the intercom. I have fucking had it. Sheila shouted as she paced the galley/mess hall in front of the entire ship. We haven't been stuck on this ship for that long, and we are at this point. She snarled. To be fair, Jacob said, it feels like we've been stuck here for months. Well, we haven't. Sheila snapped. We are falling apart. Insubordination, security breaches. She glared at Jessie, who grinned back, not improving Sheila's mood, and now fights. She glared at Ino and Gloria. You were about to kill each other. Pay back, bitch. Gloria sneered. Shut up. Sheila yelled. She then stared at Sheloran, who wilted under her gaze. You are a guest here, she snapped. I've let you move freely, but one more little display like that, and you will spend the rest of our time together locked in your quarters and will be dumped when we get to Mega, got it? Yeah. That's yes, Captain. Yes, Captain, Sheloran said meekly. Do you have any idea what would have happened if you actually made a move on one of my crew for any reason? Sheila snarled, I would have given Mike and Lorna the order to open fire on your blue ass. Yay, us, Lorna said quietly. With the rest of the crew getting the order a second later. A pack of Harkeen is one thing. We are another. Never forget that. Yes, Captain, Sheloran squeaked. Now go to your quarters while I decide what to fucking do with you, Sheila snapped. Sheloran meekly got up and left. After Sheloran left, Sheila glared at her crew. Discipline will be maintained. She snarled, we are in an active operation, and in an active operation, I am the commanding officer. Maybe you have all forgotten that. This ship will operate in accordance with both our bylaws and by the code of the Brethren of the Void. Do not test me. Yes, ma'am, the crew said quietly. Our mission, our survival, and quite possibly the Republic depends on our professionalism, discipline, and bearing. Don't make me the bad guy, please, but don't doubt for a second that I will be that bad guy. Got it? Yes, ma'am. Dismissed, Sheila barked. Gloria, Ino, stay where you are. The rest of the crew gave them a sympathetic glance as they got the fuck out of there. Sheila closed the door. Okay, she said, leveling her gaze at the pair, making them both cringe a bit. That's twice now. 2 times you two have tried to kill each other. I wasn't going to kill him, Gloria replied, not all the way. You're 1-1 now, she said to Gloria. Are you satisfied, or do I have to lock you in your quarters until it's time to unleash you? I'm good, Gloria said with a cute little smile. Get out, Sheila said with a weary tone. And you are on thin ice. One more fuck up, and it won't be the frog that gets locked in her room. You got it. Major. Gloria said cheerfully as she bounced up from her chair and sauntered to the door. Major. Ino exclaimed, you are just going to let her go? After what she did to Sheloran. Close the door on your way out, would you, Lieutenant? Yes, ma'am. She turned to Ino, the last person in the room. What, exactly, did she do to Sheloran, Ino? Sheila said in the you are in the deepest of shit tone. She. Ino spluttered, she hit her or something. Did she? Sheila smiled grimly, Bunny, would you play the appropriate log, starting when Gloria first approached Sheloran? You got it, boss lady. After the recording, Ino sat there, spluttering. Not the kindest of chats, Sheila said, looming over the giant, but did it really justify you attacking her? Ino looked down. Twice, Ino, Sheila said in a terrifyingly dispassionate voice, that's 2 times you have attacked, seriously attacked, a fellow crew member. Oh, we roughhouse, tussle, occasionally prank, even stun each other from time to time. She looked at him with officer eyes. But you sought to do real bodily harm to a fellow member of this company on 2 separate occasions. Now, the first time, Sheila said with a grim face, I let that slide. To be honest, I wanted to strangle her myself. Ino just sat there, quiet and completely terrified. You inflicted actual injuries on her to the point that she required medical treatment beyond what we could provide here. You are lucky that either she or her family didn't come after you for that. It could have torn this company apart. With everyone taking sides, it almost did tear this company apart. A lot of people were calling for your dismissal, or worse. Ino looked up, shocked. I won't tell you who said what, Sheila replied, but your history was discussed, a history that I had some real reservations about when you were voted in. Ma'am. Ino said as if he couldn't breathe. She pulled out her communicator. Quartermaster, she said calmly, would you please report to the galley? Yes, Captain, Greg replied with a sigh. He was afraid of this. Sheila. Ino gasped, Major. Captain. Please. What, exactly, is our current mission, Ino? Sheila asked with a slight snarl. We are supporting Lieutenant Samuels as she strikes targets vital to the Republic itself, deep in Republic space. She leaned down inches away from Ino's face. Gloria is the fucking mission. Ino flinched, closing his eyes. And you went off half-cocked and jeopardized that mission over a fucking Xeno. You picked your girlfriend over the motherfucking Republic. She's not. She is your girlfriend, Sheila snarled, you just aren't getting any. Eno started to protest but fell silent. If Gloria hadn't kicked your ass so bad, I had to save your life, you could have very well thrown away the only reason we are all going to be fugitives for life and the only chance we have of making that sacrifice worthwhile. I now have to make a very difficult decision, and you are lucky that we are making port soon, or that decision would be much harder. Ma'am. Eno said, unsure of exactly which title to use, it gets really confusing. I didn't pick Shell Oran over the Republic. I never would. I just saw her laying there and lost your fucking mind, Sheila said, just like you lost your mind the last time and the times before you joined our crew. He looked down at the floor. You know, Sheila said as Greg entered the room, you are a lot more of a danger than Gloria. With Gloria, we know what she is. She's honest. She doesn't pretend to be anything other than what she is, fucked up as that might be. You're different. You lie. You cover it up. And we fell for it. The only one who didn't was Gloria, and you had better thank her the next time you see her. She turned to her quartermaster, and sergeant major and second in command, like I said, confusing. Greg. I talked to Gloria, and she says she's comfortable with Eno remaining if we are comfortable with her killing him next time. She also said that we should consider how the situation appeared if we were a fucking moron who hasn't gotten laid for so long he is sniffing a frog's asshole. Greg smirked. And entered that exact statement in our official log. Sheila chuckled. Have you prepared Eno's dishonorable payout? Yes, ma'am. Keep it on file, locked in at today's valuation. Yes, ma'am. Eno, she said, you are hereby disenrolled from this crew for actions against the ship and crew suspended for a period of 2 years, after which it will be reviewed, and your continued membership will be put to a general vote. Should you be invited to remain, you will receive your full share in any back revenue due. Do you understand? Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Don't thank me, Sheila said, thank Gloria. You are only still here because she allowed you. He nodded, saying nothing. I would do some other punishment bullshit, but what the fuck am I going to do, confine you to the ship? Have you flogged and be a man down? Extra duty? I don't feel like choking on fresh paint fumes, and having you sweep robotically cleaned floors is just stupid. Just get back to work. Yes, ma'am, thank you, ma'am. Fuck up one more time, even a little bit, and you are confined to quarters until we replace you. Fuck up like you did today, and you will leave this ship immediately whether we are docked or not. Don't test me on this. We didn't have court-martials on Corvux. I understand. Get out of my sight. Eno slunk out of the room like a freshly castrated dog. I fucking hate this, Sheila sighed as she reached into the fridge and pulled out 2 beers, handing one to Greg. It was bad enough in the service but here. She turned up the bottle. For the record, he said as he opened his, I think you handled it perfectly. For the record, Sheila said as she wiped her mouth, this company has been going downhill ever since the fucking White Star. She finished the bottle. I wish I never even looked at that goddamn ship, she muttered. That evening Shell Oran lay in her bunk staring at the ceiling. She couldn't sleep. Everything, every truth that Gloria had told her just played over and over. Over and over. She wondered if this was what Gloria's life was like, just 50 million times worse. She couldn't imagine what that would be like. You will find out soon enough. Now you are just trying to be mean, Shell Oran replied, and I'm too tired to give a poop. The intrusive thought evaporated, for all the good it did. She rolled around and clutched at one of her pillows. I wish Kraxina was here, she thought. She chuckled. Who would have thought she would desperately want someone to cling to, some warmth, some contact, just the simple basic comfort of someone nearby to ease her into much-needed slumber. She hugged her pillow tightly. It helped. But nowhere near enough. An hour later, Eno was also staring at the ceiling. Disenrolled. He felt a lump in his throat. Dishonorable discharge. He'd been here before, and it didn't feel any better the second time around. He had finally found a unit, found honor, found pride. He could hold his head high, once again a member of something special, something elite. Something better than himself, what he really was. A tear trickled down his cheek. Why didn't he just ask? He could have just asked Shell Oran. He could have asked Bunny. She would have known, and would have raised the alarm if anything close to what he thought happened actually did. He should have known it wasn't what he thought, but once again, he didn't think. He stopped thinking years ago when the bug were cutting down people, soldiers and Xeno alike. He didn't have time, and if he did, there was no way he could charge out there again and again. And when he got his hands on one of those things, he didn't have to think about that either. He let out a strangled sob. He couldn't lose everything again. He couldn't lose another unit, another team. Not again. He would rather die. He could. There was a quiet knock at the door, interrupting a very dangerous line of thought. He opened the door to reveal Sheloran, still clutching her pillow, clad in one of Gloria's t-shirts, now pressed into service as a nightgown. Sheloran. He asked, what are? Do you need something? Are you feeling ill? No, she said, looking down and twisting her foot, I can't sleep. Welcome to the club, he said, but I'm not sure if I have anything that would work safely. I could check. No, Sheloran stammered, it's stupid, never mind. She turned to leave. What is it? Ino asked, if I can help, please, let me help at least someone today. Sheloran said, clearly embarrassed, I'm not used to sleeping alone anymore. Not like that. She squeaked at Ino's shocked expression, I mean sleep. I've had Kraxina living with me for so long, and keeping her out of your bed is impossible. I guess I sort of got used to it. And today was so rough I mean. Ino just shrugged. Maybe it would help. It's not like he was actually simping for her, not physically. He just smiled. Sure, he shrugged, I had a custom bed installed. There is plenty of room. They climbed into bed together and Sheloran nestled in close, clutching his arm. It wasn't long before she fell asleep. He looked over at her and smiled. You know, he thought, this isn't that bad. It's kind of nice. There was something about her that was just soothing. As he rapidly started to join her in much-needed rest, he thought about what the crew would say when they saw her leave his quarters. It didn't matter. He was already so deep in the shit he couldn't really get any deeper without getting thrown out of an airlock. I mean, what's the worst that could happen? The next morning Sheloran awoke happier and more rested than she had been since the morning before the drop of oil burned. She felt wonderful. She pulled herself in closer and laid her arm over Ino. And touched something. Something big. Something where it definitely was not supposed to be. Her eyes flew open. Ino had a massive erection, bigger than any she had the misfortune of accidentally witnessing back at the drop. Squealing in horror, she leaped from the bed, clutching the sheets around her. Wah! Ino said as he awoke, what? You, want that? Sheloran squeaked, with me. What? Ino said, now fully awake and trying to process. What do you mean Juan? He looked down. Oh no. He exclaimed, no. It's not like that. It's just something that happens when. I know exactly when it happens. Sheloran squeaked, flailing at the door, which started to open. Squeezing through the still opening door, Sheloran fled into the hall, clutching the sheets around her, completely obscuring her improvised nightgown. Sheloran. Ino called out, putting his pillow over his erection as he stepped into the hall, wait. Mike and Lorna were, once again, in the galley. Lorna was cooking breakfast. Something smells good, Gloria said as she walked in wearing a pair of shorts and a halter top. Mike and Lorna looked at each other dubiously. Make me some. I don't know, Lorna replied, you gonna earn these eggs the same way Mike did. Sure, Gloria said as she plopped down next to Mike, you wanna spread them right here, or you wanna? Sheloran sprinted past the open doorway, clutching a sheet around her. The trio fell silent, looking at each other. Sheloran. Ino's voice echoed down the hall. Did? Mike said after a moment, did we all just see that? Yep, Lorna replied. Sheila is right, Gloria said with pure delight, this ship is going straight to hell, or at least Ino is. She looked up. Hey, Bunny. All Bunny could do was laugh over the intercom. Sheila, in her grey boxers and army t-shirt, opened the door to her quarters with a bit of reluctance. Yesterday sucked. Yesterday sucked bad, but some weird fucked up dynamics finally broke and did so with minimal damage. Gloria had even been surprisingly merciful. She was expecting far worse. She also was able to address some rather disturbing and potentially dangerous trends with the crew. Maybe, just maybe, things might. Sheloran, appearing to be clad only in a sheet, bolted past. Sheila stood there for a moment. Nope. She shouted, turned around, closed the door behind her, and went back to bed. Deshparath Measurest. Well past nightfall, Jaraz parked his little bubble scooter, one of the smallest gravitic vehicles legally allowed to carry passengers, into its charging cradle and slithered out onto the gravel walkway in front of his single whiteout in the woods less than 15 minutes from his job. Of course, with the speeds those little scooters could reach, 15 minutes got him pretty far out into the wilderness. He slithered happily up the steps to the entrance, and wound his body up one of the handrails, already beginning to become polished through use. He paused at the top of the rail and admired his domain. He was doing pretty well for himself, far better than he could have ever dreamed. His spiffy little scooter was a bit used but really reliable. Everyone had congratulated him on his choice, a pre-war Terran flying swallow. He didn't have the heart to tell everyone that the only reason he picked it was that he liked the name. He had no idea that it was a classic. Or that it could go fast. That little thing could move. It was just a little streamlined bubble, barely large enough to hold a single human, and didn't have a reactor, just a capacitor bank. It was nothing but thrusters and just enough metal to keep the thing from flying apart. He loved it. Technically, it was capable of supersonic and high-altitude flight, but that required extra, and pricey, inspections to unlock, and he didn't go cross-country, so he hadn't bothered with it. Neither had the dealer, or so they claimed. Jeruz wasn't so sure. A mock-rated one was worth a lot more than he paid and would have been more than worth the dealer's time and money to at least check. He was just a dumb snick, but he wasn't stupid, and used car dealers were a thing where he was from as well. He didn't mind. It was nifty and zippy and got him where he wanted to go. Maybe one day he would see about fixing it up, but getting one mock-rated was a notorious money pit that often cost thousands more than even the experts expected, or so my tube said. He had better uses for his money. Snick school tuition back home wasn't cheap, and he was sending 4 little noodles through it at the same time. He didn't need to break the sound barrier. He looked across his estate. Well, that's what he would call it. What else would you call 15 acres with a nice little stream going through it? Land, especially out here, was cheap in the Republic. Once he was officially part of the First Nations, he only had to file for a homestead and they just gave him one. Unbelievable. He was officially a landowner. Getting land in an incorporated zone could get pricey, but out here in Nations territory, it was literally free. Most people owned or rented in a town and just had their homestead as a camp or other recreational area, but thanks to his little scooter, he could be anywhere about as fast as he wanted, even the city, and not have to pay rent. Using his tail, he pressed an icon on the dimly glowing touchscreen near the door of his mansion, another lavish purchase that was unbelievably cheap. It was a scrub-view ash-ship portable tube home, or a single-wide, according to his friends. Jeruz loved it. It was a huge 2-bedroom model and was completely refurbished and self-contained. All he had to do was have it delivered and the deuterium tank filled. It even recycled wastewater. Technically you didn't even need a water source. A water tank was more than enough to keep this thing going almost indefinitely. It used a lot of energy, though. Most people dug a well and put in responsible drainage instead. For him, it was easy. An intake and outflow hose to the stream, plus rain collector, did the trick. The trailer took care of all the water treatment automatically. He wasn't sure exactly how it worked. All he knew was that the water tasted amazing and that he wasn't doing any harm to the environment, a huge no-no in the Republic, with his effluent. What he exhausted was clean enough to use for a fish pond or a garden, 2 things he was definitely considering. A built-in scanner switched on briefly, verifying his identity. Then, the door opened automatically, and the interior lights switched on. Jeruz slithered down the handrail and went inside. He couldn't help but smile a little. It was refurbished but unfinished when he got it, another bargain, but he had decorated the walls with intricate patterns from his home world and filled the inside with cat trees and other wonderful furnishings that he got from various vendors online. He had even made a few pieces himself, back when he had a hand. A hollow projector switched on, displaying the news and weather. It was the ultimate bargain, the result of a dumpster dive. All it needed was a new plug, and it was as good as new. He still couldn't believe someone had just tossed it in the recycle bin. Jeruz loved dumpster diving. It was one of the only reasons he would go into town, or the city. One day he was going to go on the ultimate dumpster dive and venture into the wastelands, but he would have to regrow his tongue first. And build up some vacation days. The thought was irresistible, though. The thought of entire towns, cities, and so much more just sitting there waiting to be explored was intoxicating. He looked at the kitchen and stopped smiling. He was so hungry. He was also exhausted. It had been a long day, and he was just too tired. Using his tail, he opened the fridge and surveyed the meager offering. Piss the rolls, he muttered sadly, looking at half a dozen sad little lumps in a saucepan. Using his tail, he carefully reached for the handle of the pot, pulling it out of the fridge. It slipped, spilling the pizza rolls onto the floor. Sighing, he opened his mouth, trying to pick them up with his non-existent tongue. He sighed again. Idiot. You are such an idiot. He opened his mouth and picked one off of the kitchen floor. He winced with pain as he chewed it, trying to keep his damaged tongue away from the cold lump as much as possible. Swallowing both his shame and the cold morsel, he reached for the next one. He awoke hungry the next morning, the 6 pizza rolls doing little to stave off the near-constant hunger that had haunted him ever since the accident. Every bite of food hurt, and what's worse, he only had his tail left with which he could prepare the painful food to begin with. He was getting better with his tail, but it was nowhere near good enough to do anything much more complicated than open a drawer or push a mouse around. Back home, it would be unpleasant, but there would be people to help. There would be friends or family to help prepare food or even feed you if necessary. They understood. Damaged or even amputated tongues happened on the job. It was just one of those things. He sighed. The humans wouldn't understand. He was bad enough of a screw-up as it was. Imagine if they found out that he was having problems feeding himself. The only reason he hadn't already been fired is that they felt sorry for him. It killed him to admit that, but it was the truth. What other reason would there be? If they found out that he was now incapable of something as basic as eating? That would be it. Even Gavin would finally have to admit how utterly hopeless he was. He crawled out of the large pet bed and electric blanket in the corner and made his way into the kitchen, once one of his favorite places in the whole trailer, now a constant source of frustration and shame. He opened the fridge. Oh no. He forgot to pull out some pizza rolls from the freezer to thaw. He looked helplessly at the frozen cardboard container. He couldn't heat them. They would be too painful to eat. He had been letting them thaw and just eating them cold. He didn't have time to heat them in the microwave and then let them cool to room temperature. He'd be late for work. He looked through the shelves, pulled out a food bar, and started wrestling with the wrapper, grabbing it with his tail and tearing at it with his teeth. It was useless. It kept slipping. He beat it against the counter, ultimately throwing it against the wall in anguished frustration. Fighting back tears, he reached for some human cereal. It would fill his growling belly, but it wasn't enough. He needed real food, protein. Something solid. There was movement outside his window. He looked up from the cereal. It was Mr. Bunny. "Hello, Mr. Bunny," he said as he pulled out a bowl with his tail. It fell to the floor. "Drat," he exclaimed in frustration as he started to reach down with his mouth to pick it up. Outside, the rabbit started hopping between the trees in his small front yard. Hop hop hop. He stopped mid-reach, his eyes fixing on the rabbit. Hop hop, hop. He needed something solid, some real food. Hop, nibble, hop. He stared at the rabbit and let out a low hiss. He needed food. But I can't. He told himself as his entire world shrank to the size of one rabbit hopping just outside. Even if I could catch it, I can't clean it or cook it. I can't even cook pizza rolls. I don't have to cook it. No. Jeruz exclaimed, wrenching his eyes away from the rabbit. You had to cook food. You couldn't just. It was a sin, all of them. It encouraged sloth and degeneracy. It was the definition of gluttony. It was a crime. Only animals would. Hop, hop, hop. Jeruz stared at the rabbit with increasingly frenzied eyes. Hop, hop, hop. There it is, First Nations Ranger Aiden Smith said as he pointed downward at a secluded old single-wide. Nice place, Ranger Cale Walker said as their grav car hovered about 50 meters above it. His scooter is still here, Ranger Smith said, nodding towards an immaculate flying swallow bubble scooter resting in its charging cradle. It Mach-rated, his partner asked. Nah, Ranger Smith said as he slid his helmet over his closely cropped raven black hair. I wonder if he's going to fix it up. Maybe after we make sure he's not dead, we can ask him, Ranger Smith said with an eye roll. Cale was, above everything else, a thruster head. Oh yeah, Ranger Cale chuckled as he put on his helmet. With a few eye flicks, he activated the discreetly armored Ranger Grav vehicle's powerful scanners. Well, there's something alive in there, Cale said. What is this guy supposed to be again? A Keth, Ranger Smith said as his helmet started displaying Jeruz's records on its HUD. Never met one of those, Cale replied, and it's actually a First Nations member. Yep, Ranger Smith replied, Cherokee. How the hell did a Fed pull that off? He works for Gavin Richardson, Ranger Smith shrugged, and the Richardsons have a lot of pull. Ever meet it? Cale asked. I've never met him, Ranger Smith replied, I hear it. Ranger Cale snickered. I hear he, Ranger Smith said, correcting himself much to his partner's amusement, looks just like a snake that uses its tongue as a hand. They say he's unbelievably nice, like inhumanly nice. Ranger Smith extended the scan to the surrounding area. All I know is that he has a lot of people worried. Looks like he's the only person for 500 meters. Everything looks secure. Let's go say hello. Ranger Cale Walker winced beneath his helmet. I fucking hate welfare checks, he said as he lightly tapped his sidearm, waking it, its status, ammunition and energy charge, and targeting reticle appearing on his HUD. Especially out here in the boonies. No telling what you are going to stumble into. Their vehicle silently started to land a few meters away from the bubble scooter. Yeah, Ranger Smith replied as he tapped his pistol, at least this one is still alive. I hate finding corpses. I still can't believe we got sent out here just because someone skipped work, Agent Walker said as the vehicle came to a stop and the doors opened. It wasn't like we're doing anything, Ranger Smith shrugged as they got out of their vehicle. They say for him to be this late and not answer his phone is very wrong. It was either come out here ourselves, or they were going to kick in the door for us. So we get shot by the tweaker. Ranger Walker snarked. Well, it is our job, Ranger Smith said as they approached the door, and we have the fancy armor and all. The pair fell silent as they approached the steps leading to the door. Mr. Jaraz. Ranger Smith said over a loudspeaker mounted in his helmet. Mr. Jaraz, this is Ranger Smith of the First Nations Wilderness Service. We were sent to perform a welfare check. In case you are unaware, this means that we were sent to check on your well-being. You are under no suspicion of any offense, and we are non-hostile. We would like to speak with you. Please open the door. The Rangers waited a few moments. The life sign inside the trailer didn't move. Mr. Jaraz, Ranger Smith said firmly, we are concerned about your welfare. Please come to the door. Nothing. Fuck, Ranger Walker muttered as he disengaged the catch to his sidearm. Ranger Smith nodded, disengaging his holster catch as well. Mr. Jaraz, Ranger Smith's voice rang out at an increased volume, we have announced our presence and identified ourselves. You have not responded nor undertaken any significant movement. We are now proceeding under the assumption that you are sick, injured, or otherwise immobile and need assistance. We are therefore treating this as an emergency and entering your residence in order to assist. We have no intention of detaining you or engaging in any hostile action at this time. Ranger Smith carefully climbed the steps to the trailer and paused at the door as Ranger Walker remained several yards to the side with his hand on his sidearm. You never knew what to expect when you popped open a single wide in the middle of the woods. Ranger Smith scanned the electronic lock, getting its serial number. Less than a second later, he transmitted an override code causing the lock to cycle and the door to automatically open. What the hell, he muttered as he walked inside, baffled by the strange symbols on the walls and the odd assortment of pet furniture scattered everywhere. Whoa, Ranger Walker said as he followed less than a second later. Mr. Jaraz. Ranger Smith asked as he and his partner moved through the odd maze of bird perches and cat trees on their way to the bedroom. The life sign was still motionless underneath a heating blanket. Mr. Jaraz. Ranger Smith asked as they entered the bedroom and approached a large dog bed covered with an electric blanket. SSSSS? Mr. Jaraz, Ranger Smith said as he carefully scanned the concealed being. There was nothing there except blanket and snake. Hello. I'm lifting the blanket, Mr. Jaraz, Ranger Smith said as he carefully grabbed the fold the most distant from the Xeno and gently pulled back the blanket, revealing Jaraz. With a large bulge in the middle of his body. What is that? Ranger Walker asked as he pointed at the swelling. Miss their bunny. A woman and a man, both dressed in scrubs, stepped into the ER waiting room, where they were immediately surrounded by a small mob. Is he going to be okay? Gavin demanded. The woman removed her face shield and smiled. I am Dr. Wolf, Doctor of Veterinary Medicine, and this is Dr. Enders, People Doctor, she smiled. You're a vet. We don't have a xenologist on staff out here, Dr. Enders said. Dr. Wolf is the only person in town with any sort of xenobiology certification. However, we have consulted with a xenologist regularly during our evaluation of Mr. Jaraz and have sent all records and scans to them for additional analysis, pending establishing contact with Starshield, which isn't as easy these days. To answer your question, though, Dr. Wolf smiled, Jaraz is going to be fine. What happened to him? Gavin asked with great concern. His biggest problem is malnutrition, the woman smiled, easy enough of a fix, one that he already took into his own hands, so to speak. Malnutrition? Gavin asked. I'm just a vet, she shrugged, but from what I can see, the poor thing was starving. The xenologist has reviewed everything, and they mostly agree. They don't have a whole lot of notes on the Keth either, but at least they are the experts. He passed out from starvation. Oh no, the woman replied, he is showing the signs of early starvation, but that's not what knocked him out. Fixing that starvation is what has caused his current condition. I don't follow. He decided to do a bit of hunting, the woman chuckled. It appears that Jaraz stopped trying to survive on pizza rolls, food bars, and garbage like that and went for something a bit more substantial, like an adult rabbit which he swallowed whole, just like one of our snakes. She smiled at them. We believe him to be in some sort of digestive torpor as a result. His vitals are stable but there is very little metabolic activity going on anywhere except in his digestive tract in the immediate vicinity of the rabbit. He isn't terribly responsive at the moment, but he was clearly able to return to his lair before he started sleeping off a huge meal. Gavin started to grumble and curse. Jaraz had lost his only hand. Of course, he was starving. He couldn't feed himself. And, of course, he wouldn't have told them he was having trouble. He would just smile and say that everything was okay while he starved to death. It made perfect sense if you knew the little idiot. Would you? Gavin said as he took a deep breath, would you tell that little green idiot to let us know when he comes to, please? Of course, the vet replied with a smile. Jaraz slowly awoke. What happened? He felt amazing. He was so full. So satiated. He had never felt like this before. He felt complete. He poked his nose out from his electric blanket. But it wasn't his blanket. And this wasn't his room. Where was he? His head shot up in alarm, his eyes reluctantly focusing on the wall across from him. There was a large poster. You aren't getting fired, you dummy. Eep, he exclaimed as he looked around at the room and all the strange equipment surrounding him. Was this a hospital? Oh my gosh. He thought in alarm. What happened? He started trying to recall exactly what happened. And looked down at the much smaller bulge in his midsection. Oh no, he squealed and hid under the blanket. What had he done? So you are finally awake, a cheerful voice said as the door to his room opened. Feeling better? Please, Jaraz exclaimed from under the blanket, please don't tell anyone. Tell anyone what? The voice asked pleasantly. That you ate a rabbit. Jaraz moaned in dismay. It's a bit late for that, mighty hunter, the voice chuckled. Oh no. Jaraz exclaimed, does my boss know? Yep, the voice replied, he was your emergency point of contact, and you were unconscious. Based on the lack of available next of kin or any other arrangements we were able to discuss your case with him. If that is something you want to prevent in future, we can get that corrected before you leave. Jaraz made a squeaking noise as he burrowed deeper into the blanket. For the record, the friendly voice said, this isn't your home world, and nobody thinks any less of you for what you did. In fact, we all think it's pretty cool. But I ate like an animal, Jaraz moaned. Yet, we finally got in touch with Starshield and a very scandalized Keth physician, the voice chuckled, we weren't able to get all of the social details out of him, but we got the sense that it's a bit of a taboo. Does he know who I am? Nope, the voice chirped, and there are enough Keth in the Republic for it to not be obvious which one of you it is. Your little secret is safe. Nobody in the Federation knows that it was you that went hunting, and once we realized that it might be a big deal, we didn't share your charts, so they don't even have a scan. We really only needed him to confirm what we pretty much already knew, that you were in some sort of feeding-related torpor and that you would likely recover once you were done, though he advocated some rather extreme measures in order to protect you, that we disregarded. Why didn't you pump my stomach? Because you were literally starving, the voice replied, and most of the bullshit we hear from Fed doctors in these cases is just that, bullshit. You turning into some sort of feral beast just because you finally had a decent meal? Nonsense. We are actual physicians in the Republic, Mr. Jaraz, and we are pretty sure your soul will be just fine. But do you feel like a feral beast? No. Then, there you go, the voice replied, if this does somehow become an issue, I'm sure we can handle it in a far better way than starving you and removing your fangs for good measure, like they, scoff, doctor demanded. We have a xenologist and a sociologist looking at the, for lack of a better word, information that the Keth doctor provided, but we are disinclined to defer to, no offense, someone at their level of technology. Your medical sciences are, forgive me, a bit, Yes, Jaraz said from under his blanket, we are a bit backwards. If this unleashes some sort of beast, the voice said with mild disdain, I'm sure we will be able to properly treat any complications that arise. You promiseth? You have my word, Mr. Jaraz, the voice replied, our medical system successfully treats many species, often at a higher level of care than is possible even on their capital worlds. You are in good hands, Mr. Jaraz. Just Jaraz, pleaseth. Okay, Jaraz, the voice said pleasantly, now, would you please come out so I can examine you? Jaraz poked his head out from under the electric blanket hesitantly and smiled. I promise you that I'm fine. Jaraz protested as Gavin pushed his wheelchair through the hospital. And you expect any of us to actually believe that? Gavin smiled as he headed towards the exit. You are going home with Linda, and that's final. But nothing, Gavin said firmly. You just spent 3 days in the hospital because you almost starved to death, dude. You are staying with Linda while you recover, and that's that. Jaraz twisted with humiliation. She has a couple of spare rooms, and there is always someone around over there. You aren't falling through the cracks again. I couldn't dare imposeth. Jaraz said weakly. She insisted, Gavin replied, and they already are cooking for what, 8 people? One more won't even be noticed, especially when they eat as little as you do. But I can Gavin ignored him. Oh look, he exclaimed, there they are, as Linda and a small mob ranging from tiny to near adult entered the hospital. With a weak twisting wiggle and a muttered objection, Jaraz was loaded into a long hover truck with an extended crew cab and flown off into the night. Staying with Linda and her family was wonderful. Jeruz had almost forgotten about how lonely he was and how much he missed his little brothers and sisters. Linda's younger children certainly didn't look like normal children, but they made every bit as much noise, which was great. And the food. Oh goodness! She had made pot roast that evening and something called macaroni and cheese. Jeruz ate so much he actually started to get sleepy, it was so good. He apologized for his gluttony, but Linda and her family just laughed and said he still wasn't eating much at all. Compared to what he saw them eat, he supposed she was right. A bit fatigued as a result of everything, and an entirely too big of a meal, Jeruz retired early for the night. As he lay there under a pile of covers, they would get his bed and blanket tomorrow, he sighed with contentment. Linda and her family were so nice, and the pot roast, veggies and that amazing macaroni and cheese were so good. Almost as good as Mr. Bunny. Jeruz. Linda called from the other side of the door. Jeruz, it's time to get up. Jeruz. Linda said as she knocked. Jeruz, are you awake? She opened the door to reveal an empty bed and an open window. Jeruz. Ranger Smith sighed and put away his communicator as he saved his game and got up from his comfortable desk. Ranger Walker looked over at him. What's up? Search and rescue, Ranger Smith grumbled. Again. Again. Of frogs and men. Eno adjusted the dynabrace now surrounding his abused knee and took some anti-inflammatories, a few mild painkillers, and a basic tissue accelerator. He looked in the mirror and winced. Gloria had done a number on him. However, it was nowhere near as bad as it could have been. For example, his knee had definitely seen better days, but Gloria could have shattered it with no real effort. She had been quite surgical in her quite justified abuse. Even so, it would be a very uncomfortable week or so before everything was properly healed. He saw little need to dip into their limited stores of good stuff for minor injuries like these, especially since they weren't going into action anytime soon, hopefully. Worst comes to worst, he could always slam a few auto-injectors if he needed to be at full speed. He reached for two and slipped them into his pocket, just in case. He looked at the door to his quarters dubiously. He was not looking forward to today. He opened the door and slunk into the hallway. Snark. He flinched as he turned to see Jessie grinning at him. Good morning, Eno. Jessie chirped, sleep well. Giggling, Jessie scampered away before he could respond. He reluctantly made his way into the galley. Snark. Jacob and Greg were stifling laughter as he entered. Morning. Jacob exclaimed, grinning ear to ear. Eno just sighed and went to the cabinet to select some breakfast. So. Greg snickered as Eno walked over to the mini cooker. How was, Snark, your morning? Nothing happened. Eno exclaimed as he withdrew his synthetic omelette. What are you talking about? Greg snickered, I was just wishing you a good morning. Did something happen that I'm not aware of? Oh, nothing that you aren't aware of, Eno grumbled as he poured himself a cup of real coffee and reluctantly sat down at a table. Jacob and Greg burst into laughter as Eno fidgeted with embarrassment. Shell-O-Ron lay on her bunk with the blankets over her head. Oh, Prophet, she silently moaned. Somebody knocked on her door. There is no escape from this, she thought to herself as she reluctantly crawled out of her bed and opened the door. Good morning. Gloria grinned. Morning. I just wanted to check on you after all of the bullshit that went down yesterday, Gloria said, her eyes big with concern. She then leaned in close, the eyes sparkling mischievously. Did you sleep okay? She grinned wolfishly. Shell-O-Ron just sighed. We didn't. She stammered, do it. It's not even possible. Oh, I know, Gloria grinned, I just wanted to beat everyone to the punch. You know. Shell-O-Ron gasped. Bunny filled everybody in at the morning meeting, Gloria replied. She's normally really good about keeping what goes on in the cabins to herself, but she decided to back Eno up when he insisted that you just slept together. Shell-O-Ron just groaned as her face blushed bright green. It's pretty impressive, isn't it? Gloria laughed. You've seen it. Froggy, Gloria snickered, we've been a team for a few years now. Everybody's pretty much seen everybody at least once. I've never seen it hard, though. I hear it's huge. How big is it? I'm not answering that, Shell-O-Ron said firmly. You want to know, get it that way yourself. Gloria burst into laughter. I'm starting to like you, Gloria smiled. You had breakfast yet? Shell-O-Ron shook her head. Mark Gildaran, the Terran Secretary of State, looked at his monitor in disbelief. It turned out that they didn't have the Plath after all. She escaped. She escaped Tartarus. He reviewed the other notes concerning the mysterious little amphibioid. Well, that explains the Callant's interest in her, he quietly said to nobody in particular. What did they know about her, about the Plath? More importantly, what did they not want the Republic to know? He pulled up the latest reports concerning the Callant's movements after they had left his office. He smirked. They had met with Shel'Aran the Plath's lawyer, another Callant. Odds are, whatever was talking through that little box made the lawyer tell them everything that he knew, and that probably included the fact that Shel'Aran was in the wind. It would explain why they had only returned to speak with him now, well after the point they said that they would return. However, they returned without the Federation ambassador. That was interesting. He rose from his desk and headed for the door. Sorry for the wait, Mark said as he entered the room where the Callant were waiting. It was empty, save for an ornate cube sitting on the coffee table. Think nothing of it, the cube replied pleasantly. I was just taking care of some reports myself. This is an unusual meeting, Mark smiled as he sat next to the cube. I dismissed my attendants, the cube said simply. We will likely discuss things they are not allowed to know. Allowed? You do the same thing, no? The cube replied, I believe you call it clearance? They are not cleared to hear what you will foolishly insist on knowing. Well, I am a dumbass, Mark said ruefully, I certainly can't deny that these days. He was a dumbass, a huge one, and was going to answer for it. Mama Augustine had been very clear about that. He cleared his head. What will be will be. Right now, he had a Callant boombox sitting on the coffee table and some real possible gains for the Republic, a Republic that he did, despite his recent actions, care about a great deal. Might as well end my career on a high note, he thought. So, he said after a few seconds of silence, Shel'Aran. Yes, the cube replied, Shel'Aran. We don't have her, Mark said pleasantly. She escaped. I'm surprised you would admit that so easily, the cube replied. I'm not one for wasting time these days, Mark replied, the sooner I take care of this bullshit, the sooner I can go home to my wife, which is all I really care about now. The cube made a surprised alien chortle. Besides, Mark said politely, I won't insult your intelligence by pretending that you don't already know that. You are correct, the cube replied, I am aware that Shel'Aran is free and in the company of Shelia Donovan's party of rogues, not an ideal situation for either of us, or the galaxy as a whole for that matter. Shelia fucking Donovan. Mark muttered, of course. We were pretty sure that's where she wound up, but her lawyer confirmed it. He did, the cube replied. He was very forthcoming. I have a question. Why didn't you simply pressure him for information yourself? We have a thing about attorney-client privilege, Mark said in a matter-of-fact tone, and her legal case has been mishandled from the beginning. The last thing we wanted to do was make things worse, especially since things have gotten so public and so messy. Mark smirked. And I'm not talking about just Shel'Aran's legal woes. This situation has gotten very delicate. Are you talking about Project Cerberus? The cube inquired pleasantly. I am definitely not talking about Project Cerberus. Mark snorted, good God, no. Ahem. Mark took a deep breath. I will neither confirm nor deny the existence of Project Cerberus nor any other black project, Mark said in a sing-song voice. The cube laughed. But, yeah, Mark laughed ruefully, let's just say that. Nah, let's not even say that. Probably wisest, the cube snickered. Besides, Mark shrugged, we could simply trace him and see what he did or said. No need to get rough. Speaking of rough, Mark added, I have no idea who it was that paid him a visit last night, and trust me, there is more than one person who would love to find out. Is Baxlon harmed? The cube asked with a surprising amount of concern. Nah, Mark chuckled, he spent the night hiding in the corner of his tank clutching some sort of energy weapon in his mouth but only has minor bumps and scrapes. We don't know exactly what was said or done, but he's uninjured and suddenly very interested in re-establishing contact with Shel'Aran. Now that is interesting, the cube said. He expressed the exact opposite desire quite recently. He even dropped her as a client. Mark shrugged, for precisely 15 minutes before negotiating a sweet immunity deal for some of Shel'Aran's more notable transgressions post-escape. Mark chuckled. She is pretty much free and clear, he said, provided that she doesn't do something else. What about the initial homicides? The Harkeen are classified as raiders now, Mark replied with a shrug, the only thing a judge or jury will do now is buy her a drink. The only reason the case hasn't been officially dropped is that if we do, we would have to explain where she is, or, more precisely, isn't. We would also like to have a little sit-down with her while we have some shred of leverage. We have just a few questions for her. If your questions concern any unusual technology or inexplicable abilities, the cube said, I strongly advise not pursuing them. She probably can't explain it to your satisfaction, and that's the best result. And the worst. That she can, the cube laughed, listen, if your people conveniently forget what you've stumbled upon and allow us to repatriate Shel'Aran, we will provide technology that you can actually understand and use safely, things that we should have already released to you and the Empire to aid in your defense against the collective. I have some very interesting data that I can give you immediately upon Shel'Aran's repatriation, and that is just the beginning. By repatriation, you mean? Just that, the cube replied, we will provide her a way that she can return voluntarily to the Federation, where we will host her in our home system. She will live out her days in the height of comfort, ease, and most importantly, peace and safety. Sure, Mark said dubiously. Oh, absolutely, the cube replied, because we know what we are dealing with. Well, in all honesty, we don't absolutely know what we are dealing with, but we know enough to know not to mess with her. She will be given a little farm exactly like one she would have on her home world, along with any plants she wants, and will be allowed to return to a peaceful quiet existence. We won't be trying to glean any secrets from her. In fact, we will do everything in our power to ensure that whatever has awakened within her goes right back to sleep. We are reasonably sure that the offer will be very attractive to her. And if she refuses, then she's your problem. The cube exclaimed with an alien chortle. Try to take a feral path against their will? Are you insane? The cube chortled again. You are a human, so that question has been unresolved for a long time, it laughed. The important fact is that we are not. If Sheloran doesn't want to come with us, we won't make her or take any action against her. We are not keen to incur even a single feral plath's wrath, or worse, play a part in awakening it fully. Just one plath is all it takes. Okay, Mark said as he got up and poured himself a cup of tea, what is the deal with these plath anyway? I assumed you would insist on knowing more than is wise, the cube replied, that is why I sent my attendants away. And what, exactly, are you? Mark asked, don't insult my intelligence and say that you are a callant. The cube started to glow, and above it floated a nightmarish serpentine creature with massive jaws and fangs, a glowing antenna, and ghostly white in color, with a long scar running along its side. Mark said after a few moments, well, that explains why the little shits bow. Forgive me, the Abyssal Lord said, I cannot project myself at full size within the confines of this room. That's okay. Technically, the Abyssal Lord said, I am Callant, but the Callant is the name of our people, our culture, and not a specific species. There are more than one sapient species on our home world. The Callant you know are simply the only ones that choose to show themselves. The rest of us prefer to remain out of sight. Amazing, Mark said quietly, his woes momentarily forgotten. I would appreciate it if you treated this and anything else I share with you at this point in the greatest confidence, the ancient fish said, its single antenna pulsing with blue light. Rest assured that we will treat your confidence with great care, Mark replied diplomatically. Forgive me, but do you reside in the deep ocean? Yes, the Abyssal Lord replied, pretty much at the bottom. Fascinating. Mark exclaimed, and you formed a relationship with other species that lived in shallower water. Over time, the ancient benthic terror replied, yes, we did. We were aware of them for quite some time before we reached out. It's a rather long story, as is our history in general. And your species are their rulers. The fish let out a sigh. They seem to believe that to be the case, it replied. After a while, we just stopped arguing about it. That is not what I am here to discuss, though. Oh, right, Mark said as he collected himself, sorry. I still get a kick out of learning about new species even after all this time. Then you will learn about the plath, the Abyssal Lord said with an odd gleam in its eyes. Thanks, Gloria, Sheloran said as a bowl of hexagonal cereal was set before her, along with a brown paper bag. Gloria sat beside her with her own bowl and a carton of poly milk. Martian breakfast of champions right here. Gloria said happily as she took the paper bag and poured a generous helping of mealworms and other assorted insects over their cereal. Oh. Sheloran said excitedly. The crispy comb is nutritionally complete, at least for us, and the frosted meal mix makes it good, Gloria said as she poured the poly milk over the unholy mixture. Dig in. Sheloran put a spoon in her mouth and gasped, her eyes gleaming. This is good. Told ya, Gloria replied happily as she tucked into her bowl. I've never had insects like these. Sheloran said with delight. Another Martian specialty, Gloria said proudly. We eat a lot of bugs as opposed to the rest of the Terrans and have been doing it for a lot longer. We've gotten rather good at it. Why? Sheloran said as she munched away happily. When we threw off the yoke of Terra, they were not happy, Gloria replied. After the shooting stopped, they broke off all trade and blockaded us for years expecting they could just starve us out. Thing is, we fully expected them to do that and had built up all the agricultural capacity we needed to be self-sufficient before we told them to go and fuck themselves. She opened up a small poly bottle of orange juice. Plants were easy enough, Gloria continued, we dug out massive underground greenhouses, and every spare square foot we could grab was turned into gardens. Really? Yep, Gloria replied proudly, all of the habs are still like that. Everywhere you turn, there's something growing. Sounds wonderful. It is, Gloria smiled wistfully, it really is. Anyway, plants were easy. Livestock was not. Meat is terribly expensive when it comes to space and resources, Two things that Mars never has enough of. Bugs, however, are not expensive to produce. For years, things like mealworms, crickets, grasshoppers, ants, termites, grubs, and stuff like that were the only meat we could get. Even after relations were restored with the rest of the solar system, we still ate our creepy crawlies. For one thing, you couldn't beat the price. A bag of bugs was about the same price as a bag of anything else. Meat, even the cheap shit, isn't cheap. Of course, after the Soul Wars, all Terrans eat bugs, but we do it best, like we do everything else, for that matter. Gloria elbowed Shelloran gently. You know, she said, gardens and bugs. You'd fit in pretty well on Mars. On the outside chance this all works out, I could hook you up. It's nearly impossible for an outsider to get into one of the habs, but I might know a few people. Why is it hard for outsiders? Shelloran asked. There is an old Terran saying, Gloria replied, there is no such thing as a free lunch. On Mars, it counts triple. Not only is there not a free lunch, but also no free water or air. Rent can get really high really quick. If you aren't rich, the only way to be able to live on Mars is to be employed by the consortium. If you work for them, then your water and life support are covered, and your housing allotment covers basic accommodation, but good luck getting on with them. You pretty much have to be born into it. It's a great deal if you can get it, though. What happens if someone can't pay? Then they are loaded onto a ship and dumped on Terra, Gloria replied. The consortium usually forgives any debts when they evict someone, though. Not worth the hassle. So, not a lot of Xenos then. Not many, Gloria said with a shrug. There are a few well-heeled fugitives hiding out in the habs, and now we are starting to see more and more Zeus showing up. Some of the mining companies that hired them are consortium outfits, so their families are starting to show up in the habs from what I hear. Hey, Shelloran said as she munched away. Hey, Gloria said as she sipped her real orange juice, a pricey luxury. I just gotta know. When you said that it was impossible for you and Eno to do it, what did you mean? Shelloran snorted. Just what I said, Shelloran replied, we don't do it the same way you humans do. How do you do it then? Gloria asked curiously. We're egg layers, Shelloran said as she sipped some of the polymilk from her bowl. The woman makes an egg, and then the man fertilizes it. Sounds like what we do, Gloria chuckled. He fertilizes it after it's been laid, Shelloran replied. Well, that sounds like no fun at all, Gloria snarked. Oh, it's wonderful, Shelloran sighed. And it takes place over days, not just a few seconds like you grunt humpers. Gloria snorted. Grunt humpers? Gloria exclaimed with delight. I love it. I made it up myself, Shelloran grinned. Based upon my accidental observations. Well, I'm stealing it. Gloria chortled. Feel free, grunt humper, Shelloran snarked. Ha! Gloria laughed. So, how do you little freaky frogs get your freak on? Well, Shelloran sighed wistfully, when a plath couple gets close, and start spending time together. Spending time? Hey! Gloria grinned. What exactly does that entail? Stuff. Shelloran said evasively. They will do stuff together, you know, making out. Details, woman. Gloria exclaimed. Shelloran blushed. We kiss. Shelloran said. And we, touch each other in places. Like your gills. Shelloran flushed almost teal. I'm not getting into this with you. Shelloran exclaimed as she fidgeted. Anyway, if a couple do enough stuff, and, get excited enough. The woman starts to make an egg, and the man starts to make a sperm. It's really romantic. If you say so. It is. Shelloran exclaimed, still a bit teal. You both get really sick and... Oh. Sexy. Oh be quiet, grunt humper. Shelloran snapped, you both get really sick as your bodies make the egg and the sperm, and you lie up together and cuddle and kiss and feed and take care of each other, and it feels really good. Shelloran sighed again. It's wonderful. She looked down. Or so they say. Or so they say. Gloria asked with a wolfish grin, you mean you don't know? Shelloran crossed her arms and looked down in a nearly universal expression of discomfort. No. Oh my god. Gloria exclaimed, you're a virgin. We don't just run around grunting and humping anything with a pulse like you animals. Shelloran huffed. And I have been on a couple of dates. Did you do it? Gloria grinned. I've done stuff. Shelloran said defensively. I mean. I've made out, a little, kinda. I have. Shelloran exclaimed in a way that dispelled any doubt that she was, in all practical ways, as pure as the driven snow and not by choice. She looked down. It's not my fault that I'm ugly. Gloria winced. She loved being a bitch but only when she intended to be. Hey! Gloria said, nudging Shaloran's shoulder. You aren't ugly. How would you know? Shaloran asked glumly. Thanks for the breakfast, Gloria. It was really tasty. She got up and walked out of the galley, leaving her meal half-eaten. Smooth, Gloria, Bunny snarked over the speaker, really smooth. Shut up, Gloria grumbled. Do you have any idea how badly I wanted to hear about the Plath reproductive cycle? Bunny said with a very annoyed tone of voice. We have absolutely no idea how it works. What do you mean? Gloria replied. Some friends and I have been chewing on her scans ever since we got them, Bunny answered, and they make absolutely no sense. I mean, out of all of the freaks out there in the galaxy, the Plath are the freakiest. It's like they aren't even real or something. What? Based on what we know about biology, xenology, or whatever else you want to bring into it, Bunny said, there is pretty much no way that a Plath just happened. Well, they clearly did, Gloria said as she started eating Shaloran's cereal, no sense letting it go to waste. Oh, they exist, all right, Bunny replied, but they didn't happen, not like you meatbags. They are too well made to be an accident, and don't even get me started on data density. Data density? Yeah, Bunny said, you know your genome, what makes a human a human? Not by heart, Gloria snarked. Do you know how big it is? Nope. The weight of the human genome is around 6.5 picograms. Your mitochondria's genome is almost negligible at around 0.02 femtograms for one mitochondrion. You have a bit of cytoplasmic inheritance floating around as well, but even the entire human ovum is less than 0.005 of a milligram for the entire egg, the vast majority of which is not data so to speak. Wow, Gloria said, that's it. Yep, Bunny said, you meaties aren't much at all, and a lot of that data is garbage code, stuff you don't even use. Do you have any idea how much DNA Shaloran is packing? I guess more than us. Over 4 kilograms, Bunny replied. Over 4 kilograms of non-repeating encoded data spread across several glands and that DNA. It's amazing. It is much better than those little spaghetti shoelaces you call genes. It is much more compact and much more stable. It's better than our best drives, maybe, we don't know for sure. It's a truly stupid amount of information and could quite easily explain how she knows what she does. Who knows how much raw data is inside her or what it is? That's insane. Gloria exclaimed. You don't know the half of it, Bunny said. What do you mean? Gloria asked dubiously. The Plath are how old? Mark Gildaran spluttered. The Kalan civilization is well over 2 million years old, the Abyssal Lord said calmly, my particular species has records that stretch further still. My particular race has had civilization and recorded history for well over 5 million, maybe, our accounting of time was murky back in the day, but based on the lineages, 5 million years is a very conservative estimate. The ancient fish looked into Mark's eyes. The Plath visited our people several times across our ancient history, the coiling fish said evenly, and they were old even then. They were sailing the stars back when my race's greatest achievement was making board games. They are ancient, from a time best forgotten. What do you mean? Mark asked. Do you think this is the first interstellar civilization, the Abyssal Lord asked, or the second? I take it the answer is no. Correct, the Abyssal Lord replied. There have been at least 2 before us. There are very few survivors of the second great civilization. Out of them, only the Tolo and the Akin have any contact with the greater galaxy. Most have either walled off their systems or simply disappeared. And the Plath? Mark asked. We aren't entirely sure, the Abyssal Lord replied, but if what little we do know is accurate, they may be the only surviving member of the First Galactic Empire. Well, technically, we Kalant are as well, but our civilization was not technological, and we simply lived quiet Piscine lives back then, blissfully removed from the events of those terrible days. Terrible. Oh, yes, the ancient creature replied, do you think we were the ones who invented war? From what little we know, wars on a scale we can't even imagine raged across the entire galaxy for tens of thousands of years, resulting in the only galaxy-wide empire ever recorded, maybe. That's a big maybe. What little remains of those days is very fragmented, and there isn't a handy translation guide. We have recovered a few galactic maps that show what we believe to be inhabited systems across the entire spiral, as well as boundaries and battle lines. Again, a lot of this is myth, legend, conjecture, and most likely ancient propaganda as well, but the implications are quite compelling, don't you agree? And you believe the Plath to be a part of all that? A very large part, actually, the ancient terror replied with a flicker of his single antenna. They chose to be simple farmers, Mr. Gildaran. What they were built for was something else entirely. And what was that? We believe that there is a high probability that the simple Plath were used as the warriors and enforcers of the species that ultimately won, or at least as one of their warrior races. They bear entirely too great a similarity to figures that show up on cave walls, obelisks, clay tablets, and the like across most archaeological sites. Clay tablets? Mark asked with a raised eyebrow. Cave walls? Obelisks? Yes. I thought this was some super advanced galactic civilization. It was, the fish replied, and in the end, the only thing that survived were scratchings in the dirt, and not many of those. That first civilization was utterly destroyed. Nothing remains of a species that once spanned the entire galaxy, well, as far as we know, anyway. Every trace of them was erased. No technology survived. In fact, we don't even know what they looked like. How could something like that happen? Mark asked. Surely something must have survived. A great many races have looked for a very long time, Mark, the fish replied, and nothing has ever been found. All we have is data that was inscribed on basic materials using the lowest technology possible, and all of that was by other species who lived during those times, not the progenitors or their servitors. After the collapse of the progenitors, interstellar civilization imploded as their servants, very advanced elder races in their own right, warred among themselves, each trying to replace their masters. Total war raged once again, and the galaxy burned, quite literally, in some areas. What little that might have survived whatever it was that happened certainly did not survive what followed. From what we can gather, it was your soul wars on a galactic scale. And the Plath were a part of that, too. From what we gather, they were the ones who eventually won but soon fell to whatever claimed their masters, perhaps as a result of whatever they had to do in order to prevail. For whatever reason, once the Plath disappeared, that first empire truly ended, and the galaxy entered a dark age. The ancient terror looked deeply into Mark's eyes, causing him to suppress a shudder. Your people have the concept of a great filter, correct? Yeah, Mark replied. According to what we have recovered, including accounts from those who spoke to the ancient Plath of that era, there is still one left, one that nobody has survived intact. There is a line or lines that must not be crossed, else it spells utter destruction for whatever culture is foolish enough to overstep. Do we know what it is? Not exactly, the Abyssal Lord replied. However, the ancient Plath and others like them did leave behind warnings. One surviving elder race, the Veiled Ones, spent a great deal of time with a small enclave of ancient Playcoat who claimed to have been waiting for them. Among other information, details of the line that must not be crossed was communicated. And what is that line? Oh, no. The ancient fish laughed. The absolute last thing I am going to do is tell a human not to fuck with something. That's the best way I know of to ensure that it is disturbed. We weren't even going to warn you about the Plath girl, except that disturbing things are starting to happen that we wish to nip in the bud. Don't worry. If you start to approach a line, we will reach out. Until then, we believe it safest not to give you assholes any hints. Is this why you fuckers are so tight with your tech? Mark asked. Part of the reason, yes, the Abyssal Lord chuckled, the rest of the reason is exactly what you all claim it to be. We like having an advantage over creatures as dangerous as you. However, as much as we enjoy our advantage, our suppression of technology past a certain point is motivated by keeping those around us from even getting close to triggering that great filter. If what little we have salvaged is correct, the consequences don't necessarily limit themselves to the offending race. You don't want to be anywhere near whatever it is that actually happens. Entire solar systems disappeared without a trace. Interesting, Mark mused. I have a question. If Shel'Oran is as dangerous as you make her out to be, and you want to nip this in the bud, why not just have her killed? I know you have your own covert operations group. Even if you didn't, you have the cash to just pay any of a million humans who would happily do the job. A very human solution, the old Abyssal Lord replied, and one that would make a lot of sense save for two very important facts. The first fact is that we would have to be absolutely sure that we would actually succeed before we made the attempt. If she is truly reverting, then her exact abilities are unknown, and a failed assassination attempt would only make the situation far, far worse. I trust you have seen the footage of her in action. Mark smirked. That might not be the limit of her ability. There are also certain, additional factors, that could come into play when it comes to arranging for her demise, things that defy simple logic and planning. The second and perhaps greatest reason deals with those, intangibles. Say what now? Are you a religious man, Mark? What does that have anything to do with anything? The ancient lord smirked. I'm about to tell you a little story, the old fish said with a glowing pulse of his antenna. I request that you withhold comment or judgment until it is complete. Tempting fate and deciding it. And thus the Plath, unable to avoid their ultimate fate, chose to forestall it indefinitely, the Abyssal Lord said to Mark Gildaran, the Terran Secretary of State. They chose to cast aside all of the technology and culture of their creators and regress to a pre-technological state in order to disappear from the universe. This decision triggered civil war within their ranks, but ultimately the forces of the individual now deified as the Great Prophet prevailed, and the entire species regressed, but not before terraforming an entire solar system to suit their needs. They created what you call the Garden of Eden for their descendants, a place where a true technology-free society could flourish and has for untold amounts of time. The Abyssal Lord paused and looked at Mark. As part of the cleansing that preceded their regression, the old fish continued, they completely wiped out any traces of the progenitor's empire they found, including the other servitor species. Each was given the choice of purifying themselves and returning to their natural state or be cleansed. We aren't sure of the specifics, but after the cleansing, no trace of the progenitor's technology, culture, or science remained. Anything that did survive the Great Filter certainly did not survive the upheaval that followed. God damn! Mark muttered. One question, how do you know any of this? While all Plath that survived their civil war and purification agreed with the overall principle of regression, many could not bear to abandon their living ships, great creatures that they used to sail the void and were their only true home for most of their existence. They could strip themselves to nakedness, but they could not abandon or kill their beloved ships. In an agreement with one of the major factions of the fractured Plath, they would not be required to do so. They could take the ships and do one final patrol of the galaxy to ensure that nothing remained and then consign themselves to the timeless and pure void. What exactly that means is unknown, but the process would allow their ships to live out their natural lifespans filled with beings that cared for and loved them. We believe that the ships were prevented from reproducing and that their crews accepted that they would die alongside them, but again, we are not entirely sure. The Plath that made contact with one of the elder races did not explain further. That's how we know all of this. The last of the ancient Plath told the Veiled Ones directly, along with other things. I thought you and the Veiled Ones hated each other. The ancient Abyssal Lord sighed heavily. We do, now, the fish said sadly, but that was not always the case. We once viewed each other with great regard and affection. Some of us still hold them in high regard and pray that one day we can put our differences aside. So what went down between you guys, anyway? I see no harm in telling you, the Abyssal Lord replied, it was, to borrow a Terran phrase, that goddamn Federation. Mark smiled. He wasn't an expert in Piscine body language, but you didn't have to be. His new friend did not like the feds either. Interesting. Yeah, those fuckers can, to borrow another of our phrases, fuck up a wet dream, can't they? Mark chuckled. The Abyssal Lord paused, his attention directed to something off-screen. He laughed a strange alien laugh. Yes, they can definitely curdle a spawn, he laughed. Well put. Some of us were against the whole idea from the start but decided not to fracture the consensus. Some of us may have regretted it later as well. In any event, it became clear to the Veiled Ones that the Federation was too undisciplined and lacked focus. They felt that firm guidance was required, namely taking control of the Federation and imposing their opinions upon the entire Federation as law enforced by the might of the Elder Race's fleets and technology. The Charter members were divided, some agreeing with the Veiled Ones and others siding with the Sundrinker, saying that the experiment just needed more time and that tyranny was tyranny regardless of intent. The Sundrinkers. The species that most know as the Callant, the ancient terror replied, they were quite invested in the Federation concept and we, much to our later regret, backed them. We felt that the real reason the Veiled Ones wished to subjugate the Federation was to use them as an industrial base, slaves, and cannon fodder against their ancient enemy, the group you now know as the Collective. Perhaps that was the case. Perhaps what motivated the Veiled Ones was simple hate and a desire for revenge. Perhaps they were the only ones who truly knew the threat the Collective represented. In any event, the situation became very strained and nearly broke out into a war between the elder races involved when the Veiled Ones started to take matters into their own hands and take the Federation by force. The Abyssal Lord looked downward. And that's when we made a terrible mistake, he sighed, because we had been so close for so long, we knew each other's secrets and vulnerabilities. We betrayed their trust and forced them to withdraw, forever losing their friendship and support. They withdrew to their home system, turning their back on both us and the Federation. We sacrificed a true ally over nothing, worse than nothing. History has proven their point beyond a shadow of a doubt, both where the Federation and the Collective are concerned. Mark nodded quietly. He knew when to remain silent, despite several million questions. Now, the Federation teeters on the brink of collapse, the old fish said with bared fangs, between corruption, the humans, and that goddamn Carashel, its chances aren't very good. As bad as the Veiled Ones might have been, I am certain it would be a gentle caress compared to the embrace of the Forsaken, the Communalist Party, or the Collective. The Communalist Party? Mark asked as his monitor helpfully started displaying the latest info. He laughed. Oh, you have to be kidding me. He exclaimed. Yeah, that's not good. They are wearing hammers and sickles and everything, the Abyssal Lord smirked. But we are firmly convinced that there is more to the game that Baliela is playing. This might be the one case where it smells like an eel, wiggles like an eel, but is definitely not an eel. We also have fairly reliable information that Carishel and Jessica Morgan are in some form of contact. They may not be allies, but they are definitely coordinating their activities on some level, not that it can be proven. Then you have a very real problem, Mark replied. I don't know this Carishel character, but I know Jessica Morgan and her confederacy all too well. Do you think what we did to them during the Federation War was just revenge? No. We wanted to neutralize them as a threat. We took the opportunity to reduce their effectiveness as a fighting force. You're welcome, by the way. Do you have any recommendations? The Abyssal Lord asked with interest. Yeah, Mark replied, whatever you do, do not go to the Raylesh system. If she is wiggling her withered ass the way she is doing, she is sitting on one big fucking hook. We have no idea what that hook might be, but I would bet the entire Republic that it's there and that it's sharp. Don't fall for it. What happened last time you guys tried to take Raylesh will be nothing compared to what will happen if you go for round 2. Let them have the system, at least for now. That is our assessment as well, the old fish replied. Anything else? Yeah. You aren't going to like this but negotiate a peace yesterday, Mark said like he was chewing on a turd. I love to see you guys killing each other. It really warms my heart, but you guys are not equipped to go up against them. Unless you are willing to commit genocide, there is no winning play. They are doing exactly what we did to you a couple of years ago, and it's working. They have you chasing a million small fires while they are just getting richer and more powerful by the day. It won't be long before they start seeking actual fleet engagements. Once that happens, you are fucked. We don't know exactly what their capacities are, but Jessica Morgan and her inner circle possess what remains of pre-Yellowstone military science and technology. It is quite possible they have some bullshit from those days. Jessica is an American, one of the big powers of pre-collapse Earth, and had time to plunder their vaults and databases before Yellowstone blew. They were known for all sorts of black book projects. I know you guys are sufficiently advanced, but do not underestimate what they might have. We have recently learned not to underestimate them, the Abyssal Lord said ruefully. While we are on the subject, is there anything you can do to stem the flow of weapons both to the Forsaken and to the Federation as a whole? I would be willing to reward you handsomely if you could. Even in the best of times, that would be difficult, Mark said with a wince. Right now, with everything going on over here, it would be problematic. It isn't the Terran government supplying the arms. It is thousands, perhaps millions, of private citizens. Cracking down on them during our current political climate is not a move we are prepared to make, not over the feds. Besides, have you ever heard our legend of Pandora's box? One moment, the Abyssal Lord said as he looked away. He laughed once more. What a wonderful tale, he said with delight, thank you for this. I think I see what you are getting at, but could you clarify it for me, please? Our weapons tech, especially small arms tech, isn't difficult to replicate. Any Federation member certainly has the capacity to do most of what we do, at least on some scale, once they know how. Hell, I made the rifle I used during the Soul Wars using a few salvaged hand tools, and it worked great until I was handed my first AK. Are you aware of the tablet that the Confederacy of Soul has been handing out? Isn't it some sort of weapons guide? The Abyssal Lord asked. It's a lot more than just that, Mark laughed. Get a copy. It details most of our weapons technology, including fission and fusion bombs. She fucking handed schematics for nukes out, and the way we do them requires technology that we developed over 1,000 years ago. Any Federation species can make them. They might not do it as well as we do it now. We have had an extra 1,000 years, after all, but any of them could whip up a fat man or a Tsar Bomba tomorrow. Jessica Morgan just threw open Pandora's box and dumped it all over your asses. It's only a matter of time before this communalist party becomes a nuclear power. You need to secure the peace now. Get Jessica Morgan to the table and cut a deal. I hate you fuckers with a passion reserved only for the Porkies and the Bug, but I hate the thought of anarchy in a power vacuum more, especially with the Bug just a few years away if we are lucky. Get your shit together. Fuck, if nothing else, make nice with the Veiled Ones and take over everything yourselves before Jessica or this Carishel chick does. There are many who agree with you, Mark, the Abyssal Lord replied, but nowhere near enough. Then the Federation is fucked, Mark replied. However, I am prepared to discuss technology exchange and possible future military cooperation when the Bug comes. We are willing to discuss those possibilities, the Abyssal Lord replied, but first, I wish to secure an agreement that you will not antagonize Shell Oran or the Plath further. Seriously, you need to leave them alone. No good can come from it. Okay, Mark replied, I'm willing to table the whole Plath thing, and unless Shell Oran continues to whip up those super nukes, she's completely in the clear. I just gotta know one thing. How? If they have truly cleansed themselves, how can she just throw together some stuff that is literally science fiction? We have some artifacts of hers, and we can't even begin to figure out how they work. Well, we have one of them figured out and are going to copy the fuck out of it. Please don't. It's okay, Mark chuckled, it's just a monowire accelerator. We figure it could make a very nice trench sweeper or boarding weapon once we dumb it down. I doubt it will trigger this great filter. Playing with anything she creates is playing with fire, the Abyssal Lord replies, no matter how harmless it appears. Still, I don't see how a simple wire thrower will offend fate. You don't have to worry about the other thing we have captured, Mark laughed, we have absolutely no clue how it works. Do solid electrons make any sense to you? I wouldn't tell you if they did, the Abyssal Lord chuckled, but if you are referring to her glitter-covered pistol, it's a bit of a mystery to us as well. My advice is to either give it back to her or disintegrate it just to be on the safe side. To answer your original question, we aren't exactly sure how she can manifest forgotten technology. We suspect it has something to do with genetic knowledge. Say what now? We have creatures capable of incredible feats on our home world, the Abyssal Lord replied, small things that can build massive, intricate structures purely by instinct. I'm sure you have similar. Yet. We suspect it's like that. She isn't the first one to display unusual abilities like this. Normally the Plath do a very good job of taking care of the problem, quite humanely by the way. They aren't like the Ziyush. However, Sheloran is the first one to break containment. The Plath are normally nearly incapable of leaving their home. Even the Plath counselor doesn't travel. He has special permission to do all of his business remotely. They don't leave their home for any reason, except for Sheloran. She is abnormal in that respect. As such, she has removed herself from the regulation of her peers and the very small number of Plath who are knowledgeable, where dealing with issues are concerned. Sadly, what she escaped was not the fate she thought she was escaping. She likely would have been recruited into their number and had a very satisfying and comfortable life. Now that she is an apostate, that is no longer an option. They won't touch her now. She's too far gone. Oddly, their advice is not to kill her. They say she could be vitally important, but they will not specify further. They say to just leave her alone and let her find what she seeks, whatever the void that means. The Abyssal Lord flared his gills in irritation. Dealing with a Plath can be frustrating under the best of circumstances. Dealing with those assholes is even worse. Where Sheloran is concerned, they are impossible. They will barely say anything about her save to leave her be, and that if she is what they think she might be, stopping her is quite literally impossible, that she is inevitable as the death of the cosmos. They also say that if she is yet another failed incarnation, then she will amount to nothing and be of no consequence to them, then they refuse to say what that means. So talking to them is like when we try to talk to you assholes, Mark smirked. Exactly, the Abyssal Lord laughed. Just, don't fuck with her or the Plath. We are fully prepared to assist your technological advancement in preparation for the collective. You don't need to poke things that should remain asleep. Besides, it will take you years to properly utilize what we can show you. Anything that the Plath give you that we cannot would take decades to use, if not centuries. Their technological heritage likely spans millions of years if not longer. Longer. How long did it take for life to develop on your world? It happened pretty quickly from what we can tell. We have microfossils well over 3 billion years old. The fish nodded. And how long did it take for life to progress from those simple prokaryotes to multicellular life forms? Now you are putting me on the spot, Mark laughed, a couple of billion years, if I remember high school correctly. Do you know how long it normally took for the vast majority of life out there, including us? I would guess about the same time, but if that was the case, we wouldn't be talking about this. On average, the Abyssal Lord replied, from the initial prokaryotic life forms to multicellular life took only a few 100 million years if that. What? It confused us for a very long time, the Abyssal Lord said with a smile, our simulations kept coming up wrong, projecting times much more in line with your world, if not longer or ever. The XX finally cracked it. Your world is what should happen. Our worlds were altered. Something paid them a visit. A lot of the worlds that have thriving civilizations aren't even going to be able to support life long enough for it to have evolved as it did on Terra. Most homeworlds are like your Mars or Venus. They won't last anywhere near long enough for complex life to develop naturally. Something tipped the scales of fate to make this galaxy as alive as it is. What? They? Fuck. Yes, it's true, the Abyssal Lord replied, every world is different, down to its DNA. There are no commonalities between any world aside from the utilization of certain common chemical structures and universal amino acids. Even so, something visited all those worlds, took the simple single-celled creatures floating in those primordial seas, and tweaked them to get the process moving faster. The progenitors were very real. It took the manically obsessive XX to finally find their fingerprint, certain enzymes, and certain amino acid preferences. You will have to talk to an XX to get the details. If you do, be warned. Pack several meals. You will be there for a while. Are these the same progenitors that the Plath worked for? We aren't sure, Abyssal Lord shrugged, the word progenitor is one we use to describe them. We have no idea what they were called. The Plath call their former masters something I can't even pronounce properly that roughly translates to the source of all or the all masters. They may have been the true progenitors, or they may not have been. I suspect they weren't. Time devours all, and whoever or whatever seeded all of those worlds did so hundreds of millions to over a billion years ago. If there is a great filter that is the final stop for technological development, then they probably hit it long before most of us had fins, including you. Why are you telling me all of this? Mark asked. This is like some secrets of the ancients level bullshit. Because it's relevant to the discussion, the Abyssal Lord replied, and we are in a period of relative calm and peace, well, relative to what the next few years hold. The ancient terror grinned broadly, displaying all of its needle-sharp teeth. Besides, you will have to become an elder race pretty quickly if you want to survive, and if we want to remain an elder race, then we will need friends like you, for example. Some of us have made the decision to reach out prematurely in order to start building relations and allies outside of the Federation. Some of you? Mark asked with a raised eyebrow. I chose my words carefully, the Abyssal Lord smiled. There is no true and full consensus behind my actions. There are, however, enough singing the song I sing to lend enough strength to start the process, especially among my species. I happen to like my world and would hate to have to flee it over some surface scraping bugs. The Federation will fail to stop them, and if we don't start building relationships with species that are demonstrated victors, then we will stand alone against a force beyond counting. Carashel may be able to deliver on her promises, or she may not. I would prefer to hedge my bets. What is Carashel promising? More than she can deliver, and she most likely knows that. 50 years ago, she might have been able to do what she describes, but 10 years is just not enough. However, we allowed her to deceive us for our own reasons. Our wayward children, the Sundrinkers, need to be shown that their beloved experiment is a failure. Carashel will succeed, or she will fail. Either way, she will likely break the Federation or, at the very least, cause some much-needed changes. It's a pity that the bug will just eat it all anyway. Carashel the Belial is a quite interesting individual. I recommend getting to know her before she meets her end, however that end may come. I will take it under advisement, Mark replied, or pass it along to my successor as the case may be. You anticipate replacement? The world is an uncertain place, Mark smiled ruefully. Shit happens. We will leave the Plath alone, Shell-Oran included, provided you guys come across with that tech. We royally fucked up the whole Shell-Oran thing anyhow. There is little chance she will cooperate with us now, and I suspect forcing a technologically advanced being to make things we don't even fully understand against their will might not be wise. We have enough shit to deal with right now. Personally, I'm in favor of deporting her ass or, at the very least, bribing her to go somewhere else, but that's not entirely my call. We would also be willing to sweeten the pot as far as enticing her to leave Terran space goes, provided that means her return to the Federation. We can make her legal issues disappear without much problem. Unfortunately, repatriation to her home world is impossible at this time. They don't want her back under any circumstances. They call her the oil that befouls the waters and do not want her anywhere near them. That being said, there are plenty of pleasant worlds that would happily take her in, our system, for example. I'm not willing to just let you asshats get your fins on a walking cosmic WMD, Mark smiled. You say you won't try to exploit her, but we all say a lot of shit, know what I'm saying? I'm thinking someplace nice and remote, maybe somewhere out of the way where nobody knows where she is. I'm not opposed to that, the Abyssal Lord replied. We both monitor her, and nobody save the bare minimum knows where she is sent. We can give her the plants she desperately needs to cultivate and never touch the surface of that world again. Do you have a particular world in mind? Not yet, but the galaxy is a big place. What about an O'Neill cylinder or other such habitat? I would advise absolutely no accessible technology. Who knows what she could do with what? Good point, Mark replied. I can live with this. We both start looking for worlds that would be a good fit. Between us, I'm sure we can find a place. All that remains are the details. Agreed, the ancient fish said with a satisfied nod. We would prefer to use unofficial channels for now. There is a Callant already involved in this situation that has no connection to the Callant government, a Sundrinker named Baxlon. He is currently acting as Shaloran's lawyer. We can use him as our point of contact. He will know how to reach me directly and streamline communications between the Terran government and my faction. What about his connection to Shaloran? We won't tell him about that, the Abyssal Lord replied. I will tell him that my contact with you is because of a loss of faith in the Federation and the desire to forge new alliances with more competent races. That will play to his own feelings on the matter. Besides, he nearly worships us as living gods, and I have some rather significant leverage over him personally. I am confident he will discreetly do as I say, and he will only be used to set up meetings and deliver a communications device similar to the one I am now using. Anything concerning Shell Oran or anything else will be discussed directly between you and myself. In fact, I would prefer that you remain my point of contact regardless of your official title. I'll see what I can do, Mark said carefully. I guess I could do that from a prison cell, he thought with a rueful smile. Then we have an agreement, the Abyssal Lord said. I will get in touch soon concerning possibly hosting a small group of your scientists and engineers where they can interact directly with us. We have found that to be the best way to efficiently exchange knowledge. I'm looking forward to that, Mark said quite truthfully. This was a pretty big deal. Excellent, the Abyssal Lord said, farewell. His image disappeared. Shaking his head, Mark activated a secure call to the Prime Minister. You have a lot of nerve, you know that. Baxlon snarled at that same ornate box now held by one of the Abyssal Lord's attendants. You just waltz in here again and just assume I'm going to bow and scrape just because you are what you are. Yes, the box replied, quite amused, well, that and I might be able to address your little problem. And just what problem is that? Baxlon replied, fighting the overwhelming instinct to, in fact, bow and scrape. Excommunication, the box said smugly. Perhaps even exile. How would you like to return home one day? I understand you are quite happy with your life here, but you may wish to return home one day. I can make that happen. When your time approaches, I can ensure that you are able to enter the Great Ocean. The Great Ocean. Baxlon stammered. Remember it. The abyssal voice purred from the box. You will no longer be limited to this single short life. You will be able to claim your birthright as one of the Callant. Serve me and you, once again, serve the Callant. My voice will sing your name and accept you when you present yourself. I will claim you as one of us. Nobody will raise their voice against mine in this regard. And all I will have to do is relay messages. That's it, the Abyssal Lord purred, this is a matter that requires discretion, at least for now, and you are ideally placed. I am willing to overlook your past indiscretions and failures, especially since you have overcome your little addiction, at least to the point where you can maintain your affairs. All I require is loyalty, discretion, and effectiveness. As far as your crimes against the Federation go, I doubt they will even exist by the time you desire to rejoin your people in eternity. Will you do this for me, for your people? To be able to enter the Great Ocean. Baxlon said quietly, yes. To be able to enter the Great Ocean, I will do whatever I have to do. Name it, and it will happen. Serve your people by serving me, and your redemption is assured. Thank you, my lord, Baxlon said as he bowed. Buying trouble. Deep within the VT-ton freehold, two Hunske were arguing as they rode in a rental cargo mover. I can't believe you did this. GHTPT spluttered through his tiny mouth at the tip of his muscular earthworm-like head. The boss is going to pluck your ass bald. Beep reflexively pulled the feathery fluff extending from his rear quarter tight against his round flexible body. He hated getting plucked. He won't after he sees the profits. Beep exclaimed, these things are fantastic. We are going to make so much money. If they are so great, GHTPT grumbled, then why haven't I heard about them before? Because nobody knows how great they are out here. Beep exclaimed. You don't usually get them this far out. I'm telling you, GHTPT, they are worth every penny 100 times over. I've read all about them on the net. You spent all that money on something you read about on that stupid Hypernay. GHTPT fluted, his feathers shaking with anger. It's bad enough you waste your time and our energy reserves on that nonsense. Now, it's rotted what little neural tissue you had. Everyone knows that garbage is just lies and sparkle. I'm telling your mother about this. You will be telling her how smart I was for getting them. Beep shouted back, raising his rear and splaying his feathers in a peacock-like fan. They are going to change everything for us. You were supposed to be buying scrap. GHTPT shouted, booping Beep angrily with his nose, now what are we going to do? We have plenty of scrap. Beep snapped, sticking his little tongue out angrily, this is 1,000 times better. Inside the cargo mover, a young human woman, wearing only a thick metal collar, glared at her companion. At least we are still together. The young man said hopefully. You are lucky I love you, the woman grumbled, because if I didn't. If you didn't love me, you wouldn't be in this mess to begin with, the young man replied, now, pee on me. What? Jessica Morgan sat in front of a wall of archaic OLED monitors, each displaying a different face. Good job, people, Jessica Morgan said with a smile, nice to see that nobody forgot how to be a pirate. The Federation is bleeding credits out of a million different assholes. We got them chasing their tails, but don't get cocky. We have good intel that they have broken out their Argent-class heavy cruisers, and those things are no joke. They were built to hunt and eliminate the Republic fleet. If one of those things gets one of yours in their sights, it's over for them. Make sure to review what we know about their specs and start thinking about how to take those things on or at least how to detect them. They have some top-class adaptable cloaking. One of the elders probably finally came across with some tech. They can appear to be literally any ship on your scans. By the time you jump to visual range, you are nose to nose with something built to fight Republic battleships. So it's just a sensor spoof? A gray-haired man wearing an old Earth naval uniform asked. Yes, Jessica replied, but it's a damn good one. We've lost over a dozen ships to them so far, and even Analytica can't tell the difference. The ship gets a good ID, jumps in, and we only get a few frames of a very large Fed cruiser before the feed goes dead. When are we getting the cherry blossoms? The man asked. We could jump and launch immediately. We are assembling them now and training the pilots, Jessica replied. But it's going to be a couple of more weeks before we have enough for the first wave at the minimum. We want enough to hit hard before they realize what they are. Pissing them out a couple at a time just shows our hand. The old Navy officer nodded. Now, on to our next item, Jessica said. Our small arms and squad-level heavy weapons situation is stable, but we are completely reliant on the fucking Terrans. I don't like that. There was a general murmur of assent. I hate sucking the Terrans' dick for arms, Jessica growled. I loathe handing billions of credits to the fuckers for the exact same shit they used on us. Worst of all, we are literally fighting and dying to build their brand. We are making the AK the weapon of choice for Federation dissidents. She leaned forward. This has to stop. We need our own arms. We need something that we can make en masse, that is effective, and, I can't stress this enough, is iconic. We need our own AK. There was a ping from the Nova, the cruise liner housing their mobile PR task force. Ah, Bella, Jessica said as she smiled at her granddaughter. Does the creator of our new flag have something? Yes. She said excitedly, my team has been discussing this very issue. Excellent. Jessica said with genuine pleasure. The AK wasn't the only weapon of that era. Bella said excitedly, why don't we embrace our American heritage? The AR. She was cut off by laughter from almost every screen. Jessica's expression darkened. All right, Jessica snarled, who put her up to this? Rebecca, if it was you, I swear to fuck. It wasn't me. A woman with long white hair wearing an old-style camouflage tunic with the words US Army on the chest, along with 2 black stars, laughed as she wiped tears from her eyes. What? Bella Morgan asked with genuine confusion. I just thought. It's an old and rather thorny issue with your ancestor, General Rebecca Jacobs laughed. We might have had this discussion before once or twice. I've been trying to get the old witch to adopt either the AR platform or one of the 6/8s that followed it. And I've said repeatedly that it's just the fucking AK by another name, Jessica growled to everyone's amusement. 1,000-year-old tech is 1,000-year-old tech. We might as well keep buying the fucking axe and ammo from the fucking Republic. They are better at it. I am not building factories just to copycat the Terrans and make an inferior product. It's the fucking 32nd century, people. There has to be something better. Find it. She turned to her granddaughter, now frozen with embarrassment and just a little bit of fear. Sweetie, you didn't know, Jessica smiled, but don't ever mention a goddamn M16, M4 or any of that shit again. It pisses me off. Yes, Grand. Yes, ma'am. We already have an iconic weapon, a man wearing a Russian uniform said calmly, the saber gun. It has clearly demonstrated its effectiveness against the Federation, and they are already scared shitless by them. I know we can't produce them in any numbers. Hell, we can't even replace our losses in the field, but we can make them. What about pulling up pre-supercap gauze weapons from the database? It's still old, but they were what replaced that gunpowder shit. Maybe we can modernize one of those old designs? I know they are still in use out in the Kuiper Belt and among other unaffiliated human groups. It's a definite contender, Jessica mused. I was still hoping for something better than just a fucking coil gun, but needs must. Let's get an engineering team on that and see what we can come up with. If we can get good power out of one, it's an option. Just don't hand me a needler. Anybody else? She asked the group at large. Silence and shrugs were her only replies. Well, put some people on this, god damn it, Jessica said firmly, I consider this one of our top priorities. We can't keep handing out acts. It just looks bad, and in this war, PR and building our brand is more important than our kill ratio. We need a porky gun, and we need it now. She pulled out her tablet. Do we have any new developments out there? There was a ping from Digital Intelligence Services. Yes. Jessica inquired. It should come as no surprise that some of our people have decided to flee the entire situation and leave Federation space, a black-haired woman said. Some of them have made for the fringes, the Great ASS Sirac, and other areas outside of the Big Three's influence. Makes sense, Jessica nodded. Win or lose, leaving the Federation is what we will all do once we become a true spacefaring civilization again. Have our pioneers found anything? Trouble, mostly, the woman replied. They are usually okay if they stick close to the borders, but the further they venture away from civilized space and our reputation, the more trouble they encounter. It's shocking, but it turns out that a small group of unknown Xenos flying mostly unarmed or lightly armed civilian craft far from any backup might just be viewed as easy prey once our reputation becomes unknown or discounted as an exaggeration since nobody has actually faced us. We have reports of humans being killed or taken as slaves, especially in the ASS Sirac. Not good, Sebastian Morgan, head of the PR task force, said grimly. First impressions are everything, and if we become known as a slave species, it will make expansion into those areas more difficult. If we are planning on entering or dealing with these areas, we need to respond. I agree, Jessica Morgan replied. She paused a moment, sipping her ever-present cup of tea. She smiled. Grand Bard Bozo, she said with an evil smile as the group let out a satisfied malevolent chuckle. Yes, General, a brightly dressed man with a head that was completely shaven and painted pure white with two black inverted crosses painted over his eyes. The Harlequins have served, respectably, during our recent raids, but I strongly suspect that you aren't engaging as enthusiastically as some of the others. Jessica smiled. Because we aren't as stupid as some of the others, Bozo replied. The words, "You aren't getting rid of us that easy, bitch," smiley face, appeared on the screen under his name. Jessica snorted. Then you would have the resources to attend to this matter for us. I would, the bard replied as he smiled, revealing wickedly filed teeth. Excellent, Jessica purred, introduce them to humanity. No. In the words of a certain journalist, introduce them to our species. Slaughter delayed, buying trouble PT2. Inside the cargo mover, a young woman stood up after squatting over her companion. Well, that was interesting, she said. Is this one of those kinks you were keeping secret until we were married? Ugh, absolutely not. The young man laughed as he started collecting grit from the cargo mover's floor and sliding it under the urine-soaked slave collar. Once the grit and piss start to bite, they will have to take it off to treat the sores, the woman smiled. For a fucking idiot, you are pretty smart sometimes. They just paid big bucks for us. I hope, the guy replied. They aren't just going to let our heads rot off. They might only take the collar off for a minute, but a minute will be all I need, he said with a vicious smile. Did you see those earthworms? I bet I could rip one in half. Don't assume anything, the woman replied. Well, I assume that I'm pissed slap the fuck off, the guy growled. And, statistically speaking, we are humans. We can take most species hand to hand. Speaking of piss, the woman replied. I can't believe I'm saying this. She pulled her collar a bit to the side. You are going to need backup. At least it will look like a species sensitivity to the collars or something. I might have something in the tank, the guy smiled as he stood over her. Get it in my face, and I'll twist it off, the woman snarled. And they are really smart. Beep exclaimed happily, they all go to school, real school, for years, and they're some of the best schools in the entire galaxy. All of them know physics, engineering, electronics, calculus. What the fuck is calculus? I have no idea. Beep fluted, that's how good it is. Oh. I bet they could teach us all sorts of stuff. Well. GHTPT mused, it would be nice to get some brains around the place. We lost so much of that. Yeah, Beep said sadly, and they are supposed to be really strong too. Beep continued enthusiastically as he brightened up almost instantly, and can work forever, and don't get me started about their warriors. All of them are fearsome, even the civilians. Their average civilian is better trained than most civilizations' warriors. We definitely need more security. GHTPT looked up in alarm. Do you mean to tell me that we have 2 trained warriors in there? Don't worry, Beep said with a flutter of his tail feathers, they have stun collars, and we have this. He pointed at several large bales of plant material. The slavers told me that they were escaped slaves already, and this is their slave dust. They stole a bunch of it when they escaped. Between those collars and this, they won't hurt us. We have enough of this to keep them compliant for a long time, long enough to be able to replicate it. Maybe we will be lucky and find some seeds in there. You asshole! The woman shouted as she wiped her face. We hit a bump. The guy said defensively. You're going to pay for that, the woman said as she rubbed grit under her collar. They rode in silence for a while. Smart move, convincing them that our stash was slave dust, the guy said, trying to change the subject. The woman grinned. It was, wasn't it? She said with smug satisfaction, you lost our ship, but I managed to save the Genji. I wasn't the only person in that ship, you know, the guy said, you were sitting right there when I entered the coordinates. We lost our ship. Well, it was your idea that. The guy just sighed and let the words flow over him. Besides, she was right. Eloping and heading to the ASS Sirac was his idea. It was the only place their families wouldn't find them. And it was your idea that we He sighed again. Yes, dear, he said in a classic hangdog defeated tone as he grinned at her. The young woman burst into laughter and punched him in the arm. He made his point. Bitching about this wasn't going to get them out of this mess, would it? I wonder how nice our new ship is going to be, she said wickedly. And once we take it, we go to the Empire like I wanted to. I hear if we stay away from human worlds, we can probably find a place that will take us in, or we can run cargoes or something. Yes, dear. Goddamn right. She said as she rubbed her neck. You are going to love it here. Beep said to the two humans as he escorted them through a large cargo ship. GHTPT followed a safe distance behind, clutching the remote to their collars. I know we haven't met under the best of conditions, Beep continued, but soon we will be the best of friends. The human smiled at him, causing GHTPT to put his finger over the stun button. It's okay. Beep exclaimed in alarm, it's how their race smiles. They are just being friendly. It doesn't look friendly. It wasn't. It is. I know all about humans. Beep enthused to the pair, which tribe of humans are you from? Tribe. The woman said cautiously, we aren't from any tribe. We are just porkies. That means they are from the Federation. Beep exclaimed happily to GHTPT. They have slaves there. They call it something different, but it's the same thing. Beep looked up at the two humans. It must be awful to have escaped only to be caught again, hey. You are making this a lot easier, the woman smiled pleasantly. Oh, I hope so, Beep said cheerfully, I want your transition to be as pleasant as possible. You'll love it here. You'll see. I'm sure we will be right at home in no time, the young man smiled. This is a big ship, hey. And it's really nice too. Beep exclaimed happily. Is it? The woman smiled. I'm so excited to have been able to get humans. Beep exclaimed. I'm a huge fan. I know all about you from the Hyperne. Do you like Naruto? My favorite character is Sakura. Of course, she is, the woman smiled. Do either of you know ninjutsu? The woman laughed. No, we don't know ninjutsu. I hate to break it to you, but all martial arts are just for show. They aren't actually real. It's just for the holovids. But what about what we saw on the news where your soldiers can put their fists clean through an enemy's skull? Say what now? GHTPT fluted in alarm. Oh, they all have bionics or power armor and have been surgically altered and are on all sorts of combat drugs. No normal human can just reach out and rip someone's throat out or something like that. Yeah, the guy added, us normal humans can't do any of that stuff. Oh, Beep said, somewhat disappointed. But you do go to years of school, right? That we do, the guy said. Oh, good. Beep exclaimed with relief, but I thought you guys were taught all sorts of military stuff in school. That's just the Terrans, the woman said, we porkies don't learn nearly as much. It's basically just PE with some marching thrown in for tradition. PE? Beep asked curiously. We are forced to exercise in school for some reason, the woman replied, they say it's for health reasons, but the real reason is because our parents were forced to do it. We aren't taught how to make improvised weapons, bombs, and how to kill with our bare hands on a wide range of xenobody types or anything like that. That's just the Terrans, and most of that is just hype. I mean, how much can you teach a little kid? Sorry to say we are completely harmless, the young man said with a friendly smile. That's okay, Beep chirped, so are we. None of us are military. Do tell, the young man said with a smile. After a rather long walk, the group arrived at a hatch. Well, this will be your room, at least for now, Beep said happily as he opened the hatch revealing an empty cell with a pile of what looked like empty sacks on the floor. That's your bedding. Beep said happily, they are really soft, and we made sure to give you a lot of them. How nice, the woman said caustically. I'm sorry to say we are going to have to keep you in here for a little while until you calm down, Beep said, most new acquisitions can be a bit angry or scared when they first arrive. Once you get used to things, we will get you moved in with the rest of the gang. I'm Beep, by the way. I'll be your newcomer buddy and help you get settled. I'm Grace, the woman replied, extending her hand. Oh. Beep exclaimed, I know this one from your shows. He extended one of his manipulators. Ha, ow. He said as Grace seized his little MIT in a vice-like grip and jerked his arm up and down. Oh, sorry. Grace said as she smiled with satisfaction. They definitely had the edge where strength was concerned. And I'm Alan, the man said as he extended his hand. Beep reluctantly extended one of his other appendages, one that wasn't bruised, and was pleasantly surprised when Alan shook his hand much more gently. They already had the data they wanted. You consume water, right? Yes, Alan replied, and we are starving. May we please have some food? And we are overdue for our dose, Grace added. I'm starting to hurt. Oh! Beep exclaimed, his ring of beady little eyes shining with sympathy. I am so sorry that was done to you. I will get you some food appropriate for your species and your stuff right away. He closed and firmly locked the door behind him. The pair wasted no time searching every inch of the cell. I don't see any sensors, Grace said as she searched the walls and ceiling. Or bugs. Alan added, wait. There's one. He exclaimed, pointing at a very familiar hyper roach scuttling out of the bedding. Ha! Grace laughed as she pounced on the roach and stuffed it into her mouth, crunching it between her teeth, causing Alan to nearly dry heave. What? Grace grinned as she opened her mouth to reveal bug guts. I'm hungry. Alan winced and looked away as Grace laughed. Why did I have to fall in love with a fucking animal? He groaned. Because I'm a freak in the sheets. Grace asked between crunches, it takes several to get a hyper roach down, or sacks. I wonder if there are any more in there, she said as she started inspecting their bedding. She held up one of the potato sacks. Well, Earthworm Jim was right, she said, these things are soft, clean too, she added as she started trying to wrap a couple around her. They are comfy, Alan agreed as he wrapped one around his waist in a crude loincloth. What are you doing in here? Another earthworm snapped as Beep entered the galley. Getting some food for our new arrivals, Beep replied. They can wait just like everyone else, the cook snapped as he monitored several display screens controlling a number of vats. I heard you got some freaks or something. Give me their info and get lost. Oh, you really don't want humans to get hungry, Beep replied, it's a bad idea. Why? The cook demanded. Well. Beep said reluctantly. You gotta be fucking kidding me. Echoed down the corridor a few moments later. Not too much longer, Alan and Grace looked up from the nest they had made out of the bedding as the door opened. Beep walked in, pushing a small cart with 2 large containers and a small cup filled with premium marijuana, the good shit. Sorry about the wait. Beep exclaimed with excitement, real-life humans. This was so neat. I didn't know how much you eat, so I hope this is enough, he said as he handed them a 2-liter-sized plastic tub filled with a grey paste and another one filled with water. I also didn't know what utensils you used to, oh. He trailed off as Grace and Alan attacked the tub, scooping up the paste with their hands and wolfing it down while they took turns gulping from the water tub. They were really hungry. Do you like it? Beep asked hopefully. Tastes like shit, Alan said between gulps, but hunger is the best sauce. Is that a human expression? Beep asked. A human said it, Grace replied, her face smeared with carbo paste. Well, we will get the palatability better, I'm sure, Beep replied, I just didn't want humans to go hungry. Oh god, that's reached even this far out. Alan asked with annoyance, we don't do that anymore, he said as he evaluated Beep's fleshy muscular rings. Well, most of us don't. Yet, Grace added with a wicked smile, only the worst of the criminal families ever did that sort of thing, and these days it almost never happens. Grace and Alan looked at each other and smiled, baring their teeth. Oh good. Beep said with relief. He stood there nervously as the pair wolfed down the carbo paste. It's best to just gulp it down. It's easier that way. Here's your dust. Beep said, clearly discomfited. I didn't know how you consumed it, so I just brought it. We usually smoke it, Alan said, we usually use metal pipes. Can we get some metal pipe fittings about this long? He held out his hands about a convenient club's length apart. Oh, I don't know. Beep said nervously, I need to ask the captain about that. Maybe we could go to the kitchen. Grace asked, I can use a sharp knife to slice it into a fine powder, and we can consume it that way. Oh, the cook would not like that, Beep said. He doesn't like anyone in there. Let me go see what I can do. Beep departed. Well, it was worth a shot, Alan shrugged. The door opened about half an hour later, and Beep and another worm dressed in a worn and tattered uniform of some sort wiggled in. Hello, the other worm said pleasantly, I am Captain Vexp, and I preside over this garden of rejected produce. Hey, Alan replied. I understand you need to smoke your dust. The captain asked. That's how we normally do it, Grace replied. We were told nothing about that when you were purchased, the captain said, glaring at Beep. I don't know what to tell you, Cap, Alan shrugged. The captain pulled out a clay tube. We also smoke certain substances, the captain said, this was confiscated from one of my crew. It hasn't been used, so there is no concern about contamination. Will this suffice? Yep, Grace said as she accepted the tube. That will work just fine. The captain also produced a short rod with a single button. This is what we use to produce a small amount of flame. I'm afraid I can't let you keep it, but Beep will carry it at all times, won't you Beep? Yes, Captain. Alan wasted no time packing the small tube and igniting it. He drew heavily on it and then passed it to Grace. They were both surprised at how well it worked. It was a damn good little pipe. As they both sighed happily, the captain widened his mouth and licked the rim in what they considered a smile. Now that you are in a less agitated state, he said, I will explain how things work around here. Yes, we purchased you as slaves. However, we do not keep slaves permanently. Your purchase price has been recorded, and your pay will be applied to that balance. Once you have reimbursed us, your bond will be ended, and you will be freed. We dislike doing this, but we are in desperate need of labor, especially skilled labor, which I understand you two may very well be. Those skills will determine your pay, and considering your price, you two may be free in a very short period of time. If you accept these conditions, your collars will be removed, and you will be as free to move about as any other member of the crew. You will be treated no differently than myself or anyone else, and your working hours and conditions will be the same as ours. Once we return to our planet, you will be given basic housing and access to basic rations. Should you choose, you can withdraw part of your wages to buy better housing, better food, or anything else you want if it is available, but those wages will not be applied to your bond. And if we don't agree to the terms? Alan asked dubiously. Then we will sell you, the captain replied. We hate doing that, but we have to recover our costs and do not have the resources to guard forced labor nor the desire to do so. We aren't a wealthy people, and while we detest slavery at a fundamental level, we have had to make certain concessions in order to survive as a people. Believe it or not, Grace said truthfully, we totally get it. Shit went sideways for your guys, hey. If you mean that we encountered adversity that we may never recover from, the captain replied, then, yes. Shit went sideways in a most extreme fashion. So you offer either indentured servitude to you with the promise of good conditions and eventual freedom, or we get passed to whatever slaver you come across next. Yes, the captain replied. Not much of a choice, Grace said. What's to keep us from accepting your terms and then just escaping? We've done it before, you know. Yes, the captain replied, and it was reflected in your purchase price, which will significantly reduce your term. The big reason is that there really isn't anywhere to run where we are going. Getting off the ship will be nearly impossible since all bonded workers are secured whenever we are at port, and the world we now call home is only marginally habitable at best. You won't survive out there for long. The captain paused. And, to be honest, you would be hard-pressed to find better working conditions even as free beings. Your housing will be safe and comfortable, and rations, even the free ones, will be nutritious and as palatable as possible. Your working hours will be reasonable, and the conditions will be safe. In fact, many choose to remain with us as free workers after their terms end. Let's face it. If someone is sold as a slave, most do not have anywhere to go. We can offer someone a stable, happy, and productive life. Usually, the only ones that do leave are the ones who have family out there somewhere waiting. Oh, if you do have family, we will happily allow them to purchase your bond at the exact price we paid. Do you have any family looking for you? No. The pair exclaimed in unison. The captain smiled. Well, if someone is not looking for you, they certainly won't find you where we are going. And if you are as well educated and skilled as Beep here insists that you are, we would be foolish to have you slaving away picking through scrap, wouldn't we? Grace and Alan looked at each other meaningfully. They nodded. All right, Alan said, we accept the terms. If it is what you claim it is, then it sounds like it might be what we were looking for when we went to the ASS Sirac in the first place. Crack. It's what we call this area of space, Grace replied. The captain hooted with laughter. I am going to use that, he snort-chortled, even if we don't have those. He pulled out the control for their collars and pressed a switch causing the collars to unlock and fall off. Welcome aboard, he said. Beep here will help you while we get you set up and figure out how to best utilize you. The more valuable you are, the higher your pay and the shorter your term, and the harder we will try to recruit you properly. We don't have much, but we share it generously with valuable employees. We are all brothers, sisters, and others in misfortune. Grace took a long drag on the pipe and handed it over to Alan. As long as the conditions don't suck, she smiled, and we actually disappear, we might get along famously. Then we will get along famously, the captain smiled as he departed. After Beep and the captain left, Grace slugged Alan in the arm, hard. What was that for? Alan demanded. For pissing on me, asshole. The Forsaken's bad day. On board the Remember Eternal, one of the Federation's new Argent-class heavy cruisers, a grim-faced Volksine sat in the command chair. Has the Morin courier boarded? He asked calmly. Yes, Captain, one of the crew replied and then smirked. He says that he is dissatisfied with his quarters and demands to speak with you. Oh, does he now? The captain replied as the bridge broke out in malicious chuckles. Well, send him to one of the reception chambers and tell him I will meet with him when I am able. Yes, Captain, the crewman snickered and then ordered security to take the courier to the brig. Has the jump been calculated? He asked in his calm, emotionless voice, all feeling burned from his soul by the Republic. He and all of his crew were distinguished veterans of that catastrophic conflict. Jumps for all 4 Argents have been calculated and laid in, the navigator, a cranial who was missing the feathers on one of his arms, replied in an equally impassive voice. Synchronized jump at will, he said in a monotone. Jumping, the navigator replied as all 4 warships slid silently into hyperspace. How long are you going to make the Morin simmer? His first officer, a physically unscarred Cavil with Gloria-like eyes, chuckled as it perched its small furry body on top of the oversized chair, for her, on which she lounged. The who? The captain replied impassively. Never mind, the Cavil sneered and then looked at their status display. 4 Argents, most of our fleet, assigned to escort duty? I assume there is a reason. We are making one of the new convoy circuits, the captain said. On board, we have over a dozen couriers carrying the payments for their agreements in cash, several trillion credits worth. If they fail to reach their destination, the results will be severe. Even if their partners, most with legitimate grievances, decide to grant them mercy, the damage to the economy of the races we are carrying will be seriously impacted, and the Forsaken will get all of that to finance their operations, including giving untold billions to the Republic, which will then use the money to expand their arms production. At our fattest, we will be carrying half again as much as well as a significant amount of cargo, most of which will be food and industrial raw materials that are urgently needed by yet more systems. We simply cannot bear the commerce attacks that we are suffering. The captain allowed himself a slight smile. Besides, Federation intelligence has ensured that the Forsaken will know everything we carry is being conveyed by a convoy consisting of 2 cargo vessels, a passenger vessel where the couriers and cash will be located, and a single Federation cruiser. If they want it, they will have to commit enough of a fleet to engage that cruiser. If they do, they will instead find us. The Cavil chuckled. How unfortunate for them. Have the crew double-check our point defense arrays, especially the fast neutron projectors, the captain said flatly. See to it personally, Commander. Inform the crew that I will personally be overseeing the 3rd inspection. The Cavil grinned. On it, boss, she snickered and leapt off the chair. In a tiny apartment in Capital City, a very nervous Palg sat on a couch as a rather ragged-looking 8-lie with a droopy ear and patches of fur missing sipped a cup of tea, his rather extravagant jeweled engagement bracelet glittering in the light. How long are you going to keep me here? The Palg asked, its porcine snout twitching anxiously. We are staying here in this comfy little safe house until that convoy reaches its destination or the trap is sprung, Senior Agent X-Renex Zadat said pleasantly. And then you will let me go. Absolutely, X-Renex Zadat said reassuringly. We always keep our promises. A reptilian-esque Xeno wandered in from the kitchen, holding a large pot. Soup's on. He said happily. Wonderful. X-Renex Zadat said with delight. Your dumplings almost rival our noodles. His fellow agent snorted. Speaking of noodles, it grinned as it ladled out 2 bowls. Hear from your disgraced counselor yet? X-Re groaned. I can't believe she, of all people, would turn her back on her duty for a human, especially that one. I dunno, the reptile said as it pulled a silver spork from his pocket. I think he's kinda hot. UVTSBN think everyone and everything is kinda hot. You are worse than humans, and that's saying something. I mean, have you ever seen a human penis? His comrade snickered. They are magnificent. I wish I had one. I believe strongly in need to know, X-Re replied as he pulled out a set of gilded chopsticks, and I am pleased to say I have never needed to know. If you did, you might have some insight into her decision. I'm trying to eat over here, X-Re snickered. Do you think I could have some? Their captive asked hopefully. X-Re tossed him a mealy food bar. Enjoy. Hey, his comrade said as he looked at his watch, isn't it time for you to be online? We don't need you suspiciously disappearing. And don't forget, X-Re said as he sipped the broth from his bowl, every move you make is being monitored, and I will personally remove a piece of you for every single character I disapprove of. Why yes sir. The Palg whimpered and dutifully pulled out a laptop. Gwen the Elder surveyed the fleet before her with satisfaction. Nearly 100 vessels were loaded down with compliance tubes and ready to go. She smiled. The Hall of the Century was headed right into their trap. When would the Federation ever learn about network security? This was just getting sad. She grabbed the old studio mic she had on her bridge. Is everybody ready to rock? She shouted and smiled at the wild howls echoing from her bridge crew and blasting out of the large speakers surrounding her. Remember, we are actually going up against a cruiser this time. Everybody launch an EMP spread and then Wings 1 and 2 launch the nukes at the cruiser set to blow just before their shields. The blast should take out the prey's shields but leave them mostly intact. Nail them with EMP missiles just to be sure. Boarding teams. No prisoners. More howls and cheers. 4 vessels incoming, her sensor man howled. They are here. Okay. Gwen yelled, this is it. Just like Zarin. Fire up the grills and pass out the pills. It's party time. Would you look at that, the Volksine captain said, his voice actually revealing a trace of pleasure. Any traffic? He asked. From the howling and complete lack of signal discipline, a sleek Garthra Grey replied, it's the Angels. Holy shit. Sorry, Captain. Well, the captain replied, share the shit. Gwen Shea herself is leading the attack. Can you identify the vessel? No, Captain, not at this range. Then I guess we have to kill them all, the captain replied. They are firing up their jump drives. The sensor operator replied, her voice betraying a trace of fear. That was a lot of ships. Visual analysis reveals compliance tubes, the tactical officer said calmly. Excellent, the captain smiled. We lead with the neutron guns. We can't let them know about them. No survivors. Yes, Captain. Keep shield strength at standard cruiser level until they arrive. Send the directive to all ships via laser. Captain. Gwen Shea is a KG-1. If something is out of place, she will bolt if she can. We have good intel that their ships often carry a secondary jump drive. He leaned forward, resting his chin on his hands as his mouth stubs writhed. I want her. Gwen grabbed the railing as her ship popped into and out of hyperspace. Her eyes widened as her crew cried out in alarm. Argents. Fire all tubes. She shrieked. Fire all tubes. Each ship seemed to explode, and a few did, as they unleashed every single missile they had. And space exploded around them as the Argent's point defense arrays sprung to life, each one sending thousands of beams, each striking with unerring accuracy. And hundreds of very highly collimated beams of fast neutrons that cut through the warheads, causing premature fission of the plutonium and uranium pits within them, triggering them far, far too early. Vale. Gwen shouted into the microphone, now. We only have a second before their sensors. Found her, the communications officer on board the Remember Eternal said with satisfaction. Fire railguns. The captain shouted. Don't wait for the fireball to clear. Follow with every single neutron accelerator we have and keep firing the rails until you can get a clear shot with the beams. Target destroyed. The tactical officer shouted, repeat. Target destroyed. The bridge cheered. Silence. The captain shouted. We still have targets. Jessica Morgan looked at her screen, her face ashen. Fuck, she said after a few seconds. What did you manage to get? She asked the thin pale figure floating on a darkened bridge. Well, I was pretty far away, the Piper replied, but the Argents are not standard Federation tech. For one thing, their point defense is insane and smart. I suspect AI close to Republic levels. The Angels launched every single tube, and nothing hit their shields. The firepower easily exceeds their battleships. I've never seen anything like it. They have fucking broadsides. The Angel's Fury, Gwen's flagship, only lasted seconds. They didn't even need to use their beams. They got railguns. Railguns. Jessica exclaimed in disbelief, the fucking feds. And they are spicy, the Piper of Azathoth replied, and that's not the worst part. It gets worse. Much, the Piper replied, the point defense detonated the nukes, not just took them out. How? They somehow have neutron beams accurate enough to hit a missile in flight and with enough flux and enough energy to cause full detonation of the pit. If anything, it's better than the detonators they came with. I know because they used them offensively on Gwen's ship. Are you sure? It's in the data, the Piper replied, have your guys look at it, but I'm telling you, no nukes against an Argent. 97-4. Jessica groaned, and we were completely wiped out. The Angels. God damn it. One more thing you need to know, the Piper replied, I wasn't alone out there. Was it the fucking veiled ones? Jessica hissed. Nope. Callant, the Piper replied, their scaly little swishes were all over. That explains the tech, Jessica said calmly. Doesn't come as a surprise. They finally decided to come off of some of their toys. Stop tailing the Argents. I don't want them to spot you and realize we know what we do. Excuse me. The Piper laughed. Someone else was cocky today, Jessica replied, and you saw what happened to her. Back off. I will have another assignment for you soon. Sure thing, boss. The line went dead. Jessica buried her face in her hands. Weakening the most egregious of the Confederacy members, Forsaken is just branding, was the plan, but it didn't make it any easier, even if it was necessary in the long run. It still didn't make it any less unpleasant. She had known Gwen for over 100 years. She was what she was, but she was a stand-up woman and could be counted upon. She wanted the Angels pruned, not gutted. They still had ships, and without Gwen's leadership keeping them in line, things were worse, not better. It wouldn't be the Black Angels. It would be dozens of them. Most of their senior leadership was in that raid. All of them wanted a piece of that haul. Too many ships in one fucking place. Out of pure greed. She sighed heavily. The only thing she could do now was whip them up into a frenzy and drive them into the Federation fleet and finish the job. The Black Angels, one of her strongest clans, was done. In moments. She closed her eyes and leaned back in her chair. The only thing they could do about the Argents was run. She opened her eyes, and they shone evilly. There was nothing they could do for now. Things change, and they would. But she had to survive until then. She tapped at her keyboard. A few moments later, an old Republic admiral appeared. What the fuck, Jess? He demanded. You're calling me at work? You know they are watching everyone these days. They won't be able to crack the call, but they will fucking know why they can't. Your bosses won't mind this time, Jessica replied, besides, they know we used to know each other. It's good to see you again, Brian. Likewise, he replied and paused. I know that look, Jess. What happened? Nearly 100 Black Angels fully loaded with nuclear compliance tubes went up against 4 of the new Argent class. 100% casualties, including Gwen. She's dead, Brian. Phew. It wasn't even a fight, Jessica said grimly, it was a slaughter. The Callant finally turned loose some of their tech. It was spears versus machine guns out there. The reason I am calling is that I had a spy ship on the edge of the system. I got the whole engagement. You did? Yeah, Jessica said with a sigh. It's pretty grim, but I'm sending it now. You guys need to know about these things. They are a real threat to anything you have. Have your guys go over the data and have the monoliths chew on it. And in return, I want to know what you know, Jessica replied, nothing is invincible. They have a weakness, and we need to know what it is, both of us. Deal. The brass won't like it, but you have a deal. I want something, though. Name it. I want your data on all Federation assets. I know you have shit we don't. Deal. I'm sorry about Gwen, Jess. Me too. There was a pounding on his door. Looks like the guys with guns are here, he smirked. Later. After the call ended, Jessica frowned. There was one more call she had to make. Gwen Shea, the only one left, was playing spaceship with V with a murder borer pup clinging to her back as they both held model ships and were weaving them back and forth. And you just blew up, Gwen said with a laugh. Nuh-uh. That turn you just made was way too tight. You just exceed the structural integrity of your ship. You are either in a million pieces, or you are so fucked up that you are easing pickings. Gwen started poking and tickling V. Phew, phew, phew. She said as V giggled. Arisa, her guardian angel, walked up, her eyes red and swollen. Gwen. Arisa said in a grave voice. Gwen's blood ran cold with one look in Arisa's eyes. What? She asked in a frightened voice. Okay, traitor, you're free to go, Agent X-Ray next said to the Palg. Are really? Yep, X-Ray said, traps sprung. Bad guys go boom. You get to go home, and so do we. Finally. His fellow agent exclaimed. Do you have any idea how many dates I've missed? Chastity builds character, X-Ray snorted. The fuck it does. His friend exclaimed, another day and I would have seduced you. Then you would have to answer to my fiancé, X-Ray replied with a laugh, you would have a hard time getting laid without a PP. He glared at the Palg. What the fuck are you still doing here, traitor? X-Ray snarled. Go before I change my mind about gutting you. With a strangled yelp, the Palg fled. After he left, the other agent turned to X-Ray. And we are just going to let him go? He asked, after he collaborated with the fucking Forsaken, after what they've done. Yep, X-Ray smiled maliciously and pulled out his phone, switching it to an unsecured line. He called the capital city police. Dispatch, a uniformed avian replied. Yes, X-Ray smiled, I am Senior Agent X-Ray next with Federation Intelligence. I am sending your credentials now. Yes. A much more alert officer exclaimed as they preened their feathers, how can I help? Do you need to speak to someone? You'll do just fine. Really? The officer exclaimed excitedly, how can I help? I need you to inform the appropriate parties that the Palg, known as Yulip Bic, is an informant and intelligence asset for the Federation and has been instrumental in recent operations against the Forsaken. We consider him a valuable asset and request that any criminal activity undertaken by this individual be disregarded and referred to our department. We'll keep him in line. Yes, Agent. The officer exclaimed, I mean, Senior Agent. Thank you, X-Ray replied, I know I can count on you. You can. The officer chirped. They were so excited. I won't let you down, senior agent. I know you won't, X-Ray replied. Take care, officer. You too. His companion looked at him, his mouth slightly agape. You complete and utter bastard. He's a fucking traitor, X-Ray replied. He doesn't deserve a cushy Federation prison cell. He was responsible for the death of Gwen Shea herself, and Lord knows how many other Black Angels. Let them handle his rehabilitation. But welcome to Special Division, X-Ray replied. Hey, you hungry? There is this great diner that is still open. They make the best sausage. I'll pass. Your loss, X-Ray shrugged. See you tomorrow. Whistling, X-Ray casually loped out of the safe house, leaving a deeply disturbed reptile who flopped down onto the couch. What have I gotten into? He asked nobody in particular. Comfy. Gwen said to a terrified Palg as she tied him to an X-shaped frame in her bedroom. Please. The Palg pled, I had no choice. Him. Gwen replied, her eyes sparkling. He whimpered as he looked into them. They were horrifying. You did have a choice, you know, Gwen replied sweetly as she gently booked him on the snout. You could have refused and spent your life in a nice Federation prison. But instead, you decided to kill my Gram. She kissed his forehead. He involuntarily evacuated his waist. Now there are good choices, and there are bad choices, Gwen said as the words prepare for jump were announced over a speaker. And killing my Gram was what we like to call a bad choice, she snarled as she pried his eyelids open and glared. But it's okay, she smiled as she released him, because I'm going to give you the opportunity to make it up to me. Jumping in 3, 2, 1. Jump. The ship shuddered slightly. Anything. The Palg squealed in terror. There is something I've just been dying to try, and you could help me. She smiled at him. Do you want to help me? She asked sweetly. Yes. The Palg squealed, anything. Gwen walked casually to a small control panel next to the shuttered observation dome and traced her fingers over the switches. Great. She enthused as she pressed them. You get to be my boyfriend. Oh no. Becky, wherever you go, there is always a Becky. This one is one of Gwen's Glee squad, sprinted down the corridor towards a section of the ship she really didn't want to be in right now. Rounding the corner, she saw V, with her puppy clinging to her back and a toy spaceship in hand, standing on tiptoe and repeatedly mashing a door control panel with a frown on her face. V. Becky exclaimed in alarm. Doors broke, V said unhappily. It's not broken, sweetie, Becky said as she reached V and started ushering her down the corridor, it's locked. Why? Because we always lock the corridor to Gwen's room when we jump, Becky said as she picked up the pace, almost dragging V along. You know that. But I want to play spaceship. V exclaimed petulantly. I'll play spaceship with you, Becky said with a forced smile as she hurriedly rounded a corner. You don't do it right. Well, you will just have to wait until Gwen comes out, then. Why? Becky replied uncertainly, hyperspace is Gwen's alone time, and we need to respect that. The whole jump. Yes, Becky said firmly, the whole jump. We've covered this before, V. It's a ship's rule, and you can't break those, understand? But doesn't she get lonely? Becky winced, I'm sure she's just fine. Surrounded by swirling and boiling impossible colors and shapes, an unidentifiable mass of flesh writhed on a bed, arms and legs sticking out in random places, huge chunks disappearing and reappearing randomly. Squeals of pleasure and wild howls echoed through the chamber. And screaming, lots of screaming. The entire mass shuddered violently, and Gwen's face appeared in the middle of one of the gaping holes in the sponge-like mass. As she emerged, leaving behind a creature that one might be able to identify as a Palg, or at least something that might be in one of their horror movies, behind, she rolled on her side and embraced it. It hugged back. Now that was better than the teddy bear. The creature hugged her back, emitting a low keening sound as its eyes glowed. And screams still echoed through the chamber. Gwen smiled. The sounds and shapes the screaming made as it ripped through hyperspace were quite pretty. Better get comfortable, Screamy, she chuckled as she and the creature kissed, their eyes blazing intensely. This jump is going to take 4 days. Jessica Morgan sat in front of her wall of screens, each displaying a different face. Good morning, she said pleasantly as she sipped from her priceless ancient Corel teacup. A chorus of greetings filled the room. Now we have a lot of information to cover today, Jessica said, and while it is normally the case with all of these briefings, the information covered today is of an especially confidential nature. Then what the fuck am I doing here? Helena Sterling demanded. Because, while you are quite the darling little gadfly, Jessica Morgan replied, you have more sense than many in this room. You won't betray your people to the Federation. There is another reason that will become clear very soon. Jessica Morgan sipped her tea. By the way, Jessica said with a smile, you got balls suiting up and going to the red zones. Not a lot of people would do that. You go where the story is, Helena shrugged, and the story sure as hell wasn't up there in the homestead ships unless you want to hear about a darling little girl who misses Bunny Crunch and thinks that the new PE classes are a bunch more fun than the old ones again. I loved that story. Sebastian Morgan enthused, it really put a human face on us, made us relatable to a good 83% of the Federation species. Well, I'm glad the propaganda goons approve of my fine work, Helena snarked, it makes it all worthwhile. And on a personal note, Sebastian snickered, the interview with her mother was hilarious. The room broke out into chuckles, even Jessica. Helena grinned wickedly. I've wanted to get my hooks into that bitch for a while, she said with malicious satisfaction. Hey. Long story, Helena replied. Hey, Helena, Sebastian said after a moment. No. You could do a lot of good, you know, Sebastian said. I would rather sit on a pine cone, Helena replied, than write a piece extolling the virtues of fucking Gwen Shea, calling her a hero of the Forsaken. The woman was pure trash, a monster, the worst of. Her voice trailed off as the room broke out in laughter. Oh, shit. Helena said as she realized that all of the heads of the other houses were on that very same call. I mean. I didn't know her. I'm sure she was. I mean, I'm sure she could be. Even Helena has her limits. No, a woman with an ornate skull painted on her face laughed, you report facts, and those are the facts. Gwen was awful. Remember the time with the babies. The room burst into laughter again. Break out the grills and pass out the pills. A man wearing a long leather coat and cutlass yelled. It's party time. The group yelled in reply. Jessica smiled and sipped her tea as valuable time was wasted as the group shared tales about Gwen. She shook her head. She was awful, but you had to admit the crazy bitch had style, just like her namesake. Helena sat there, wide-eyed, as the stories flowed. She really did that. She gasped in horror. My men and I were right there, a woman in an expensive suit smirked, kind of hard to miss that. Hey, give me a call after this, and I will tell you about the real Gwen Shea, not that cotton candy fluff propaganda is doling out. A proper bitch deserves a proper memorial. Helena was pelted with the contact information of most of the heads of the houses of the Confederacy of Soul. General. Sebastian Morgan said nervously, I'm not sure that's the best idea. Jessica shrugged. We need outlaws as well as we need heroes, Jessica replied, and nobody is going to believe that Gwen Shea was a good person. She was an animal, especially back during the wars. You know what, Helena, call me too. I have a few stories about that bitch that might not have seen the light of day before. Helena just nodded and vibrated with excitement. There are exclusives, and there are exclusives. And then there is what just fell into her lap. Don't remind me, an old naval officer chuckled, she was completely unmanageable, as crazy as she was beautiful. She was beautiful. Helena asked in surprise. The room agreed in unison. Absolutely stunning, the naval officer replied. Pity she was irredeemably insane and tended to eat her lovers. No wonder, a silver-haired woman wearing a lab coat emblazoned with medals. Do you remember when we first brought her in? She was a walking prion. I've never seen a case as bad as hers. Zombies had better dietary habits. I wonder if prion disease can be inherited, an old marine mused, it would explain that whole fucked up family. All of them were nuts. Jessica froze, all color draining from her face. No. Sure it can, the woman in the lab coat replied, there are several cases of prion-triggered genetic mutation. In fact, it was the cause of several very serious diseases earlier in our history. It an autosomal. The sound just faded to a faint buzzing as Jessica sat there, stunned. No. It made too much sense. Marakovich and his crew were smaller but every bit as bad as the Angels when it came to supplementing their diets, and the other Void Gazers were from the most vicious of raider gangs. She started quickly typing and frantically flicking her mouse back and forth. All of them were treated for prion diseases, in many cases multiple ones. But one strain stood out even at first glance, UNC 88-9. It was never clearly identified or catalogued. They had much more pressing concerns at the time, and it responded to standard treatment protocols. Or so they thought. It was so obvious. Why hadn't they seen it? Because you all didn't want to. Jessica twitched. The future of humanity may just be based on some of the most deplorable practices imaginable. If that's the case, then what will that future be? They all crave meat sooner or later. An icy dread started to take hold. General. General. Morgan. Someone shouted in that special tone that would get anyone in the military's immediate attention for the rest of their life. Wah. Jessica said, returning to the somewhat less horrible real world. Are we going to start this meeting or what? Yeah, Jessica said foggily as she, slightly shaking, rose. Something has come up. We have to reschedule. Reschedule this briefing. Someone wearing a Morgan Securities blazer said in disbelief. You realize we are discussing the Argent data, right? Then discuss it. Jessica snapped. Jesus, fuck. Do I have to hold your hands the whole goddamn time? With that, Jessica fled the room, slamming the door behind her. Terran smiled a thin smile, nodded to the group, and followed. Well, it lasted longer than I thought it would, an old man shrugged. What? Someone else replied. Fearless leader staying on the wagon, the old man smirked. No, an old general said gravely, I've known her since the beginning. She wasn't on anything. It's worse. What is it? She said the God's honest truth, the old general said grimly, something else has happened that made her nearly piss herself. I've never seen her look like that, ever, not even when the Terrans made it to the non-combatant stations. What do we do? Sebastian Morgan asked in fear. We do our jobs. The old general said. We go over this data, try to find something, and you try to put a positive spin on us getting our asses handed to us. That is what we are going to do. Welcome to the grown-ups table, golden boy. Am I still supposed to be in here? Helena asked, completely confused. I have no fucking idea, the general replied. Jessica obviously brought you here for some reason, but damned if I know what it is. Just stick around, and maybe we'll find out. Jessica usually has reasons for what she does, usually. Jessica burst into her room and rushed to a mirror, breaking it. Behind it was a safe. Her hand trembling slightly, she started to reach for the keypad. The door to her room unlocked and opened, revealing Terrance. Terrance! She exclaimed. Terrance entered the room, closing and locking the door. He pulled out an artfully engraved cigarette case. Ma'am, Terrance replied with an even voice, may I offer you this instead? He opened the case to reveal some expertly rolled joints. Jessica took a joint end, between trembling fingers, lit it, drawing heavily. You know, don't you? She asked when she finally inhaled. I have the same suspicion as you, he said, why else would I be handing you that? Jessica took another long toke and then offered it to Terrance, who nodded primly and took it. Do we know for certain that all of them were infected? Terrance asked as he lit another joint. Yeah, Jessica said as she lounged on the couch, looking at the ceiling. Every single fucking one of them, and they all were infected by get this, an ultra-rare ultra-obscure strain that wasn't even named properly. How the fuck did we miss this? I tell you, Terrance, when I get straight, somebody's head is going to fucking roll. If I may, he said as he accepted the joint, it might be in your best interest to keep this to yourself, at least for now. These individuals are already suspect. If it is believed that they are directly connected to cannibalism, it will make things problematic. Good point, Jessica said as she took the joint back. Besides, Terrance said, we don't even know if this is a real link or just another promising dead end. We don't know if this is the key to all this. Promising lead, Jessica snickered, I could have used you back in the Soul Wars. I'll take that in the spirit it was intended, Terrance said dryly. And I know this is the link, Jessica said calmly, still looking at the ceiling, do you want to know why? Because that sick, twisted, demented creator of this, fucked up galaxy would do something exactly like that. She took another toke. Well, I hope it at least finds all of this entertaining. Jessica muttered as she raised the joint once again to her lips. Shit, she said, extending the joint to Terrance. Sorry, Terrance, I forgot that. She chuckled to see Terrance with his own freshly lit joint between his fingers. It's quite all right, ma'am, he said with a smile. Jessica took another deep draw on her joint, nearly consuming it. Future of humanity. She muttered. God fucking damn it. Well, Terrance said calmly, at least they won't go hungry. Jessica burst into laughter. What the fuck are you? I am whatever you require me to be, Terrance replied as he inhaled deeply. Across the galaxy, surrounded by swirling colors and screams, Gwen and her new lover faced each other, inches apart, as Gwen took his hands in hers, guiding one of his to her waist. Pleasant music, distorted by what passed for space-time there, and accompanied by anguished screams, filled the room. Now, this one we call a waltz, she said as she smiled sweetly. Author's note, I've been called out by our favorite scientist concerning a little detail. The existing prion diseases I referenced, and glanced briefly over when I checked if prion diseases could be inherited, result from mutations making prions, not prions making mutations. There are no currently known prions that do that. In fact, it would be highly unlikely. However, being a better bullshitter than a scientist, I replied that a prion could cause a change to the epigenome because literally anything can do that, so it's still sci-fi plausible and preserves my story even with the research goof. So it still could be, and come on, we all know it is, a major contributing factor to the Void Gazer's appearance. Jeruz on the carpet. Jeruz stood in the office with his nose pointed downward. 4 days, Jeruz, Gavin said gravely. 4 days. I'm sorry, Jeruz said meekly. I'm sorry isn't going to cut it this time, Gavin said with a sigh and a shake of his head. Do the words no call. No show mean anything to you? No. It means you abandoned your job, Jeruz. You, for all intents and purposes, quit. Gavin said with a very serious voice, God damn it, Jeruz. This. Are you firing me? Jeruz asked with true desperation in his voice. To be perfectly honest, Gavin said, I should. Jeruz started to weep. It was over. He blew it. But, I told you when you signed up that I give everyone one fuck up, Gavin said. This is your fuck up. You aren't fired, but Jeruz, I have a business to run here and dozens of employees on the floor right now. If I keep cutting you slack, everyone will expect the same. I can't have that. I have hundreds of orders I'm trying to fill, and I need you at your desk. Linda had to cover your slack, pulling her off the floor where I needed her. Gavin looked at Jeruz gravely. I counted on you, Jeruz, and you let me down. Jeruz felt like he couldn't breathe. And over what? Gavin continued relentlessly, a fucking chipmunk. I'm not sure what it was. Jeruz said, looking back at a lump in his body. You climbed out of your bedroom window, had Linda scouring the yard looking for you, then had her looking for her dog, her cat. I would never. Jeruz exclaimed. You were willing to endanger your job, Gavin said, with your mom and family back home. If you were willing to do that, you understand her concern, right? Jeruz nodded, feeling like an inchworm. I know you are different, Gavin said with a sigh, but if you were a human, do you know what I would think? No. I would think you were on something, Gavin said, that you had a problem. Drugs? Jeruz asked in horror. Skipping out of work, passed out for days. Gavin said, that's what it has always been in the past. In your case, it might be different because you are so malnourished. You might just have finally found real food or something. All I know is that your people say what you are doing is a bad idea, and maybe I'm seeing why. I'll stop. Jeruz cried desperately, I promiseth. I've heard all sorts of promises before, Jeruz, Gavin replied. He face-palmed. This is all new territory, he sighed, I've never hired a Xeno before, and I'm starting to see why so many people refuse to do it. Jeruz. Pleaseth don't judge others because of me. Jeruz cried, I'm just a stupid fuck up, a dumb snake. No, Gavin replied, you aren't. You're a bright kid with a lot to offer. This is just some weird Xeno shit we have to figure out. They both fell silent. I'm going to get you back on disability, Gavin said after a moment. You tried to come back to work, and you just weren't able to do it. I'll sort it out with the nation and the insurance, somehow. I think Little Gold can help. She likes you. You go and sort yourself out, eat some squirrels or some shit until your tongue grows back. If you still have an issue then we will get you some help. You aren't the first employee I've had with a little problem. It will give me time to figure out what I'm going to do with you, and it will keep the credits going to your family. You wowed doetheth for me. I've done more for less promising people, Gavin replied. If nothing else, we can adjust your employment status and work days so you can both eat and work. You wouldn't make as much, but you could still send home money and probably live okay. You would be saving a bundle on groceries, right? Jeruz laughed weakly. You know what? Gavin replied, hang on. He pulled out his phone. Hi grandmother, he said, oh pretty good. Yeah, still getting my ass kicked. How about you? Hey, could you do me a favor? I would like you to meet someone. Not like that. I have an employee, a non-human one. Yes, the snake. Look, here's the deal. He's on disability, so he can't work, but there is no rule that says he can't get training. Do you think you could teach him some stuff, maybe see what he's good at? I just know he's good at something, but... Yes. I am familiar with the old woman and the snake. He's not venomous, and you do have a problem with rats. Yes, well, it's complicated. Would you at least meet him? Thanks, grandmother. See you soon. Bye. Gavin put his phone back in his pocket and looked at Jeruz, who was looking up at him hopefully. I've just cut you the solid of all solids, Gavin said with a smile. My grandmother is a master, master everything, and she has agreed to maybe, just maybe, let you train with her until you heal. She will? Jeruz asked, wide-eyed. You have no idea how big a deal this is, Gavin said. There are a lot of people who would give anything for this opportunity. Don't fuck it up. We are heading there now. If she likes the looks of you, she will let you tail her, and she might show you a thing or two. It won't be paid, because of disability. It will be considered training, but it's legit. Even Little Gull won't object to this. Gavin headed to the door. Come on, he said, we're going now before she changes her mind. Less than an hour later, Gavin was landing his grav truck in front of a small timber-framed cottage out in the woods with a large concrete block building behind it. An old woman with long hair, wearing a fleece-lined denim shirt and jeans, stepped out to meet them. Now just be yourself, Gavin said reassuringly, and don't lie about anything. She'll know and that will be that, understand? Yes, Thier. Let's go, Gavin said with a smile. Oh, and Jaraz. Yes. Try not to break anything. Jaraz sat curled around a bowl of tea while Gavin and his grandmother talked in another room. About him. He dipped his mouth into the bowl and took a bite of tea. Something sparkly caught his eye. On the shelf was a beautiful crystal thingy. He was captivated. He simply had to get a better look. Crash. God damn it, Jaraz. Gavin shouted as he rushed into the room, his grandmother following. What are you doing? Nothing. Jaraz said innocently as he laid on his back in the middle of the floor, his tea bowl upside down beside him. However, the crystal figurine was untouched. He never got that far. And you let this into your shop? The old woman laughed. What were you thinking? Look, he's a good guy, Gavin said, and he really needed a job. Needing a job and deserving one are two different things, boy. Just give him a chance, Gavin said imploringly, for me? You will see what I'm talking about. I'm telling you, Gran, there is something there. The old woman just chuckled and shook her head. Okay, she said. Yay. Jaraz cheered as he rolled over onto his belly. You won THB Thori. Oh I will, the old woman laughed, and more than once, but let's see if this damn fool grandson of mine is right or not. She knelt down to look Jaraz in the eye. All right, here's the deal, she said. You can hang out here and help out if you want. If you aren't a complete waste of time, I might show you a thing or two if I feel like it. If you clean up after yourself and look after the place, you can stay in my spare room. I understand you've developed a little wild game problem. I don't care. Come and go as you please, but when you are here, you will stay out of the way, out of trouble, and do what I tell you. Understand? Yes, ma'am. And don't go pestering me for lessons or any of that shit, the old woman growled. I'll show you stuff if I feel like it when I feel like it. This ain't trade school, boy. Got it? She called me boy. Jaraz thought with pure joy, just like a human. Okay, she said, rising to her feet and turning to Gavin, I've agreed to look after the thing. If this turns out like that story, it's your ass. Yes, grandmother, Gavin said with a smile. Don't you have a shop that you dropped out of school to run? The old woman said gruffly. Not going to let that one go, are you? Gavin chuckled. Get going, you fucking dropout, the old woman smiled as she hugged him. I'll take good care of the snake. Thanks, grandmother, Gavin said as he put on his hat. He turned to Jaraz. Now, what aren't you going to do? Fuck this up. Jaraz replied. Remember that, Gavin smiled as he walked out the door. After he left, the old woman turned to Jaraz. Name's Doreen, she said. Clean up your tea and then come out to the shop. I'm working on a custom hunting rifle. You might find it interesting. Yes, ma'am. 2 days passed quite pleasantly and with no incidents aside from knocked over materials and a container of screws flying across the floor. The next morning Doreen walked into Jaraz's room. All right, you goddamn menace, she said cheerfully, coffee's brewed, and I made eggs. Daylight's washed. She chuckled. Jaraz was gone, and the window was open. That's going to really piss me off come winter, she smirked as she pulled the window closed. Maybe I should put in a pet door or something. She paused and smiled as she realized she was already planning on not giving Jaraz back. In the woods, not far from her home, something slithered silently through the forest, its feral eyes gleaming in the light. And it was hungry. The Baroness and the mail-order bride. In an elegant establishment on Garthruns, Yerbit's home world, crystal flutes filled with expensive sparkling vartine and glasses of a bewildering array of sizes and shapes filled with the expensive and intricate cocktails for which they were specifically designed shone in the light as plates of dozens of different sizes made of intricate ceramic piecework joined in kintsugi fashion bore meals that were more art than sustenance. Overhead, crystal chandeliers shone brightly as a horde of servers bustled among the tables of the privileged. Not every grey had been laid low by the Ponzi scheme, and for those who survived, the times that followed were very good indeed. Those with the capital and know-how devoured the fallen and cabals or, in some cases, Outright monopolies now ruled Garthran's business and industry. For those few, it was truly the beginnings of a gilded age, and the tables were filled with rich, pampered, and happy greys smiling as they indulged themselves on a pleasant night out. All but one. Under the tablecloth, Marana swatted one of the seemingly endless paws of her suitor away from her skirts once again. "Stop it!" she hissed. The creature posing as one of her species just leered and grabbed at an elegantly dressed server who expertly evaded his grasping paw. "Hey, beautiful," he drooled, "get us another bottle." "Yes, sir," she said with only the barest flicker of an eye roll. Nearby tables rolled their eyes more unabashedly, hissed, and muttered. Vicart was an unmannerly, loathsome troll and one of the only eligible Garthra of marriageable age anywhere on the planet, or anywhere else, for that matter. Even with all of his father's wealth, he was simply too much. Garthras had actually drowned themselves rather than subject themselves to a lifetime with him. Marana was only here at the insistence of her uncle, to whom she was a bit indebted, who wanted to make a deal with the turd's father. "I said stop it!" she hissed as she yanked his hand away again. "Come in, beautiful," Vicart whispered, his snout getting far too close, "let me get a little feel of what I'm buying." "Oh, hell no. You aren't buying anything," Marana hissed. "I'm only here because my fool of an uncle wants to make a deal with your dick of a father and your dick of a father is enamored with the idea of a title." "Oh please," he replied, his hand becoming more insistent, "this is probably the only good meal you've had in months. At least pay me properly for it." Twitch. Screw it, and her uncle. She would sell off some more shit. The middle class was eating that stuff up, and the market was finally warming up a little. "I'm telling you," she hissed, "if you don't withdraw your hand right now, you are going to regret it." "What are you going to do?" he sneered as he tried to find his way past one of the slits in the overdress her uncle insisted that she wear. "You don't want to cause a scene, do I? I warned you." Marana shouted loud enough for everyone to hear as she, in one fluid motion, seized a snail skewer from the dozens of pieces of silverware and thrust it under the tablecloth. Vicart shrieked as he jerked his hand away, the skewer shining in the light of the chandeliers as it protruded from his skin. At a nearby table, young Dalma quickly pulled out her phone and started filming. "Dalma," her mother said firmly as she pushed her daughter's phone down, "no." Marana leapt to her feet and pulled out a surprisingly large plastic bag from her bejeweled purse, already partially filled with appetizers. "You are a cad without culture and whose breeding is purely accidental," she shouted as she dumped an entire steamed scale crawler into the bag, scandalizing the room. "I curse you, the family who brought you into this world, and my fool of an uncle who browbeat me into allowing you to court me," she exclaimed as she dumped the entire glittering tray of bread into the looter's bag she brought. "You are not only unmarriable, you are intolerable, loathsome to the extreme. Oh, go and kill yourself already, you placeless beggar!" Vicart shouted as he pulled the skewer from his hand. Marana's face twitched a little. More and more phones were being held aloft. This was too good. A scandal. Here? I would rather no place than my place, being that I was attached to my father's dick like a suckling babe. Marana shouted, causing the room to gasp. "Pray tell, how much is your allowance, little boy?" Marana seized the nearly full bottle of expensive sparkling wine from the table. "And I do have a place," Marana said as she ranted, now at the room, as she stomped towards the exit. "I have a home and staff who rely on me, and you are nothing but a squatter squatting with other squatters in your family's tomb." Vicart shrieked back. "Your uncle told us all about you, you squatter, you, ghoul." Marana stopped. "Please, sir," she hissed dangerously as she set down the doggy bag and started to remove her earrings. "I apologize, but I seem to have misheard you. Did you say something?" Dalma's mother quickly pulled out her phone. "You heard me," Vicart yelled, "lingering past death, lurking in your parents' home. When you should have been stinking up the Sakvan with the rest of those fools, your mother, your father, your sister, your brothers." Marana thrust the hand holding the wine towards a server. "Could you hold this for me for just a moment?" "Your bit." G.V. Laura gasped at the table laden with fresh fruits, savory meats, candied bugs, and sweets of every description laid out before her. "How did you manage all of this?" "I'm starting my new business, and my loan came in." Yerbit lied as she smiled, thinking of the Harkeen looking up at her with helpless rage fading to fear as she pulled the trigger. "I thought a celebration was in order." "Bah, her Rutun landlord, the guy who actually had the lease, scoffed, "You should put this in your business, not wasting it on us, not until your first sale at least." "But I already have my first sale." Yerbit exclaimed untruthfully, "I have an order for a custom outfit from one of the people at the Drop of Oil." She offered him a skewer of fresh watermelon, his favorite. "Can you cease being grumpy for just one meal?" she asked as she tempted him with it. She then opened one of several bottles of Martinelle sparkling apple cider, produced for over 1,000 years, with a 10-year break, of course, and filled everyone's glasses. On my home world, she said, before everyone starts a meal, she said smiling at the bat-like doc who had already dived in, we have a custom of raising our glasses and the host making a very short speech. Better be, the Rtoon grumbled. Oh, be quiet and let her speak, GV Laura said as she playfully tugged at her friends, they shared the same bedroom kind of friend, ear. When we first came here, Yerbit said, her voice filling with emotion, we were lost, alone, adrift. We had nothing, no one, and you all took us in. You all took us in even though we had nothing. You brought us into your life, your family, asking very little in return and forgiving when we didn't even have that. Yerbit paused to collect herself, her chest hitching. I don't have much family left, and the only family that matters is in this room. You saved us when we had nothing, shared freely what you had. And in the years to come, I swear that I will do the same. You are my family and I always take care of family. She raised her glass. Clervava. She exclaimed and drank. Getting kinda cocky over one dress, ain't ye? The Rtoon chuffed. Oh, shut up and eat, Yerbit laughed as she grabbed a slice of fresh pineapple. So we can eat now. The doc, fruit juice and crumbs still sticking to the fur around his mouth. Yerbit laughed with delight and nodded. The doc needed no further confirmation and attacked his plate. She smiled. Her table was full, and her family was happy. It was a good day, one of many more to come. She brought her cider to her lips, imagining that it was that Threen's blood. She drank deeply and sighed. This was what life was all about. On Garth rounds, Marana awoke in her bed with an empty bottle still firmly in her grasp. Her head and her fists throbbed. She smiled and groaned roughly at the same time as she stared upward at the fine lace of her bed's canopy. Well, that tears it, she snickered. In that strange, supernatural way she always did, her personal maid Baga opened the door shortly after she awoke, wheeling in a large basin. Good morning, my lady, Baga smiled pleasantly. Morning, honored servant, Marana mumbled as she ran her fingers through the tousled fur of her head. They shared a grin. Did you have a pleasant evening, my lady? You betcha. Marana replied. And you procured quite the feast as well, Baga smiled, I've taken the liberty of salvaging what I could. Marana smiled as she sat, with some difficulty, upright. We will feast upon the crawler during our breakfast. I want a claw. Very good, my lady, Baga smiled, it's been all I could do to keep them away. In fact, I fear your claw and my portion may already be forfeit. Oh well, Marana chuckled and then examined the basin. What's that, then? It is a tincture of local herbs poured over ice, Baga grinned, they maintain that soft, dainty hands unused to rough treatment might find it soothing. Marana slid her hands into the icy basin and sighed. Well, the ice is helping anyway, she replied. Hey. It's kind of tingly. Our new horticulturalist seems quite knowledgeable, Baga smiled. As I recall, the cigarettes he crafted were especially appreciated by your ladyship. I distinctly remember a pipe in your proper little paws as well, Baga. Well, Baga snickered, such base things are more suited to base creatures as myself, and as such, I can tell you that it was of the highest quality. My lady. Our gardener is a man of many talents. Am I mistaken in observing you admiring said talents, Marana said as Baga laid out her clothing, particularly in the area from which his tail protrudes, a magnificent tail if I do say so myself. You know what they say, my lady, Baga smiled, base is as base does. Oh. Marana asked as she let Baga remove her nightshirt, you and our strapping new gardener. One doesn't kiss and tell, my lady. Baga replied, though they might boast about a very successful endeavor should it proceed past that point. Tell me. Marana exclaimed with excitement. Marana, clad in somewhat stained and ratty hunting attire with a dagger and blaster pistol in a wide sash across her waist, descended the stairs to the great hall where a table was laid, the centerpiece being a large crab/lobster the size of a decently sized turkey. On the opposite wall, a hollow emitter was displaying quite the scene. Marana was in a big poofy dress, astride a prone gentleman, and beating the ever-loving shit out of him in the middle of a fine restaurant. Already? Marana asked as she and Baga entered the room. Almost instantly, Baga replied. In fact, it preceded your arrival last night. Any messages? Multiple ones, my lady, Baga smirked. In particular, your aunt and uncle are particularly keen to converse. I can imagine, Marana smirked back. On the screen, an enraged Marana shoved her paw down the gentleman's trousers. Is this what you wanted? She screeched as she clenched her fist, causing the gentleman to scream. Is that what you desired, dear sir? More screaming. Say you're daddy's little bitch. The on-screen demoness shouted. Say it. Ahem. Baga said in a quiet manner that somehow filled the room, causing a motley-looking group of Garthras to turn about. Shit, one of them said as they flailed at the remote for the hollow, which quickly disappeared. Good morrow, Lady Marana, the group said in unison, almost. Good morrow, my good people, Marana said, bobbing slightly, keeping her head erect, and waving one of her hands graciously. Then she grinned. So, what were you watching? Our favorite Baroness kicking some grey fluff ass. A young voice piped up as the group burst into laughter, and Marana, dispensing with the appearance of formality, scampered to the head of the table as one Garthra flopped into a chair and grabbed their much less complicated eating utensils. Back. Bagga snapped, remain standing until the lady of the house sits. A burly Garthra whose fur was a patchwork of stripe, blonde, and white for some reason, grabbed the smaller Garthra by the scruff of the neck and hauled them back up. Why do we gotta do all this crap? Back whined, Marana don't give a shit. The lady of East Leyden may not care, but I do, Bagga said with an air of authority that did not allow for dissent. As to why we must do so, it is essential that you all know how to conduct yourselves as members of a proper house, which we are. We must conduct ourselves in such a manner to convey a sense of legitimacy, stability, and continuity for House East Leyden. Bagga softened her expression, slightly. You want to protect Lady Marana's tail, don't you? Yeah, Bag replied, of course. This is how you do just that, she replied, if another of her status calls wishing to discuss business proper or is here on another important matter, how all of us conduct ourselves will be vitally important. You looking bad will make Lady Marana look bad, which could very well impact what happens next. It may not be today. It may not be tomorrow. But that day will happen, and when it does, you will want to protect the lady's tail, right? Yeah, Bag replied, I got her tail. Then pay attention and follow the rules, Bagga said firmly, it's not like we bother with them unnecessarily, just during times like these when we practice proper conduct. You can at least do that, can't you? I guess. Bagga turned to Marana and bobbed. Sorry for detaining you, your ladyship, she said as she pulled out Marana's chair. Marana primly took a seat. Bagga then took a seat next to her and sat. The group sat with her simultaneously. Normally, dining among staff is far less formal, Bagga said, however, you need to know what to expect during a proper dinner. Yeah, Marana grinned, what she said. Marana raised a tankard of green brew to her lips and took a big gulp as the group looked at her in disbelief. What? Marana shrugged, spittle of the devil. She looked at the giant crustacean lovingly. It had been a while. Now, let's dig in. Yeah, Asgard Motley replied, but how? Well, in proper society, you use special shell crackers and silver inlaid shears, but the basic idea is we get in there and get to the good stuff, Marana said as she pulled out the dagger from her belt. My lady, Bagga said as she arose, perhaps I might handle this. She asked as she magically produced a set of kitchen shears. Probably best, Marana grinned. Where do you catch these monsters anyway? An old weathered stripe asked. Deep in the ocean, Marana replied as Bagga made short work of opening the critter and carving thick slabs onto a silver serving tray. She then put a slab and a half of a rather soggy roll on each plate. Normally, these rolls wouldn't be soaked in juices, but our ladyship had to move rather quickly, Bagga snickered as the group broke out into titters. Hiluva pinch, miss. A child squeaked, causing the titters to break into full-bore laughter. It was, wasn't it? Marana smiled, good thing I shanked that foul thing before we got to the entree. Now it is proper, both among servants and the upper class, to wait until everyone is served, Bagga said firmly as she started putting plates in front of everyone. It will only be a short delay, and I have ensured equal portions. There is no need to scrap like beasts to ensure your fill. After the plates were served, Bagga rolled a serving pot forward and started filling bowls. As fine a pinch as this was, Bagga smiled, it isn't quite enough to properly prepare us for the day. This is a porridge that is often served with crawler and is an excellent and nutritious complement to the meal. It is? Marana asked. What do you think happened to all the crawler you fine ladies and gentlemen left uneaten? Bagga asked, it wasn't thrown away. As you know, the shells are used for stock, but the leftover meat is salvaged and distributed. While quite delicious, there isn't much of it, so it is usually served over this porridge, making for a very nice meal. We household staff would do the same. She smiled. It's why it was served so often. Marana laughed. It had been a delight hearing all of the ways their staff robbed them blind. After the meal was served and Bagga sat back down, everyone tucked in. Marana smiled as the room was filled with shouts of delight. She really liked her new staff, comprised of poachers, squatters, and the occasional dispossessed servant. It was good to give them a treat after everything they had done for her. And for East Leyden. So, how fares the woods? Marana asked her woodsman. We finally tracked down the Olney herd again, he replied, I think Grandpa White-Ear's time has come, and they have 2 foals too many for the winter. Yes, but our freezer is full, another objected, and we are likely losing electricity this month, next month at the latest. We will lose all utility services at the beginning of the next lunar, Marana replied in a matter-of-fact tone. The money is pretty much gone until we generate some revenue. I also strongly suspect I just ended any further dealings with my family. The table chuckled. She turned to an older female. How's the old well? Well, the woman replied, I put some of the water along with witch leaf and kine, and after 5 days, there was no growth or blight, and the water tasted clean. It should be fine. A quick boil and filter, and we should be good, a male of about the same age replied. Boil. A voice objected from further down the table, do you have any idea how much wood that would take? And how much wood will it take to build the caskets we would need from people shitting themselves to death? Baga started to open her mouth to object to foul language and topics at the table, but Marana silenced her with a gentle hand on her arm. This was important. The debate raged on with the sides evenly split. Excuse me, Marana said as the table fell silent, but I propose the following solution. For now, we cut wood necessary to boil water for cooking and for those who wish to consume boiled water. Those of you who maintain that the water is safe straight from the well, put your snouts in the game and drink up. We will soon see the truth of the matter. Well. The leader of the Boyle party sneered, feel like dying. I hope you like drinking your words, the opposition party announced, I'm game. Then it's settled, Marana replied, raising her mug to her snout and taking another gulp of the glorious beverage. She was starting to suspect the commoners had been holding out on them. Madame Kineda instinctively crouched lower in her electric luxury sedan as it rolled down a completely empty road. This entire area had been taken in by the scheme and had fallen. She saw roads leading off choked with weeds and the occasional fine house, now unmaintained and empty. She saw something else, something she had heard about. Run-down vehicles parked in the yards of some of these fine houses. Squatters. It didn't take long. As entire families took a swim and the staff left with what they could carry, unsavory people moved in. This whole area was crawling with squatters, looters, poachers, and the creators above know what else. She suddenly felt very alone, but this was something that must be done herself with the utmost delicacy. She saw a cargo truck turn down one of the abandoned paths. She had heard of this too. With all of the valuables stripped, the actual houses themselves were targeted. Statues, fountains, architectural elements, wiring, solar panels, and all sorts of luxury materials were literally being ripped right out of the ground and out of the walls and bought by dishonest contractors. How could Lady Marana live out here? Finally, her car slowed and turned down a paved side road. It only made it a few hundred yards before it suddenly stopped. Collision avoidance active. What? She asked in confusion and then it hit her. An electronic blockade. She thought in terror. It was an electronic attack used by brigands to waylay people and thieves to loot trucks or strip a vehicle bare while the passengers were still inside. She froze as a targeting laser flashed across the hood of her car. Don't be stupid, a voice called out as a single terrifying figure emerged from out of nowhere. Motley's. She adjusted the windows to their darkest tint and dove for her center console, frantically digging for the stunner that her husband insisted she keep in there. I said don't be stupid, the voice outside said with obvious irritation. Lower the window before I smash it in and drag you out here. I have a blaster. She yelled, and I'm not afraid to use it. Oh dear, I guess we had better just start shooting then. No. She yelped, please. Just lower your window. Her hand shaking, she lowered the window. The motley, wearing a fine woven coat and with a very nice hunting coil gun couched under his arm smiled pleasantly. Afternoon, he said pleasantly. Gee good afternoon. Not much down this road, he said, where are you heading? I am looking for Lady Marana, she said, completely terrified. The Baroness. He responded. What ya want her for? It's a private matter. She replied. Then why didn't you call first? Do they work for her? Madame Kineda wondered, utterly confused. Because it's a delicate matter, she replied, I had hoped to discreetly seek an audience with her ladyship and discuss it personally. The motley looked at her suspiciously. She anxiously displayed a signet ring. I can call upon her, I promise, she said anxiously. Hang on, he said as he raised a short-range communicator like the ones hunters used to his ear. Hey, Baga. The motley said. As she breathed a sigh of relief, Madame Kineda's sedan resumed its progress. She had heard of collision spoofers like the one that halted her car, but they were used by robbers and worse, not by legitimate security. Still pondering that mystery, she was confronted by another. Most of the grounds had, like most of the area, fallen into a pitiful state, but near the manor house, it was another thing entirely. Entire sections of the grounds, including what appeared to have been a wonderful mallet court, had been absolutely despoiled with large rectangles of raw earth showing. In others, the weeds were thicker in yet more rectangles. Even stranger was that numerous crude buildings now stood upon the elegant stone garden in front. It's just like from the Holos. Kinata realized. It was like olden times. Lady Marana had planted crops. It all made sense, the crops, the retainers at the gate. This was ancestral land. As long as one of her line occupied it, it was theirs by charter. It couldn't be claimed by any debt, public or private. The price was paid long ago, in blood. Lady Marana was actually establishing a barony out here in the Eastern Reach. She wasn't lying when she said she had a place. She did. The doors to the manor opened, and a smartly dressed Garthra exited and approached her vehicle. Kinata unlocked her door and the Garthra opened it. "Greetings madam," Baga said with an elegant little bounce. "I am Baga, Lady Marana's personal maid. Welcome to East Leyden Manor." "Tea, thank you." Madam Kinata sat uncomfortably in a well-appointed parlour. Oh, this was going to be bad. She had assumed she would encounter a starving pauper, not an ancient baroness. She would just greet her, pay her respects, and leave. The door was opened by Baga, and Marana, now wearing a lovely pink dress, entered. "Greetings and welcome," Marana said, nodding her head as one would pleasantly greet someone of lower stature. "To what do I owe the pleasure?" I just came to pay my respects, my lady," Kinata said as pleasantly as she could. "Forgive our limited hospitality," Marana said as Baga set out teacups and some rough cookies. "It may not be what you are accustomed to, neither the biscuits nor the tea, but I assure you both are quite pleasant." "Thank you for your hospitality, my lady," Kinata said. Marana looked at her expectantly as Kinata nibbled a cookie and sipped her tea. It wasn't what Kinata was accustomed to. It was better. Marana asked, her facade slipping for a moment. "It's wonderful, my lady." "So," Marana said leaning forward and sniffing. "This isn't down the street. This is a long way down some very interesting roads. Why did you really come out here?" "Just to pay my respects to a fellow member of." "Spare the peak pellets," Marana said, "it's not like we know each other. In fact, I've never seen you once in my life. Why did you come all the way out here? Did my uncle send you?" She added with a dangerous edge to her voice. "No." Kinata exclaimed with a mixture of shock and horror. She could only imagine the infighting that must be happening, especially after what transpired last night. "Then, why are you here, really?" Kinata took a deep breath and steeled herself. "I apologize, but I misunderstood your situation," she said. "I am embarrassed to say that I came here with a trunk full of food and wine with which to ingratiate myself and." "Wine?" Marana asked as her ears pricked up. "And then I was going to try to bribe you to perform a task for someone beneath you." I'm sorry, Baroness. I beg your forgiveness, and I will take my leave now." "Now, let's not be hasty," Marana smiled. "Why don't you sit down and have another cookie while my people unload your car?" A bit later, Marana and Kinata sat at a table with an empty bottle of wine and two mostly eaten fleur breast sandwiches. Kinata brought some really nice bread. "Well, that blows," Marana said as she finished off her sandwich. "My poor little Maadal," Kinata said, "he only had his presentation last month, and now he's been forced to marry that Garthra." "I would have used another word," Marana said, "but Garthra works." Marana picked at a plate of wild berries. "I get that you are pissed," Marana said, "but what do you want me to do about it?" "Well, creators, I'm so embarrassed now," Kinata said as she shook her head, "but I saw, the incident." "Ah yes," Marana chuckled, "Daddy's little bitch." Kinata, relaxed by half a bottle of wine, giggled. "I still can't believe he actually said it," Marana laughed. "So what does that have to do with anything? You didn't come out here to give me a bottle and an arm clasp." "The wedding is in a month," Kinata said, her nose a bright scarlet from both embarrassment and more wine than she was used to, "and I might have come across some rather interesting information about my future daughter-in-law and her family. It would be a shame if it were to come out in a very loud, very public, and very hard to cover up manner in front of the entire assembly of their friends, family and business contacts during the presentation and cordial assembly before the exchange of vows and signatures. You wanted me to cause a scene." Marana laughed, clapping her hands. "And the bride-to-be can be quite volatile, if she had the feces beaten from her frame as well. So you came to the new mistress of meltdowns to ply her with drink and cash to crash your little party to raise hell and kick butt." "Yes," Kinata sighed. "Disgraceful, isn't it? Please forgive me, your ladyship." "And how much were you planning on offering me?" Marana asked, her eyes aglow. Yerbit sat in her new dress shop. The machines, supplies and basic fabrics that she knew would be used were yet to be delivered. That was okay. That wasn't why she was here. Locking the door, she entered the back room, where she set up a camera and a laptop. She pulled up the video concerning the incident and watched it with delight. She hated that asshole. After viewing it just one more time, she quickly changed into a ragged and stained t-shirt and pulled up her image on the computer. Using the software she purchased from the Chuckies, she quickly added some dinginess to the wall behind her, as well as a few bugs crawling on the wall. Perfect. She then turned her attention to herself, made certain things smaller, certain things bigger, smoothed her very, very manly arms, and over the course of a couple of hours, created the Garthround's version of Cinderella. Perfect. She stripped off her clothes. Fur color match and skin overlays complete. Now to adjust things, so it wasn't an actual match, and even more attractive. Perfect. She then set up a scanner over to the side. She stood in front of it and waved her hands up and down as well as bent over forward and back. The construct on the screen matched her movements perfectly. Perfect. She took a deep breath and centered herself. This time she wouldn't be killed if she got it wrong. That just made it harder. She really wanted to sell this one. She picked up the communicator and activated the laptop, which synced to it, displaying the construct. She smiled. Perfect. Vcart lay in his bed surrounded by ice, on his head, on his face. Stuffed into his pajamas. He had been beaten by a girl. Humiliated. And everyone knew. Everyone. There was viral, and there is what that video was. On the news, they were joking that it was so viral it might as well be a human. On the news. The worst part was that everyone was calling him the one gray in the entire species that couldn't get laid. His father wasn't returning his calls. His mother. Creators. He wished she hadn't. It was awful. She said. She said that there were other ways to dishonor a family than bankruptcy. And other ways to lose one's place. Tears welled up in his eyes. She had killed him. That bitch had killed him. His phone rang. Wincing, he looked at the ID. It wasn't yet another news program. It was. From the Republic? Creators, he thought. If his dishonor had traveled that far he really would kill himself. All over his mother's favorite tapestry. Bracing himself, he answered the phone. It was a girl. It was a grey. She was wearing, well, not much really. He could see her nips poking through the thin stained white garment she was wearing, and there were bugs crawling across the stained walls. Hello? He asked in confusion. Hi. She said nervously, I don't know if you remember me, but I'm Maadisha. Maadisha, he said as he sat bolt upright, yes, of course. I remember you. He lied, how could I not? Oh dear. She gasped as she raised her hand to her snout, what happened to you? She doesn't know. Oh, this. He replied dismissively, hoverbike accident. It looks worse than it feels. Oh good, she said. I'm sorry to cut this short, but I don't have much time. This call is expensive, and I've spent the last of my money on it. I just had to see you one last time. You had to see me. Yes. She replied, looking downcast, and to say that I'm sorry. Sorry for what? I was one of the many wiped out by the scheme and was introduced to you as a prospective bride. She broke down weeping. Maadisha, what? I don't have time. She exclaimed, I have to finish. I refused you. I refused you and your family's kindness, their generosity. I was vain and foolish, and I thought that I could do better, attract better. And now look at me, she wailed as she pulled at her thin shirt, just happening to stretch it across her breasts. Vcart's pulse raced. A girl. A hot one. And she is sorry she didn't marry him? I was tricked into a false offer of prosperity and lured off-world, she wept, I've been forced to work like a stripe, beaten, starved, and now, it's all over. I have been taken to the Republic. But isn't that a good thing? Vcart asked, completely confused. It's all a lie. Maadisha wailed. There aren't any jobs here, not for us. That little test. It's impossible. They go to school for over 10 years to be able to pass it. It would take us even longer. She looked down. Time I don't have, not anymore. What do you mean? Vcart asked. To get here, I had to go into debt with the Harkeen, she said. To pay for passage, and then I couldn't pass the test and get a job. The interest piled up higher and higher. She broke down into tears again. No. Maadisha, she said, you don't have time. Cry later. She looked directly into the camera, her chest heaving. The Harkeen were wiped out in the Republic, and the new boss, the one who now owns my debt, says that it's time to pay. She looked down. With my body. They are. She wept for a few moments. Maadisha. Vcart cried out in dismay. It's okay. She said. I brought this on myself. She smiled shyly. But, before that happens, I want the first eyes to lay themselves upon me to be of my own kind. I want Garthran eyes to see me as I am now, untouched, pure. I want you to see me, Vikart. You once asked to see what you were buying. I want to show you what I should have given you. The thin garment fell to the ground, revealing an angelic vision of Garthran perfection, just as the screen went black with words call terminated, insufficient funds. Glowing unmercifully. No! Vikart screamed. Ubbert, wearing a t-shirt and sweatpants, switched off Maadisha, closed the laptop, and shut down the scanner. She smiled a jagged, toothy, crocodile-like smile. Perfect. The rise of the Baroness of East Leyden. On a pier, a small group of Garthra, dressed as if they were going to a ball, stood in the darkness of night as if they were waiting. After consulting an antique pocket watch, the oldest male opened a box in which there was one vial for each of them containing a number of pills. It's time, he said with as calm a voice as he could manage. I'm so terribly, terribly sorry. It's okay, Papa, a young woman said as she reached in, took her vial, and smiled at him. Each of the others followed suit. His finely dressed wife reached into a basket and pulled out a dust-covered bottle and a small cloth. She wiped it clean and admired it for a moment before passing it to a servant. Giving them a weak smile, the stripe pulled a corkscrew from his pocket. He filled a glass for each of them. It's been an honor, my lord, he said as he handed the eldest his glass. Thank you, Gvalin, the richly dressed noble said. I shall take my leave now, my lord, Gvalin said desperately trying to keep his voice from breaking. Very good, Gvalin, the Baron replied. Gvalin walked away, trying to keep his steps even until he was no longer in sight. Then, bursting into tears, he fled. The Baron of East Leyden held the glass to his snout and inhaled. It is as fine as a vintage as they say, he said appreciatively. I had hoped we would share it under better circumstances, but... He cut his eyes back at his daughter, who had her tongue halfway down into the glass. Marana, he sighed with a weak smile, could you, this one time, at least try to practice decorum? Lady Marana sucked her tongue back in. They all turned to a distant mountain range as the planet's moon started to rise above the peaks. The Baroness nuzzled him fondly. Even after all of this time, she sighed sadly, I've never tired of that sight. As the moon continued to rise, the Baron turned to the small group. For over 3 quatrains, the East Leydens have presided over this land, guided it through the years, the wars, the unification, and the peace that followed. Later, we helped guide our people into the very heavens themselves. He looked downward. And in the space of a single year, the last Baron of East Leyden ruined it all. He fell silent and looked down as tears ran out of his nose. Time claims all, and it is now time for House East Leyden to join all those who went before us, he said after he regained his composure. House East Leyden, he said quietly as he raised his glass. House East Leyden, the subdued group replied in turn. The first sip should be untainted, he said, so we can savor this properly. The group all drank. And coughed a little. Blia, Marana said, this kind of sucks. The group burst into laughter. How appropriate, her youngest brother laughed, wiping his nose. He tossed the pills into his mouth and washed them down. Everyone followed suit as the moon shone upon them, washing them down with very expensive and somewhat subpar wine. How long before the medicine will take effect? The Baroness asked. Oh, it starts to tingle in about half an hour, Marana replied, by an hour, you will be ripped out of. She coughed discreetly. I mean, I'm not sure, mother. She said with a well-practiced, innocent smile. Her mother shook her head. You are impossible, she smiled, you know that. The Baroness sipped the wine and made a face. Perhaps our palate has shifted over the years. She mused. About an hour later, the Baroness, with some difficulty, arose from her perch on the pier. I do. She said woozily, I do believe I am ready. You got the wobbles, Marana said grimly, the joy with which she lived life fading, you'll pass out pretty soon. Thank you, my dear, her mother said as the Baron and the others finally got onto their feet. Goodbye, my dear children, the Baroness replied, I hope that there is something that comes after, and even if it is in rags, I shall be filled with joy if you are there. Hand in hand, the Baron and Baroness plunged into the river and started to groggily swim out into the current. They were followed by Marana's brothers. Leaving only Marana. She paused, looking up at the moon. Let out a little sigh and jumped. In the manor house, a feast was laid. Fine dishes of every description were laid along the walls, buffet style, and the entirety of the staff stood at the table with a plate full of delicacies before them. The head butler raised a crystal glass. To House East Leyden, he said, his voice hitching slightly. He started to say more and stopped, unable to continue. To House East Leyden, the Baroness's personal maid said loudly and started to drink. To House East Leyden, the group replied and drank. The head butler drank and sat, looking at the Baroness's maid gratefully. Cold water. Cold water all around. Can't breathe. Garthra, not quite sure of what was going on, flailed about desperately. I can't move. Her fancy ballgown, now waterlogged, entangled her and heavy with water, pulled her ever deeper. A creature of instinct, she tore and ripped at the thing, its jeweled sequins sparkling. Somehow, she managed to get out of the skirt. Pure instinct drove her upward toward the moon. Her vision started to fade, the light of the moon replaced by ever-growing darkness. Open another set of bottles. The head butler called, we may be nothing but stripes, but we can at least appreciate the vintage. The same cannot be said about those shits that will soon arrive. I, for one, the Baroness's personal maid said as she drank deep, will most definitely not be working for them. Rather I sweep at the docks than serve the new so-called lady. The table loudly agreed. On a muddy bank, a waterlogged Garthra coughed and vomited. Wearing a bejeweled top and nothing but a slip below, she lay there, utterly confused. What happened? She looked at her state, and something deep within her radiated with warm satisfaction. Must have been one hell of a party. A short distance down the bank, she saw a lump of pink silk. She knew that dress. Vini. She called as she crawled. She looked up. Oh shit. It was late. Curfew had come and gone. They were in for it this time. Vini. She called out as she reached the Garthra, Vini. Wake up. We gotta. Vini. Vini. She said again as she shook her. Marana gasped as she saw Vinita, the young lady of green grax, lying there, her eyes glazed and lifeless. Help! She screamed. Or tried to. The only thing that came out was more coughs. Something floated by, surrounded by an elegant lavender nightgown. Lady Wienka? She struggled to her feet. And started making her way along the muddy bank. More bodies. Bodies that she knew. She soon found a path, a familiar one, and started stumbling along it. In the great hall, a young stripe broke out into tears and was comforted by another maid. Whatever are we going to do? A stripe in his 30s asked. I know nothing else than this. Courage, the head butler replied, the Lord. The Lord of East Leyden was very generous with our severances, and we are all skilled house staff. But there are no more houses. A stable hand shouted. There are no more houses here, the head butler replied. However, this Ponzi scheme did not lay low the entire planet. There are still many manors, townhomes, and, should it come to that, resorts, restaurants, and agencies. In addition, these manor homes will not remain empty for long. Just as those jackals will undoubtedly descend upon us, there are many other poorly bred, grasping greys claiming the others as can afford them. They will need staff as well, and many of the staff in residence in those undoubtedly feel the same as us. He drank deeply. I will not serve the Lord of East Leyden's brother and his wife, he said, but I could countenance serving another family with the same nature. What is important is that we. The front door creaked open, revealing a muddy, waterlogged Garthra. Lady Marana! Baga exclaimed as she leaped from her seat and rushed to her. Oh, Baga, Marana said weakly as she collapsed into her arms, I had the most horrible dream. It's okay now, Baga said as she stroked Marana's head like she did when she was a child. Let's get you into bed. The huntsman walked up and scooped Marana into his arms, carrying her towards the grand staircase. Marana smiled as she closed her eyes and nuzzled his chest. I love you, Papa. An expensive Graf sedan unceremoniously plopped down in front of the manor and honked its horn. The door of the manor opened, the head butler, holding a gilded assault rifle, and the huntsman, holding his trusty coil shotgun, stepped out along with the stripe that stepped towards the sedan. The sedan's doors flew open before the stripe arrived, and a Garthran male and female barged out, dressed in false finery. What's this? The male demanded. I'm terribly sorry, the head butler said with a smug little smile, but the lady of the house has had a very trying night and is currently resting. She is not entertaining visitors at this time. There is no lady of the house, you liar, the woman shouted, waving a handful of papers. They all drowned last night, and this house is ours. You would be mistaken, the head butler replied, young Lady Marana, the Baroness of East Leyden, is still in residence. Bah! The woman yelled as she stepped towards the manor, she's a minor. She can't own property. Besides, as next of kin, we get custody anyways. Darling, the man beside her said urgently. I wouldn't expect someone like you to know, madam, the head butler replied a bit more forcefully, but East Leyden, like many of the manors in this area, are still under charter law, not common law. What's that have to do with anything? Under charter law, the butler replied, the age of majority is 14, not 19. As your husband is quite aware. Well. I'll just drag her out of this backwards place then, the the woman said as she purposefully strode towards the entrance. The head butler and huntsman smiled grimly as the shutters of the windows behind him flew open. I would remind madam that charter law still applies here, the head butler said calmly as his paw flipped the safety of his rifle. Jagnala, stop! The male behind her screamed. He rushed forward and threw himself at his wife, knocking her, shrieking, to the ground. We're leaving! He shouted as he crouched above her, his hands outstretched in front of him. We're leaving. Have a care, sir, the head butler replied, you have just attempted to usurp the rightful ruler of East Leyden. We will be especially vigilant in future. I would strongly advise against returning. This will also be reported to the League and to all agencies. I hope madam is adept at doing her own washing. Shoving his still shrieking wife into the sedan, the Garthra rushed into his sedan and fled. Shortly thereafter, an enraged Jagnala stomped angrily through a well-appointed lobby to the snickers of the other occupants. I've heard of someone being laughed out of a law office, the stripe behind the reception desk chuckled to a blonde paralegal who had rushed out to watch the show, but I never thought it would literally happen. The door of Marana's bedchamber flew open, and Baga marched in. Go away. Marana mumbled from under her sheets. Enough! Baga exclaimed as she strode to the windows and threw the curtains back, flooding the room with hellish light. Marana yelped and retreated deeper under her blanket. It's been 2 weeks, Baga said as she opened the windows letting in some desperately needed fresh air. 2 weeks, my lady. Don't care. Oh, of that, I am well aware. Baga said as she grabbed the blanket, entering into a tug of war with the lady of East Leyden. Meals uneaten, bedding unchanged, the stink of the unwashed. Well, Marana yelled, the lady of East Leyden commands you to let go. Baga hissed and yanked the blanket angrily, causing Marana to tumble to the floor. Baga! Marana exclaimed. Baga angrily slammed open Marana's closet and started roughly laying out an outfit. Get up! Baga hissed. Marana glumly got to her feet. And promptly started crawling back into bed. Baga roughly grabbed Marana and hauled her back, Marana dragging the sheet off her bed as she tumbled back to the floor. Baga, Marana hissed, you are. Oh, you will not have to discharge me, Baga hissed back, my bags are already packed. I will not see East Leyden fall like this. How dare you? Marana fell silent, shocked. How dare you throw your family's sacrifice away like this? Every moment you lay there in your own filth, you urinate on their bodies polluting the Sakvan as we speak. Be Baga. Marana gasped as tears formed on her snout. Why do you think he did what he did? Baga demanded. Be because it's what you do. We have no place left. He did it because he wanted East Leyden to go out on its feet with honor and not collapse crawling and mewling into obscurity and poverty as you are doing right now. In the days of old, you all would have ridden forth alone against the Gvar and fought until you died, your honor intact, or you would have engaged in duel after duel or tournament after tournament until you fell or your fortunes were recovered. Later, when that became impossible, ritual suicide replaced it. If you actually attended your lessons in more than just body, you would know this. Baga pulled out a vial of amber liquid from her frock and set it on the nightstand. By laying here, in a living death, you profane that sacrifice and condemn this house to the exact fate your family killed itself to avoid. Marana covered her eyes as she burst into tears. You don't understand, Baga, she wept, you don't know what it was like. Baga's eyes softened as she knelt down and embraced her. You are right, she sighed, I don't. I can't even begin to understand what that night was like. I am so sorry you had to endure that and face what you are now facing, my dear Marana. She nuzzled Marana's neck before she rose. But there is one thing that I do understand, she said firmly, the barony of East Leyden is yours. You are Lady Marana, Baroness of East Leyden, and there are dozens of staff that need you to be that Baroness, at least once. Baga looked down. I need you as well. Baga. So, Baga said firmly, you are going to get dressed, go out there, and greet your staff as Baroness and then sit, alone, at the great table and be served breakfast. It's your favorite, by the way. After that, the staff will individually greet you before they go about their tasks, and you will greet them, as your father greeted them 2 weeks before. Tears started to drip out of Baga's nose, but her voice remained even. After that, I will accompany you to your chambers, where I will draw you a bath, get you cleaned up, and then get you dressed properly. She glanced at the bottle on the nightstand. Then, Baga said, her voice breaking, if you so chose, I will pour you a cordial. That drink will put you into a slumber from which you will not awaken. You do not have to face the Sakvan again. We will. Baga broke down into tears for a moment. After you have cooled, and we know you have departed, we will convey your body to the river where we. Baga fell silent, unable to continue. I don't think I can do it, Marana said weakly, I don't think I can do any of this. I know you can, Baga smiled, and I will be there for you every step of the way, whether it be one day or the rest of my life, I will remain at your side, my lady. She knelt down and embraced Marana before guiding her to her feet. Now let's get you dressed, Baga said gently, your barony needs you. A short while later, the staff were all assembled, waiting, as they had every single morning for the last 2 weeks. The mood was somber, mournful. Look! Someone squeaked as, supported by Baga, Marana appeared in a lovely blue dress. Good morrow, Lady Marana! The group exclaimed in joyous union. Good morrow, my devoted staff, Marana said, bobbing slightly, keeping her head erect, and waving one of her hands graciously. As her father had done before her. After a truly wonderful breakfast, Marana sat, a bit uncomfortably, in her father's chair as the staff filed past, each respectfully greeting her and swearing fealty to the house. The somber mood had definitely reappeared. Please don't do it, my lady. A young maid, bursting into tears, cried as she threw herself at Marana. Please. Lianka. Baga exclaimed as she and the head butler pulled the young woman off Marana. You don't have to. You have a place right here, Lianka cried, with us. Keeping their expressions firm, Baga and the head butler dragged Lianka from the room. Please. Don't leave us. Please. Echoed down the hall. We need you. As Marana was taking a much-needed bath, she closed her eyes and slid her head under the water. Nope. That shit wasn't happening. Not even in death. Under the water, a realization hit. They really did need her. At least for a while. As soon as she drank that cordial, her loathsome uncle and that waste of a grey pelt that he married would descend upon this place, and it would be the staff, the good and loyal staff, that would lose their place. She couldn't just go for a swim, not yet. And she could live for just a bit longer. After her bath, Baga came in with towels. Baga, my dear woman, Marana said with a life in her voice that had been gone for 2 weeks, have you prepared my nightcap? And not yet, my lady. Good, Marana replied as she hopped out of the tub. Put it back on the shelf. My lady. Baga asked with a happy gasp. I'm not dying tonight, Marana said as she dried herself with gusto, my people need me. The next few months flew by as Marana ran through the halls, rode jakes, raided the wine cellar and liquor cabinet. She was an adult after all, occasionally danced about in her socks to pop music, scandalous, hunted, shot all the guns in the arsenal, and was just a general all-around menace. The staff didn't mind. It was said that she was living out a lifetime in a week as, one by one, sheltered and given time by the Baroness, they were able to find jobs elsewhere. For them, it was viewed as the ultimate sacrifice. She was remaining as the rearguard, giving time for her retainers to escape. They said as much to others as they filtered into their new positions across the system and beyond. Many a glass and mug was raised in her name. Marana was unaware of this, but among a certain segment of society, she was fast becoming a legend and her former staff all proudly wore the pieces of family jewelry, discreet and tasteful, of course, each was given as a keepsake. Better you than my uncle, she would say when someone tried to refuse. Later, as she started to feel like a real baroness, she started saying stuff like, as long as you carry us in your heart, East Leyden has not truly fallen. It worked. The staff would leave, their heads held high, as they swore to do just that. Somewhere along the line, after one attempt too many by her aunt to become the baroness, Marana swore in court that she would remain and that East Leyden would never fall. She proclaimed that she would outlive her aunt and that maybe, just maybe, her aunt's children or grandchildren would take her barony but that she, her aunt would not. To the cheers of many stripes in the audience. Duty became pure spite. As long as her fluffy butt sat in residence, nobody could touch East Leyden. At first, her uncle and aunt thought they could starve her out, but a barony is a lot of land to hunt, and the eternal Sakvin gave fish. Baga became quite the angler as Marana stalked the fields and woods. Farmers' markets provided a few credits here and there. She, unlike many, could legally sell wild game. With that small flow of income, they were able to buy produce and seeds. Unable to maintain them, she did have to sell most of her beloved jakes, but she was able to keep a pair of them, her favorite stallion and his girlfriend, at least as Marana saw it. The fields themselves were enough to feed those two. Things were austere in the extreme, but happy. Until the squatters and poachers arrived. They were far enough out that they were spared the worst. Stripes and blondes would troop through the forests and, using drones, wipe out entire flocks and herds on what was once family land to sell on the grey market to restaurants and the like. They were a menace, meat locusts. Fortunately, the meat locusts were held at bay by a group that even their well-armed and well-equipped ranks feared, the Motleys. The Motleys were a tribe of placeless semi-nomads with motley pelts of many colors, and they lived out in the wilds and on the fringes of society. They traveled from place to place in ramshackle caravans, many of which also were, among other things, itinerant entertainers. Motley fairs were still welcome in many areas. However, that was about the only time they were welcome. There were nominally refuges, land set aside for them, but motleys didn't really see borders and property as anything more than suggestions and bore the refuges little mind unless they wanted medical treatment or supplies. For them, the scheme was quite the windfall. Even though the abandoned residences had been thoroughly picked over, there was always something to salvage, either to be sold or melted down, either for scrap or to use in their handicrafts, weapons, and tools. They absolutely hated the meat locusts and, though otherwise peaceful, had little mercy when they found one. Many a locust found themselves robbed of everything they had and left by the road in only their fur. If they were lucky, the motleys would often shave a locust as well. Garthra fur is very soft and warm. It makes for great blankets, pillows, and jackets. In the eastern reach, the motleys set up housekeeping, settling in the abandoned manors and hunting and foraging the expansive grounds and forests, including East Leyden. My lady, Baga, now the only one left, said anxiously, once again, I cannot stress how bad of an idea this is. Enough. Well, I'm tired of them. Marana said as she shoved an automatic gauze pistol in her belt. And those snares are on my land. Marana smiled impishly. That means that they are mine as well, she grinned. Aren't you tired of fish? Besides, I've done this before. I'm good at the sneaky sneak. Maybe they will learn not to set them on our lands. Or maybe they will shave you, or worse, Baga said anxiously. That's what makes it fun. Marana said cheerfully as she bounced out of the door. Kivil lay in wait, concealed by a blanket of leaves and moss, along with 2 of his clan. Somebody was stealing their kills, and somebody was going to pay. It was nothing but motleys out here, and another clan thought he was a whelp. Well. He patted the clippers in a pouch on his belt. It was going to get real drafty for that fool today. There was movement, clumsy movement, closing in. Was it a locust? Oh. If it was. Kivil could feel his pulse starting to race. If it was one of those rapers of the land, he would do more than just shave them. It was time for one to disappear, as would sometimes happen this far out. Soon, a grey clumsily darted from tree to tree as they approached. Kivil was more than surprised. A grey? That wasn't usual. And neither was what they were carrying. That auto pistol was military only. If they knew how to use it, one spray would cut him and his men down. But if he could get them first, it would be worth a fortune. The young grey female sniffed cautiously and then scampered over to the snare line where a fat loco hung by its neck. Well, hello there. The young female said as she drew a knife and stood on tiptoe to grab the dog-sized leathery creature and pull it down far enough to cut his snare. Again, another thing that truly annoyed him. When both her arms were away from the pistol, he burst from cover, followed by his men. Well, shit. Marana thought as the motleys appeared out of nowhere. 3 of them, all with some sort of gun. Marana quickly looked them over, not failing to notice the clippers in their sheath. Just brazen it out. She thought with a grin. It's just like the wardens back in boarding school. Hi, there. Marana said brightly. Could you guys give me a hand with this? Kivil blinked in confusion. Of all the ways this could go, this was not one he had envisioned. Who are you? He demanded. Oh, where are my manners? Marana said, releasing the loco, causing it to shoot upwards again. Lady Marana, Baroness of East Leyden, she said cheerfully as she approached, arm outstretched. Kivil, he replied as he clasped her arm with his. A grey not only being nice but actually touching him, and an arm clasp no less? It was, once again, completely unforeseen. Are you the gentlemen who have been setting out these snares for me? Marana said brightly, I really appreciate it. They have made things so much easier. Kivil replied, completely befuddled. They are our snares. Jana snapped, her senses thankfully still intact. Oh, I am so sorry, Marana replied, looking quite abashed. I just assumed since they were on my land and the game they caught was mine that they were for me. You can see how I would be confused, right? Jana replied, now the one caught in the headlights of Marana's unrepentant cheerfulness. Having a moment to gather himself, Kivil noticed that one of Marana's hands was now resting on the auto pistol. If she knew how to use that, and a baroness probably did, it could be very bad. Well, this is a pickle, Marana said after a moment of silence. Why don't I give you a tour of the grounds so this little misunderstanding doesn't recur, and then we can all drop by the manor for a bottle of wine and a nice lunch. You, Kivil said, completely stunned, are inviting us. We are neighbors, aren't we? Marana replied, and it's been so lonely out here since blub blub blub. Dreadful business that. The river stank for weeks. Kivil said nothing. How could you even respond to that? He said after scrambling his brains back together, we accept your invitation. Super. Marana exclaimed. What are you doing? Jana hissed into Kivel's ear as Marana cheerfully gave them a real tour of the place, sharing history and personal anecdotes. And that's where I first went to second base. Marana said, further disconcerting them, as designed. She actually didn't go to second base there. She did it during a school mixer. She's a baroness, Kivel replied, if we do anything to her, the law will come down hard. Besides, have you seen what she is carrying? One sweep, and we are all in half. Kivel sighed and smiled ruefully as he watched Marana bouncing down the trail. The only thing we can do is find out where her lands are and not set snares, he chuckled. Probably best to avoid them altogether. We have everywhere else. Jana huffed. Well, keep your eyes on her hands, not her tail, she hissed, knowing that he was absolutely right. On their way back, Kivel saw fresh sign of the herd of Olni they had been tracking. Baroness, stop, he whispered as he and his people crouched to the ground, sniffing. What? Marana whispered back as she also crouched and sniffed. What are we smelling for? Ew. She crawled backward, rubbing her nose. Pee, she whispered. Jana shoved her out of the way and pressed her face into it. They are clothes. She whispered. How close? Kivel asked as he joined her. Clothes, clothes. What is? Marana asked as she wiggled her snout in between them, causing even Jana to smile a little. She was just like one of their whelps on an early hunt. Olni, Kivel replied. Ooh. Marana whispered in a hushed voice. I've never managed to get one of those. They are tricky, Kivel whispered back. He paused. I know they are on your land, he whispered, but the herd is overpopulated and needs to be thinned if they want to be able to survive the winter. They do. Marana whispered, I remember the huntsman talking about that before. Okay, let's thin them. Just give me some meat, and we are square. How much meat? Jana hissed quietly. It's just the two of us, Marana said, maybe a shoulder, maybe? You have more mouths than we do. All right, Jana replied, a bit surprised. It was a pretty good deal. And you are bringing me along, Marana whispered, I want to see how you do this. Keep well behind us, quiet, and do what we say, Kivel replied. Hoo-hoo. Marana howled as she threw open the door to the blood room. Baga. Break out some of the good wine. Did the hunt go well, my lad? Baga's voice froze as she entered the blood room and saw the three dangerous-looking figures behind Marana. Look! Marana exclaimed, Aliko and two Olni. Oh, this is nice. Kivel and Jana's companion said as he looked at the mini slaughterhouse. I fucking love these guys. Marana yelled as she hugged Jana, whose nose turned bright red. A Grey. Loves us? Jana thought, absolutely shocked. It was, of course, a figure of speech, but even so, a Grey just hugged her and expressed, at the very least, acceptance. Let's get these Olni and the Liko on hooks and get to cleaning. Marana said as she pulled out a long curved blade and started sharpening it. Baga, would you please get us some of the good wine and perhaps prepare us some lunch? The Motleys looked at each other and shrugged. Months later, a group of Motleys sat with Marana as they shared a meal in the great hall comprising of game, produce from the garden's first harvest, and wild forage. Baga, the Motley elder said as he patted his stomach and burped. That was magnificent. Sadly, Baga replied as she sat with them, that was also the last of the pepper. Ah, Marana said. Bye, pepper, she said as she took another big bite. These Trnn are amazing, a Motley wise woman said with a sigh. I wish we could grow them. They are so expensive otherwise. Why can't you? Marana asked, they aren't hard. They take too long to mature, and you can't hide them in the woods, the wise woman replied as she savored the gourd-like vegetable, they need tended plots, and we can't stay put that long. You can't. If we stay in one place too long, Kivel said, we get run off. I know it was a horrible thing for you, but the scheme has been good for us. We have never been able to squat this long in one place and never as well. Even now, they are starting to reclaim some of these manors closer to town. It won't be long before they will drive us off as well. You mean I would never see you guys again? Marana asked in alarm. Oh, you would see us, the elder smiled, from time to time, especially if we were welcome. Of course, you would be welcome. Marana exclaimed, more than welcome. In fact. She grinned that infectious grin. Why don't you all move in here? The powder keg. Terra, Irene and Sasha were sitting at the bar of the Fire and Ash, an old earth bar favored by the Og crowd. They were well into their third set of drinks and second plate of tapas, a little bored of nibbles, and enjoying the pugilball game. Oh! Irene exclaimed as a Black Raven's pugil stick, basically a reinforced lacrosse stick designed for beating people, sent a rival player flying. That's gonna hurt tomorrow. The Black Raven player drove the haft of their pugil stick downward into the chest plate of the downed player, to the delight of the bar. First melee. The bartender shouted as chaos broke out on the field. Second quarter, 6 minutes, 15 seconds. Someone's name appeared with, winner. Second quarter, 4 minutes. So, Sasha laughed as he applauded along with the rest of the bar. What did you have? First quarter, Irene laughed. Damn, son. She exclaimed as a red knight's helmet shell cracked as a black raven stick shattered over it. I think they need to test that motherfucker. He has to be boosted. Callow looked away from the violence on screen and drew his spindly brown and amber shell-clad body in tight as he gathered empty glasses. The pure viciousness of the Terrans always frightened him. Especially the old ones. And especially on game night. He was unintentionally jostled by a cheering pink-haired woman who threw her arms back, nearly sending him sprawling as she leapt chest first into a bald-headed muscular man with a long braided beard and crossed axes tattooed on the sides of his head. As Callow desperately tried not to drop the tub of mugs and glasses, he could see the same mark on the pink-haired woman's neck. It was probably a tribal or clan marking of some kind, denoting their membership in one of the war clans that fought in the lawless ashes of a dying world. Callow had always wondered how someone could survive something like that. I mean, what would they eat? He wished with every fiber of his core that he hadn't found out. The Fire and Ash was usually a cheerful place, almost manically so, but every now and then, late at night, the OGs would start talking and remembering the fallen. Callow hated those times. The sheer horror of it all. I mean, he thought they had it bad on his home world, but what happened here? By the false and the true gods. And pretty much everyone in this bar lived through it. What did they have to do in order to achieve that? He shuddered at the thought as he made his way into the dance room where people nearly 200 years old stomped and writhed to music he had never heard before he came to work here. He was told that much of it was folk from during the wars and pre-Yellowstone stuff. The lyrics could be awful. He hated the dance floor most of all. On his world, the elders were serene and wise, filled with grace. Here, they were perhaps worse than the young cavorting with their fangs exposed, some with grossly exaggerated ones, in various states of undress, exposing sacrilegious artificial limbs and strange obscene devices implanted into their very flesh to prolong their already unnaturally long lives. He heard that some chose to age and pass as the false and the true gods intended. Others, however, still clung to life, doing whatever it took to survive. He once made the mistake of asking one of the droids why they profaned their flesh, and the answer would haunt him for the rest of his days. The old woman smiled, revealing a skeletal titanium jaw and jeweled chrome teeth. Her bionic eye flashed a little smiley face at him. Most prosthetics were discreet and tasteful, as natural appearing as possible. The droids, however, abandoned any pretense and, if anything, enhanced and embellished their unnatural obscene forms. When they came for us, she said, her eye flashing a skull emoticon, my mother told me to run and to live, not to just lay down and die, no matter what. Her eye flashed a heart emoticon with the word mom in it. So, she replied, I have, and I will. As Callow stood there, absolutely horrified, she laughed. Besides, we droids have a running contest now to see who can last the longest. Drid is still in the lead, but when he croaks, it's anyone's game. Averting his eyes from what two of the droids were doing in the shadows, sometimes he really disliked his low-light vision, he quickly gathered the glasses, napkins, empty injectors, pill wrappers and the like and rushed to the bar area. He hated the garage as the bar called it. Other people would dance sometimes, but it was dominated by the droids. After all, their legs worked better. As he hurried back into the bar and dining area, a burly human drunkenly turned, causing Callow to collide with him, sending both his beer and Callow tumbling, scattering, shatterproof, empty glasses across the floor. Watch it. The muscular young man with a sun and sword tattoo on his arm slurred, you fucking Xeno. Stupid fuck can't even carry glasses. One of his companions sneered. What the fuck are they doing here? Irene muttered, reaching into her old-style armored waistcoat. Easy now, Sasha replied as he laid his hand on her arm. We don't need to start any shit here. Sorry. Sorry. Callow squeak-clicked as he started crawling around, trying to gather the glasses. What's that? The first man asked with an ugly tone, speak Terran, you fucking cockroach. He kicked the glass Callow was reaching for, sending it skittering across the floor. Sorry. Callow squeaked more carefully. He did have a problem with Terran vowels when he was stressed. I will try to be more. Callow squealed in pain as the second man stepped on one of his legs. Fortunately, he had plenty. Oops, the second man said with a sneer, wasn't expecting a leg there. The bar suddenly fell silent as all eyes fell on the pair, unfriendly ones. That's it. Irene shouted as she rose, sending her bar stool tumbling to the ground. She marched up to the pair putting herself between the two men and the rapidly retreating Callow. Got a problem? The first guy sneered. Yeah, Irene growled, Callow is part of this bar, and you ain't. This bar has an age limit, and you are about 100 years shy of it. Go home to your mommy before you get hurt. The guy flexed, showing his tattoo. Oh, Irene sneered, pretty. Did you get it out of a vending machine, or did your daddy draw it on you when he was finished? I ran with the tunnel snakes. We ruled. Whole soul wars. Ruled. I had a bigger movement than yours this morning. What the fuck are you assholes doing in here, anyway? Someone else yelled. They are with me, a grizzled old man replied. I booked the upstairs for a heritage gathering. Of course, you'd be in with those bitches, Irene snorted. What's that supposed to mean? The old man shouted. Nom, 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 Irene said, mimicking chewing on a rib. I heard about you, asshole. All of you should have been sent to the cold dark with the rest of them. Please, Callow implored, I'm fine, really. Please don't. I'm sorry, the old man hissed, what did you say? Oh, sorry, Irene said in a patronizing voice. Let me be more clear. I implied that you were a fucking cannibal and should have been sent out into the dark with all the other porkies, you true Terran Nazi, Irene smiled, both you and that cunt Patricia who. She was worse than any of them. She only got to stay because she sucked the right dick. The crowd broke out into shouts as everyone started arguing with everybody. That particular issue was quite the sore topic. Yeah, don't bring that up. Callow backed into a corner, covering himself and cradling his bruised leg, completely overwhelmed. Well, at least the Phoenix got shit done. The old man shouted. She took the fight up there to the fucking Raiders. She's exactly what the Republic needs right now. She was a monster. An old Asian man shouted. You weren't in China. What that bitch did. We weren't afraid of the Raiders. We were afraid of her. Maybe you should have been afraid then. The young man with the tattoo shouted. Back then, the strong led the weak, just like Patricia who led the Phoenix, and when she casts out the weak, corrupt, xeno lovers that have weakened the Republic, we will return to. Irene smiled, and still smiling. Booted the man in the nuts. Get up, she said. Show your resolve. The man just moaned and clutched his nuts. She kicked him again. Show your resolve, get up, and face me, Irene said calmly. This is what Patricia who did. Since it is Heritage Night for you little fucks, here's some more heritage. She kicked him again. Show your resolve. She shouted. His friends started to step forward but stopped as blades and pistols were pulled, and some very unsettling mechanical noises could be heard coming up from behind. Do you know what would happen if you didn't get up? Irene shouted at the quivering mound of flesh in front of her, they would strip you, divvy up your shit, pass you around. She leaned in close. And put you in the fucking stew pot. She kicked him again. You wouldn't be one of the leaders, boy, she growled, you would be fucking meat. This is the proud heritage you are asking for. You're crazy. The man shouted from the floor. You're going to jail. Wrong answer. She shouted as she kicked him in the mouth, sending teeth flying. In that glorious past, there is no jail. There are no laws. There is only you and me. As far as today goes, I'm just fine with going to court and having you go on the record about how an old woman kicked your ass. Callow ran, screaming from the bar and out into the street. She then stomp-kicked him again. Irene, Sasha said, you are about to go to prison for real. I've lived a long life, she replied, and it's about time we stop fucking around and just light this candle. I'm tired of waiting. She turned to the old man who was sitting there, glaring at her. So what about it, she snarled, you as much of a pussy as your boy down there? She asked. He didn't say anything. He just glared. There's your mighty leader, Irene sneered to the group that was trying to look as invisible as possible, he talks a good game and fills your head with bullshit, but if things really did return to the good old days, all of you would wind up exactly like he was back in the day, literally fucked up the ass. I remember him. He was no Warkiff. He was there. The old man suddenly started to draw a pistol. Thum thum. Before the old man could get his pistol halfway out of his jacket, Sasha fanned the hammer of an arc-lock single-action revolver, belching out thick clouds of black powder smoke. The old man fell. Unfortunately, one of the true Terrans jumped just a little too fast. Maybe he was going for something. Maybe he wasn't. It didn't really matter. Gunshots filled the night as Callow ran, screaming and weeping, down the street. This asteroid is perfect. An Asian wearing an armored pressure suit said as he stood on top of a giant asteroid on the outer edge of the Kuiper belt. I can't believe someone hasn't already snapped this one up. Yulsukvat, floating in a small pod that the Ziyush currently used instead of space suits, looked at his display curiously. Human friend, Cheng, he said, this asteroid is pretty much pure silicate rock. There is nothing of value here. How is this perfect? It's big and, more importantly, solid. Chang smiled. We will be able to bore out some nice large airtight chambers in there. Oh, trust me, Chang grinned, this baby is about to become worth more than Iron. Let's go ahead and file our claim on this baby. Why do we need airtight chambers this far out, human friend Chang? Look, Yul, Chang said with a sigh. Things are starting to get a bit too unstable for many of our tastes. People are starting to get shot. Did you see the news last night? I did, human friend, the Ziyush replied, it was very disquieting, especially since it was started over a Xeno. Friend Chang, Yul Sukvat asked quietly, do we have any of those true Terrans out here with us? Not in our company, Chang replied, as far as we know, anyway. I'll be honest, Yul. We did lose a couple of people when we decided to hire you guys. You did? Yeah, Chang replied, they claimed it was because they didn't feel you guys were safe, but I don't think that was the real reason most of them left. They just didn't want skilled jobs going to non-humans, which is stupid because we need every single man we can get, no matter how many legs they got. Did you have concerns, human friend Chang? I'll be honest with ye, Yul, Chang replied, I did have some concerns at first. We have the certificates and the training programs for a reason. As we both know, people die doing this. But you guys demonstrated proficiency and have proven yourselves time and time again. I'm gratified you chose to work with us, human friend Chang. Likewise, Chang smiled. Now let's get some more detailed seismic scans of this big beautiful baby. I still don't understand what is so important about this asteroid. It's a pebble. Things are going right into the shitter in there, Chang said, pointing towards the glowing point on his HUD that indicated the position of Seoul. As that lady on the news said, they are getting ready to light the candle. Light the candle? Yul asked. I think you guys say, switch the lights off. Oh, I see, Yul said thoughtfully, and do you think this candle is about to get lit? Yes, Yul, I do, Chang said grimly, and that's where this lovely little pebble comes in. We are going to hollow it out and move our asses out here for a bit. We can set up some of our portable reactors, build some greenhouses, cut some really nice quarters, and make a nice home out of it. He patted the asteroid. This pebble will be our stronghold till all of this bullshit blows over. We are going to move the office and all of our families out here until this whole thing is settled. Then, if we like it out here, we will stay. If we don't, we will move back inward, or just clear out of the Republic altogether. A Republic outfit like us will have no problem finding a home anywhere in the Empire. Do you think we will have to leave the Republic, human friend Chang? I hope not, Chang said with a sigh. I really do. He turned to the Ziyush's pod and slapped it in a friendly way. But, he said with a much more cheerful tone, we can't control that. What we can control is our own happy asses and make sure our families are safe. The whole system could go Yellowstone, and we will be just fine out this far. We are going to be up and running very soon. This is our top priority, Yul. The boss says unlimited overtime. I like the sound of that, Yul said happily. Callow crouched miserably in an alleyway, holding his leg. He lived above the bar. He couldn't go back there. Irene was nice. She was always kind and gave him head pats. And called him Cricket. It was a bug name, but it was a nice insult that friends give each other. It's a human thing. But, in an instant, she turned, horrible. He had learned how to read humans a little, and Irene. She was happy when she broke the mandible of that other human, broke it. Callow shuddered at the memory of the sound. Is that what was going to happen here again? Was it going to go back to those days again? He had no way to leave. Oh, false and true gods, what was he going to do? He knelt and started to pray, pray for help, pray for guidance, pray for someone, anyone, to hear him. Sometimes he prayed. Sometimes he just wept. He was completely and totally alone. He just called out like a lost child. As he wept and prayed, an autocab pulled into the alley and flashed its lights. The door opened. Your zip cab is here. A cheerful voice announced. I didn't call for a cab, Callow replied. Really? The cab replied. I'm certain you did. At least your app did. He pulled out his phone and gasped. Somehow, the ZipNet app was open. He must have fumbled it somehow. Your cab is here, the cab replied. Your verbal instructions were, confusing at best. What instructions? Callow wondered. Then it hit him. He had been praying. You mean what I was saying just before you pulled up? Yeah. The cab replied. It was first disregarded as spurious input, as sometimes people accidentally trigger the app, especially if the phone is in someone's pocket. However, you kept repeating it, so ZipNet, the premier personal transportation solution, decided that it must be your desired destination. It took some figuring, but we at ZipNet, the premier personal transportation solution, are ready to take you there. The cab's headlights blinked happily. So, Callow, hop aboard, the cab said cheerily, your trip awaits. False and true gods, is this your answer? Callow shrugged. It didn't matter. He had nowhere else to go. With a silent prayer to the false and true gods, he entered the cab. Welcome to Zip Cab, the cab said happily as it backed out of the alley. Part of ZipNet, the premier personal transportation solution. We know where you are heading even if you don't. What? Callow asked. I said, the cab replied, welcome to Zip Cab, part of ZipNet, the premier personal transportation solution. No, you said something else. I am certain I didn't, the cab replied cheerfully as the seats leaned back and reconfigured. Now try to get some rest, the cab said soothingly, it seems that you have had a rough night, and perhaps a nap will help. I will wake you when we approach the next rest stop. Rest stop. Welcome to ZipNet Transport and Conveyance, part of ZipNet, the premier long-haul cargo transport solution. The locks on the doors snapped shut, and the cab moved into the express lane as Callow tried to open the door in vain. The Prime Minister watched the news with a frown. She then consulted the tablet in her hands. The numbers were not good. Violent crime was up. The true Terrans, emboldened by Patricia whose supposed takeover, were getting into actual shootouts with the populace. Or, more precisely, the populace was shooting them. It was a mess. But that wasn't what had her concerned. It was the numbers. Spending was dropping and shifting. She had learned not to worry when her people bought guns and ammo. But when they started buying seeds, you had a problem. People were buying seeds. Fusion generators, already scarce, were simply not to be had. Theft was becoming a problem. People were also leaving the inner solar system in droves, especially vital industries such as mining outfits where it was all too easy to set up housekeeping God knows where. It was going to be a huge problem. For every 10 companies that moved to the outer solar system, 2 would likely stay where monitoring and control would be nigh impossible. Those who weren't moving out were clumping up. According to the data she shouldn't have, family and tribe members were reaching out, even those who were estranged. Some were actually relocating to old turf. Others were choosing new gathering spots, and fortifying them. She sighed and rubbed her temples. Playtime was over. People were buying seeds. It was time for Patricia to go away. She picked up the phone. Prime Minister. Schedule a press conference, she replied. Mama lays down the law. Prime Minister Augustine Raharimampionan stepped into the packed briefing room as her personal anthem resonated through the entire room. Everyone stood politely as the music played, and she waited behind the podium. Finally, she had had enough and waved her hand, cutting the music short. The room exploded into shouted questions. I will answer as many questions as I can, Augustine said, her clear, calm voice filling the room. But first, I wish to make a brief statement. The room fell quiet. Thank you, she smiled. She took a deep breath. The real reason all of you are here is that you expect a statement concerning certain allegations made by the former ambassador to the Federation. I admit that I have been silent for far too long on this matter. The reason for that is not due to a desire to keep anything from the citizens of the Republic. We have remained silent because we have been undertaking an investigation into this matter, and we are continuing to do so. She looked into the scanners and cameras. Because of this investigation, I cannot go into as much detail as you would like. I'm sorry about that. The room started to murmur angrily. However, I will say this. This investigation is detailed and ongoing. That should tell the more astute among you something. We would not still be investigating if there was nothing to investigate. I will also say this. If there is a conspiracy afoot and if someone is a part of that conspiracy, she said with a vicious smile, we probably already know who you are. If you have an ounce of sense or a shred of a self-preservation instinct, you are advised to turn yourself in. You really don't want to be standing with any possible conspiracy against the Republic when the investigation is completed. You really don't. The penalty for conspiracy against the Republic is death, and it will be enforced. She paused for effect. You will be hoisted up by the neck in the parliamentary gardens while I have an outdoor reception in your honor. I shall sip champagne as you all slowly strangle. You have my assurance on that point. If there is an actual conspiracy, of course. The room chuckled. I know there are many accusations as to who is ultimately behind any possible conspiracy and the nature of it, she said. Is it an insidious plot by Patricia who baited with promises of immortality, or is it a planned military takeover by John and the people he has been secretly communicating with and the forces that he has made a clumsy attempt to rally in secret? Yes, John, I know all about that. She smirked. Well, she said to the room, considering that neither John Wintersmith nor Patricia who has decided to come forward, it's sort of hard to tell, isn't it? Forgive my crude language, but I think it's rather chicken shit of both of them, don't you? I would be very reluctant to follow a leader who won't step forward and face the people of the Republic as I am now doing. The room chuckled. Let me make one thing crystal clear, Augustine said with a cruel sparkle in her eyes, there is only one person running the Republic, and that is me. The room cheered. And if you think I am anyone's bitch, then you haven't been paying attention for the last 150 years. No raider landed on Madagascar on my watch, and no fucking insurrectionist will take the Republic on it either. Either of them will have to go through me to get to this podium, and I can assure you that will not happen. The Republic, born in fire, baptized in fire, and tested by fire, will endure. I don't care what I have to do or who I have to kill. I will personally ensure that the Republic for which so many of our loved ones have died will not fall. The room roared. Now I have a little message for 2 stars of this little drama we have all had to endure, she shouted, John. You are hereby ordered to haul your narrow ass into my office, now, she yelled as the room laughed, if you don't have the guts to face me then at least have the courage to call. Oh, and John. Stop with the transmissions, she shouted to more laughter, I got the memo. The press has gotten the memo. Every single motherfucking citizen has gotten the memo. The entire galaxy has gotten the goddamn memo, John. Stop it. Please. Just make it stop, she wailed in an anguished voice to howling laughter. It's jamming up the harmonics, and it's, to be perfectly honest, starting to piss us off. We get it. One of Patricia's henchmen slipped into your bedroom. You can stop bragging about it now. Jesus, you are like that one kid in high school who kept running around trying to get his friends to smell his fingers. She paused to let the laughter get properly recorded. Call your friends back in the Federation and tell whoever is doing that to quit. I don't care if they hide in the communications room. Just tell them to quit it. She laughed along with the room for a bit. Then she stopped laughing. And to my dear friend Patricia who, she said with an icy smile, you are hereby subpoenaed to appear before Parliament. I strongly recommend not defying that. I also want you to know that prior to this press conference, warrants were issued for the search of all of Red Phoenix facilities and that searches are underway as we speak, though I suspect you already know that. Answer that subpoena and answer a few little questions or start running. To be honest, I really don't care which. She then sneered. And to the forces loyal to the Republic that have been talking to John, she said with a dangerous voice, I am your commanding officer. You answer to me, not a retired colonel. You got that? I've let it slide to see how far it would go, but you are all on notice. One more peep to him, and you are officially well and truly fucked. I get it. I do, she said with at least a little kindness in her voice, you have been presented a truly unexpected situation and have had to make decisions that none of you should have had to make. Now, I'm making one for you. You follow my orders and the orders of your chain of command. If your superior officer tells you to do something against the Republic, you are, regardless of rank, authorized to contact my office directly. If your superior officer tries to stop you, you are authorized to do whatever you need to do to contact me. She sighed. And to all of the citizens starting to take action, she said earnestly, I urge patience. Have faith in the Republic. Have faith in me. Please, for just a little longer. I promise each and every one of you that if the Republic is truly in peril, I will tell you. I will tell you when it is time to lock and load. If it looks like I will fail in my duty, I will release every single thing we have learned and let you each make your own decision. Until that time, please, keep your guns in your holsters. Until that time, please keep showing up for work. Until that time, please keep faith in the Republic we built together, with our hands, with our blood. If you want to prepare, I understand. Gardening is a great way to relieve stress. Just don't go running into the cold dark just yet, okay? We got this. She chuckled. And please stop shooting the true Terrans. It's not nice to pick on the mentally challenged. If they start something, do what you gotta do, but otherwise, just walk away. And you true Terrans might want to shut up and sit the fuck down. You guys are inches away from starting something you are not prepared to handle. There will not be a coup. There will not be a return to purity, something that you do not want, by the way. The Republic will endure. It will endure with or without you. She smiled. The Republic will endure, people. It will survive. It will triumph. No matter what the ever-turning wheel of fate inflicts upon us, the Republic and its citizens will prevail. Why? Because we, the people, will not allow otherwise. You have entrusted me with this Republic, and I will not fail you. I am willing to bet my life that you will not fail me. Any conspiracy has to defeat us in order to succeed, and we will burn the entire Republic to ash once more before any of us let someone put us in chains. If there is a conspiracy, she said as she threw her arms back, then make a move. Come, child. Mama is waiting for you. She filled the room with a malevolent, evil aura plunging the room into silence. I will now open the floor to questions, she said with a pleasant grandmotherly voice. Somewhere on the fringe of a nearby abandoned system, a room full of old Marines stared at the screen, their jaws open. Well, fuck, John said after a moment. I like her. Skippy exclaimed. On a station on the edge of the Barnard star system, Monarch was less than happy. Do you think she is bluffing? Marrow asked after a moment. That bitch just went all in, Monarch replied with a scowl, it isn't a bluff. What do we do? Marrow asked. Well, Monarch said with a grim smile, the first thing we need to do is decide which one of us gets to talk to her ladyship. Rock paper scissors. Best 2 out of 3. Marrow sighed.